Chapter 802. Chao Xing simply replied, I don't want to. Hearing this, the being in the sky seemed stunned for a moment. The holy light rippled slightly, like wind-ruffled water. My lord, I come here on behalf of the Holy See, and I bear no ill will. If you're willing to discuss this in detail, perhaps we can forge a good partnership. The weathered, steady voice echoed from overhead again. Chao Xing also refused. No, I don't want any cooperation with you. In the sky, the great oracle sage was silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, I won't force it. But before that, please return our Holy See's holy light sage to us. Now, the Holy See has returned. All the priests and sages who have wandered the world must return to the embrace of the Holy See. Beside her, Isabel clenched her staff, her expression growing serious. Although she had foreseen the scene, she still felt nervous and uneasy when it actually unfolded. Her topaz-like pupils involuntarily glanced at the man beside her, her lord. However, Chao Xing scoffed and said disdainfully, What do you mean, your holy light sage of the church? I resurrected Isabel from the summoning space, and gradually helped her ascend and break through to the legendary realm. I have invested a great deal of resources in her, and we have formed a deep bond. She is now part of my domain. At this point, his voice dropped slightly. Or are you, the church, willing to sit back and reap the benefits while you take my people? His tone was already tinged with hostility. He mobilized the cold air within a radius of dozens of kilometers, colliding with the holy light in the sky. Ice crystals condensed in the air, forming countless tiny ice blades that reflected a dazzling light in the holy light. The great sage oracle sensed the faint murderous intent emanating from Chao Xing, but did not respond. Instead, he looked at Isabel beside him and asked, Sage, what is your intention? Isabel said without hesitation, I will not return to the church with you. Everything I have was given by the Lord. Since my death in that invasion, I have no connection to the church. Her tone was firm, and a holy light shone in her eyes, but it no longer bore the mark of the church. Hearing these words, the great sage oracle seemed somewhat surprised. His piercing gaze fell on Isabel, as if he wanted to see through her. The mark of the Holy See is engraved deep within the soul. All members of the Holy See must maintain the purest heart towards the Holy See. However, your loyalty to this otherworldly lord actually outweighs your faith in the holy light. His tone was filled with intense surprise and curiosity. Even the holy light within him flickered. After a moment, he seemed to realize something, and said with a dawning realization, I understand. I will report your situation truthfully to the Holy See. The brilliant holy light around him gradually faded, and the night sky for hundreds of kilometers around him was once again shrouded in darkness. Isabel was stunned, as if she hadn't expected the great oracle to give up so easily. Chao Xing was also somewhat surprised. He had already prepared for battle, even secretly putting the legendary warriors in his territory on alert. Unexpectedly, the other side retreated so abruptly. At this moment, the great sage of the oracle continued, Lord of the other world, since you are unwilling to return our Holy See's sage of the holy light, would you be willing to listen to my prophecy? Prophecy? Chao Xing asked doubtfully. Indeed, this is the prophecy that the Holy See conveyed to us great sages of the oracle immediately after our awakening. Chao Xing was about to say no, but Isabel beside him tugged at his sleeve. Her soft voice reached his ears. The Pope's prophecy was remarkably accurate. He even foresaw the invasion. And he made certain preparations, which allowed the church to survive the war. Hearing this, Chao Xing's expression shifted slightly. Then tell me. The great oracle spoke slowly. I believe you also foresaw that this world is gradually losing its balance. The rules are dissolving, and order is collapsing. The Holy See says, Kralkatorik's death has left one of the rules of this world missing, and it is about to become unbalanced. Therefore, we must accelerate the return of our church. Next, when the second ancient dragon, Yorma, dies, the imbalance will be even more severe. At that time, not only the church, but also some ancient beings will emerge. After a pause, his voice deepened, as if speaking of something unspeakable. Among those ancient beings, there are some who far surpass demigods, even reaching another level. However, once the invasion war begins, these ancient beings will be like a candle in the wind, vulnerable to a single blow. By then, the world will be in chaos, and the 4 continents will undergo a major cleansing. Compared to the catastrophe to come, the Blood Rebellion is merely a minor prelude. In such chaos, even our church cannot guarantee its own safety. Chao Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that the death of the Elder Dragons would affect the world's balance. But he hadn't expected this impact to be so temporary. The death of the first Elder Dragon would weaken the world's barriers, allowing alien creatures, like the Blood Legion, to descend from other planes into this world. The death of the second Elder Dragon would further loosen the rules, thereby unleashing certain taboos. Even beings far beyond demigods, reaching another level, will manifest en masse. And this level of being requires no further explanation. It's clear there's only one kind. The gods. Furthermore, this person had clearly stated that a terrifying invasion war was imminent. The night wind suddenly grew icy cold, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Chaoxing raised his head and asked, "What do you mean by saying this?" At this question, the aura of the great Oracle Sage rippled, and his voice suddenly became solemn and dignified. "Our Holy See has asked me to inquire, Lord Chaoxing, if he is willing to lead his entire territory and join our church?" At this question, the expressions of Chaoxing and Isabel below changed simultaneously. Even those waiting in their rooms couldn't help but reveal a hint of agitation. Chaoxing raised his head and cast a deep glance at the holy robed figure in the night sky. He finally understood why the great sage oracle was so easy to talk to, why even a legendary holy light sage like Isabel had given up so easily. So he was waiting for him here. If he could recruit Chaoxing, he would not only bring holy light sage Isabel back to the Holy See, but also gain over a dozen legendary powerhouses, and the most powerful territory in the entire Northern Territory. What a brilliant plan! The Holy See's ambitions were even greater than he had imagined. But it was clear that Chaoxing would not agree to his proposal. However, before he could speak, the great sage oracle suddenly raised his hand, and a brilliant barrier of holy light enveloped the two of them, blocking out all outside prying eyes. "I know. This lord won't agree. But before that, please listen to me explain the Vatican's conditions. You won't be joining for nothing. Also, these conditions will surely tempt you." Chaoxing raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he had already made up his mind to refuse, he was also curious about what benefits the Vatican would offer him to join. This was a good opportunity to see how much he held in the Vatican's esteem and the strength of this power. "Interesting. Tell me about it." The other party breathed a sigh of relief when Chaoxing didn't immediately refuse. Then he slowly began. "First, the Holy See predicted that you would reject our invitation. So he asked me to bring you what you desire most. First, the Vatican will provide you with 5,000 divine power fragments in 5 installments, allowing the legendary powerhouses in your territory to activate their divinity. In addition, we will provide you with 5 origin divine flames, allowing the powerful in your territory to break through to the demigod stage." Even Chaoxing, with his vast experience, was stunned by these words. What does 5,000 divine power fragments mean? That's equivalent to 50,000 divine power points. A legendary powerhouse needs a maximum of 200 divine power fragments to activate their divinity. This amount is equivalent to activating the divinity of at least 20 legendaries. Furthermore, even for Mernina to activate her second form at the demigod stage and possess divine combat power, she only needs 100,000 divine power points. With these divine power fragments, Chaoxing won't have to worry about this resource for a long time to come. The value of these items is truly impressive. At this moment, Chaoxing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of an ancient power that has existed in the Western continent for so many years, they truly possess immense wealth. However, the other party hadn't finished speaking. The great Oracle Sage clasped his hands together and spoke with a reverent gaze. "In addition to the aforementioned benefits, our Holy See promises to grant you a complete godhead in the near future. This is something the great Oracle Sages of our church covet." This time, Chaoxing took another deep breath. Though the aforementioned benefits were astonishing, they were still within the realm of understanding. After all, for a faction that has existed for so long, with so many legends and demigod-level powerhouses, it's understandable that they would offer so many divine power fragments. And now, the church has even offered something like a godhead. What is a godhead? It's a symbol of a deity, the source of its power. In other words, a divine artifact only possessed by gods. It's truly astonishing that the Vatican could produce such a thing. Chaoxing lowered his head for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. The great sage of the oracle didn't urge him, silently waiting. After a moment, Chaoxing suddenly raised his head, a harmless smile on his face. "Your Excellency, I am truly intrigued by your Vatican. But before that, could you please let me see the godhead? I've never seen a godhead in my life, and I'd like to see it in person." Hearing this, the great sage of the oracle's holy light rippled slightly, and then he firmly refused. "No. The Holy See says that if the godhead is given to you in advance, you will immediately turn against us. There's absolutely no way you keep your promise and join our church." After a pause, the holy light surrounding him suddenly grew sharper, and with a wary look on his face he said, "And don't even think about attacking me and forcibly seizing this godhead. It's not with me." Chao Xing's mouth twitched upon hearing this. He immediately denied it. Slander. Absolutely slander. I, Chao, always keep my word. How could I possibly do such a thing? Go ask around the entire Northern Territory. Who doesn't know my character? However, the great oracle remained unmoved. From what we understand, your reputation among the church's intelligence is not very good. Seeing his subtle thoughts exposed, Chao Xing stopped talking. He fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Even Isabel, who was standing beside him, covered her face and chuckled, seeming to be unable to hold back her laughter. After a moment, he raised his head and said, "I think about it. You can go back first." The great sage oracle seemed to have anticipated this and nodded slightly, saying, "All right, then, let Lord Chao Xing consider it again. Then I won't bother you any further. I believe it won't be long. We meet again soon." Before he finished speaking, the great sage's figure suddenly shattered like a bubble. In the blink of an eye, his presence vanished without a trace. After his departure, the entire snowy plains fell into a state of tranquility again. Then, Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear and said, "All right, the target has left. Everyone can relax their vigilance." At the Lord's command, those who had been waiting silently in various corners of the territory lowered their weapons. They did not immediately return to rest. Instead, they stared solemnly at the sky, in the direction the great sage oracle had left. At this moment, Isabel asked, "Lord, there's no way we can join the church. Why not just refuse?" Chao Xing gave her a meaningful look and chuckled, "Sometimes, you can't be so blunt. If I refuse outright, they just leave immediately and regard me as someone they can't win over. I pretend to consider it now, giving them the impression there's still room for negotiation. Later, perhaps they offer something even more valuable to entice me to join." After a pause, a sly smile flickered across his lips. "By then, perhaps my strength will have risen to a point where I can defy the entire church. What to do depends on my mood." Isabel stared at him blankly, a hint of a helpless smile on her chaste face. "My lord, I find you're even more cunning than I imagined." Chao Xing smiled and shook his head. "I'm just being prepared. The Vatican's stance is unclear at the moment, and we still have many enemies to deal with. It's more advantageous to delay the situation." The Holy Light Sage nodded in understanding. Before she could say anything else, she felt a strong hand grip her slender waist. Another hand appeared at her knees. The next moment, she was lifted off the ground, held in Chao Xing's arms. Isabel instinctively wrapped her arms around Chao Xing's neck. At that moment, the man's frivolous laughter reached her ears. "Isabel, I'm very satisfied with your answer today. Then as a reward, I rest in your room tonight. How about that?" The Holy Light Sage's chaste face flushed. Still, she nodded gently and replied, With that, Isabel was carried by Chao Xing, her white dress trailing the ground, as they headed towards the residential area. A moment later, a gentle swaying sound could be heard from the Holy Light Sage's room. The world passed quickly, and the days passed one by one. Since the incident with the Vatican that night, things had been relatively peaceful for a while. For the next week, Chao Xing remained in his territory, quietly developing and diligently cultivating it. Not only did he tend to the territory's agriculture, but most of the beauties there had recently been favored by the Lord. He also found time to visit Lingland's main city several times, battling the Yuan Queen for several hours. Although Chao Xing didn't know if his hard work had paid off, for now, he could only patiently wait for the day when the seeds he had sown would bear fruit. Besides Chao Xing's territory, the other survivors were also seizing this rare period of peace to develop. Currently, of the 2 billion survivors worldwide, at least half had reached the master level. Including the master level experts within their territories, the number exceeded 10 billion. Such a staggering number of powerful individuals meant they had become a force that the entire continent could not ignore. Many local nobles, merchants, and even royal families had already begun contacting these otherworldly lords, and offering all sorts of astonishing conditions to entice them to join. Some promised fiefs, fertile estates, and prosperous cities. Others bestowed slaves and beauties, allowing these lords to enjoy a life of ultimate luxury. Some even went so far as to offer vast sums, using mountains of gold and rare magical items as bargaining chips, just to secure a lord's allegiance. Many lords happily shared their opportunities on the World Forum, and some, unable to resist the temptation, joined these factions and enjoyed a life of luxury. This filled many lords with envy. Of course, many lords rejected the temptation and quietly developed their own territories and strength. They all knew that with the systems possessed by the survivors, Their potential was far greater than just the master level. In particular, after witnessing Chao Xing display the terrifying power of a legendary powerhouse, countless lords were filled with yearning. They were secretly accumulating strength, awaiting the opportunity for a breakthrough, longing to one day reach that transcendental realm. Chapter 803. After so many days, many survivors around the world have broken through the master limit and officially reached the hero level. This level of power is the pinnacle of what mortals below legend can achieve. They then wield their swords, unleashing a nearly 1,000-meter-long sword energy, easily splitting mountains and shattering rocks. A single spell can even sink a small mountain, truly defeating 10,000 with one, shocking the world. These powerful individuals also shared their insights and changes after reaching the hero level on the forum. Some claimed that their magic power surged like a river, and their every move carried devastating power, capable of destroying a city in a short period of time. Some boasted of splitting a ravine with a single sword strike, slaying a master-level monster hidden within. They posted the video on the forum, drawing countless astonishment. For a time, the forum was abuzz with activity, and powerful figures emerged one after another. All major factions turned their attention to these otherworldly lords. After all, the significance of a hero-level expert is far greater than that of a master. It was as if the entire continent was witnessing the rise of these otherworldly lords, of course. The regions with the most hero-level experts are still the 4 major regions where Chao Xing resides. Currently, of the hundreds of thousands of survivors remaining here, at least 1,000 have reached the hero level. While this may sound like a small percentage, it's important to understand that the other regions only have 2 or 3 hero-level experts at most, and those are the top few they've surrendered. And they possess immense power, at least commanding a large legion. And right now, the number of heroes in just the 4 major regions is equal to that of the other hundreds of regions combined. This demonstrates the immense value of the thousands of hero-level lords in the 4 regions. That day, the dream library within the territory reopened. After a week of dreaming, Luo Shi of Chuanhai Fort finally awoke. She slowly opened her eyes, the lingering echo of the dream still lingering in her amber pupils, as if countless musical notes danced within them. As she stood, her robes fluttered without a breeze, and a strange rhythm flowed faintly around her. Meanwhile, Chao Xing, sensing her awakening, rushed over immediately. After a conversation, he understood Luo Shi's experiences in the dream. She had spent longer there than any of the previous ones. It took a full 110 years before she awakened. However, her gains were not as dramatic as those of the Grey Mist King and the Orchid Queen. This time, Luo Shi brought back a sheet of music shimmering with 7 colors. The cover was made of some unknown leather, smooth to the touch like jade. According to Luo Shi, this musical score incorporates the lifelong experience of several legendary masters of musical rhythm. In her dreams, she spent days discussing with these legendary masters, delving into the supreme mysteries of music. Finally, after countless attempts and failures, she successfully condensed the wisdom of these musical legends into a single volume. It is said that this musical score will not only enhance her combat style, but also complete her 7 chapters of heavenly music, turning it into 9 chapters of heavenly music. Though Chao Xing didn't know the extent to which this so-called musical score would improve her, but seeing this usually elegant and calm master of music showing a rare childlike joy, he must have gained something from it. Then, Rosie also paid 100 divine power fragments as the fee for opening the dream library. She also promised Chao Xing that she would teach Gwyneth the complete 9 chapters of heavenly music. At this point, Chao Xing didn't yet know how much this 9 chapters of heavenly music would help Gwyneth and the entire territory. He only vaguely felt a slight resonance in his heart when Rosie mentioned the 9 chapters. After Rosie finished recounting her dream experience, she eagerly said, "Lord Chao Xing, I won't bother you for now. This dream experience has allowed me to make new breakthroughs in the art of music. I need to find Miss Gwyneth to study together and consolidate and verify my knowledge." With that, she eagerly left the dream library, leaving Chao Xing standing alone. He shook his head helplessly, and then called over another top legendary powerhouse in the territory, Isabel. The spot for this dream state was given to the Holy Light Sage. The stunning woman, enveloped in a gentle holy light, bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord, for your trust and cultivation. I will bring out the most precious things from the dream." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Very well, go ahead." "Yes." With that, Isabel turned and gracefully entered the library. Then, Chao Xing inserted 10 divine power fragments, activating the library's dream state. With a clang, the library door closed, and the bubble rose, enveloping the entire building in a hazy glow. Chao Xing clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction, Excellent. Isabel has also entered the dream state. According to the date, she should awaken the day after the new version launches. Although she won't be able to catch up with the first day's Dream Fractal event, there are already enough legendaries in the territory, so it won't be a big deal. Thinking of this, he left the library area and returned to the Mage Tower to meditate. For the next few days, Rosie remained in his territory, teaching Gwyneth the ways of music. From time to time, the master and disciples' beautiful singing and ethereal piano music could be heard throughout the territory, enchanting the listeners. Chao Xing was also pleased to see this happen. After all, if nothing else, Rosie's top-tier legendary combat power alone made her a target of wooing by all the major factions. She would also have a greater degree of security within his territory. Time flew by. 6 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, everything in the territory continued to proceed in an orderly manner. A construction team of tens of thousands of workers worked tirelessly to build a massive city, and progress was rapid. The most obvious thing was that the original wall, 7 kilometers in diameter and encircling the entire massive city, had been completely completed. Because it was an expert-level wall, it reached a height of 18 meters and a thickness of nearly 12 meters. In addition, the Earth Mage, turned Rock Speaker, who had reached the heroic level, continuously cast the advanced spell, Rock Barrier, to reinforce and strengthen these walls. Even the expert-level wall had jumped to a height of 28 meters and a thickness of nearly 16 meters. Add to that a full 600,000 durability, and even a master-level wall wouldn't be as formidable as the walls in Chao Xing's territory. Moreover, once Chao Xing obtains a master-level blueprint for the city walls, the defensive capabilities of these walls will be significantly enhanced. Additionally, recently, transport convoys from the Woodpecker and Black Lion chambers have arrived in Chao Xing's territory, laden with large quantities of grain. Since the black market auction, Master Chao now has nearly 10 billion crowns, allowing him to freely purchase grain. Driven by wealth, the 2 chambers of commerce have purchased large quantities of grain from towns across the continent at high prices and transported them to his territory. Currently, Chao Xing's territory's food reserves have exceeded 3 million kilograms. The ratio of grain, flour, meat, and vegetables is 5 to 3 to 2. This amount of food is enough to sustain his territory of tens of thousands for at least a year. In other words, Chao Xing has now completely overcome food problems. That day, standing in the agricultural area of his territory, he watched as the recently planted star magic bean seeds sprouted. The emerald green leaves shimmered with a magical halo dotted with starlight, and a sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Great! The territory's agriculture has added another economic crop. Next, once the giant city is built and the agricultural area is expanded, I'd be able to grow more magical plants. By then, it will be like having another agricultural resource that can produce stable income. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and turned to gaze at the sky above. Fine snowflakes drifted through the leaden clouds, but they were blocked by the stasis magic shield, transforming into crystal droplets. He murmured, 2 months have passed since the end of the Blood Rebellion. In one day, the Dream Fractal event will begin. After 2 weeks of idleness, a new challenge finally arrives. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Including the survivor lords from each region, they were all gearing up, making final preparations for the upcoming event. Just when they thought this final day would pass uneventfully, an abrupt system notification appeared. Attention all survivors! Attention all survivors! These 2 consecutive notifications instantly silenced the already noisy world channel. Even Chao Xing couldn't help but glance over, fixated on the system text. New event, Dream Fractal is about to begin. This event is a regional event, requiring participation from survivors from all regions above level 50. Due to the sheer size of the map and the far greater difficulty than expected, we will be merging for the 3rd time. Please be prepared. The moment the notification ended, a torrent of discussion erupted in the world channel. Sergey, oh my god! Another merge. Does this mean we have to deal with people from other countries again? He sounded worried, as if recalling the massive civil war over resources that erupted after the last merge. During that time, just as many lords perished at the hands of the survivors as at the hands of monsters. Maria Dora, yeah, I didn't know we'd be merging with those other regions this time. I don't want to run into those guys from outside the Alliance. Olga Caesar, this merge was so sudden. There was absolutely no sign. Everyone was caught off guard by this sudden merge notification, and the chat channel erupted in heated discussion. At this time, a survivor named Jinji Takashi said, it's normal for the regions to merge now. After all, it's been several months since the last merger, and more than half of the survivors in our region have died. Now there are less than 200,000 people left. Fuji Keiko, yes. It's the same in our region. Furthermore, due to the recent internal strife, those Koreans tried to seize some precious resource points alone and massacred most of the other nations' legions in our region, causing our numbers to drop by over 10,000. Not only that, they've enslaved us, the otherworldly lords, forcing us into hard labor, cannon fodder, and slavery. If we don't merge, the lords of the other regions will be dead soon. Zhou Wanyao, our region 1629 is currently being ruled by the Indians. They're using their numerical superiority to force the survivors of other regions to hand over resources and population daily. If you don't obey, they unite and destroy our territory. And they're forcing us to do such disgusting things. Survivors took to the chat channel to complain about the atrocities committed by their respective regions. The targets of their accusations are from virtually every country. This isn't limited to the Korean and Indian regions, but also includes a significant number from the Chinese and American regions. Due to the diverse cultural backgrounds of each region, the complex nature of human nature, and competition for resources, friction is inevitable. Furthermore, countries with larger populations after the merger have a significant advantage. For example, the 4 major districts where Chaoxing resides were originally 20 districts merged together, 15 of which were populated solely by people from country H, while the remaining 5 were populated by people from other countries. At first, they were still active, but later completely died down. Now, the 4 major districts have completely unified, and the entire chat channel is dominated by the survivors of country H. Of course, not every district can produce someone as powerful as Chaoxing, capable of suppressing everything. Many other regions were still mired in chaotic internal strife, where the law of the jungle prevailed. After hearing these bloody accusations, the survivors from each region were filled with righteous indignation. Damn it! Are these guys so ruthless? How dare they bully our brothers from country H? Don't you know which country has the largest population and the most powerful in the world? They're truly fed up with living. Merge the regions quickly, preferably with me in region 412. I hear the African guerrillas there are exploiting the survivors of our Russian region. A survivor named Dmitry said coldly. Then I show them what true despair feels like. Another survivor named Hui added, that's right. It just so happens that our Sunlight Legion has no rivals in region 319. Let's see if these guys still dare to act so arrogantly after the merger. The top leaders of each nation stood up and openly declared their intention to redeem their compatriots after the merger. Some of the survivor lords, who had dominated their respective regions and acted tyrannically for a long time, also realized the sense of crisis. They all began contacting survivors from other countries in their own region, attempting to make amends. Of course, some stubborn elements continued to clamor. Li Hyunwoo, what's the use of numbers? We're just lambs to the slaughter. Jihoon, that's right. We have the invincible Kim Jae-hoon in the Korean region. He beat you to a pulp. Just wait and see. After the merger, you know who the true powerhouse is. What's Chaoxing? If he can't merge with our region, isn't he useless? For a moment, the chat channel became a tense battlefield, the smell of gunpowder so thick it practically overflowed from the screen. Even before the merger even began, it was already filled with blatant threats and declarations of war. Meanwhile, system prompts continued to appear. Attention survivors. The merger will begin at 12 a.m. tonight. Upon completion, all survivors in the region will share a single chat channel and market. Merge rules. Groups of 10 consecutively numbered regions will be merged into one region. For example, regions 1 to 10 will be merged into region 1, regions 11 to 20 will be merged into region 2, and so on. If the final number of regions is less than 10, they will still be merged into one region and receive special buffs. Countdown to merge. 11:29:53. When the notification ended, the survivors understood the merge rules. The chat channels of the 4 major regions were abuzz with discussion. Wow, it's the same as last time, merging all 10 regions into one. Doesn't this mean that the nearly 2,000 remaining regions in the server will be merged to less than 200? After this person spoke, the other survivors agreed, replying, that's right. Our 4 regions will probably be renamed Region 1. Haha. Region 1 is great. This means the system automatically recognizes us as the top region in the server. However, a survivor named Ming Xiaoqing said, don't be too happy. Haven't you seen what's going on in the chat channel right now? The top experts in each region are waiting for the merger to redeem themselves for the survivors from their own countries. Then, there might be another chaotic battle. His concerns were not unfounded. In the World Channel, the lords of several powerful regions, such as Korea, India, and Russia, have already announced their intention to clean up certain factions after the merger. Jia Jun, what are you afraid of? In terms of top-tier combat power, our 4 regions boast invincible figures like Chaoxing. And in terms of high-end combat power, we boast over 1,000 hero-level lords. Let alone 10 regions merging into one. Even if 100 regions join forces, we could crush them. That's right. Normally, we don't bother dealing with them. If they dare to provoke us, we suppress them. The chat channels of the 4 regions were abuzz with excitement and fighting spirit. It was filled with the heroic voices of the survivors from the Chinese region. You have to remember that 5 of the 4 regions currently still have survivors from other countries. The lords, including some of the European and American regions, were silent at this moment. No one dared to refute them. After all, what they said was true. Currently, the 4 regions are recognized as the world's leading regions. Even if a large influx of powerful individuals arrives after the upcoming merger, their dominance won't be shaken. Of course, the survivors from the 4 regions won't deliberately suppress or exploit the lords of other countries, as they do in other countries. Generally speaking, as long as the survivors from other countries don't cause trouble, they didn't bother to pay attention, maintaining a non-interference attitude. And so, survivors around the world began a heated discussion about the upcoming merge. Chapter 804. Meanwhile, Chaoxing also stood in his territory, reading the system's merge announcement. 10 regions merged into one? He mused quietly. That means my region will become just one, and the population will surpass 1 million, possibly even reaching 1.5 million. After all, the 4 major regions currently have 190,000 online users. Even if the number of survivors in the other regions is slightly lower, it won't be less than 130,000. For all 10 regions combined, surpassing 1.5 million online users is a simple matter. Thinking of this, a smile played on Chaoxing's face. More online users in a region would be a very good thing for him. This would mean a significant increase in the amount of goods circulating in the market. Then, he'd be able to collect even more valuable resources, blueprints, and so on. It just so happens that my mage tower is still intermediate level, and my city wall is only expert level. Plus, Xiao Chu Chu, I, and Lu Mushua's strength have all increased significantly. I wonder if I can collect even more advanced blueprints or skill books this time. Chaoxing thought with great anticipation. As for the so-called chaos after the merger, and the threats from survivors in other regions, he completely ignored them. As I've said before, with his current strength, he no longer considers other survivors as rivals. Chaoxing took a deep breath and said slowly, "Looks like I need to make some preparations for the merger tonight." With this thought in mind, he quickly arrived at the second ring of the territory. Ahead, a one-story building, spanning over 300 square meters and featuring an ancient style, appeared. It was the alchemy workshop, which had been upgraded to master level. The chimney atop the workshop continuously belched out colorful smoke, revealing some kind of alchemy process taking place within. Chaoxing thought to himself, since my last trip to the ruins, I've opened numerous ancient treasure chests and obtained numerous secret medicine formulas. I've also gathered a considerable amount of the ingredients needed for these secret recipes and entrusted them to Francesca to refine. I wonder how her work has progressed lately. Thinking of this, he pushed open the door to the alchemy workshop. Creaky. As the heavy oak door swung open, a strong medicinal aroma wafted in. Amidst the shrouded mist, a tall, graceful figure stood before a boiling cauldron, stirring the liquid with a pestle. Gulp, gulp. The liquid in the crucible bubbled continuously. A beautiful figure beside her stared intently at the bubbling liquid, occasionally adding a few exotic, chilling flower petals. For nearly a month, Francesca had been completely absorbed in studying the secret formulas Chaoxing had given her. She had practically forgotten to eat or sleep. At this moment, even Chaoxing's entrance went unnoticed. Until he took the initiative and said, "Francesca?" Hearing the familiar voice, the woman slowly raised her beautiful head and softly asked, "What's going on?" Chaoxing met her earnest gaze and said, "Nothing. I just wanted to ask you how the recipe is going." Francesca raised her pestle and pointed to a corner. "It's all refined. It's in the storage box. Go get it yourself." Chaoxing nodded without saying anything. He knew this woman didn't like to be disturbed when she was in a good mood. Chaoxing went straight to the corner of the workshop and found the quaint storage box. As he opened it, his eyes widened with shock. Wow! They've refined so many different potions, and in such large quantities. Before him, at least a dozen colorful potions appeared, neatly arranged in glass test tubes. Each secret medicine exuded a unique aura, some as volatile as flames, others as calm as ice. The total number must have been no less than 3,000 or 4,000 bottles. You can imagine the staggering value of this batch of potions. Excited, he waved his hand and put them all into his backpack. Obtained, Soldier Stimulant, purple, asterisk 2741. Obtained, Metal Fluid, purple, asterisk 1145. Obtained, Adrenaline, purple, asterisk 1319. Obtained, Demon Dog Scent, gold, asterisk 548. Obtained, Energy Load, gold, asterisk 705. Obtained, Spikelet Cardiotonic, orange, asterisk 118. Obtained, Super Flame Resistant, orange, asterisk 108. Obtained, Heretic Essence, orange, asterisk 148. Obtained. When the notification flashed across the screen, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with intense surprise. Because this was the largest number and variety of secret elixirs he had ever obtained. Moreover, most of the secret potions here were carefully selected by him, and when combined with eternal power, they could unleash powerful effects. There's no need to elaborate on the 3 epic quality secret potions. Spire Hard Tonic increases spirit by a full 10,000 points, significantly boosts abnormal resistance, and shortens the duration of being controlled. Furthermore, after successfully immunizing against control, it restores 1% of health. It's truly a miracle potion. The following Super Fire Resistance significantly boosts fire resistance, and also grants immunity to fire attacks. The final Heretic Essence even increases damage to all races except humans by 30%. Chao Xing thought excitedly, great. These 3 potions alone will almost certainly boost the strength of my core members. If I also distribute Soldier Stimulant and Adrenaline, which increase attack and movement speed, I significantly increase the combat power of the entire territory. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to put all the potions into his backpack. After greeting Francesca, he turned and headed towards the alchemy workshop's entrance. After arriving outside, Chao Xing was the first to consume all the potions himself. Gulp, gulp. As each potion went down, he could clearly feel a surge of strength flowing through his body. Successfully administered Soldier Stimulant, increasing attack speed by 20% and movement speed by 20% for 120 seconds. This status has become permanent due to the Eternal Power talent. Successfully administered Demon Dog Scent Potion, increasing olfactory sensitivity by 500% for 5 minutes. This status has become permanent due to the Eternal Power talent. Successfully administered. As the system prompts continued to sound, the Eternal Power took effect one after another. The effects of these secret potions, which only lasted for a short time, now remained permanently within his body. Chao Xing felt the surge of strength within him and nodded with satisfaction, not bad. With the blessing of the Eternal Power, taking drugs is indeed the fastest way to improve. Of course, the biggest boost comes from the legendary secret potions. If only I could gather all of them, and let me drink them all. Just by drinking the potions, I think I could raise my strength to the level of a demigod. Of course, the idea is wonderful, but implementing it is quite difficult. After all, Chao Xing had only come into contact with 2 or 3 legendary secret potions so far, let alone large-scale consumption. He shook his head and said, let's take it slow. For now, let's distribute all these secret potions to prepare for tomorrow's new event, the Dream Fractal. So, he gathered most of the territory's combatants, and began distributing potions according to their strength. Most of the ordinary soldiers received a bottle of Soldier Stimulant and Adrenaline. The captains of the various legions, and some elite troops, such as the Dragonblood Warriors, received an additional bottle of energy-loading potions and Demon Dog Scent Potion. As for the legendary and heroic core combatants, each received 7 or 8 potions. At Chao Xing's signal, nearly 2,000 combatants simultaneously opened the potions, and drank them all in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. As the sound of swallowing echoed, powerful auras rose from the soldiers. Boom! Their strength had been permanently increased. At this moment, all the soldiers looked at their lord with excitement, their eyes unable to conceal their excitement. Although they had experienced this several times before, experiencing this rapid improvement again was still a marvel of its miraculous power. Chao Xing smiled and announced, all right, everyone go back and rest. Tomorrow, we may begin a new battle, so let's recharge our batteries today. Hearing this, nearly 2,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Yes, Lord. With that, they orderly departed according to their respective teams. Soon, Chao Xing was the only one left. He walked along the bluestone road of the territory, heading towards the outskirts, ready to check on the crops. Just then, 2 thin figures came trotting towards them from the front. Their faces, covered in soot, were flushed with excitement, and they held heavy forging hammers, their handles wrapped in thick, scalding cloth. They were the blacksmith apprentices he had recently recruited into his domain, Sailor and Bodhi. They stopped breathlessly before Chao Xing, breathlessly saying, "Respected lord, we've finally found you." Chao Xing observed the two flustered youngsters and smiled. "Don't panic. Speak slowly." The two apprentices took a few deep breaths, trying to calm their breathing. Sailor on the left wiped his forehead with his sleeve and said excitedly, "Lord, Master Harold sent us here. He told us to inform you that the weapon you asked him to forge a while ago is almost finished." Upon hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up, and his voice unconsciously rose a few notches. "You mean, the ice rhino's horn is almost finished?" His heartbeat quickened slightly. After all, that horn was a legendary material. If it was successfully forged, it would mean his territory would have another piece of legendary equipment, a unique weapon forged personally by his master blacksmith. Bodhi on his right nodded vigorously and added, "Indeed, esteemed lord. Master Harold said that after being forged with the Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence, this weapon has undergone new changes. He wants you to come and witness this moment with your own eyes." A glint of anticipation gleamed in Chao Xing's eyes. "Very well, let's go together." With that, he strode towards the blacksmith's shop. Two apprentices trotted after him, their faces brimming with excitement. The three of them soon arrived at the blacksmith's door. Chao Xing stepped forward and pushed open the heavy black metal door. Boom! As the door swung open, a wave of heat mixed with a biting cold rushed towards him, forcing Chao Xing to squint. Clang! 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 The deafening sound of hammering continued, each one akin to a thud against the heart, causing the blood to race. And with each strike, the temperature in the smithy rose and fell, seemingly maintaining a delicate balance. Chao Xing quickly moved forward, passing several blazing forges, arriving at the center of the smithy. There, a muscular dwarf smith, wielding a frost blue hammer, hammered relentlessly at a massive weapon, over 10 meters long, its entire structure crystal clear, straight and slender. With every strike, a burst of blue cold air erupted, condensing into tiny ice crystals in the air. Even more astonishingly, the horn, originally over 10 meters long, was actually shrinking, as if being compressed by the hammer. Chao Xing remained silent, observing Harold's forging movements intently. He could sense a wave of suppressed energy in the air. It was this legendary material, unleashing a new power. Meanwhile, Harold continued to wield the hammer with complete concentration, not even acknowledging Chao Xing. For now, the forging process had reached its final stage. The surface of the massive horn was already covered in exquisite frost patterns, each gleaming with a mysterious light that flickered as if breathing. Clang! Clang! The heavy hammering echoed continuously, and everyone held their breath. The entire blacksmith shop seemed enveloped in an atmosphere of intense oppression and tension. As Harold hammered, the frost lines on the horn surface grew more numerous and clearer, as if some ancient power were awakening. Finally, when the last line fully illuminated, the dwarf blacksmith roared, raised his hammer with both hands, and brought down the final blow with all his might. Clang! After a deafening roar, an unprecedented frosty aura erupted violently. A beam of azure light erupted from the horn, piercing the roof and soaring 1,000 meters into the sky. The entire smithy was instantly covered in frost, only to be melted the next second by the intense heat of the forge, creating a bizarre fusion of ice and fire. The two apprentices nearby were already covered in a thick layer of frost, their eyes filled with shock. Although Chao Xing wasn't covered in frost, he too felt an unprecedented chill within the horn. At the same time, as the azure beam of light gradually dissipated, the horn gradually shrank from its original 10-meter length to about 2 meters. The dwarf blacksmith held it firmly, the muscles in his right hand flexing. Lift! With a low shout, he plucked the horn from the ground. You have to remember that Harold was now, at least, a level 50 warrior, easily capable of lifting thousands of pounds with a single hand. But when he lifted the horn, he seemed to be struggling. From this, one can imagine the staggering weight of this thing. Harold took a deep breath, held the horn in his hands, and presented it to Chao Xing. My lord, this legendary weapon has been successfully forged. I've incorporated a large number of spatial crystals into it. Now, this weapon can be freely adjusted from 1 to 13 meters in length, suitable for warriors of all sizes. However, its mass remains unchanged, and it still possesses extremely powerful destructive power. Chao Xing's eyes lit up with admiration after hearing this. After all, according to his and Harold's original plan, the weapon's size was to remain unchanged, remaining a massive weapon over 10 meters long. Then they would hand it over to some of the larger figures in the territory to unleash its destructive power to the fullest. However, finding someone capable of wielding such a massive weapon was no easy task. At least at this stage, no combatant in Chaoxing's territory could wield this weapon. Now that Harold has granted it the ability to grow and shrink, many more powerful warriors will be able to wield it. One could even say that this weapon has undergone a qualitative change. Chaoxing exclaimed, "You've done well, Harold. You truly are the legendary blacksmith I hold so high in hope." He reached out and took the weapon, which emanated a chilling aura. Instantly, a heavy weight descended upon him. Chaoxing grasped it, feeling as if he were grasping a stone pillar weighing 10,000 pounds. If he weren't a legendary mage, possessing incredible arm strength, he wouldn't have been able to lift the weapon. He exclaimed, "My goodness, this thing is heavy. You need to be at least hero level and a strength-type warrior to wield this weapon with such ease." At the same time, a special system notification appeared. Obtained, unnamed weapon, legendary. Note, you must name the weapon to unleash its true power and access the equipment information panel. You need to name it before you can access the equipment panel? Chaoxing's eyes flickered with confusion. The dwarf blacksmith before him explained, "My lord, legendary weapons like this possess their own spirituality. Only by giving it a true name can its power be awakened. Please name it." Chaoxing pondered for a moment, feeling the horn in his hand tremble slightly, as if it were anticipating a name. He pondered for a moment, searching for a suitable name. After a moment, Chaoxing raised his head and said, "Let's call it Avalanche Spine." Chapter 805. Inside the smithy, a legendary blacksmith and two apprentice blacksmiths were stunned for a moment upon hearing the name. Avalanche Spine. They repeated the name in a low voice, as if pondering its meaning. After a moment, Harold seemed to realize something, his eyes lighting up. "I understand. The Lord chose this name to symbolize the weapon's power, like a wave of snow crashing down from a mountaintop, unstoppable and overwhelming. What a wonderful name." The two apprentices nearby, after hearing their master's explanation, also understood the meaning of the name. They looked at the Lord with eyes filled with admiration and adoration. At the same time, the horn in Chaoxing's hand erupted with an intense chill, frost pattern shimmering across its surface, as if he too was very pleased with the name. A system prompt appeared. Naming successful. This weapon has been officially renamed Avalanche Spine Legendary. Because you are the first survivor in the server to forge a legendary weapon, you receive a reward: Broken Storm Axe, Unknown, and 10,000 reputation points. Will you make a server-wide announcement? Chaoxing was slightly taken aback. Wow, there's a reward for this? Broken Storm Axe. Why does that name sound familiar? Looking at the remains of the axe in his backpack, which exuded a stormy aura, he decided to check its specific attributes later. For now, he decided to deal with the following system prompt. Will you make a server-wide announcement? Chaoxing simply clicked OK. The next moment, a golden system prompt appeared before all survivors. Server-wide announcement, Gold Attention Survivors. Chaoxing, the survivor lord from each of the 4 regions, has successfully forged the first legendary weapon, writing a new chapter in the continent's forging history. Let us congratulate the birth of this legendary weapon. When the announcement ended, the nearly 2 billion survivors remaining in the server, who had been preparing for the upcoming merge, were all stunned. A moment later, all the survivors were in a frenzy. Chat channels across all regions, including the World Channel, erupted in excitement. Ukulawud, a legendary weapon, and forged by Chaoxing. How is this possible? Androboda, that's outrageous. I've been developing for so long, and my entire territory's assets only amount to one epic weapon, and a few pieces of gold equipment, and yet, he can already forge legendary equipment. Fujikawa Shohiro, Lord Chaoxing's expertise is truly beyond imagination. My territory's forgers can only forge purple equipment, and their success rate is appallingly low. Yun Shishan, as expected of the top tier in the server, his territory's strength far surpasses ours. Survivors around the world were stunned by the announcement that Chaoxing had forged a legendary weapon. After all, it was truly beyond their imagination. After so long in this world, these Blue Star survivors understood the importance of legendary equipment. Here, every legendary weapon is unique and possesses immense power. Even among those legendary masters, only a very small number of people can possess an exclusive legendary weapon. The forger who crafted this piece of equipment would also be forever remembered as its fame spread. For a time, everyone was intensely curious about this legendary weapon, wanting to know just how powerful a piece of equipment of this caliber truly was. They frantically tagged Chaoxing in the chat channel, and some even posted on the forum, offering him a large sum of money to repair a piece of legendary equipment. Others claimed they had a broken legendary weapon and hoped Chao Xing would repair it. And so on. Discussions surrounding this legendary weapon filled the air. At this moment, Chao Xing was also watching the excitement on the World Channel, nodding with satisfaction. The biggest reason he decided to confirm the announcement was, of course, a desire to show off. He wasn't the type to play it safe and do whatever he pleased. Isn't the purpose of life to live to the fullest, even if others called him ostentatious and arrogant? So what? When he was weak, he was cautious and prudent. If he remained like this even after becoming powerful, wouldn't his power have been in vain? Plus, with his current strength, there was no need to hide. Even if other survivors coveted his legendary weapon, they wouldn't pose any threat. The second reason was, of course, the upcoming merge. When the various factions collided, the scene would surely be extremely chaotic. He was taking this opportunity to build momentum and prepare for the merger. After observing the chaotic World Channel for a while, Chao Xing closed the chat channel. Immediately afterwards, he couldn't wait to check the attributes of this new legendary weapon. Avalanche Spine. Quality, Legendary. Usage level, level 100 and above. Weapon attack damage, 41,623 to 42623. Note, this weapon is embedded with a colorful gemstone, and its special effects have been enhanced. Additional special effects 1. Increases strength by 50%, increases vitality by 50%, reduces attack speed by 20%, increases armor penetration by 20%. Additional special effects 2. Spatial stretch. This weapon possesses a vast amount of spatial energy, allowing you to freely adjust its length from 1 to 13 meters. Additional special effects 3. Extreme piercing. When hitting an enemy, it ignores 30% of their armor, and has a 20% chance to trigger deep frostbite, reducing the target's ice resistance by 15%. Additional special effects 4. Frost Blast. Critical hits deal additional ice damage equal to attack damage asterisk 150%, and apply a layer of frostbite to surrounding enemies, stacking up to 10 times. Additional special effects 5. Endless Avalanche Enhanced Version. Legendary special effect. Each attack that hits an enemy grants 1 stack of avalanche power, increasing the power of the next attack by 5% and the attack damage by 5%, up to a maximum of 100 stacks. When it reaches 100 stacks, Endless Avalanche is automatically unleashed, dealing massive damage equal to ATK asterisk 1547% to the fan-shaped area in front of it. Additional special effects. Frost, Ice Soul, Frostfall, Rare Special Effect, Equipment Description, The Roar of the Glacier, The Roar of the Avalanche. Powerful materials combined with the power of the Holy Hammer create this unique and powerful weapon. Legendary Forger, Herald Iceberg. After reading the weapon's lengthy stats, Chao Xing couldn't contain his delight. Not to mention its other powerful basic attributes, the 8 weapon effects alone surpass any piece of equipment or weapon Chao Xing had ever acquired. It's safe to say that anyone wielding this weapon would trigger 3 or 4 weapon effects with almost every strike, significantly boosting their attack power and damage range. Chao Xing exclaimed in amazement. Even more outrageous is its enhanced legendary level effect. It can stack up to 500% strength and attack damage. In other words, if you attack the same target 100 times, the destructive power of each subsequent attack will be unimaginable. This is a true killing artifact. The dwarf blacksmith herald before him could also sense the immense destructive power contained within this weapon. A smile broke out on his rugged face. This is the most powerful weapon I've ever forged. I have a feeling it will become famous throughout the continent in the hands of our warriors. Chao Xing nodded. You're right, Herald. This weapon will unleash its true power and become a nightmare for our enemies. Then he placed the avalanche spine into his backpack. He then pulled out a cracked great axe that exuded a faint, wind-like aura. This axe consisted of only the shaft. The handle had broken off and disappeared. The blade was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. The moment the dwarf blacksmith saw the axe, his pupils suddenly constricted. He reached out in doubt, wanting to touch it, but then, feeling unsure, he pulled his hand back. Chao Xing asked, Herald, does this axe look familiar to you? The dwarf blacksmith's beard trembled violently, as he spoke in a trembling voice. Indeed, it does. Lord, what is this? As you expected, it's the storm axe, Chao Xing said gravely. Hearing the name, Herald was struck by lightning. Storm axe? How is this possible? His pupils widened, and he almost lost his voice. The storm axe is the treasure of our dwarven race. It's said to be one of the 3 great artifacts of the entire southern continent. How could it appear here? And it's in such a miserable state. Xiaoxing shook his head. I don't know how it came to be like this, but I know for sure that it is the remains of the storm axe. It's just that there's no trace of divine energy left. Harold was lost in thought. His absolute loyalty to Xiaoxing made him know that the Lord would not lie about such a matter. In other words, the broken axe before him was truly a sacred relic of the dwarves, one of the 3 great artifacts of the southern continent. After a moment, he seemed to recall something, and said in a deep voice, "When I was young, I often went to the library to browse my tribe's ancient books. In an ancient tome, I came across a secret. 10,000 years ago, in those ancient times, the first dwarf king wielded the storm axe and participated in a war. It is said that war engulfed 4 continents and involved most of the powerful, including the elf king, the giant king, and others. That battle lasted for a long time, and no one knows the outcome, or who won or lost. All we know is that after that battle, the powerful beings of the 4 continents were severely damaged. Even the first dwarf king was seriously injured in that battle. The storm axe might have been wielded at that time." At this point, Harold paused and quickly shook his head. That guess isn't right. After all, thousands of years ago, the 4th dwarf king wielded the storm axe and powerfully slew that alien creature. The timing doesn't match. He seemed lost in a vast mystery, constantly scratching at his tangled beard. The 2 blacksmith apprentices beside him looked at their master with worried faces. It seemed like they had never seen their master so lost. Xiaoxing didn't interrupt. After all, this matter was indeed beyond imagination, and it would take some time to accept and sort out his thoughts. However, while Harold's previous speculation was somewhat vague and illogical, Xiaoxing also heard another meaning from his fragments. That is, the storm axe wasn't a legendary weapon, nor a semi-artifact, but a true artifact. To date, he hadn't even obtained a complete semi-artifact, let alone a true artifact. This made his heart beat faster, and as he looked at the cracked axe in his hand, a fiery light flashed in his eyes, and at this moment, Harold, lost in thought, seemed to realize something. He suddenly raised his head and exclaimed, "That secret must be true. The first dwarf king was indeed seriously injured in that battle, which is why he suddenly passed away just 5 years later. In other words, the storm axe was also destroyed in that battle. However, the subsequent dwarf king, in order to appease his tribe and deter other forces, forged a replica exactly like the storm axe." At this point, a glint of understanding gradually appeared in Harold's eyes. "I see. No wonder the later storm axe didn't possess the devastating power recorded. Several battles are recorded in which the dwarf king relied on his own strength to slay powerful enemies." The dwarf blacksmith muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the cracked axe. After hearing his speculation, Xiaoxing's eyes flickered with surprise. "So, the one I hold in my hand is most likely the real storm axe?" Harold nodded solemnly, "Yes, my lord. However, it's broken, and its divinity completely drained, rendering it powerless. What a shame for such a powerful artifact. At its peak, it was said to be powerful enough to split half a continent in half with a single blow." The dwarf blacksmith's face was filled with regret. Xiaoxing pondered for a moment, then continued, "Is there any way to repair it?" Harold remained silent, seemingly searching his mind for relevant memories. He frowned and said slowly, "Repairing artifacts. This method isn't recorded in dwarven texts. However, during my journey to break through my bottleneck and become a legendary blacksmith, I received a wealth of forging memories. Among them, there's a vague memory that describes some relevant methods." Xiaoxing, who had already given up hope, suddenly brightened again. "Oh, there really is a way to repair it. Tell me about it." Harold took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Legend has it that true divine artifacts all contain an immortal spirit. Like those gods, even if their form is shattered, as long as the divine spirit at their core remains, they can be repaired." Xiaoxing looked at the battle axe in his hand, then this weapon. The dwarf blacksmith said nothing, but stepped forward. Then he placed his rough palm on the axe, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed it. After a moment, he raised his head, a glint of light in his eyes. "My lord, there's still a lingering trace of divine spirit within this storm axe, albeit very faint, perhaps even dormant. But I can certainly sense a faint ripple within it." Hearing this, Xiaoxing's face once again lit up with surprise. Before he could inquire further, Harold shook his head regretfully and said, "However, restoring a damaged artifact requires more than divine spirit. It requires fulfilling a variety of extremely demanding conditions before it can regain its full power. The difficulty is second only to recreating a divine artifact." Xiaoxing had already mentally prepared for the difficulty of this undertaking. He asked, "What do you need?" Harold hesitated, then said gravely, "There are many requirements. First and foremost, the most important one. You need divine blood." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed through the gray sky. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning instantly descended from the sky, slamming down towards the territory. The lightning struck with such incredible speed that even a typical legendary warrior couldn't react. A sense of danger surged within all the warriors. Powerful auras erupted. Everyone seemed ready to rush out, blocking the lightning. However, upon contact with the stasis magic shield, the lightning was neutralized, transforming into tiny lightning snakes that vanished into the sky. The magic shield's durability plummeted by 50 million. The warriors throughout the territory were alarmed. They clutched their weapons, left their rooms, and gazed solemnly at the sky. In the blacksmith shop, the two blacksmith apprentices were pale with fear. They stared at Chao Xing and Harold with horrified expressions, their voices trembling. "Leader, leader. Lord, was that the gods angry just now?" Chao Xing remained silent, but instead raised his head and gazed gravely upward. His gaze seemed to penetrate the ceiling of the smithy, gazing out at the sky beyond the territory. After a moment, the solemnity on his face dissipated, replaced by a faint smile. "Heh. Since you can't appear in the world right now, what's wrong with me discussing this?" Then, Chao Xing looked at the blacksmith and said, "Harold, continue." A hint of hesitation crossed the dwarf blacksmith's face. Clearly, the thunderbolt had frightened him greatly. But the thought of the Lord's power gradually subsided. Harold took a deep breath and said, "To awaken the divine spirit remaining within the weapon, it requires the blood of a god to nourish it." He paused for a moment, then raised his head to gaze at the sky. Including the other two blacksmith apprentices, they waited anxiously. This time, nothing unusual occurred. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Harold calmed himself and grew bolder, continuing, "Besides that, we need the bones of a divine being. Combining various rare materials, such as sun gold, earth stone, and elemental cores, we recast the damaged form. Only then will there be a chance of repair." Chapter 806. Chao Xing's brow furrowed as he heard this. The conditions Harold had described were indeed more difficult than he imagined. Not to mention the rare and unheard of materials that followed. Just the first step of infusing it with divine blood was a near impossible task. To obtain divine blood, he would have to find a divine being to work with. Even if he could obtain divine blood through some special means, he would still need divine bones. In other words, to repair this artifact, he would most likely have to slay a divine being. With his current strength, he could still take on a demigod. But if it was a divine being... Chao Xing shook his head and sighed. "I understand. I keep this in mind. One day, when we're strong enough, we'd definitely be able to restore this storm axe." Harold's eyes blazed with desire after hearing this. As a legendary blacksmith, he had just forged a legendary weapon, worthy of being immortalized in history. But compared to being able to repair a true artifact, this achievement pales in comparison, especially since this artifact was sacred to the dwarves. As long as he could repair it, he wouldn't fear even a true god, let alone a deity. Chao Xing returned the broken storm axe to his backpack and didn't continue the conversation. "By the way, Harold, how long do you estimate it will take to forge the other legendary leather armor? Last time, that legendary giant rhino dropped 2 legendary materials. After the giant rhino's horn was finished, there was still a complete piece of leather." The dwarf blacksmith immediately replied, "My lord, the process for that leather armor is much simpler than this avalanche spine. The final steps will be completed in about 2 weeks." Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. During this time, you can focus on completing this piece. If you need anything, just let me know." "As you wish, my lord, I will do my best." Harold pounded his right fist against his chest. A few minutes later, Chao Xing left the blacksmith shop and walked alone through the streets of the territory. He glanced at the broken battle axe in his backpack, then at the other avalanche spine. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. There were things about the thunderbolt just now, and also about the great battle with the first dwarf king. Based on the current intelligence, all signs indicate that some powerful beings are hiding in the shadows. Although they cannot emerge because the rules haven't been completely unbalanced. But through some special means, he could glimpse what was happening on the 4 continents. More importantly, he had no idea what the attitudes of these hidden entities were. Were they enemies or allies to him? He knew nothing. Thinking of this, Chao Xing frowned again. But soon, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. Why bother with so much? Things haven't gotten that serious yet. My strength is rapidly improving. It's only been a year since I entered this world, and I'm already able to slay a demigod. At this rate, I soon possess the strength of a god. When that happens, no matter if you're a deity or a true god, if you dare to trouble me, I crush you." Chaoxing took a deep breath, a fierce fire returning to his eyes. That was confidence in his own strength. He then pressed the communication device to his ear and said, "Mr. Qinong, come meet me outside the territory." Then, hearing the Lord's summons, the old man's steady and powerful voice echoed, "Yes, Lord." 2 minutes later, a figure, as tall and straight as a pine tree, his aura calm and steady, approached. His steps were steady, each one carrying a unique rhythm. Reaching Chaoxing's side, he bowed respectfully. "Lord, is there anything you need from me?" Chaoxing glanced at him, then chuckled and asked, "Mr. Qinong, how have you been in the territory lately?" At this question, a heartfelt smile crossed the old man's face. A warm light gleamed in his eyes, as if he had aged several years. "Thanks to your concern, Lord, I'm very comfortable here. Perhaps this is the ideal place I've been searching for." He raised his calloused hands and sighed. "It's a warm environment, plentiful food, and a vibrant atmosphere. My wife and I live very well here. Most importantly, there are many powerful people here who deserve our respect. Knight Assam, Mr. Xiao, Ms. Sarah, and so many more. Their strength, talent, and drive make even this old man's blood boil. Lately, I've been sparring with them daily. My spearmanship, which had stagnated for years, has actually improved again." He seemed to have unleashed a torrent of chatter. Chaoxing listened with a smile, a flicker of relief in his eyes, as he watched the former champion regain his energy. At this moment, Qinong realized he had been a little too excited. He coughed lightly, quickly regaining his composure, and said, "Lord, please give me new instructions." Chaoxing smiled. "I'm not here to give you a mission, but to give you a new weapon." "A new weapon?" Qinong was stunned, a look of confusion crossing his wrinkled face. Before he could react, suddenly, a cold light flashed in Chaoxing's hand, and a frost-blue spear, its surface covered with frost patterns, flew towards him. Qinong instinctively reached out to take it. The moment his rough hand grasped the gun handle, he felt a heavy weight and an intense chill. The biting chill spread through his palm, yet it felt strangely familiar. As he carefully sensed it, his once cloudy eyes widened, a look of disbelief filling them. Is this a legendary weapon? And a spear?" Kainan's voice trembled. Although he was knowledgeable and experienced, he had never handled a legendary weapon in his life. Chaoxing nodded. "Yes, it was forged by Harold, the legendary blacksmith in our territory, from the horn of a legendary giant rhinoceros. I've named it the Avalanche Ridge. I hope this weapon, in your hands, will unleash its unstoppable power." A gleam of brilliance flashed in Kainan's eyes. However, looking at the weapon in his hand, he hesitated and said, "Lord, why don't you give it to the young men in the territory first? People like Jonard, Josent, Rune, and Gain are all skilled spearmen, and they joined the territory earlier than I did." Chaoxing waved his hand. "Don't worry about that. I arrange for their weapons later. As the most powerful spear-wielding warrior in the territory, you're naturally worthy of this weapon." After hearing this, Kainan said no more. He wasn't one for fussing around, so he solemnly accepted the spear and loudly declared, "Thank you, Lord." Ding! Your territory member, Kainan Dutra, successfully bound to the legendary weapon. Avalanche Spine Legendary. Title: Star Reaper has been upgraded. Luck increased by 10. Thanks to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Kainan Dutra has increased. Loyalty is full, triggering hidden effect, Die Hard. At the same time, after soul binding with the Avalanche Spine, Kainan felt an unprecedented power surge within him. He gripped the spear and pointed it sharply toward the sky. It seemed as if nothing happened. Then, a moment later, thousands of meters above the territory, a powerful explosion erupted. Bang! As if a frozen meteorite had exploded, ice crystals fell like snowflakes, reflecting a dazzling light. Excellent gun! Qiong gazed at the divine weapon in his hand with amazement, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He could sense the power contained within this weapon far surpassed his imagination. The previous strike hadn't even unleashed a tenth of its might. Chaoxing also observed this scene with great satisfaction. He raised his lips slightly and whispered, "Next, familiarize yourself with the power of this new weapon. It has many functions, such as lengthening and shortening, as well as some hidden special effects. Once you master it, it will become even more powerful." Qinong saluted respectfully and said firmly, "Yes, Lord." With that, he turned and left eagerly, his steps brisk as if he aged 20 years. Even the avalanche spine in his hand emitted a subtle hum, seemingly pleased with its new owner. After distributing the new weapons, Chao Xing checked his backpack. After making sure nothing was missing, he turned and returned to the Lord's castle. Night fell. The entire world was shrouded in a blanket of silver. The snow on the blizzard grew more intense, tumbling beneath the night. The whistling wind filtered through the stasis magic shield, transforming into a low whimper that echoed throughout the territory. It was 11:55 p.m. Most of the staff and combatants had already fallen asleep. In the spacious and warm bedroom of the Lord's castle, Chao Xing stood beside the bed, gazing at the gentle beauty curled up in the covers, a gentle smile on his face. Lu Mushua's cascading black hair cascaded across the silk pillowcase, glistening softly in the magical light. Next to him sat a tall, icy-looking woman. It was Bai Ji. Chao Xing glanced at the countdown above him and said, "Mushua, the merge is only a few minutes away. I be leaving first to make some preparations." Then he looked at the aloof woman beside him and said, "Bai Ji, I have to trouble you to take care of Mushua tonight." On the bed, Lu Mushua, her face rosy, smiled gently. "Go ahead, Xing, don't worry about me. Sister Bai Ji is taking good care of me." Beside him, Bai Ji nodded expressionlessly. "Well, just mind your own business." A smile crossed Chao Xing's face, and he lowered his head to kiss Lu Mushua's smooth forehead. The woman closed her eyes, feeling the man's kiss, a happy smile on her face. Beside him, Bai Ji turned her head away, a little uneasy. Though they had spent some time together, the three of them had become increasingly familiar with each other. But every time Bai Ji saw Chao Xing and Lu Mushua engaging in intimate gestures in front of her, she still felt an inexplicable wave of emotion. After a moment, Chao Xing gradually stood up and said, "Then I be leaving." He glanced at the two beauties once more, then turned and left the room. A moment later, he arrived at the first floor of the Lord's castle and pushed open the door. Boom! The heavy door of the Lord's castle closed silently, isolating the warm castle from the cold outside. Chao Xing gazed at the dark night sky and whispered, "The last minute. The third merge is about to begin. Let's see if we can acquire something interesting this time." With this in mind, he headed straight for the market area. Meanwhile, survivors around the world waited silently. Ever since learning the specific rules for the merger, everyone had been investigating the strength of other regions. The world channels and forums were abuzz with rumors, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood. Have you heard? The largest group in Area 415, Polar Bear's Fury, has announced they will immediately begin a war with the largest group in Area 417, Europa Shield, after the merger. What? They're starting a war right away. What's going on? The survivors asked, their curiosity piqued. The man continued, "That's because District 417 was originally the European District's headquarters, home to over 100,000 European survivors. But the last merger brought the survivors from the two Russian districts together, leaving them with a combined population of just over 20,000. Recently, the Russian district survivors have been subjected to various oppressions and humiliations by the European district's overlords. So, the Polar Bear's Fury, who consider themselves the foremost legion in the Russian district, is preparing to retaliate." After hearing this man's explanation, everyone's eyes lit up with astonishment. After all, during the day, the top experts from each district had declared their intention to avenge their compatriots after the merger. The fact that they acted so quickly was truly remarkable. Others chimed in. "It's not just District 417. I've heard that District 328's Bloody Dawn Legion and District 512's Black Hawk Legion are also about to go to war with some hostile districts. Yes, I saw the news on the forum too. Legions from several regions have united to fight the survivors from Country H. Looks like tonight is going to be exciting." Everyone was buzzing with discussion, the air thick with tension and excitement. Aggression is human nature, especially in this world devoid of law and order, where everything comes down to who has the bigger fist. Some survivors had previously lived a cautious and law-abiding life on Blue Star. After arriving in this world, they suddenly possessed extraordinary powers, unleashing their true nature. In the past, everyone was busy responding to various crises, and had little time to deal with the lords of other regions. Since the end of the Blood Rebellion, over 2 months of peace have arrived. These lords, inherently restless, have begun to stir once again. It's not that they're foolish or indifferent to the greater good, it's simply their nature. In contrast to the tense atmosphere in the major regions, the chat channels of the 4 major regions have a completely different tone. Hong Huangrong, brothers, I've just inquired. Most of the survivors in districts 1 through 10 are from our country H, and they're all located near the Ice Crystal Kingdom. After the districts merge, we have even more brothers from country H. Lu Wei, haha. That's great. Strength in numbers. It just so happens that our Fengling Tianxia Corps is preparing to expand, and can recruit a new group of brothers. Qisher. Yes, it looks like our Huayu Corps will be able to recruit quite a few more this time. In their view, with the current combat effectiveness of the survivors from the 4 districts, even if Chaoxing doesn't take action, no other district can compete with them. Therefore, they weren't worried about the chaos that would follow the merger. Everyone was only thinking about recruiting more experts and strengthening their territories or legions. Amidst the eager anticipation, the countdown reached its final 5 seconds. Countdown to the third merge. 0:00:04. 3 seconds. 2. 1. When the clock reached midnight in the dead of night, the system prompt appeared on cue. Merging in progress, please wait, estimated time, 1 minute. At that moment, the nearly 2 billion survivors remaining in the world fell silent. They all held their breath, waiting. Even the legions that had already assembled large forces, ready to provoke war after the merger, waited patiently. Time ticked by. Finally, at approximately 59 seconds, everyone felt a slight dizziness. They once again felt that strange feeling of spatial dislocation. It was as if the world had grown larger, yet more crowded. Then, prompts continued to appear. The third server merge has concluded. All 2,149 servers have been merged into 215 servers. At this moment, everyone eagerly opened the chat channel, including Chaoxing, who immediately checked the system information. Merge complete. Your 4 servers have been merged into 1 server. Number of users online in server 1, 5, 523, 702/5, 523, 703. At the same time, the chat channel, now designated as server 1, was flooded with messages. Gu Xiaohui, haha, it's really become a large region. Guys, check out the map. It's expanded a lot. Chen Liang, see. Our region's map almost covers half of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Caesar Gobel, damn. So many survivors from Country H. Looks like the survivors from other countries in Region 1 are going to have a tough time. Maeda Kazuto, I heard that His Excellency Chaoxing is a survivor of the 4 major regions. This region is also included in our merger. I wonder if we can see this legendary figure in person. Chapter 807. The chat channel was flooded with messages. Lu Ning at Chaoxing, Brother Chaoxing. I'm your little fangirl. I've admired you for a long time. Can I join your territory? Xin Xuanzhen. I also want to join Boss Chaoxing's territory. Are you still hiring? As expected, among the over 5.5 million survivors in the 4 major regions. No, in the current region, the majority are from Country H. Of course, the number of survivors from other countries is not small either. Adding it all together, the ratio is roughly 7-3. Country H still holds an absolutely overwhelming advantage. Adding in that person's presence, this merger didn't see the emergence of arrogant individuals like Borko, who threatened to crush all the survivors from Country H, as happened last time. Furthermore, the legion commanders of each region, or even the former regional leaders, were refraining from displaying excessive arrogance. They stood in the center of their respective territories, gazing at their legion members, their eyes gleaming with complex glints. These powerful individuals, once the most powerful in their respective regions, tacitly maintained silence. They also restrained their own legions from provoking the survivors of Country H, especially the lords of the original 4 regions. However, they did not actively offer any overtures or submission. After all, as the former leaders of their respective regions, they had long stood at the top, admired and revered by all the survivors within them, and had long since cultivated a certain arrogance. So, even if they knew Chaoxing was in this region, they would not voluntarily yield, at most keeping their distance. Several legion commanders in the European region had reached a consensus in a private channel. They issued an order in the legion channel: keep a low profile for the time being. Do not provoke the survivors from Country H, and do not provoke that individual. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the Holy Cross Legion. Do you understand? The survivors in the European region also sensed the seriousness in the leader's words, as well as his fear of that individual. They responded in unison, understood, Captain. Besides these legion commanders, who were particularly wary of Chaoxing and dared not provoke him, some top warriors were filled with fighting spirit. A new region presented a new challenge. Among them were the top lords from each region, each with their own unique fighting style, and no one could guarantee victory. Not to mention the recognized number 1 in the server, these top warriors would face numerous challenges. In a territory on a snowy plain, Viktor Ivanov, leader of the Bloody Dawn, the former leader of the 5 regions, was polishing his battle axe. He gazed at the falling snowflakes above his territory and whispered, Xiaoxing, I heard you've reached legend. I'm already level 85, and I still have a little way to go before reaching level 100 and reaching legend. When I reach legend, I definitely challenge you in a duel. Let's see just how strong the so-called best in the server is. After a pause, his gaze shifted to the names in the chat channel. Among them were Little Sword Saint Wei Jianni, Demon Bull Kurt, Polar Flower Emilia, and others. Before challenging the best in the server, let's practice with these guys. Off to the other side, in the giant insect forest, in the southern region of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, a figure cloaked in a green cloak stood quietly atop the Lord's castle, blending into the night like a ghost. Her slender fingers gently stroked the poisoned dagger at her waist, gazing towards the raging snowfield. Under the moonlight, her cat-like eyes gleamed dangerously. This person was one of the former 7 districts' top masters, Nomura Kaoru. It said, she was born into a family of assassins, and after descending into the Ice Age, she activated a truly extraordinary assassination talent. Combined with her assassination experience, she slew every enemy in her path, leveling up at a tremendous rate. She had repeatedly held the top spot in her district's leaderboard. Among the surviving lords of the 7 districts, she might not be the strongest in terms of territory strength. But in terms of individual combat power, Nomura Kaoru could quickly eliminate any enemy she targeted. Note, everyone, even those legion commanders with equally heroic combat power would have their throats silently slit by her in a one-on-one duel. So until now, the legion commanders of the major regions would rather provoke a powerful legion than offend this unfettered assassin of the night. At this moment, Nomura Kaoru pursed her lips, her eyes gleaming with fighting spirit beneath her delicate features. Lord Xiaoxing, I hear there's a legendary assassin in your territory, she murmured softly, her voice as ethereal as the night wind. I wonder if I can rival his assassination skills. To verify this, I have to go there in person. With this thought, she leaped, landing lightly from the summit of the 10-meter-high Lord's castle, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Xiaoxing was standing by the market, observing the chat. He had no idea how these powerful individuals would react. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After gaining a general understanding of the current situation, Xiaoxing nodded slightly. Indeed, of the 5.5 million surviving lords, approximately 70% are level 50 and above. These are the elite who have survived the brutal trials. If all of them were deployed, they could even shake the foundations of an entire kingdom. As previously stated, the survivors' power has now become a force to be reckoned with in this world. Millions of master-level experts have emerged. Add to that the people under their command. That scene was truly astonishing. In addition to these master-level lords, each region also boasts some top-tier hero-level experts. These experts should have quite a few valuable finds. This is a perfect opportunity to plunder them. A smile played on Xiaoxing's lips, and he immediately opened the market interface. The next moment, a dazzling array of consignment listings appeared before him, rapidly increasing at a rate of thousands per second. A region with a population of 5.5 million represents a 7 to 8-fold increase compared to the population of the previous 4 regions. Similarly, the variety and quantity of items consigned on the market has skyrocketed. The current consignment interface has expanded to a full 130,000 pages. Assuming 10 consignment listings per page, this represents over 5.3 million consignment listings. TSK. Xiaoxing sighed. Among all these consignment items, there are definitely some valuable items with astonishing value, but those lords don't know the exact prices. If you look patiently, you might be able to find a bargain. Of course, that's unnecessary for me. Instead of wasting time searching the market for bargains, it's much more efficient to buy directly with legendary beast meat. Shaking his head, he began entering the consignment information. Consignment item, Icefield Giant Rhino Meat, legendary. Inventory reserve, 100,000 units. Demanded items, Frost Mage, Frost Iron Mechanic, Aurora Knight skill books, or advanced blueprints. Consigner, Xiaoxing. Seller's note, looking for various unlearned skill books. If you have any other special items, please contact me privately. Price is negotiable. Meanwhile, many survivors with a keen sense of the market had already been lurking nearby. They also knew that the surge in population after the merger, coupled with the information gap, would cause many survivors to misjudge the value of items. Many lords will sell off valuable treasures or materials as if they were ordinary treasures. Then, it's time for them to strike. Less than 2 minutes have passed since the merge, and these lords have actually made some unexpected gains. They excitedly shared their joy in their small group chats. Brothers, stop chatting and come to the market to pick up bargains. These guys don't know the value of things. They're actually trading precious lion's head flowers for ordinary food. Isn't that just giving them away for nothing? What? Lion's head flower? Isn't this the herb that Boss Chaoxing bought earlier with the legendary giant rhinoceros head? He actually traded it for bread. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? I also found a bargain. He traded a dozen precious magical plant seeds for a health-restoring elixir, and I got it in return with 2 bottles of master-level elixir. And me. Seeing these people sharing their experiences, the other survivors also became excited. Holy crap! There's even such a good deal. I'd be right there. Wait for me. Don't let them all go. Save some soup for me. Brother, take me with you. Many survivors closed the chat channel and rushed to the market. However, as soon as they opened the consignment channel, they immediately saw Chaoxing's consignment information. Instantly startled, their preparations for the bargain slowed down. Oh my god, look! Boss Chaoxing has put giant rhino meat up for sale again. What? Legendary giant rhino meat. Holy crap! Don't miss out. Quickly spread the word. Many people stopped what they were doing and began sharing the news within their small groups. After all, you can always try your luck next time, but the chance of someone selling legendary beast meat is incredibly rare, and everyone knows that this kind of legendary beast meat is limited in quantity. Chaoxing has already made several large-scale sales, so his inventory must be running low. This news spread like wildfire among all the survivors in Area 1. In the chat channel, the newly merged survivors were already buzzing with excitement. Oh my god! Legendary giant rhino meat actually increases strength by 2,000, vitality by 1,000, and physical attack by 10%. This is outrageous. What's this Chaoxing boss thinking? He's actually trading this precious beast meat. Shouldn't this resource be reserved for his own people first? Could it be he's deliberately showing off this beast meat to us to demonstrate his strength? What a terrifying bonus. I've never seen such powerful beast meat in my life. Looking at the stunned survivors in the chat channel, the former lords of the 4 districts all smiled with the smiles of experienced people. They replied leisurely, "You're surprised by something new, aren't you? Boss Chaoxing has sold this legendary giant rhino meat more than once." That's right. Not only has he sold this legendary beast meat before, but he also consigned various beast meats from Commander and Overlord levels a long time ago. Most of the survivors from our 4 districts have purchased from him, and their stats have been significantly improved. And Boss Chaoxing's prices are always fair. In the previous transactions, everyone only used a portion of the materials in exchange for powerful beast meat that would skyrocket their strength. Hearing this, the survivors from the newly merged district were completely stunned. A survivor named Lu Yongshu said in a daze, "Legendary level beast meat. Sold more than once? And before that, Commander level and Overlord level meat? Oh my god! Is Boss Chaoxing crazy?" Main Newman, indeed, he's crazy. Selling resources of this level isn't the most outrageous thing. What's even more outrageous is that he's willing to exchange them for ordinary materials. In our region, let alone legendary level beast meat, even gold quality meat is being snapped up like crazy. And the prices are ridiculously high. Even a single piece can cost a fortune. Thinking about it, what a hard life we've lived through. Yeah. I really envy the brothers in the 4 districts for being able to enjoy so much care from Boss Chaoxing. Hearing this, the survivors of the original 4 districts grew even more proud. Of course, Boss Chaoxing's care for us goes beyond that. That's right, because of him, the survivors in our 4 districts are not only more numerous than in other districts, but also much stronger. Follow Boss Chaoxing, and your future is bright. The survivors of the original 4 districts unanimously began to praise Chaoxing, each voice brimming with pride. The survivors of the other districts also realized that Chaoxing held a savior-like status in their hearts. At this moment, another survivor reminded them, this time, Boss Chaoxing needs various advanced skill books and blueprints. Anyone with these, contact him. He'd definitely give you a fair price. Remember to act quickly, or you miss out. Hearing this, almost all the survivors' expressions straightened. They also knew that this precious beast meat would undoubtedly spark a frenzy. So they all sprang into action. Some searched their backpacks to see if there was anything Chaoxing needed. Or they reported the shocking news directly to their respective legions. At the same time, the newly merged top warriors and legion commanders all heard this explosive news. What? Legendary giant rhino meat can increase several thousand stat points, and even increase attack power by a percentage. The former Iron Wings Legion commander of District 6 suddenly stood up from his seat, and said to a middle-aged man next to him, "Go, Open the Legion storage box immediately and see if there's anything he needs. No, tag everyone in the Legion chat now and ask them to hand over all their hidden treasures, skill books, and blueprints. He added, just tell them the Legion will pay double the contribution points for them. The middle-aged man respectfully replied, yes, Commander, I do it right away. He also understood the importance of this legendary giant rhino meat. If they could secure a large batch, it would elevate the Legion's elite combat power to a new level, surpassing all others by a significant margin. Especially now that the regions have just merged, they need absolute strength to consolidate their position. Even further away, at the Shadow Council Legion headquarters in District 9, several core members were holding an emergency meeting. A woman in a dark purple robe said in a deep voice, immediately count all the unlearned skill books in the Legion member's possession to see if there are any that he needs. Also, there's a black market beneath the Black Tower city where we're located. Send someone there to check it out and take photos of any unique treasures. This time, we absolutely must seize this batch of legendary giant rhino meat. She gradually stood up, her slender figure casting a sharp silhouette in the dim light. The other members stood in awe. Yes, Captain Rosalia. The top captains from each region were frantically working, each pulling out their most valuable treasures in an effort to exchange for this precious batch of giant rhino meat. Besides, some top experts were also attracted by Chao Xing's consignment sale. A man, holding a round shield and wearing silver white knight armor, stood on the city wall and murmured, do you need skill books for mages and mechanics? It just so happens I stumbled upon a Frost Iron Mechanics legendary skill book, Iron Torrent, a while ago. I wonder if you can take it. Thinking of this, he opened the private chat channel. At the same time, after the news spread, the number of unread messages in Chao Xing's private chat channel began to increase at a terrifying rate. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 100,000 messages, and it was still increasing at a terrifying rate. Of course, these many private messages couldn't all be serious trade requests. Most of them were meaningless harassing messages, such as asking if his legion was still recruiting or if his territory was still short of thugs. There were even some outright declarations of love for him. Chao Xing glanced at them casually and said speechlessly, you should pay attention to your image. After checking more than a dozen messages in a row, they were all just this kind of meaningless junk. His brows furrowed slightly. How long will it take to finish this? After all, there were so many people private messaging him. Even if he could process each message in just 0.1 seconds, it would take him over 3 hours to read through hundreds of thousands of messages, not to mention the countless private messages bombarding his inbox. So, Chao Xing decisively enabled the message filtering function. This function is quite useful, allowing you to set multiple filtering conditions. 1. Show only messages with attached equipment/skill book/item/blueprint attributes. 2. Block keywords, recruiting, seeking sponsorship, having children. 3. Filter item quality, purple and above. Chapter 808. With several filtering criteria in place, the number of unread messages plummeted from over 100,000 to just a few thousand. That's more like it. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction and continued, next, I can slowly review them. So, he began clicking through the unread messages one by one. He soon discovered that there were quite a few good things in these messages, because this was the first trade after the merge, and the allure of legendary beast meat. The top experts all took out their most treasured possessions. Some of these items even made Chao Xing's heart flutter. Wow! I can even get a blueprint like this. I'd never come across one before. Holy crap! The stats of this skill book are outrageous. What? They have all the secret recipes of this tribe. This is going to be a huge win. Even with his composure, he couldn't stop exclaiming in surprise. From this, one can only imagine how precious the items in the hands of these top experts are. Huh? Chao Xing took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and maintained a calm tone as he bargained with the sellers. After confirming the price of each item, the transaction was completed. System notifications began to flood the screen frantically. Transaction successful. You received Advanced Mage Tower Construction Blueprints, but lost Iceland Rhino Meat, Legendary, *10, 000G, 100 units. Transaction successful. You received Grand Mage Tower Construction Blueprints, Orange, but lost Iceland Rhino Meat, Legendary, *50, 000G, 500 units. Transaction successful. You received Royal Knight Hall Construction Blueprints, Orange, but lost Iceland Rhino Meat, Legendary, *45, 000G, 450 units. Transaction successful. You receive Sacred Blood Warrior Arena, orange, but lost Iceland Rhino Meat, legendary, *50, 000G, 500 units. Transaction successful. After a series of notifications flashed across his screen, Chaoxing looked at the 7 new blueprints in his backpack, a look of surprise crossing his face. Great. As expected of a region with a population of over 1 million, there are so many great things. Not only are there the blueprints for the Advanced Mage Tower I wanted the most, but I also received the advanced blueprints for the Grand Mage Tower. Great. And the surprises didn't stop there. Chaoxing also saw many precious skill books among them. There were even legendary level skill books, each one incredibly powerful, capable of significantly increasing his and Lu Mushua's strength. Excited, he continued to privately chat with them one by one, and after agreeing on a price, he completed the transaction. Transaction successful. You gain skill book, Eyes Piercing, orange, but lose legendary giant rhino meat *30, 000G, 300 items. Transaction successful. You gain skill book, Breath of the Frost God, legendary, but lose legendary giant rhino meat *400, 000, for 1,000 items. Transaction successful. You gain skill book, Mechanical Armor Individual Thruster, orange, but lose legendary giant rhino meat *40, 000G, for 100 items. Transaction successful. You gain skill book, Iron Torrent. Legendary, you lost legendary giant rhino meat *600, 000G, 6,000 copies. Transaction successful. You receive skill book, Holy Sword Liberation, orange, you lost legendary giant rhino meat *50, 000G, 500 copies. Transaction successful. You receive skill book, Aurora Barrier, legendary, you lost legendary giant rhino meat *700, 000, 7,000 copies. After a series of screen refreshes, Chaoxing had paid nearly 20,000 kilograms of legendary giant rhino meat in exchange for 6 skill books. This was also the most he had ever spent on giant rhino meat. But it was clear that this deal hadn't just profited him. It had made a ton of money, let alone anything else. The value of the 3 epic quality skill books alone was incalculable. After all, these were abilities comparable to forbidden spells. To top it off, there were 3 legendary quality skill books. You can imagine what a sensation this was. Chaoxing said with a look of emotion, I didn't expect it. I was just trying to see if I could get 1 or 2 powerful skill books. And they gave me 3 legendary skill books. That's outrageous. He had underestimated the allure of legendary giant rhino meat for these survivors, and he had also underestimated the wealth held by those top experts. But regardless, this transaction would definitely see a surge in his territory's wealth and his own strength. Chaoxing took a deep breath and continued to scroll through his private messages, looking for anything else that caught his eye. After browsing, he didn't find anything that had excited him as much as before. While there were still some valuable skill books and blueprints, Chaoxing had already learned most of them. It could be said that he had already collected the vast majority of the professional skill books and territory-building blueprints currently circulating on the market. Next, he continued to review these filtered private messages one by one, then negotiated the price with the other party. The transaction lasted until after 2 in the morning. After confirming that there was nothing worth selling, Chaoxing canceled the consignment listing on the market. The transaction was then concluded. However, even though the trade was over, the chat channels in the 4 districts were still buzzing. Millions of survivors were excitedly discussing the trade, and the number of legendary beast meat their legion leaders had secured, a significant boost to the entire legion's strength. This also made those legions that hadn't snatched up any legendary beast meat envious. When the buzz about the legendary beast meat died down, they turned to discussing the upcoming dungeon, the Dream Fractal. Although the specific rules for this new dungeon were still unknown, many had already begun forming teams. It was clear that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chaoxing stood by the market, surveying the pile of blueprints and skill books in his backpack, a strong sense of satisfaction welling up in his heart. Excellent. This trade yielded far more than I expected. Next, let's take a closer look at the rewards. The next moment, Chaoxing opened his backpack, and 7 yellowed parchments appeared out of thin air. They were the various advanced architectural blueprints he had acquired in the first batch of trades. Besides the Advanced Mage Tower and Grand Mage Tower, there were also advanced building blueprints for 3 other classes. These were the Royal Knight Hall, the Divine Blood Warrior Arena, and the Sharpshooter Sniper Platform. So far, with the exception of the Assassin class, He had already collected the advanced building blueprints for the other 4 classes. In addition, there were also blueprints for the Master-level Frost Wall and the Hero-level Frost Wall. It could be said that Xiaoxing had already collected most of the blueprints he needed. Excited, he first checked the properties of the first 2 blueprints. Advanced Mage Tower Construction Blueprint. Blueprint description: upgrades the intermediate mage tower in your territory to an advanced mage tower. Gain more experience points while meditating and have a chance to learn more advanced skills. Note: legendary mages meditating inside this tower will accelerate their mana regeneration. Armor: 5000. Durability: 200,000/200,000. Floor area: 478 square meters. Height: 34 meters. Meditation rooms: 146. Each room can accommodate up to 4 people. Experience gain from meditation: 3,000 to 30,000 points per hour. Mana acceleration: regenerates 2 to 4 points faster per day. Learnable skills: advanced elemental mastery, ice, earth, etc., dark, light, wind, thunder, advanced magic, chain arrow rain, earth giant, shadow vortex, light eye. Construction requirements: Lord Castle level 5, 200,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 50,000 iron, 10,000 mithril, 2,000 eternal gold ingots, 2,000 magic pattern stones, 500 master level elemental crystals. Upgrade time: 278 hours and 34 minutes. Number of people working simultaneously: 0/4. Grand Mage Tower Blueprint. Quality: epic. Blueprint description: upgrades the advanced mage tower in your territory to a Grand Mage Tower. Gain more experience points while meditating and have a chance to learn more advanced spells. Armor: 50,000. Durability: 1.4 million/1.4 million. Floor area: 582 square meters. Building height: 45 meters. Meditation rooms: 312. Each room can accommodate up to 8 people. Experience points gained from meditation: 3,000 to 300,000 points per hour. Accelerated mana recovery: 5 to 20 points per day. Learnable skills: expert, master elemental mastery, ice, earth, dark, light, wind, thunder, with a small chance to learn forbidden level spells: 1,000 wheels of ice break, titan's grip, soul harvest, holy sanctuary, thunderbolt, sweeping wind. Construction requirements: Lord's Castle level 15, 1 million wood, 500,000 stone, 100,000 iron, 50,000 mithril, 5 legendary ancient hardwoods. Upgrade time: 494 hours and 51 minutes. Number of people working simultaneously: 0/4. After reading the properties of the 2 blueprints, Xiaoxing couldn't help but breathe faster. The advanced mage tower was relatively easy to deal with, since I already obtained advanced architectural blueprints for other classes, so I was prepared. But this Grand Mage Tower was outrageous. Not only had the number of meditation rooms increased dramatically from 146 to 312, the number of people a single meditation room could simultaneously hold doubled from 4 to 8. Even more astonishingly, meditating inside it could actually activate forbidden spell level skills, and 6 in all, equivalent to 1 for each class. Although the system also noted that this was only a small probability, but as long as there were enough mages in Xiaoxing's territory, and with continued meditation, there would always be some gifted mages who could comprehend the forbidden spells within. Any mage who could master forbidden spells was a strategic force on the battlefield. Additionally, the accelerated recovery of divine power had also increased dramatically, from 2 to 4 points per day to 5 to 20 points. How impressive was this? Even a level 150 legendary warrior, without the aid of any items, could only naturally recover around 6 points of divine power per day. Now, simply entering this Grand Mage Tower would accelerate natural divine power recovery by at least 5 points, nearly doubling it. With luck, a single day of meditation could restore as much divine power as others could in several days. Xiaoxing marveled, thinking, it seems that once these buildings reach a high level and continue to upgrade, there will be an unprecedented qualitative change. Next, let's look at the attributes of the other blueprints. Xiaoxing then checked the advancement blueprints for the other 3 classes. The results were just as he had suspected. The attributes and functions of these blueprints were similar to those in the Grand Mage Tower, the difference being the different epic skills that could be learned. For example, the epic skills learned in the Royal Knight's Hall are Divine Punishment Body, Passive, and the active skill, Celestial Judgment. The skills learned in the Marksman Sniper platform are Deathlock, passive, and the active skill, heart-piercing arrow. The epic skills learned in the Divine Blood Warrior Arena are Transcendent Body, passive, and the active skill, Divine Blood Burning. Each advanced building comes with a passive and an active skill, and each one boasts more extraordinary attributes than the last. Chao Xing thought excitedly, these advanced buildings are all very important. The sooner they're built, the more beneficial they will be to my territory. Tomorrow morning, I have Duan dispatch our men to begin construction. As for the special material ancient hardwood, legendary, required to upgrade these advanced buildings, most survivors probably have no idea what it is. But after a period of exploration and extensive canning in the lost royal city, Chao Xing has gathered a large quantity of ancient hardwood, enough to upgrade all of these buildings. Excitedly, Chao Xing put all 5 blueprints into his backpack. Looking at the last 2 remaining city wall blueprints, he decided to examine them all. Master Level Frost Wall Construction Blueprint. Benefit: upgrades expert level walls in your territory to master level, increasing armor and durability. Armor: 15,000 plus 7,500. Technology Research Institute. Level 5 Wall Reinforcement Technology increases armor by 50%. Durability: 1.8 million plus 900,000. Technology Research Institute. Level 5 Wall Reinforcement Technology increases durability by 50%. Additional effect: Master Level Durability Aura increases armor by 1,000 points for all friendly units within 500 meters of the wall, and reduces damage taken by the wall by 40%. Area: 10 m long * 30 m high * 20 m wide. Upgrade materials: 1 expert level frost wall, 5,000 stone blocks, 2,000 glacial shards, 500 iron, 100 dragonite ore. Upgrade time: 60 hours and 41 minutes. Heroic level frost wall construction blueprint. Brain effect: upgrades a master level frost wall in your territory to heroic level, increasing armor and durability. Armor: 50,000 plus 25,000. Technology Research. Technology Research Institute. Level 5 Wall Reinforcement Technology, durability: 20 million plus 10 million. Technology Research Institute. Level 5 Wall Reinforcement Technology. Additional effect: Heroic Durability Aura increases armor by 3,000 points for all friendly units within 2,000 meters of the wall, and reduces damage taken by the wall by 50%. Area: 10 meters long * 50 meters high * 40 meters wide. Upgrade materials: 1 master level frost wall, 20,000 stone blocks, 5,000 glacial shards, 2,000 iron, 500 dragon rock ore. Upgrade time: 115 hours and 39 minutes. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a blueprint, I spent over 2,000 kilograms of beast meat on. These properties are truly impressive. The master level frost wall above is already powerful enough, but the hero level frost wall behind is even more outrageous. It boasts over 70,000 armor points, and a whopping 30 million durability. Plus, the durability aura at the back reduces damage by 50%. Even a legendary powerhouse would need a considerable amount of time to breach this kind of wall. For a territory, or even a city, the most important thing is naturally safety. The last time the city of Sagala was attacked by a legendary giant rhino proved this point. Ordinary walls wouldn't even withstand a legendary creature for a second. If Chao Xing hadn't arrived in time, the entire city would have been utterly slaughtered by that giant rhino. If Sagala had had walls of this level as a defense, even if it encountered a legendary creature again, it would have been able to hold off for a while. It would have bought enough time for other powerhouses to arrive, preventing such a dangerous situation. In Chao Xing's territory, including his, a solid wall is a crucial line of defense. Even though his territory was incredibly powerful, it didn't rely on the protection of city walls. After all, it was guarded by numerous legendary and even demigod-level warriors. In the event of a crisis, deploying a handful of top warriors would suffice to resolve most threats. However, even the most powerful had their own priorities and needed a buffer against unexpected events. It was impossible to guard the territory 24/7, waiting for the enemy to attack. Chao Xing said solemnly, the construction of these 2 city wall blueprints must be arranged as soon as possible. There are too many people secretly watching me right now, and no one can guarantee when these insidious individuals will attack me. And if they do, the protection of the stasis magic shield, combined with these city walls, will give me ample time to react. Thinking of this, he solemnly put the 2 blueprints into his backpack, ready to arrange for construction tomorrow. After reviewing the blueprint's properties, it was time to examine the rest of the harvest. Next, those 6 powerful skill books. Chao Xing's voice rose slightly with excitement. Because even he hadn't expected this haul to be so astonishing. 3 epic skill books, plus 3 legendary skill books. This completely surpassed any of his previous trades. As mentioned before, even a great mage who mastered forbidden spells could become a formidable force on the battlefield. And now, not only did he have 3 skill books that rivaled forbidden spells, but he also had 3 legendary skills that far surpassed them. Excited, Chao Xing first pulled out 2 skill books that glowed with a faint blue light, revealing a startling chill. They were the Frost Mage's Forbidden Spell, Ice Piercing, and legendary skill, Breath of the Frost God. He couldn't wait to check the stats. Chapter 809. Forbidden Spell, Ice Piercing Orange. Quality, Epic. Learning Level, Level 70 and above. Skill Effect, compresses ice magic to its limit, condensing into an ice spear powerful enough to pierce space. Deal, ATK * 2288%, ice magic damage to a single target, with a 100% chance of triggering the absolute piercing effect. On impact, creates an ice explosion, dealing ATK * 348%, splash damage to all enemies within 100 meters of the target. Absolute piercing, ignores the target's 50% magic resistance, guarantees a critical hit with 100% increased critical damage, and deals an additional 300% damage to shields. Skill cooldown, 10 hours, note, pierces everything with the force of absolute zero, seals life with eternal frost. Wherever the spear's tip strikes, even time freezes. Breath of the Frost God. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirements, Legendary Frost Mage level 100 or higher. Power cost, 15 points. Skill effect, summons the Phantom of the Ancient Frost God, exhaling the Frost God's breath for 5 seconds in a 120-degree fan-shaped area in front of you, maximum radius 5,000 meters. Deals, Spirit * 2,200% plus Attack * 1,477%. Ice attribute Divine Power damage per second, and reduces movement speed by 50%, 100%, 150%, etc. Applies the Mark of the Frost God to enemies hit. Mark of the Frost God, reduces ice resistance by 20% for 24 hours. Upon death, the caster will immediately shatter into ice dust, triggering an ice ring shock effect, dealing caster's attack power * 154%, true damage to enemies within a 100-meter radius. Cooldown, 48 hours. Note, this is a secret technique passed down by ancient frost giant priests. The last high priest to master this skill once permanently froze a certain area of the sea. After reviewing the properties of these 2 skills, Chao Xing took a deep breath and quickly analyzed them in his mind. These 2 skills, one is a single target forbidden spell, the other a group attack buff and deceleration. And their attack coefficients are both terrifying. It's a perfect combination tailor-made for me. The preceding ice piercing goes without saying, boasting a 2,228% attack coefficient, and the subsequent 100% increase in critical damage. Combined with Chao Xing's current attack power, and at full power, a single skill like this can deal at least 200 million damage. It doesn't sound like much, but remember, it's only a forbidden spell level skill. Dealing over 100 million damage is truly terrifying. Furthermore, this skill has a 10-hour cooldown, and with Chao Xing's various stats and equipment, he can even reduce the cooldown to 1 hour. In other words, he can easily use this incredibly lethal forbidden spell multiple times. And the subsequent Breath of the Frost God is even more self-explanatory. Although this skill's attack range is fan-shaped and somewhat limited, the vast 5,000-meter range more than makes up for it. This could practically cover the entire battlefield, leaving the enemy nowhere to escape. Add to that the ridiculous damage and slowing effect, and it's a truly magical combination of group attack and crowd control. Furthermore, this skill boasts an even more unique Mark of the Frost God effect, marking all enemies hit and triggering an ice explosion upon their death. In other words, as long as there are enough enemies in this area, the chain of ice explosions alone could create a devastating chain reaction. He could even imagine the scene of enemies on the battlefield exploding into ice crystals one by one. Besides all that, this skill actually has another, more important aspect. That is, it's a hands-off skill. As the name suggests, a hands-off skill means that after using it, you don't need to maintain a constant mana output like you do with the other legendary skill, Eternal Sin Ice Prison, and you can't perform other actions. In other words, he can unleash multiple skills simultaneously during combat, creating a powerful combination effect. Chao Xing was overwhelmed with excitement, and without hesitation, he immediately prepared to learn. With a casual clap of his hands, 2 frosty skill books instantly vanished, transforming into countless icy blue points of light that penetrated his mind. At that moment, Chaoxing felt a flood of memories, as vast as the ocean, sweeping over him. His consciousness seemed to be drawn into an endless icy plain, witnessing firsthand the might of extreme ice piercing the sky. He saw the awe-inspiring spectacle of a massive and majestic frost god, towering between heaven and earth, freezing everything in its path, the godlike being merely exhaled, and lakes 1,000 miles in radius instantly froze into ice. As Chaoxing continued to comprehend, a vast expanse of ancient frost runes gradually appeared within the vast expanse of his consciousness, each one imbued with a chill powerful enough to freeze the soul. After a full 5 minutes of memorization and absorption, Chaoxing suddenly opened his eyes. From his pupils, a piercing chill erupted, as if that gaze alone could freeze a hero into an ice sculpture. Successfully learned skill. Forbidden spell. Ice piercing. Successfully learned skill. Breath of the Frost God. He exhaled lightly, and a fine snowflake of ice crystals condensed in the air, slowly drifting down. Indeed, with these 2 skills, my group attack and single-target combat capabilities have both seen a significant boost. A legendary warrior of the same rank might be defeated by a single skill set before they could even react. At my peak, I can even hold my own against 3 or even 4. Chaoxing felt the newfound power surge within him, his eyes brimming with confidence. Next, let's check the 2 skill books I prepared for Mu Shui. Thinking of this woman, who had always supported him, his tone softened, and the coldness in his eyes faded. At the same time, with a flip of his right hand, 2 books radiating beautiful aurora appeared. He glanced at the attributes. Skill book, Holy Sword Unleashed, orange. Quality, epic. Learning level, level 70 and above, Aurora Knight class. Skill attributes, concentrates a vast amount of aurora power, unleashing the full might of your weapon. Increases your weapon's base attack damage by 300%, increases your normal attack range by 300%, and grants all attacks a light erosion effect. This state lasts for 180 seconds. Light erosion. Enemies hit by the Holy Sword have their armor reduced by 5%, stacking up to 5 times. After stacking to the maximum, it detonates the target's light corrosion effect, dealing ATK * 215% true damage. Note, after this skill ends, the weapon enters an overload state for 1 hour, with its base attack power reduced to 0 and weapon effects unavailable. Skill book, Aurora Barrier. Quality, legendary. Learning requirements, level 100 or higher, legendary Aurora Knight. Divine power cost, 10 points. Skill attributes, the knight raises his holy sword high, summoning a dazzling aurora, which weaves into an aurora barrier to protect against all incoming attacks. Aurora Barrier's range is a 120-degree fan-shaped area in front of you, with a maximum radius of 2,000 meters. Trait 1, Aurora Barrier lasts for 8 seconds, blocking all frontal attacks, including physical, magical, and ranged projectiles. Trait 2, attacks blocked by the barrier have a 50% chance of being reflected back at the enemy, dealing the same amount of damage. Trait 3, while the barrier is active, all allies within range gain a 30% bonus to attack range, and a 30% bonus to movement speed. Cooldown, 10 hours. Note, the protection from the aurora condenses into a sacred shield, blocking all things. Chaoxing nodded again with satisfaction. Not bad, an epic status skill that can significantly increase the attack power and attack range of Lu Mushua's weapon. Add to that a legendary defensive skill that not only blocks attacks, but also reflects damage, providing status bonuses to allies. It's worthy of a legendary skill book. Clearly, if Lu Mushua learns these 2 skills, they will not only significantly increase her personal combat effectiveness, but also provide the team with a powerful offensive and defensive capability. As for the side effects of the first skill, Holy Sword Unleashed, Chaoxing simply ignored them. After all, with eternal power in place, this skill would remain active once activated, so there would be no end in sight. The side effects were naturally meaningless. Next, let's take a look at the last 2 skill books. Excitedly, Chaoxing pulled the last 2 black books from his backpack. He quickly glanced at the attributes. Skill book, Mechanical Armor Individual Thruster, orange. Quality, epic. Learning requirements, level 70+, Cold Iron Mechanic class. Skill effect, consumes 2,000 mechanical strength, plus 1,000 mithril, 500 Eternium bars, and 5 Drillmer steel bars. This skill grants armor to a single friendly mechanical unit. increases its armor by 100%, increases its movement speed by 300%, and grants flight. Upon landing, it explodes, dealing mechanics attack power asterisk 245% damage to enemies within range and knocking back all enemies within 50 meters. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Skill book, Iron Torrent. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirements, level 100 and above, Legendary Cold Iron Mechanic. Divine Power cost, 30 points. Skill cost, 30,000 Mechanical Power, 10,000 Mithril, 2,000 Eternium Ingots, 300 Drylite Ingots, 100 Enhanced Mithril Ingots. Skill effect. The mechanic communicates with the mechanical plane void, summoning 1,124 war turret attacks and deploying them on the battlefield. Each turret inherits 70% of the mechanic's attributes and also possesses auto-aim, multi-shot, cover fire, and mobile fire capabilities. When the turret is destroyed, it explodes violently, dealing mechanics attack asterisk 350 fire damage to enemies within 100 meters. Turret duration, 1 minute. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Oh my god, the stats of these two skills are also a bit exaggerated. Xiaoxing's eyes gleamed coldly as he gazed in amazement at the two skill books in his hands. The skill in front, Mechanical Armor Individual Thruster, grants robots a 100% armor boost and a full 300% movement speed increase. Its importance goes without saying. With the added bonus of Eternal Power, these robots' movement speed already far surpasses their peers. Now tripled, it's truly lightning fast, capable of shattering any defense. Although granting these robots mechanical armor requires a certain amount of materials, the resulting bonus is insignificant compared to the stat gains. At this moment, Xiaoxing suddenly had an idea. I wonder if this skill can be used to grant mechanical armor to those golems? If so, that would be fantastic. After all, he had recently unearthed a large number of master-level and hero-level golems in that ruin. These ancient war artifacts already possess astonishing defensive and destructive power. After receiving a series of status bonuses, their combat effectiveness has skyrocketed to an astonishing degree. If they were further enhanced with the mechanical armor, individual thruster effect, these ancient golems would truly be perfect killing machines on the battlefield. Xiaoxing plans to give this skill book to Tong Chu tomorrow, letting her try it out. While this heroic level status skill is powerful, the other skill, Iron Torrent, is even more outrageous. It can actually summon over 1,000 war turrets, each inheriting 70% of the mechanic's attributes, for a 1-minute bombardment. What does this mean? You have to understand that a legendary powerhouse, even at just 70% of its stats, is far superior to those of hero-level creatures. In other words, once Tong Chu reaches legendary, using this skill will be equivalent to summoning over 1,000 turrets with near-legendary damage, forming a devastating web of fire. You can imagine the terrifying damage these turrets can inflict in just 1 minute. Crucially, these turrets are autonomous. Even a demigod-level powerhouse would be forced to retreat from this level of firepower. Excellent. It seems we need to get little Chuchu's legendary breakthrough underway as soon as possible. Xiaoxing tucked the two skill books into his backpack, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. The gains from this transaction had already far exceeded his expectations. However, Xiaoxing still had one item to examine. It was a special formula. He pulled a piece of parchment, glowing orange, from his dragon pattern bag and carefully examined its properties. Hack Frog Clan Special Bait Recipe Orange. Quality, Epic. Item effect. This bait, secretly crafted by the Hack Frog Clan, has a deadly allure for both freshwater and deep-sea creatures, increasing your chance of catching fish by 100%. Required materials: 100g ambergris, 5x thirsty sea fluorescent algae, 100g dragon saliva. Note: this can be crafted directly in the crafting panel. Crafting mastery is not required. When Xiaoxing saw the 100% increase in fishing success rate, his eyes lit up again. Wow, is this recipe really that effective? It's a 100% probability that even the most unskilled angler will never go home empty-handed again if they use this bait. More importantly, Xiaoxing has no shortage of the key ingredient for making this bait, ambergris. At the last auction, he bought dozens of kilograms. In other words, he can make hundreds of these incredibly effective baits. As for the dragon saliva, that's a simple matter. After all, he has a hero-level dragon and a legendary dragon in his territory. Even their saliva can create hundreds of baits. Excellent. We need to put this bait to good use. Someday, when we reach some special waters, or even the permafrost, This bait will come in handy. Maybe we can even catch a legendary deep-sea beast. Satisfied, Chao Xing put the recipe away, a smile playing on his face. With that, the full benefits of this transaction were revealed. Blood making money doesn't even begin to describe it. Chao Xing took a deep breath to calm his excitement, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Then he looked up at the time. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning. There are only 4 hours left until dawn. According to the forecast, the new event, Dream Fractals, will begin after dawn. TSK. I better go back and get some sleep first, and recharge. Thinking of this, he headed straight for the territory's residential area. To rest properly, he even found an empty room and crawled in. Living conditions in the residential areas were largely similar. Each room had a small wooden bed topped with a thick quilt, along with cabinets, tables, and other furniture. Chao Xing slipped into bed, the softness of the bed relaxing his tense nerves. A short while later, he fell into deep sleep. And after Chao Xing rested, the chat channels in other regions were abuzz. Since the 10 regions were being merged into one, nearly every nation or legion was represented. These top legions, previously ranked in the top 3 in their respective regions, were now frantically advertising and recruiting elite survivors from each region in a desperate bid for influence. These advertisements, in turn, sparked discontent among the survivors in other regions. They began frantically spamming the chats, arguing with each other, even issuing outright threats and threatening to fight. It was almost as if no one would yield. As more and more legions joined the fray, the chaos in the chat channels intensified, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Many hot-tempered legion commanders even declared they meet at dawn for a battle somewhere. Similarly, many survivors were recruiting allies, preparing for the next day's new event, Fractals of Dreams. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Of course, none of this mattered to Chao Xing. He slept soundly, lost in a peaceful dream. The night passed quickly. When the time reached 6 in the morning, the pale golden light of dawn illuminated the sky. The system notification appeared on time. Attention all survivors, you have successfully survived day 63 of the unrest. New event, Fractals of Dreams will open in 1 hour, so be prepared. New event, Treasure of the Golden Script will open in 24 hours. A second dungeon, Fractals of Dreams, has been added to the dungeon portal in the central area of all lords' territories. Wait for the 1-hour countdown to complete before entering through the portal. The specific rules for Dream Fractals will be announced later. Please be patient. Weather forecast. Freezing rain expected today, with lows of -65 degrees Celsius to -78 degrees Celsius. Outdoor activities are advised. Chapter 810. When this long string of system notifications ended, the remaining 215 chat channels around the world, which had been flooded with messages all night, seemed to have been paused, entering a brief period of stagnation. After a moment, they finally realized what was happening. A survivor named Wang Haoxiang said, "Fuck. The new event starts in an hour. Shut up and get ready for the new dungeon." The others chimed in, "Yeah. All of you legions, calm down. If you want to fight, do it offline. Don't let it get in the way of the real work." That's right. All night long, the chat channels were flooded with messages from various legions. The messages from other survivors were barely posted before they were lost in the sea of messages. This fueled a simmering resentment within them. Now, with someone taking the lead, they let it all out. Under the venomous outcry of the survivors, the Legion's messages were completely silenced. The Legion commanders weren't fools. They knew that any further stalemate would only incur public outrage. So they all took to their respective Legion channels to urge their members to stop flooding the chat. The heated arguments gradually subsided. The chat channel returned to a relatively rational atmosphere. However, the Legion commanders secretly memorized each other's names, preparing to find another opportunity to challenge them after this dungeon was over. On the World Channel, the comments of the powerful from various countries were still full of heated arguments. Ivan Petrov, is the Dream Fractal about to be opened? I remember that this dungeon has 100 levels. Each level has various puzzles, and it seems very difficult. However, our Siberian lords are not afraid of a challenge. William Howard, I remember the system said this was a dungeon for all region lords to challenge together. The region that first finds the dream exit will receive some mysterious rewards. This time, we in Region 184 must give it our all. For the Queen's glory. Kim Soo-hyun, humph. We in Region 167 are a sure winner this time. With Park Jong-ji leading us, we definitely take first place, and the mysterious rewards are ours. Ha ha ha. Survivors around the world were eager to fight. Some lords had already begun assembling elite troops, while others were studying fragments of information circulating on the forums, trying to formulate advanced strategies. Some legion commanders had already begun gathering other legions to form a large alliance. Soon, they put the chaos of the merge behind them and devoted themselves to the new activities. These legion commanders also realized that instead of wasting their energy on these arguments, they could better use it to improve themselves. As long as their strength was strong enough, they could suppress everything. The survivors of the original 4 regions, and now the 1 region, were also engaged in heated discussions. The Dream Fractal is about to open. I heard it's filled with powerful monsters, illusions, and mental interference. If you're not careful, you get lost. The difficulty is beyond imagination. Yes, this is a regional scale dungeon. If you're the first to break through, the rewards will be incredibly generous. I wonder if Boss Chao Xing will participate. If he does, he'd be the one to lead us. That's right. He has so many legendary level experts under his command. Any one of them could crush the other regions. At this thought, the eyes of the survivors in Area 1 lit up with anticipation. Those who had just merged into this channel were especially excited. They hadn't expected to experience another merge before the event began, and to be merged into the same area as this legendary server champion. One survivor said with emotion, "We're so lucky this time. We just merged. And not only did we run into Boss Chao Xing selling such powerful legendary beast meat, but we also likely benefit from his help during this server event." The others echoed in agreement, "Yes, with this guy's strength, the new event will definitely be a piece of cake for him. However, we can't just rely on him. We have to give our all to this new dungeon." That's right. Show the brothers from the 4 areas that we're not weak either. The eyes of the survivors throughout Area 1 burned with fighting spirit. They couldn't wait to enter the new dungeon and show off their skills. Meanwhile, in a bedroom in the territory, Chao Xing stretched and slowly rose from his bed. Looking at the system notification that had just flashed before his eyes, he nodded and said, "As I expected, the new event will begin after dawn. Now, I need to digest last night's gains and prepare to enter the new dungeon." Thinking of this, he quickly emerged from the warm bed and donned his gear. After a quick wash, he pushed open the door to the residential building and headed forward. 5 minutes later, Chao Xing arrived at the heart of the territory. There, a black building, tens of meters tall, towered above the ground. A halo of energy swirled across its surface, and powerful waves of heat could be felt constantly emerging. It was the energy station, now upgraded to level 23, providing warmth to the entire territory 24 hours a day. Next to this energy station stood a massive portal over 10 meters in diameter. The portal slowly spun like a whirlpool, emitting a faint blue light. Chao Xing's gaze fell upon it, and a message appeared. Instance Portal. Instance 1. Lost Royal City. Instance Level. LV50 to LV150. Instance 2. Dream Fractal. Instance Level. LV50 to LV150. Opens in 54 minutes and 32 seconds. Chao Xing pondered. The entry level for this Dream Fractal is similar to that of the Lost Royal City. The minimum entry level is 50 or higher, which translates to a level 6 expert. Although we've entered the era of universal mastery, approximately 20% of the survivors haven't yet reached level 6. In other words, the number of survivors who could enter the Dream Fractal this time is around 1.5 billion. Add to that their subjects above level 50, and the number is estimated to exceed 10 billion. Of course, this restriction didn't matter to Chao Xing. After all, the vast majority of the combatants in his territory had already reached level 6 or higher. Even some of the staff were already at level 50 or 60. In other words, he could bring thousands of people in directly. Just as Chao Xing was pondering these thoughts, he suddenly sensed movement in the nearby Lord's castle. Boom! The heavy doors swung open, revealing 2 stunning figures. At that moment, Bai Ji, with her white hair and cool demeanor, was walking slowly towards them, supporting Lu Muxue, her expression focused and serious. Beside them, Lu Muxue gently stroked her slightly swollen belly. Although it wasn't yet noticeable, a new life was brewing there. "Ah Xing, good morning." Lu Muxue spoke first, her voice as gentle and pleasant as ever. Bai Ji, standing beside her, nodded slightly, a gesture of greeting. Chao Xing smiled and replied, "Good morning, Muxue, Bai Ji. How did you sleep last night?" Lu Muxue nodded gently. "Very well. I didn't have any dreams all night, and I feel very refreshed." After a pause, she asked, "By the way, Xing, I saw the system notification says the Dream Fractal is about to open. Should we go in this time?" Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then replied, "We should definitely go in and take a look. After all, according to your initial speculation, this activity might be related to another ancient dragon, Morphus. So, we need to investigate ahead of time. Hearing this, Lu Muxua bit her lip lightly and asked, then, can you take me and Baiji with you? Chao Xing was slightly stunned, his eyes involuntarily falling on her belly, a hint of hesitation on his face. According to the plan, he wasn't planning on taking Lu Muxua into the dream fractal this time. She seemed to see Chao Xing's concerns and said softly, don't worry about the baby in my belly. With my legendary physique, even fighting won't affect the stability of the fetus. Then, she pulled a dimly glowing mirror from her backpack. My sister Baiji and I each possess the heart mirror and light mirror, respectively. These mirrors have the ability to guide us in unique environments. Perhaps they'd be incredibly effective in a dungeon like this. Hearing this, Chao Xing's gaze fell on the mirror in Lu Muxua's hand. He had seen the effects of the light mirror before. According to speculation, the light of delusion breaking within it was indeed very likely to be effective in the dream fractal. However, he glanced at Lu Muxua's abdomen again, feeling somewhat uneasy. At this moment, Baiji, standing by, spoke softly, her voice as clear as ice. I will take good care of Muxua and try to keep her out of combat. If you're still worried, you can send someone else to protect her closely. Hearing this, Chao Xing ceased his nagging. In that case, then alright, let's all go in together. Seeing his agreement, the two women exchanged a glance, a gentle, yet tacit, smile appearing on their faces. At the same time, the system prompts continued to appear. Attention all survivors. The specific rules for the Dream Fractal event will be announced shortly. At this moment, lords around the world held their breath, intently examining the prompts before them. Even Chao Xing and Lu Muxua stood there, waiting intently. After a moment, the system prompts continued to appear. The following are the specific rules for the event. This event will last for 100 days. After the event begins, survivors will enter the Dream Fractal through dungeon portals, divided into their respective regions, and begin the challenge from the first level. All survivor lords will appear in a world shrouded in dreams. Narrow paths paved in the dream will appear before you, allowing you to navigate. Falling through the passages into the dream will be considered death, and you will be returned directly to your territory. Note, each lord has only one chance to enter each day. You will advance through these interconnected passages, encountering massive attacks from dream monsters, as well as other traps, dream puzzles, and more. In addition, as you advance, you will encounter dream fortresses. These dream fortresses are garrisoned by numerous monsters, blocking your path. After capturing a fortress, you will gain various stat bonuses, such as a 500% increase in dream vision, correct path guidance, foresight of dangerous paths, and more. Your mission is to lead your legion through these dangers, traverse each path, and finally reach the end of the dream to advance to the next level. Note, the first survivor in each region to reach the end will bring generous rewards to all survivors in that region based on the number of levels they first cleared. After reading this lengthy system message, the chat channels in each region erupted in heated discussion. Oh my god! This event sounds a bit complicated. You actually have to navigate through all these passages, and find the right path to reach the end of the dream realm. Indeed, and it sounds more than that. There are also dream puzzles, dream fortresses, and so on. Reaching the end is very difficult. So the system previously mentioned that powerful strength isn't the key to clearing the dream fractals. That's what it means. Haha. It seems that this time, besides Area 1, survivors from other areas also have the opportunity to clear the dream fractals for the first time. This statement immediately gained the approval of the survivors from each area. Before, although they kept it to themselves, they all felt that the first clear reward would be out of their reach. After all, the survivors in Area 1 were truly insane. With over 1,000 hero-level lords, the strength of one area was equal to that of hundreds of other areas, and then, there was another area with a large number of legendary powerhouses, making it even more insane. Faced with such overwhelming strength, few dared to claim they could surpass the survivors from Area 1. Now, in the Dream Fractals, skill isn't the only criterion for clearing levels. This gives the survivors hope. Come on, brothers! This time, we're going to get the first clear of a region. That's right. Let's work together and show them how powerful we are in Area 142. Go! The survivors were filled with fighting spirit, especially after learning they had a chance of defeating those perverts in Area 1. They were like a shot of adrenaline. After all, for anyone, surpassing the server's top performer, even by just one level, is something they can brag about forever. At the same time, a second system appeared. The rewards for the Dream Fractal event are now being announced. In the fractals, you earn a large number of dream fragments by defeating various monsters, solving puzzles, and capturing fortresses. You can redeem dream fragments for generous rewards at the dream shop. Also, the first zone to clear a dream fractal will receive dream fragments equal to a fixed number of layers x 100. You also receive powerful buffs like Nightmare Hunter, Dream Walker, and Dream Devourer. As with the previous events, the launch of a new event was accompanied by the opening of a reward shop. And the moment the system notification indicated the end, all survivors immediately opened the dream shop. This immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Oh my god! You can even redeem something like this. This is insane! Brothers, we really have to go all out this time. We must redeem these rewards. Go! Meanwhile, Chao Xing, Lu Muxue, and the others stood there, their eyes filled with contemplation. They also noticed the addition of a dream shop feature on the system interface. However, behind the shop, there was also a notice that read not fully open. Does not fully open mean only some items are available for redemption? Chao Xing murmured, if so, let me see what rewards are available. So, without hesitation, he clicked on the shop interface. 4 options appeared before him. They were equipment, not fully open, recruitment scroll, closed, blueprints, not fully open, props, not fully open, and materials, closed. Seeing the notes behind these options, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with contemplation again. The exchange options this time are similar to the military merit shop during the Blood Legion's arrival, except for the addition of a materials section. And there are 2 additional suffixes, not fully open and closed. In other words, except for recruitment scrolls and materials, which are closed and unavailable for exchange. All other equipment, blueprints, items. All 3 options can be exchanged for a portion, right? Thinking of this, Chao Xing took the lead and opened the equipment section to take a look. Dreamweaver series weapons, including swords, axes, staffs, shields, etc. requires 20,000 dream fragments for exchange. Nightmare Watcher heavy armor set, gold 5 pieces. Each piece requires 10,000 dream fragments. The full set requires 45,000 dream fragments. Nightmare Apostle light armor set, gold 5 pieces. Each piece requires 10,000 dream fragments. The full set requires 45,000 dream fragments. Dream Ranger leather armor set, gold 4 pieces. Each piece requires 15,000 dream fragments. The full set requires 50,000 dream fragments. Illusionary Prophet cloth armor set, gold 3 pieces. Each piece requires 20,000 dream fragments. The full set requires 50,000 dream fragments. In this dream shop, the equipment section only has 5 redeemable items, and they are all gold quality. These items may seem ordinary, and might be useful for ordinary survivors, but for a top-tier survivor like Chao Xing, they are completely useless. But on reflection, it made sense. After all, this dream fractal system clearly stated that it was just a small event. The redemption rewards wouldn't be comparable to those in larger expansions, like Ice Dragon and Blood Revolt. Furthermore, as the system note not fully open at the back indicated, there was far more equipment available for redemption in the dream shop. The equipment isn't much to look at. Let's check out the other categories. Chao Xing shook his head and began to check out other redeemable items. Next, he skipped the closed recruitment scroll interface and opened the blueprints interface to take a closer look. This time, only 2 blueprints appeared. However, these 2 blueprints instantly made Chao Xing's eyes light up. Chapter 811. Chao Xing's eyes lit up at the sight of 2 redeemable blueprints. Mozen's Pillar Upgrade Blueprint. Legendary redemption requires 1 million dream fragments, limited to 1 redemption. Note: the Mozen's Pillar is an advanced structure after the energy station reaches its maximum level. This blueprint is required for further upgrades and grants new magical features. Lord's Temple Upgrade Blueprint. Legendary redemption requires 1,500,000 dream fragments, limited to 1 redemption. Note: the Lord's Temple is an advanced structure after the Lord's Castle reaches its maximum level. This blueprint is required for further upgrades and grants new magical features. After reading the notes at the end, Chao Xing couldn't help but swallow, his eyes filled with shock. Oh my god! This dream shop is a bit outrageous, he said in disbelief. Even the energy station and the Lord's Castle are. There are all these advanced building blueprints. That's outrageous. Chao Xing had been puzzled before. The 2 buildings in his territory were almost at their maximum level, yet no new levels were released. It was impossible that the territory had reached its limit at this stage, right? Now, the appearance of these 2 blueprints had opened his eyes to a new direction. Territory buildings like these weren't limited to their maximum level. They could be further upgraded and evolved into other types of buildings using special blueprints. In other words, his territory had limitless potential for development. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't wait to exchange the two blueprints to see what they would achieve. However, exchanging for the legendary blueprints Pillar of Mozen and Lord's Temple would cost over 1,000,000 dream fragments. Although Chao Xing didn't yet know how difficult it was to obtain these fragments, judging by the quantity, he knew that acquiring so many dream fragments would be extremely difficult. It would likely require a considerable price to gather them all. First, make note of these two blueprints. Once you have enough dream fragments, exchange them first. Then consider exchanging for other items. Thinking of this, Chao Xing suppressed his excitement and began to check the last available screen. That was the item screen. As he clicked, 5 or 6 items suddenly appeared before him. Expert level Heart of Power. Redemption requires 5,000 dream fragments. Limited redemption, 5,000. Master level Heart of Power. Redemption requires 50,000 dream fragments. Limited redemption, 1,000. Hero level Heart of Power. Redemption requires 200,000 dream fragments. Limited redemption, 10. Legendary Heart of Power. Redemption requires 1,000,000 dream fragments. Limited redemption, 3. Random Relic Box. Redemption requires 1,500,000 dream fragments. Limited redemption, 2. Divine Power Fragments. Redemption requires 50,000 dream fragments. Limited redemption, 200. At this moment, Chao Xing was once again stunned. Wow, so this is the real highlight of this exchange shop. Even divine power fragments can be redeemed, and in such large quantities? This reward is simply too generous. It goes without saying how precious divine power fragments are. They are also one of Chao Xing's most urgently needed resources. And this time, he could actually exchange for a full 200, even enough for a max-level legendary in his territory to activate his divinity. Chao Xing thought excitedly, it just so happens that the divine power fragments in my backpack have already surpassed 300 after trading with the Grey Mist King and the Orchid Queen. If I can exchange all 200 divine power fragments this time, I can prepare legendaries like Mu Shui and Isabel, who are about to reach max level, to break through to demigod status. By then, I have 2, or even 3, demigod level warriors. Thinking of this, his breathing quickened. After all, in an era before gods emerged, demigods were already the pinnacle of power on this continent. 2 demigods combined would be an unbeatable force. 3 demigods would be enough to suppress any unrest. Then, regardless of the Church, the Northwind Alliance, or the Nightmare God, I annihilate them all. Furthermore, besides the 200 divine power fragments available for redemption, there would also be 2 random legendary relic boxes. With a bit of luck, he might even find 2 more legendary powerhouses. For a moment, Chao Xing couldn't wait to enter this dream fractal, obtain more fragments, and then empty the shop. Of course, the number of dream fragments required for these materials is also quite staggering. Add to that the 2 legendary blueprints that must be redeemed earlier, and the total is astronomical. Achieving his goal would likely be quite a challenge. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's expression hardened, and his gaze grew serious. Looks like I have to go all out this time. Try to get more dream fragments and exchange them for all these precious blueprints and materials. So, he took a deep breath, pressed the communication device to his ear, and said solemnly, all combatants, except the Ascalon warriors protecting the workers in the outer city. Everyone else, gather at the territory center. After a pause, he added, Duan, you come too. The moment the order was given, the entire territory sprang into action. The warriors resting quickly rose, the archers training in the range lowered their arrows, and the elemental mages emerged from their meditation. Soon, over 3,000 combatants arrived from all directions. Led by their respective captains, their synchronized footsteps echoed across the cobblestone pavement. Among them were the Knights of the Silver Hand, clad in light silver-white armor, the Boar warriors, wielding twin blades, and the Star Kingdom swordsmen, all dressed in swordsmen's uniforms and bearing swords at their waists. Soon, these elite warriors formed their ranks, gazing resolutely at their lord. After nearly a month of rest and recuperation, these warriors were radiant and now stood erect, their eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. They knew that whenever the Lord summoned all his men in this manner, it signaled the impending arrival of a new battle. Chao Xing glanced around, his gaze lingering on each warrior's face. Most of these were veterans who had served in the territory for a long time, such as the Ascalonian warriors, who formed the largest group, and the centaurs. Of course, there were also some new members, such as the mercenaries from the Iron Rose mercenary group. There was also the Twilight Swordmaster Corel, and heroic creatures like Talia Iron Rose. Next, everyone, prepare yourself. I will lead most of you warriors into a special scene. Chao Xing's voice shone through the waves of magical energy, reaching everyone clearly. That place is called the Dream Fractal, and it's a crucial location for us to obtain precious resources. All we need to do is continue advancing through the dream until we find the correct exit and proceed to the next level. The dream will only end once we clear the 100th level. At this, everyone's gaze is fixed, and their expressions grew serious. After a pause, Chao Xing continued, in the dream fractals, strength isn't the only determining factor. To survive there and find the exit, you also need excellent judgment and adaptability. So, if you encounter special circumstances, you must strictly follow your captain's orders. Do you understand? Understood. Over 3,000 warriors responded in unison, a roar that shook the heavens. Each one's eyes burned with fighting spirit, ready to follow the Lord into the new battlefield. Chao Xing nodded, satisfied, and said, "Very good. Everyone, get ready now. The transmission will officially begin in 5 minutes." The warriors gripped their weapons tightly, waiting solemnly. Then he looked at a small figure waiting silently to the side. "Duan, come here. I have a new mission for you." The polar man's expression straightened as he solemnly stepped out, hammer in hand. "Respected Lord, please give your orders." Chao Xing nodded slightly. Then with a wave of his hand, he pulled 7 blueprints from his backpack and handed them to him. "Next, Duan." "Yes." He respectfully accepted the stack of blueprints, awaiting the Lord's next instructions. "These blueprints are for very important buildings. I need you to arrange for people to upgrade them all as soon as possible. Prioritize the Mage Tower, Warrior Camp, and Night Hall. As for the 2 city wall blueprints." Chao Xing paused, then continued, "Go directly to the outer city and assign this task to Chao Yi. Have him arrange for a construction team to upgrade all the city walls to the maximum level. The territory's city walls are currently at expert level. Although they've undergone various enhancements, their armor has reached 10,000 and their durability is around 3 million. While they appear impressive, they're vulnerable to a legendary level opponent. Therefore, Chao Xing needed to upgrade the city walls as soon as possible. Of course, upgrading these walls would require a significant amount of time and resources, and would also slow down the construction of the megacity. But that didn't matter. After all, according to his plan, building the megacity within 6 months was already a good pace. And simply upgrading the city walls to heroic level would only slow down progress by half a month, or a month at most. This Dream Fractal event would last for 100 days, a little over 3 months. In other words, there shouldn't be any major events during this time, so it wouldn't have any impact at all. Polar Man Duan replied solemnly, "Understood, Your Excellency. I will immediately hand these 2 blueprints over to Mr. Chao Yi, and then lead the other tribesmen to begin work." With these words, he turned and walked with determined steps toward the outer city. After arranging the blueprints for the new buildings, Chao Xing looked at the 2 figures in the crowd. "Mushua, Xiao Chuchu, come here too." The 2 figures, one large and one small, gradually emerged from the crowd and approached Chao Xing. "Big brother, what can I do for you?" Tong Chuchu's clear voice echoed, looking at him innocently. Even Lu Mushua's eyes were filled with confusion. Chao Xing said nothing more, simply pulling all 4 skill books from his backpack and handing them to them. The 2 girls held out their hands to take them, and a system notification appeared. At that moment, surprise flickered in their eyes. Legendary skills. Lu Mushua's breath hitched slightly, her slender fingers clutching the book cover tightly. Tong Chuchu exclaimed in amazement, "Wow! A hero-level mechanical enhancement skill book, and the legendary-level Iron Torrent. These 2 skill books are so impressive." Hearing their exclamations, the surrounding fighters' expressions shifted, and many of them showed eagerness. Ever since so many legendary warriors arrived in the territory, they've all learned just how powerful legendary skills are. They're a force that can turn the tide of battle, and now, the Lord has unexpectedly acquired 2 more such powerful skill books. This is enough to boost the territory's strength even further. At this thought, the combatants' faces lit up with relief. Chao Xing smiled, then said, "Use these 2 skill books first. The Dream Fractal is about to open, and your new skills might be useful there." After a pause, he added, "By the way, let's test Xiao Chuchu's mechanical armor, individual thruster on the robots after this exploration." The 2 girls nodded like chicks pecking at rice. "Yes." "Okay, Ah Xing." Then, they followed the same steps as before, and clapped their hands. The 4 skill books transformed into 1 white, and 1 blue, 2 torrents pouring into their minds. Like Chao Xing, They instantly closed their eyes. Their minds were flooded with fragments of memories. Among these fragments were detailed schematics of the mechanical armor, the tactical application of the iron torrent, and various revelations brought by the aurora. Powerful blue mechanical force and a dazzling aurora burst forth from the two women. In the blink of an eye, it spread out over a kilometer or two, completely enveloping the thousands of warriors. Finally, after more than 3 minutes, the two women simultaneously opened their eyes. Tong Chuchu's pupils flickered with a mechanical blue light, while wings woven from aurora appeared behind Lu Mushua. "Big brother, I've learned everything," Tong Chuchu's clear voice echoed, her tone tinged with undisguised excitement. Lu Mushua nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chao Xing observed their transformation with satisfaction. "All right, start by getting used to these new skills. Then, we go to the Dream Fractal and show off our skills." Hearing this, the two women nodded vigorously and began to adapt to the new power within them. Chao Xing also turned, his gaze fixed on the vortex portal ahead. A copy of the dungeon information appeared before him. Instance 2, Dream Fractal. Entry level, level 50 to level 150. Time remaining until unlocking, 1 minute 48 seconds. Meanwhile, the survivors on the World Channel were completely excited after seeing the rewards in the Dream Shop. Kong Yuchia, holy crap! These Dream Fractal rewards are outrageous. Even precious breakthrough items, like Heroes' Hearts, can be redeemed for 10. If we redeem all of them, we have at least 4 or 5 more hero-level powerhouses. Bo Zijia, yes, there are 6 max-level rank 7 creatures in my territory. 10 Heroes' Hearts are more than enough to help us break through all of them. Sure Bangming, haven't you noticed? It's not just those Heroes' Hearts, but the Master-level and Expert-level power hearts up front are also very important. With so many, if we can redeem them all, it means everyone's territories will see a surge in Master-level powerhouses. Then maybe we'd be able to command a Master-level army. Hearing commanding a Grandmaster-level army, most of the survivors felt their breath catch, and even the chat room suddenly fell silent. Once upon a time, Grandmasters were still unattainable to them. In the first few months of their arrival in this world, any Grandmaster-level warrior could annihilate their entire territory. Yet now, as the territory continued to grow, they were actually discussing the possibility of forming a Master-level legion. This earth-shaking change left everyone in a trance. At this thought, many survivors subconsciously clenched their fists, their eyes sparkling with excitement. At this moment, a survivor named Liang Taiyu suddenly said, "You're all mistaken. These hero hearts and master-level power hearts are nothing compared to the rewards that lie ahead. I suggest that everyone, if permitted, redeem the legendary hearts and random relic chests for anything else." Upon hearing this, the chat room erupted in confusion, with countless messages streaming in like snowflakes. "Brother, prioritizing the legendary heart is understandable, but what are the relic chests for?" "Yes, what exactly are relic chests? Brother Liang, elaborate?" Seeing the enthusiastic response, the survivor named Liang Taiyu realized that everyone's curiosity had been piqued. He cleared his throat and spoke in a feigned seriousness. "I've heard from the natives of this world before that reaching the legendary realm is completely different from reaching the master or hero levels. Having the legendary heart alone isn't enough. You need something else, a relic." At this, the chat room erupted with confusion again. Before they could ask, Liang Taiyu continued, explaining, "Furthermore, even if you possess both the relic and the legendary heart, there's no guarantee of a breakthrough. The relic you have must be for the corresponding class. However, relics themselves are extremely rare, let alone one for the corresponding class. It's practically impossible to find one. So, the Dream Shop is offering these relic boxes, and you can redeem 2. In other words, with a bit of luck, we could all potentially reach the legendary realm, or even possess legendary subjects." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire chat room erupted in excitement. Chapter 812. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire chat channel exploded, with messages flooding the screen at a dizzying speed. Legendary level. Do we have a chance to reach that level? Oh my god. I've dreamed countless times of possessing legendary combat power like Boss Chao Xing. I never thought that day would actually come true. Change. I must change. This time, I give it my all. The power of legendary level sent the survivors into a frenzy of excitement, especially those who had recently broken through to the heroic realm. Seeing the hope of reaching legendary status, their eyes lit up with eagerness. For a moment, everyone was utterly excited, some eager to enter the Dream Fractal dungeon and explore. However, at this moment, another survivor named Jiaya spoke up. "I suggest you don't listen to his advice." Her voice was calm and rational. not to mention the massive amount of dream fragments required to exchange for these relic chests and legendary hearts, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary lords. Furthermore, breaking through to the legendary realm is a very distant goal for us. At this stage, how many lords have broken through to the heroic realm? Based on the proportion of lords remaining worldwide, less than 1 in 100,000. Furthermore, advancing from level 70 to level 100 is a lengthy process. So we shouldn't aim too high, but should proceed steadily. Prioritize exchanging for master and hero level hearts of power. The correct approach is to first increase the overall strength of the territory. With these words, everyone fell into deep thought again. After all, both of their opinions were sound and well-reasoned. For a moment, it was difficult to decide. At this moment, Wei Jiani, another prominent figure in the 4 regions, spoke up. Don't overthink it. Just make your choice based on the situation in your territory. With his words, the chat channel gradually quieted down, and everyone waited for him to continue. After all, Wei Jiani's reputation in the 4 regions might not rival that of Cao Xing, Bai Ji, and others, but he was still among the top 3. Furthermore, because he inherited the legacy of a sword saint, he was one of the first in the 4 regions, besides Cao Xing, to reach the hero level, and was hailed as the lord closest to becoming a legend. Thus, Wei Jiani's words still attracted considerable attention. He continued, currently, for lords without hero-level powerhouses in their territories, the primary goal is to exchange hero hearts to strengthen the territory's top forces. Then exchange some master-level power hearts to enhance the territory's core strength. As for lords who already possess hero-level powerhouses, if they have sufficient dream fragments, they can attempt to exchange them for legendary hearts and relic chests. After all, the power of a single legendary powerhouse is greater than that of several heroes and master-level powerhouses combined. After hearing Wei Jiani's suggestion, everyone pondered for a moment. Then, they responded, Captain Wei's words make sense. We should act according to the strength of our own territories and allocate resources rationally. Indeed, and we still don't know the true nature of this dream fragment. It's too early to comment now. Captain Wei, are you still hiring at Sword Pavilion? Add me. I'm a level 70 Frost Mage with 110,000 magic attack. Everyone agreed with this idea immediately. They would decide what to exchange based on their territory's strength. In the interlude, the dungeon countdown was almost over. A survivor, looking at the ticking numbers behind him, reminded, Brothers, 10 seconds left. Get ready to enter the dungeon. It's finally starting. Everyone get ready. Don't bring all your combatants in. While there's no limit on the number of people entering this time, you should still leave some people behind to guard your territory. That's right. Protect your nest, and don't let anyone steal your ass. Amid the survivors' discussion, the countdown reached its final second. Attention all survivors. New dungeon, Dream Fractal has officially opened. Now, you can enter the Dreamland, slay more monsters, and earn rich rewards. When the reminder ended, the world channel exploded with information again. It's begun, brothers. Charge. Charge, charge, charge. This time I must break through to hero level. The first pass reward must belong to our Indian Union. Instantly, the vortex portals in the centers of the hundreds of millions of territories around the world lit up with a dazzling blue light. Buzz, buzz. The blue light gradually spread, enveloping the entire central area. The next moment, these lords and their warriors vanished from the spot. At the same time, Cao Xing also activated his teleportation. Over 3,000 combatants, plus him, Lu Muxue, Bai Ji, and Tong Chu Chu, 4 otherworldly lords in all, stood in a neat row in the center of their territory. As a blue light enveloped them completely, a scene flashed before their eyes. Everyone felt their bodies lighten, as if flung into a time tunnel. Then, their vision vanished. Buzz. After a moment of dizziness, everyone gradually regained their footing. The feeling of groundedness washed over them. As Cao Xing gradually opened his eyes, a system notification appeared. You have entered the Dream Fractal, Layer 1. Location, Zone 1. Attention! All flight abilities are disabled within the Dream Fractal. Can't fly? Cao Xing's eyes flickered with confusion. Does this mean even legendary warriors can only walk in this scenario? Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on it, but looked around. When Cao Xing took in the surroundings, his pupils constricted slightly, and a deep shock welled up in his heart. Oh my god! Is this the dream fragment? Why is it so different from what I imagined? Cao Xing gazed around in amazement. The group seemed to be high in the sky. The sky stretched endlessly around them, and beneath their feet lay a vast mass of dark purple clouds, casting an eerie and mysterious shadow over the entire world. These clouds swirled and swirled, as if some gigantic creature were swimming within them. Wow! Captain Elisa seems to have arrived in a strange place. It's so high up here. As Elisa's voice rang out, everyone looked around. Then, like Chao Xing, a look of shock appeared in their eyes. Besides the endless, empty sky around them, and the faint dark purple clouds in the distance, they all found themselves standing on a vast platform. This platform, over a kilometer in diameter, could accommodate tens of thousands of people without feeling crowded. The surface shone with a metallic sheen, yet bore the texture of biological tissue, like the skin of some monster. Even more bizarrely, this platform seemed to be a transportation hub, or perhaps a nerve center. From the edge of the circular platform, narrow paths, barely a meter wide, stretched out in all directions, winding and disappearing into the distant clouds. These paths pulsed faintly like nerve fibers, and below them lay an endless dark purple cloud, as if it were about to fall into it if one wasn't careful. At this moment, Bai Ji said, thoughtfully, "So that's what the system meant when it said falling down would be equivalent to death. We need to navigate these narrow paths and keep finding the correct one to reach the dream exit, so we can enter the next level. This terrain alone will have a significant impact on the legions." Lu Muxua softly echoed yes. These paths are too narrow, barely enough for two people to walk side by side. If you're not careful, you fall. If we encounter monsters, it will be even more difficult to display our skills. Assam also analyzed with a serious look. It seems that these legions in our territory will not be able to move together. Too many people would become a burden here. After listening to the three people's analysis, Chao Xing scanned the surrounding area, trying to find some pattern in the extended paths, thereby pointing to the correct direction. However, after careful examination, he ultimately abandoned this idea. These extended paths were completely random, with no discernible pattern at all. Furthermore, the surrounding dark purple cloud significantly reduced visibility, limiting the area to a maximum of 1 or 2 kilometers. It seems that this activity is indeed much more difficult than expected. So many paths, and every one of them looks exactly the same. Finding the correct path among them requires a great deal of time and luck. At this moment, Lu Muxua pulled a glowing white mirror from her backpack and whispered, "Ah Xing, would you like to try my light mirror to see if I can directly find the correct path?" Chao Xing gazed at the mirror in her hand, pondering. The light mirror's light of delusion special effect could guide them to the correct path. However, this special effect only lasts for 10 minutes, but has a cooldown of 30 minutes. So, it can only be used at a critical moment. He looked around, did a quick calculation, and murmured, "There are currently 144 routes near this platform. And it's likely that most of them are dead ends. Or, simply put, 99% of them are fake, and only one will lead to the correct exit from the dream. In other words, now is truly the critical moment to use light of delusion breaking." Thinking of this, Chao Xing nodded decisively. "Muxua, use it directly. Try to see if it can help us find the correct route." The beautiful female knight nodded solemnly, then raised the mirror high. Her slender fingers gently traced the mirror's surface. The next moment, a soft white light burst out, transforming into a white ribbon that continuously moved through the intricate network of passages. The ribbon of light slithered forward like a living, spirited snake, seemingly searching for something. Strangely, however, after circling for a long time, the ribbon of light still hadn't locked onto any clear route. It paused, then turned, appearing hesitant. Seeing this, strange expressions crossed everyone's faces. Even Chao Xing wondered, puzzled, strange. Could it be that the effect of the light of delusion breaking doesn't work within the dream fractal? But as he finished speaking, the ribbon of light before him shifted. Its shape began to twist, and a blinding light erupted. Under everyone's astonishment, the band of light began to rapidly split, transforming into tiny streaks of light. In the blink of an eye, a full 43 tiny rays emerged from Lu Muxua's light mirror, like glowing tentacles, pointing to different entrances. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Braun patted his smooth head, his rough voice tinged with confusion. "Gods, so many rays have split. Could these paths be the correct ones? How long will this exploration take?" The others frowned slightly at this scene. At this moment, a petite figure perched on the golem's shoulder pondered for a moment before speaking in a clear voice. "Uncle Brown, these passages aren't independent, but rather interconnected. Just like the platform we're on now, if we keep following one of these passages, we might find the platform where other survivors were born. In other words, if we follow any of these 43 passages, we might eventually converge at the destination." Everyone turned their gazes. It was Tong Chuchu who spoke. Remarkably, After her recent frantic monster killing in the ruins, she had already reached level 100. Now, all she needed was a relic corresponding to her class to reach the legendary realm. She would become the only legendary mechanic among the survivors on Blue Star. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing Tong Chuchu's analysis, agreeing that it made sense. After all, if only one of these over 100 passages was the correct route, even with the support of millions of lords across the entire region. However, finding the exit was also extremely difficult, or rather, an extremely unlikely event. Now, with dozens of correct routes, the probability was much higher. Of course, this didn't mean that finding the correct route would guarantee the exit to the Dreamland. According to the system, there would be various unexpected events and branching routes along the way. These situations could lead to accidents or even getting lost. Thinking of this, they all turned their gazes to their lord, awaiting his final decision. Chao Xing mentally sorted out the clues and then gave the order. Since that's the case, let's assign the teams. His voice echoed across the empty platform. All legendary level experts will form separate groups to explore one route. Other heroes and master level experts will each lead a 50-man legion to explore the other route. He looked around at everyone. According to our estimates, we can assign a total of 72 legions this time, enough to explore most of the routes. Your mission is to keep exploring, regardless of whether this route is correct or not. If you encounter monsters or other incidents along the way, eliminate them, and obtain as many materials as possible. With his current territory's strength, the monsters in this dream fragment shouldn't pose much of a threat to his subjects. With the aid of the light mirror, even clearing the level in a short period of time shouldn't be a problem. The key lies in making good use of each layer, defeating more monsters, and obtaining more dream fragments. Then exchange them for various rare items in the dream shop. Chao Xing continued, I will form an exploration team with my wife, Baiji, as well as Sarah, Marlene, and Brown. We will follow the correct route, and find the correct exit from the dream. Do you understand? Everyone's expression straightened, understanding the Lord's intention. This meant they were to go all out in this dream fractal. There was no need to find the correct route. That task would be left to the Lord. All they needed to do was give it their all and destroy every monster they encountered along the way. Destroy gods, destroy Buddhas. Thinking of this, the soldiers also became excited. They shouted, As you command, Lord. Chao Xing nodded. Very well then, let's start assigning teams. With that, over 3,000 men began their movement. In addition to Chao Xing, Lu Muxue, Sarah, Marlene, and Braun, 5 legendaries in total, and Baiji, a hero-level powerhouse, forming a separate team, the other 7 legendary creatures in the territory, Hilda, Binglan, Isabel, and others, were divided into 6 teams and positioned themselves in front of the 6 passages. Next came the hero-level powerhouses, such as Boji, Xiao, and Tong Chuchu, each leading a 50-man legion. Adding these master-level subjects, a total of 66 teams were formed, each standing in front of their respective passages. It's worth noting that these 50-man legions weren't divided according to their military type. Instead, each squad was equipped with a healing unit like the Tribal Witch Doctor, as well as ranged damage units like the Wind Mage and Earth Mage. There were also units, like the Knights of the Silver Hand, capable of both combat and defense. This ensured the comprehensiveness and strength of the entire legion. After a quick glance and confirming everything was clear, Chao Xing announced, Now, everyone move. The next moment, the 70-plus teams all stepped into the narrow paths. Trample. Trample. The cadence of footsteps echoed in the empty sky, the crisp metallic sound of armor clashing. They advanced cautiously along the path, less than a meter wide, in a column formation. A moment later, they all disappeared into the dark purple clouds. Soon, only Chao Xing, Lu Muxue, and 6 others remained on the vast platform. Chapter 813. Chao Xing gazed at the winding passage before him, one of the more than 40 correct routes the optical mirror had identified. Let's go in too. After giving the order, Brown immediately held up the shield of origin and walked to the front of the group. Lord, let me clear the way for you. Beside him, Lu Muxue also raised her small round shield, her silver-white armor gleaming in the dim light. Then I walk at the back of the group to ensure the safety of the rear. Chao Xing nodded and replied, Okay, then, follow this formation and we go in. As you command? Then Braum strode directly into the passage. The others followed the large figure, slowly advancing along the narrow aerial path. Because of the Dream Fractal, all flight capabilities are disabled, even for legendary level experts. Furthermore, if one accidentally falls, they will be considered dead and teleported back to the territory. so they could only keep their feet on the ground and move forward bit by bit. But even so, their marching speed remained strong. In just a minute or two, they had advanced nearly a kilometer. Chaoxing looked back and saw that the broad platform where they had just emerged had disappeared from view. They were now completely immersed in the dream. And as they went deeper, the environment became increasingly eerie. Originally, their vision was vast, allowing them to see scenes several kilometers away at a glance. Now, the fog around them grew thicker, and visibility was no more than 100 meters. It was as if a vast, dark purple cloud had gathered around them, oppressing the small group. They could only see a few dozen meters ahead and behind the passage. Observing this, Sarah grasped the death dagger, its sharp blade gleaming coldly. "Lord, would you like me to scout ahead?" Her figure almost blended with the surrounding shadows, as if she would vanish at any moment. Chaoxing pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No need. Our route is correct, and we haven't encountered any branching points yet. So, just maintain formation and keep moving forward." The dark elf assassin nodded slightly. "Yes." Her figure remerged into the group, like a silent ghost. The group continued forward, remaining vigilant. At that moment, everyone on the field paused. Among the six, even Bai Ji possessed heroic-level combat prowess, possessing an extremely keen sense of danger. They all sensed a creature, seemingly with strong attacking intent, rapidly approaching them. Chaoxing whispered, "Everyone, be careful down there." At this, everyone gripped their weapons and assumed combat stances. Braun's massive shield slammed heavily onto the ground, causing a tremor. Marinina unsheathed her bloodthirster with a dull hum. Chaoxing, among them, gripped his staff tightly. The next moment, a tooth-grinding scratching sound echoed beneath their feet. Crack, crack. It sounded like countless claws tearing at rock, or scratching at a door. And the source of the sound was right on the road beneath their feet. In other words, somewhere they couldn't see, a group of creatures were stalking right beside them. Gurgle. Gurgle. With a wriggling sound, twisted, dark purple arms stretched out from either side of the suspended path, clinging to the edge of the path. Their knuckles were unusually long and thin, their nails gleaming like a cold metal as they dug deep into the ground. They continued to claw frantically at the ground, as if trying to climb out of the dark purple clouds below. After a moment, half of their bodies emerged. At this point, Chaoxing had a clearer look at the monsters' faces. They had humanoid outlines, but were distorted beyond recognition. Spines bent into strange arcs, limbs twisted in opposite directions, and heads tilted at impossible angles. Their skin was a strange dark purple, covered in wriggling blood vessels. Most terrifying of all was their faces, devoid of facial features, only a gaping, fang-filled maw roaring at them. Hiss, hiss! The sound was like the piercing, high-pitched sound of a sharp object scraping against glass, interspersed with a trembling sound like air tearing through the air. Just hearing it made one's scalp tingle. However, Chaoxing ignored the terrifying screams and fixed his gaze on the monsters, quickly scanning their attributes. Nightmare Crawler. Race, Nightmare. Level 70, Tier 7. Potential, Elite. Health, 702385/702385. Attack, 19,932 to 21,524. Armor, 3912 to 4152. Skills, Nightmare Bite, Twisted Regeneration, Nightmare Assault. Talent, Dream Affinity. In dreams, the Nightmare Crawler gains 30% movement and attack speed, and 30% dodge rate. Chaoxing pondered, just after entering the passage, I encountered a level 70 elite monster? This is just the beginning. There are undoubtedly more powerful monsters hidden deep within this fog. This dungeon looks quite challenging for the survivors. After all, although most of the current survivors already possess master-level subjects, they still face considerable challenges facing monsters of the same rank. Additionally, due to the terrain, they can't unleash their abilities freely. So, some survivors will undoubtedly suffer significant damage from this first wave of monsters. However, for the other survivors, these monsters could pose a significant threat. But with my current strength, I'm completely vulnerable. Chaoxing ordered, Marlenina, proceed. The moment she received the command, the Valkyrie drew her blood-red longsword and slashed casually. Buzz! A stream of blood-red sword energy slashed across 1,000 meters, creating a tiny crack in the air along its path. The twisted and bizarre nightmare crawlers faltered for a moment upon contact with the sword energy. Then, a streak of blood appeared on their bodies. Swish! With the sound of flesh wriggling, the nightmare crawlers were ripped in two before they could even get close. Followed by this, A series of kill notifications appeared. Your territory member, Marinina killed LVL 70 Nightmare Crawlers *12, gaining 4.5 million experience points, Pale Guidance. Combatant gaining 2.25 million experience points. Seeing the notifications, Chao Xing nodded slightly. Not bad. Killing these monsters earns quite a bit of experience points. Although it's been 2 or 3 months since the end of the Blood expansion, the experience bonus from Star of Savior has worn off. But this time, I went back and used 3 hearts of the Jade Elephant to add another 500 years to the Pale Sacred Tree's age, which just happened to give it another 50% bonus. Now it's equivalent to a permanent 80% experience bonus, and the leveling efficiency hasn't slowed down at all. At the same time, Chao Xing looked at the area behind him. After the Nightmare Crawlers died, their scattered bodies plummeted into the nightmare clouds below, disappearing without a trace. And at their deaths, several dark purple crystal fragments appeared, floating in midair. Chao Xing counted them. There were about 4 in total. He thought to himself, these crystal fragments should be the dream fragments used to redeem rewards, right? Thinking of this, he waved his hand and put all the fragments into his backpack. Obtained, Dream Fragments *4. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing nodded in realization, it's Dream Fragments indeed. He mentally calculated, I killed 12 monsters this time, and a total of 4 Dream Fragments dropped. That's a drop rate of around 30%, which is quite high. Furthermore, based on the exploration efficiency of the dozens of teams I've assigned, they should have encountered monsters from the Dream Fractals by now. Thinking of this, he clicked on the system prompt interface and checked the information. Instantly, a large number of kill notifications appeared. Your territory member, Assam successfully killed Nightmare Ripper level 70 by 15, gaining 5.7 million experience points, Pale Guidance. Combatants gain experience points, 2.85 million. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglon successfully killed Nightmare Apostle level 70 by 3, Boss, gaining 4.2 million experience points, Pale Guidance. Combatants gain experience points, 2.1 million. As Chao Xing had anticipated, most of the other teams had already engaged with the monsters in the dream and concluded their battles. He did a quick count. Just now, a total of 32 teams engaged in combat, collectively killing over 300 monsters. Based on a 30% drop rate, we should have obtained approximately 100 Dream Fragments. It's been less than 20 minutes since we entered the Dream Fractal. Based on this effect, by the time the Dream Fractal closes in 99 days, we have more than enough to amass 2 or 3 million Dream Fragments. At this thought, Chao Xing couldn't help but smile, his anticipation growing. Then he gave the order, let's move on. Brown, lead the way. No problem, Lord. The large man raised the Shield of Origin and charged forward. Then, everyone continued to advance in their assigned formation. Soon, they had walked about 500 meters along this narrow path, less than a meter wide. But then, they stopped again and simultaneously looked up at the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. A sharp, piercing sound echoed, as if some enormous object were rapidly approaching them. Everyone looked intently as a massive, dark purple meteorite, over 3 meters in diameter, tore through the clouds. The meteorite, trailing a long tail of flame and emitting a suffocating pressure, barreled down towards the narrow road where they stood. Chao Xing's pupils narrowed as he said in a deep voice, good grief. A meteorite this size, and on such a narrow road, we all be crushed if we're not careful. It seems those nightmare monsters aren't the only danger in this dream fragment. Be careful of the traps along the way. Lu Muxua, behind him, also felt the meteor's power. She was about to use her newly learned legendary skill, Aurora Barrier, to block the meteor. At that moment, Brown, walking in front, shouted, Power of the Ancestors, grant me strength. Then, his body began to expand rapidly, his muscles bulging like steel, his bones cracking with thunder. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant 100 meters tall. The Shield of Origin in his hand also expanded simultaneously, dark green lines appearing on its surface, and emitting a strong breath of life. The meteor approached rapidly enlarging in the field of vision, squeezing the air into visible ripples. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the meteor slammed into Brahm's massive shield. Purple-black flames exploded like waves, but were unable to shake the mountain-like figure. A violent shockwave spread outward, causing Chao Xing's robes to sway slightly in the air. A moment later, the noise of the meteorite explosion faded, leaving no trace of the people behind him. After resolving this crisis, Brown quickly shrank back down, restoring his height to approximately 2 meters. Otherwise, in his 100-meter-tall form, He wouldn't have been able to fully place a foot in this narrow, 1-meter wide path, let alone gain a firm foothold. The large man tilted his head and grinned, a simple, honest smile. "Lord, with Braum here, nothing will harm you." Chao Xing's face also crossed with a gentle smile. "Well done, let's keep going." "No problem." With that, Braum continued his stride, heading forward. The large shield filled the entire path, shielding them from all attacks. It must be said, following behind such a shield guardian gave them a truly overwhelming sense of security. Meanwhile, the other teams were also attacked by traps within the Dream Fractal. Assam, riding Winter, the Frost Wolf, strode forward. At that moment, a dark purple mist suddenly rose without warning, completely enveloping both man and wolf. Then, a vast mass of dark purple vines suddenly sprouted from the path beneath their feet, completely entangling the Frost Wolf's hooves. Swish! Swish! The vines grew wildly, with immense force, as if they were about to drag Winter down. Seeing this, Assam casually drew his sword of the Lady of the Lake. Clang! With the clang of a sword's energy, the vines were shattered into pieces. Then, he gently patted Winter's neck. "Winter, keep going." "Roar!" The Frost Wolf growled, as if responding to its master's command. Elsewhere, the 50-man squad led by Elisa also encountered an unexpected situation. The narrow road beneath their feet suddenly cracked and began to vibrate violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The girl's face showed panic, and she shouted a warning, "Ouch! The road is collapsing. Everyone run!" Then, she leaped forward, leaping over 100 meters. Behind her, the dozens of warriors also quickened their pace, sprinting forward. At the same time, the two wind mages in the team raised their staffs in unison and cast the advanced spell, Wind Walk. Whoosh! A powerful gust of air blew from behind, and everyone felt their bodies lighten, their movement speed skyrocketing. Adding the fixed 220% movement speed bonus from Eternal Power, they rushed forward like an arrow from a bow. Just as the last person leaped over the cracked area, the road beneath them collapsed with a loud bang, and countless fragments fell into the endless clouds below. Seeing this, Elisa patted her flat chest and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Phew. Thank goodness Captain Elisa commanded in time. Otherwise, we would all have fallen." After saying this, she clasped her hands behind her back and said with a pretentious air, "As expected, this team can't survive without Captain Elisa." The rest of the team looked at this quirky little girl, and a smile curled their lips. Besides Elisa and Assam, the other teams also encountered various traps. The team led by the Star Nation swordsman Xiao was suddenly attacked by a dream rift. A crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the team and continued to expand, as if it would swallow everyone. But this swordsman genius reacted with astonishing speed, leaping through the rift at top speed the moment it appeared. Commander Berger encountered a disturbance caused by a dream torrent. A large amount of dark purple energy, like liquid, rushed towards them. Caught off guard, everyone was about to be swept away by the torrent and plummeted to the sky below. But the Dragon Blood warrior launched several devastating axe strikes, forcibly shattering the dream torrent, leaving everyone unharmed. The Blood Spider Queen, Hilda, also encountered a strange mental attack. A large number of blood spiders exploded with a continuous puff, puff, puff. But possessed by her faith, she completely ignored the attack and passed through safely. So far, none of the over 3,000 warriors Chao Xing had brought with her had lost their lives to traps. Of course, while Chao Xing's warriors had successfully navigated these deadly traps, the other survivors were not so lucky. Many legions led by the Survivor Lord suffered heavy losses in the face of these impenetrable traps. Because the level restriction for this dungeon was the same as that for the Lost Royal City, entry required a minimum of level 50, or master level. However, while the survivors' strength had improved slightly over time, the number of master-level warriors in their territories was limited. Now, after the sudden attack, they had lost a significant number of their most capable men. Some lords were completely wiped out. The entire army plummeted into the endless sky like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, screams and the sounds of falling bodies echoed from every corner of the dream-fractured layer. The chat channel was also flooded with complaints. "Damn, this is outrageous. Not only is the path so narrow, but there are also monsters and traps everywhere. There's absolutely no way to survive." Chapter 814. The survivors complained about their experiences in the dungeon. "Yeah, I finally advanced 2 kilometers, but before I even reached the end of the road, half my troops were gone. At this rate, not to mention finding the exit, surviving inside is a serious problem." The difficulty of the Dream Fractal exceeded everyone's expectations. The surviving lords realized that they faced not only powerful nightmare monsters, but also an elaborate maze of death. Every inch of the road required a life-threatening exploration. For a moment, many lords felt a sense of dejection, their initial ambition gone. At this moment, a survivor named Fu Weicheng offered comfort. Brothers, don't worry. This is just the beginning. It's normal for everyone to suffer some losses. As long as we learn from experience and keep exploring, we will definitely find the right path. Another lord named Zheng Ningzhu echoed, yes, these traps are dangerous and powerful, but there are always signs before they appear. As long as you observe the environment in advance, stay alert, and prepare for any consequences, you can minimize the losses. Besides, you won't truly die in the dream fractals. At worst, you can just return to the territory and continue exploring tomorrow. It's no big deal. The atmosphere in the chat room gradually brightened with these two comforting words. That's right, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a return to the territory. At worst, we can come back tomorrow. Go! Brothers, fortune and glory are won through risk. Just do it. The survivors rekindled their fighting spirit and explored the unknown path ahead. And having learned from their previous experiences, they advanced even more cautiously this time. Many lords began sharing their strategies for dealing with traps and monsters. For a time, casualties gradually decreased, and the survivors explored farther and farther. Meanwhile, Chao Xing and the others had advanced about 4 kilometers along the first path. Along the way, they encountered at least 4 traps and 5 attacks from nightmare monsters. But faced with sheer strength, they easily handled them. At this point, they paused again. Before them, a new group of monsters had appeared. This group was a terrifying group of equally twisted creatures, covered in dark purple skin and equipped with a pair of sharp claws. They were the Nightmare Rippers that Assam had encountered. Not only had they reached level 70, but there were also nearly 30 of them. If a normal survivor team encountered this kind of lineup, it would be a disaster, Chao Xing whispered. As we go deeper, the number of monsters we encounter increases. But that's a good thing for me. The more monsters there are, the more dream fragments will drop. Similarly, with a single strike of Marinina's sword, the bodies of these Nightmare Rippers instantly shattered. Your territory member, Marinina successfully killed Nightmare Ripper level 70 by 31, gaining 11.24 million experience points. Pale Guidance. Combatants experience points, 5.62 million. Following the kill notification, Chao Xing waved his hand and collected all the dark purple crystal fragments on the ground into his backpack. Obtained, Dream Fragments *9. Glancing at his backpack, he saw the current total of dream fragments had reached 26. Chao Xing whispered, so far, we've been in this ruins for about half an hour, and we've harvested nearly 30 fragments. The other team should be about the same efficiency. In other words, the combined total of the fragments held by over 60 teams is now close to 2,000. A smile played on Chao Xing's lips again. Clearly, this efficiency had exceeded his expectations. Excited, the team continued forward. At this moment, the scene ahead finally changed slightly. Previously, there had been only a single, endless road, stretching to nowhere. Now, before them appeared a massive circular platform, approximately 500 meters in diameter, suspended above the dark purple clouds. However, unlike the platform they had previously been borne on, this platform was not surrounded by over 100 roads. This platform had only 8 suspended roads, leading to the unknown depths of the clouds. Seeing this, Chao Xing frowned slightly. 8 paths? It doesn't seem like much, but finding the correct path with a 1/8 probability is quite difficult. Besides, there's no guarantee we won't encounter other branches along the way. However, such branches still had no impact on him, because after exploring for a while, the Light of Delusion Breaking Light's special effect on the light mirror had cooled down. With this mirror, Chao Xing didn't need to bother exploring each one individually. So he simply ordered, let's go and take a look. With that, everyone stepped onto the mysterious platform. And the moment they all entered, it was as if some ancient mechanism had activated. A large amount of dark purple mist surged across the entire platform, completely enveloping them. A system prompt appeared. Please select your trial method. Battle Trial. After selecting this trial, a large number of nightmare monsters will spawn near the platform. Defeat all of them within 20 minutes to receive dream fragments. Survivors will receive dream guidance, revealing for possible routes to the exit. Trial of Wisdom. 3 dream puzzles will appear in the fog. Solve them to receive a fixed reward of 100 dream fragments, and reveal 3 possible routes to the exit. Dream Trial. Accept the dream trial and enter a 10-minute slumber. Awaken within the allotted time to receive a fixed reward of 100 dream fragments, and reveal 2 possible routes to the exit. When the prompts ended, a look of realization crossed Xiaoxing's eyes. I see. At branching nodes like this, you encounter different trial options. If you're confident in your abilities, you can choose the first trial of battle. This is also the simplest and most direct trial, but it also reveals more routes, a full 4. He continued his analysis. As for the subsequent trials of wisdom and dreams, they test your wisdom and will, respectively. The trial of wisdom requires solving 3 complex puzzles, which will reveal 3 routes. Lords who are confident in their intelligence can consider this option. The dream trial requires waking up within a specified time frame. No one knows what kind of dream they find themselves in, and a careless mistake could lead to eternal damnation. Also, this trial reveals the fewest routes, only 2. It's important to note that the more routes revealed, the better. After all, the system prompts describe possible routes to the exit, not guaranteed ones. In other words, these routes could also lead to dead ends. If you choose a dead end, you have to backtrack and choose a new route, wasting considerable time and energy. Thus, the fewer routes revealed, the better. This significantly reduces the cost of trial and error, allowing you to find the dream exit as quickly as possible. In short, all 3 options offer guidance, but each has its own advantages and disadvantages. While Xiaoxing was analyzing, Lu Muxue, standing nearby, also saw the system prompt. She asked softly, "Ah Xing, should we skip these trials and use the light mirror to find the correct route?" As she spoke, she produced the dimly glowing mirror. In this scenario, the light mirror was practically a cheating tool. With it, Xiaoxing could save countless hours, swiftly finding the dream exit and proceeding to the next level. In other words, the reward for clearing the first zone would almost certainly go to them. Xiaoxing was about to nod in agreement. At that moment, as if remembering something, he murmured, "Although I could skip the trials and find the correct route now." But the system also indicated that passing these trials would reward dream fragments, and quite a few, a full 100. You have to remember, he currently had less than 30 fragments in his backpack, so the reward of 100 fragments was quite tempting. In other words, if this trial didn't take too long, it would be very cost-effective. The simplest and most direct of these trials was undoubtedly the first one. So Xiaoxing said, "No, let's choose the battle trial. Let's kill a few monsters first before we go. Not to mention the dream fragments dropped by these nightmare monsters. The experience points gained from killing them alone would be a significant reward." Hearing this, Lu Muxue understood his plan and nodded gently, returning the light mirror to her backpack. At the same time, another system prompt popped up in front of Xiaoxing. "Do you want to start the battle trial? Once activated, you will be attacked by a large number of nightmare monsters. Please kill all of them within the allotted time." "Yes." He clicked OK without hesitation. The next moment, the dark purple clouds beneath the platform began to surge violently, enveloping the entire structure. Eerie whispers and roars filled their ears, as if countless nightmares were awakening. Twisted figures began to emerge from the surrounding fog. With strange and unnatural gestures, they advanced at a breakneck speed toward the group. Whoa! As the first twisted figure rushed out of the fog, its dark purple skin crisscrossed with wriggling veins, its hideous maw dripping with slime, as if it threatened to devour them alive. Immediately, a swarm of nightmare monsters of various shapes and forms rushed forward. Hua! Hua! In the blink of an eye, their number exceeded 400. Among them were the double-edged nightmare rippers, the massive nightmare devourers, and even the boss-level nightmare voices. These monsters surged forward like a tide, their figures appearing in every direction. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the people on the platform, making it impossible to escape. A terrifying sense of oppression overwhelmed them, as if they were about to be instantly overwhelmed by these monsters. If any ordinary survivors had encountered such a situation, they would probably have been terrified, let alone continue fighting. However, seeing so many monsters, Xiaoxing smiled. "Very good. Over 400 nightmare monsters. That's more than I expected. Looks like we harvest quite a few dream fragments this time." So he casually said, "Mernina, begin." The Valkyrie's red lips parted, and an ethereal, cold voice echoed, "Yes, master." Then, the blood-red longsword in her hand emitted a powerful humming sound. Flower folding, round dance slash. A terrifying flash of sword energy swept across the entire platform in a fraction of a second. All the monsters in its path fell like harvested wheat. Puff! Puff! With the sound of flesh tearing, the vast majority of the 400 nightmare monsters were instantly slain. Even the boss monsters were no exception, cut in two by the sword. Only a few nightmare monsters, that managed to escape the sword energy by leaping into the air survived. Only then did terrifying damage figures emerge. Minus 29,467,918. Minus 25,679,134. Minus 28,641,387. Minus 31,342,679. Minus 22,193,793. This was Marinette's terrifying current attack power. Even without her second form, a single strike dealt tens of millions of damage. At the same time, before the remaining monsters could launch further attacks, the next moment, a holy white light rose behind Xiaoxing. Holy chants pierced the cracks in the clouds. Wings pierced the silent dome. Accompanied by an ethereal chant, a six-winged archangel clad in silver armor emerged, wielding a holy sword. It was Lu Muxue. At this moment, she held high the ancient sword, its tip radiating a dazzling divine light. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxue, has used the skill Holy Sword Unleashed. This increases the base attack power of her weapon by 300%, her normal attack range by 300%, and all attacks gain a light erosion effect. Enhanced by her talent Eternal Power, this effect has become permanent. After entering six-winged archangel form and activating Holy Sword Unleashed, Lu Muxue's attack power has reached a new high. Buzz! The angelic light released from the tip of her sword dispelled the surrounding fog, instantly illuminating an area of 2 to 3 kilometers. The nightmare monsters, illuminated by the angelic light, emitted puffs of dark purple smoke and a hissing sound. Hiss, hiss! A series of shrill screams echoed, as if the angelic light was causing them extreme pain. Minus 215466769. Minus 187649315. Minus 1963475519. Minus 203194764. As terrifying numbers exceeding 10 million emerged, in the blink of an eye, the monsters' bodies melted like ice, and snow encountering the scorching sun, vanishing without a trace. Only scattered dark purple fragments remained, still floating on the platform. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Marinina, slew a nightmare monster level 70 by 342, gaining 119.7 million experience points. Pale guidance. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxue, slew a nightmare monster level 70 by 76, gaining 26.6 million experience points. Pale guidance. Combatants gained 73.15 million experience points. The entire battle took less than 2 seconds, and the monsters were instantly killed before they could even launch an attack. Xiaoxing nodded again with satisfaction. Excellent, another tens of millions of experience points earned. Add to that the dream fragments on the ground, and this battle trial has yielded quite a good return. Then, with a wave of his hand, he swept all the fragments on the platform into his backpack. Gained, Dream Fragments *115. As mentioned before, while the battle trial is the simplest and most direct of the trials, it's also the most rewarding. The number of Dream Fragments alone exceeded that of the other 2 trials. At the same time, as their battle concluded, the fog that had enveloped the entire platform dissipated. 4 arrows appeared on the ground, pointing to 4 different paths. Clearly, these were the possible routes to the destination revealed by the system. Xiaoxing ignored these paths and said, Muxue, let's begin. Okay, Xing, Lu Muxue, transformed into a 6-winged war angel, replied softly. Then, she took out the light mirror again and activated its special effect, Light of Delusion Breaking. OM! A familiar, gentle glow rose and transformed into a ribbon of light that swirled in the air. This time, however, the ribbon did not become stuck in a dilemma, nor did it split. Instead, it directly selected one of the paths and extended outward. Seeing only one remaining streak of light, Xiaoxing nodded in realization. Sure enough, among these branching routes, only one is the correct one. It's different from the over 40 possible routes leading to the destination near the platform, where I first spawned. Of course, there's no telling if we encounter new branches if we continue along this route. But regardless, the light mirror has saved me a lot of time. So, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, let's continue. Following the light mirror's guidance, the group headed straight for the path. Then, they encountered a similar scenario. After traversing narrow, suspended paths filled with traps and monsters, they arrived at a platform and chose one of 3 trials. Xiaoxing naturally chose the battle trial, and by defeating numerous monsters, he gained experience points and dream fragments. After waiting for the light mirror's cooldown, He used the light of delusion-breaking special effect to find the correct route. Although within these platforms, the light mirror sometimes split into 2 or 3 beams, extending into 3 different paths, this was different from the system's description of a possible route to the destination. The direction indicated by the light mirror was a route that would definitely lead to the destination. The difference lay in the choices made when encountering certain branches. And so, after wave of battles and the constant guidance of the light mirror, their exploration team had penetrated at least 100 kilometers into the first layer of the dream fractal. Chaoxing didn't know if they were nearing the end. But there was no doubt that they were the fastest team in the entire server. Chapter 8:15. Chaoxing believed his team was the fastest in the entire server. After all, they hadn't taken a single wrong route along the way, always following the optimal path. No matter how incredibly intelligent other lords were, they couldn't have completed each trial in such a short time without making any mistakes. So, Chaoxing was determined to secure the first clear reward for the first level. Meanwhile, Chaoxing continued to direct the team, advancing along a narrow path. Whether it was because they had already entered the dream fractal or some other mechanic, the dark purple fog here had grown thicker. With their eyesight, visibility was no more than 20 meters. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, the surroundings were eerily silent. Only the clattering sound of their footsteps echoed through the deep passage. Just then, Chaoxing seemed to notice something, quickly raised his hand, and said, "Stop." The team stopped in their tracks. Everyone noticed something unusual and looked at the road ahead. Before them, a thick, dark purple fog appeared, completely enveloping the entire path. In other words, if they wanted to continue, they had to pass through it. However, setting aside the strangeness of this sudden appearance of fog, everyone sensed a faint sinister aura within it. Perhaps entering would lead to some danger. In the group, Sarah already grasped the death dagger, her gaze fixed firmly on her lord. Chaoxing understood her meaning. After a moment's reflection, he nodded and said, "Go, Sarah." "Yes." With a low, calm voice, the phantom dancer vanished. The others waited patiently, their gaze fixed on the mist ahead. About a minute later, a slender figure, holding 2 daggers, slowly emerged from the mist. It was Sarah. She quickly approached Chaoxing and respectfully reported, "Lord, we've explored it. There's no danger in the mist, but after passing through this area, you reach a strange place." "A strange place?" Chaoxing asked, puzzled. "Yes." Sarah nodded. "I don't know how to describe it specifically. You understand once you get inside." Chaoxing nodded slightly. "In that case, let's go and take a look." He waved his hand. "Brown, lead the way." "No problem, Lord." The large man replied cheerfully, then began to walk forward. Following him, everyone soon stepped into the thick fog. Wow! It was as if they had suddenly entered another world. The surroundings became incredibly quiet. Even the sound of breathing was audible. Even their vision was suppressed to the limit, visibility no more than 1 meter. In this eerie atmosphere, everyone couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But as Sarah had said, while this fog was strange, it wasn't dangerous. After advancing about 50 meters, they seemed to suddenly emerge from the thick fog. The view before them suddenly cleared, and visibility increased dramatically. Chaoxing also discovered the strange place Sarah had mentioned. It was a platform covered in dark purple blood vessels. These veins swayed slowly, as if alive, and looked quite eerie. Furthermore, this platform was even larger than the ones they had encountered before, with a diameter exceeding 2 kilometers. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the scene before them, observing this strange and terrifying platform. At this moment, Chaoxing looked around and discovered that the platform was also connected by narrow roads. The exit area of each road was shrouded in a thick dark purple mist. He counted them, and found a total of 33 narrow roads. Chaoxing murmured, "This suspended platform is different from any we've encountered before. It's likely the end of the first level. In other words, these nearby suspended roads are one of the roads leading to the end." This number was somewhat beyond Chaoxing's expectations. A total of 33. This meant that within the first level, survivors could reach the destination via at least 33 routes. Of course, this only applies to the first level. The situation on the other levels was unknown. Just as Chaoxing was pondering this, a muffled, powerful heartbeat suddenly reached his ears. Boom! Boom! They instinctively looked up, their gaze fixed on the center of this strange platform. There, a massive, oval-shaped tumor appeared. It resembled a heart, or a giant, unhatched egg. With it as its center, the ground within a kilometer of it was covered in thick, bluish-purple blood vessels. Gurgle. Gurgle. Those veins were constantly wriggling, as if something was flowing through them. Xiaoxing narrowed his eyes, staring at the strange and terrifying object before him. A stat panel suddenly appeared. Nightmare Cocoon. Armor, 0. HP, 40 million/40 million. Note, a special creature is hatching inside. Perhaps you can break the cocoon to awaken it. Or, you can inject it with dream fragments to keep it asleep. Nightmare Cocoon. Xiaoxing muttered to himself, break it and awaken the creature inside, or let it continue to sleep. Bai Ji also saw the note on the strange tumor, and said in a cold voice, this should be the end of the first layer of the dream fractal. Both options will allow us to pass through the fractal. The difference is, one requires combat, the other requires expending resources. After listening to Bai Ji's analysis, everyone nodded slightly, agreeing that she made sense. Then, everyone turned their attention once again to Xiaoxing, awaiting his decision. After a moment's deliberation, Xiaoxing declared, let's choose the first method, destroy it directly. After all, he had just entered the dream fractal, and his backpack contained only a few dream fragments. They wouldn't even be enough to exchange for precious items, let alone inject them into this strange tumor. At the same time, Xiaoxing raised his staff, and condensed an enhanced ice cone. Hua! An intense burst of cold air instantly blanketed the platform, covering a dozen meters in radius below them, with a thick layer of white frost. It's worth noting that Xiaoxing's Frost Soul robe had been enhanced with colorful crystals, further enhancing its legendary special effects. The form of the ice cone also underwent a dramatic transformation. Its length skyrocketed from just over 1 meter to 1.5 meters. Its thickness soared from 5 or 6 centimeters to approximately 10 centimeters, resembling a massive icicle, brimming with lethality. Now it shouldn't be called Enhanced Ice Cone. It should be called Super Enhanced Ice Cone. Hua! Hua! As he continuously mobilized the surrounding ice elements, 7 or 8 sharp icicles condensed in an instant. Go! Xiaoxing waved his staff, and these super enhanced ice cones rushed forward at high speed with a piercing sound. Swish! Swish! Puff! Puff! The instant the ice spikes struck the dark purple tumor, a series of tearing sounds erupted. Xiaoxing's current damage per second was between 40 and 50 million. Furthermore, he was attacking a creature with 0 armor. Instantly, damage numbers in the millions were unleashed. -5245-629. -5320-452. -552-3597. -582-9351. The tumor's health instantly plummeted to 0. Then, as if stimulated by something, it began to expand rapidly. The thick blood vessels on its surface pulsed frantically, as if ready to burst at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the tumor swelled to several times its original size. At this moment, it seemed to have finally reached its limit. Pop! With a violent explosion, the tumor suddenly exploded. Foul-smelling fluid splattered everywhere, and all sorts of rotting viscera, sticky pus, and wriggling chunks of flesh scattered across the ground. And in that swamp of flesh and blood, a massive, twisted figure emerged. It resembled an enlarged version of a rotting beast, its limbs twisted asymmetrically, and a dark purple fluid continuously seeped from its skin. Gurgle, gurgle. The slimy, wriggling sound was eerie, as if countless worms were writhing within it. Then, the monster gradually rose from the bloody mess, revealing a vast mouth devoid of features, a maw covered in swirling, sharp teeth. Countless wriggling tentacles faintly visible deep in its throat, emitting a suffocating stench. Hiss! The monster opened its maw and unleashed a terrifying roar at everyone. Xiaoxing quickly scanned the creature's attributes. Distorted Nightmare Matrix, Level 1. Race, Nightmare Monster. Level 80. Potential, Domination. HP, 500 million/500 million. HP increased 10x due to Dream Environment. Armor, 8923 to 9142. Attack damage, 61,523 to 62,832. Skills, Nightmare Bite, Abyssal Gnawing, Flesh Explosion, Nightmare Tentacles, Nightmare Distortion. Commander level skill, Nightmare Devour, locks onto a target, opens its maw, and swallows it. If the target's armor is less than the Matrix's attack damage x3, it is instantly killed, ignoring invincibility. Otherwise, it deals attack damage x5 in massive damage. Domination level domain, Distortion domain, expands a 1,000 meter radius distortion domain, reducing the armor of all enemies within by 20% and implanting a distortion seed. Every time a creature implanted with the seed of distortion is attacked, nightmare tentacles sprout from its body. After 100 attacks, it will be transformed into a nightmare creature. talent, flesh growth, the dream platform continuously restores a large amount of its health, restoring 1% of its health every 5 seconds. After reviewing the monster stats, Chao Xing's expression grew slightly more serious. The boss at the end of this first level is actually a level 80 creature, with potential reaching the domination realm? And with the added bonuses of the dream environment, its stats far surpass those of creatures of the same level. And this is just the first level. The monsters that follow will surely be even stronger, and their stats even more terrifying. It's clear that when the system designed this monster, it wasn't intended for a single lord to challenge alone. The 33 paths surrounding it made that clear. This is a world boss reserved for top lords or teams to fight together. However, for others, this world boss, while difficult to defeat, is an insurmountable calamity. But to Chao Xing, it was just a sandbag with a thicker layer of blood. Hiss! The monster still opened its bloody maw, roaring threateningly at everyone. He gave a direct order, "Go! Finish it as quickly as possible." After receiving the order, the legendary warrior sprang into action. Sarah's figure instantly vanished. When she reappeared, she was already behind the monster. The enhanced death dagger in her hand glowed coldly, and with a speed that left an afterimage, she slashed frantically across the monster's body. Puff! Puff! Instantly, 7 or 8 slashes erupted. One terrifying critical hit after another surfaced. -578-2353. -620-0345. -790-2301. -1499-2351. Blessed Liberation. -1203-2552. -998-2305. With all the bonuses, Sarah now truly became a terrifying killing machine. In a single encounter, she slashed over 60 million HP off the deformed nightmare matrix. If it had been any other hero-level creature, it would have been instantly killed. And this wasn't even her full power. Remember, when Sarah transformed into a mutant overlord some time ago, she activated a new legendary skill, Twin Shadow Tribulation. This skill creates a powerful clone that inherits 100% of her attributes and special abilities. In other words, it was enough to double her DPS again, reaching over 100 million per second. Adding various burst skills to the mix, a legend with 300 million health points wouldn't last more than 3 seconds in Sarah's hands. At the same time, Lu Muxue, Bai Ji, and Mernina, the 3 melee warriors, all rushed forward. Although these 3 women all wielded swords, their attributes and fighting styles were completely different. Lu Muxue's attacks were wide and wide. In her 6-winged archangel form, each swing of her holy sword carried the power of judgment to purify evil, burning black cross-shaped scars across the nightmare matrix's corrupted body. Bai Ji's longsword emanated an endless chill, and each strike inflicted a wide range of frost damage on the deformed nightmare matrix. The wounds inflicted by the sword's blade froze instantly, then shattered the surrounding flesh into icy shards, slowing the monster's movements ever more. Marianina's attack was the most ferocious. She swung the bloodthirster sword into a blood-red whirlwind, each blow threatening to cleave the nightmare matrix in two. The blade was swirling with crimson blood, leaving deep wounds that would continue to tear and widen, rendering them incapable of healing. Swish! 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 Puff! Puff! With the sound of flesh being sliced, the health of the deformed nightmare matrix began to plummet like water. In the blink of an eye, 500 million health points were reduced to less than the last 100 million. Hiss! Hiss! The monster let out a shrill cry. And it waved its tentacles frantically, attempting to attack everyone. However, with their 6-digit armor, even if they withstood the deformed nightmare matrix's attacks head-on, they would take no damage. Even Braum stood aside, not attacking. For he felt no sense of danger from the monster. Swish! With Marlene's final strike, a crimson blade shone like a blood moon, slicing the monster's massive body diagonally. Puff! A stream of dark purple pus and blood gushed out like a waterfall. -6723527. As the damage count appeared, the deformed nightmare matrix's health was completely depleted. The entire battle took no more than 5 seconds. The monster's shattered body convulsed violently and began to expand rapidly. After expanding to a certain limit, the monster's body exploded with a resounding bang. Aside from a vast mass of flesh and blood, a vast number of dark purple crystal fragments erupted from the spot. These fragments hovered and swirled in midair, emitting a strange dream energy. Among them were several fist-sized crystals, several times larger than the other dream fragments. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up, his gaze fixed on these crystal fragments. Before he could move forward to collect the spoils, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Marinina, successfully killed the deformed Nightmare Matrix. Level 1, gaining experience points. 144 million, Pale Attraction. Combatants gain experience points. 72 million. At the same time, with the death of the deformed Nightmare Matrix, from the very center of the platform, where the tumor had previously been, a vast amount of nightmare energy erupted. Hualala. The next moment, these nightmarish auras gradually coalesced, transforming into a dark purple portal over 10 meters tall. Ripples like a liquid starry sky flowed across the portal surface, and countless tiny eyeballs flickered on the doorframe, as if peering down upon them. The energy surging within the portal subtly distorted the surrounding space, even causing light to refract strangely as it passed through. Everyone's gaze was subconsciously drawn to the portal. Then, detailed information was displayed. Dream exit, first floor. Discoverer, Chao Xing, note, this portal is currently inactive. Once the first person enters it, it will activate. The portal's location will be marked on the map for all survivors in the zone, providing guidance on the correct path. Note 2, entering the portal will be considered completing the first floor. It will grant a powerful dream blessing to all survivors in the zone, lasting 3 to 10 hours, and grant dream fragments, corresponding to the number of floors *100. Note 3, survivors who open the portal will receive an additional dream fragment, corresponding to the number of floors *1000. Chapter 816. After reading the series of system comments above, Chao Xing's pupils narrowed slightly, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. The first two notes are similar to the system description. Not only will the location of all survivors in the region be marked, but additional dream fragments and dream blessings will also be awarded. And the third note is even more exaggerated. Survivors who open a portal will receive an additional dream fragments reward equal to the corresponding level X1000. What does this mean? If Chao Xing's prediction is true, he will be the one to open portals for dreams from levels 1 to 100 in the dream fractal. Just from these bonuses, he could earn a full 5.05 million dream fragments. Add to that the 505,000 regional rewards from earlier. In other words, even if he didn't split up his team to fight those nightmare monsters, he could still earn 5.555 million dream fragments from these rewards alone. Not only would he be able to exchange for the 2 legendary blueprints, he could also redeem both of the 2 random relic boxes. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't help but get excited. Lu Muxia also saw the note on the portal. She said happily, "That's great, Xing. I didn't expect there would be extra rewards for first-time survivors. This way, we can earn a lot of dream fragments." Chao Xing chuckled and nodded. Baiji beside him asked, "What should we do now? Should we speed through the 100th floor? Or should we wait here?" Hearing this question, Chao Xing briefly fell into deep thought. He wondered what the mechanics of this dream fractal would be like. Will the dungeon close immediately after he cleared 100 floors? Or will it remain open for other lords to continue? But one thing is certain, once he enters the next floor, he probably won't be able to return to the previous one. However, the number of monsters on each floor is ultimately limited. They won't spawn indefinitely. So, to maximize his profits, it's best to tackle each floor one by one, taking advantage of the first clear rewards. But that would take up too much time. At that moment, Chao Xing seemed to have a flash of inspiration. No! It's just our team that's entered the portal. Even if we can't return to the previous level, it won't have much of an impact. In other words, the other teams can still slowly farm monsters there. I can stop after speedrunning to level 99 and grab most of the rewards first. For the rest of the time, the legions can stay in the dream fractals, farming monsters for dream fragments and experience. After a pause, he continued his analysis. Besides, a new event called Golden Skrit's Treasure will begin tomorrow. That way, we won't delay our progress in the dream fractals, and we won't miss out on the new event. At this thought, Chao Xing's lips curled up. Then, he pressed the communication device to his ear and gave a direct order. "Team leaders, please reply if you hear me." ZZ. ZZ. Following a series of electric sounds, the crowd's responses echoed. "Lord, we've received your message." "Roger, please give your instructions." Chao Xing said solemnly, "Next, our team will continue to advance downwards, striving to clear as many levels as possible. You don't need to follow our progress. Stay up there, and slowly clear out the nightmare creatures on each level, resolve various incidents, and strive to obtain more dream fragments. In case of emergency, you can contact me or request assistance from other teams. Do you understand?" A brief silence fell over the communication channel as everyone realized Chao Xing's intention. Soon, A uniform response echoed. As you command, Lord. Very well. Then, you continue clearing out the monsters. We're ready to advance. Then Chao Xing closed the communication channel. He turned around and first collected everything that had burst from the deformed matrix on the platform into his backpack. Obtained, Dream Fragments *1475. Obtained, Dream Crystal *1. Seeing this number, Chao Xing's face lit up with joy once again. Defeating this monster yielded over 1,000 Dream Fragments, plus a Dream Crystal of unknown use. Clearly, this boss battle had yielded quite a reward. He didn't immediately check the properties of the new item, the Dream Crystal. Instead, he looked at the people around him and said, "Let's go. Let's go straight to the next level. Let's see how many levels we can clear today, and try to get all the first clear rewards." Hearing this, the people around them nodded solemnly, their eyes lit up with seriousness. Then, they stepped into the portal, shimmering with an eerie light, and were instantly engulfed by a vortex of dark purple energy. Meanwhile, after 2 or 3 hours of exploration, the survivors in other regions had almost mastered all the rules of this dream fractal. In general, the various levels designed by the system take into account the varying abilities of the players. Besides the 3 optional trials on the branching platforms, there are also countermeasures for the nightmare monsters and traps encountered along the way. After making certain sacrifices, they have developed various tactics tailored to the monster's characteristics. For example, if they encounter a nightmare crawler, which excels at stealth and sneak attacks, they will preemptively cast illumination spells and explosive traps, making these cloaked creatures invisible. If they encounter a nightmare ripper, which excels at area attacks, they will disperse their formation, with high agility units holding it back while ranged classes concentrate their firepower to quickly destroy it. There were also meteorite traps, nightmare torrent traps, sinkhole traps, and so on. As long as one carefully observed the details of the environment and paid close attention to the ground texture and air flow, one could find clues and avoid fatal dangers. Meanwhile, within the dream fractal where the survivors of Area 152 were, a well-equipped and well-trained army advanced in an orderly manner along a suspended path. They easily defeated various nightmare monsters and trap attacks along the way. The team advanced at a breakneck speed. They were originally survivors from District 1515. The majority of the otherworldly lords in this district were originally from the Korean district. After several mergers, like the 4 major districts Chao Xing was in, survivors from other countries were integrated, causing numerous conflicts. Furthermore, the people in the Korean district were inherently restless. During the time, District 1515 was shrouded in various wars, mostly internal conflicts among the lords of various countries. Even during the attack on the world boss, the Jolma Behemoth, the Korean survivors didn't forget to stab the lords of other countries. Both sides fought back and forth. After several rounds of fighting, both sides suffered heavy losses. This also resulted in the number of remaining lords in District 1515 being much smaller than in other districts. Then, one day, a lord from another world named Kim Jae-hoon was the first to break through to the Grandmaster realm. He possessed a powerful subject, reaching level 70 and possessing the potential to become a commander. At that stage, the power of a Grandmaster was practically overwhelming. He quickly led his powerful men, concentrating the strength of his legion to annihilate several nearby hostile legions and annex their territories and resources, rapidly expanding his own. Later, he used various means to locate the headquarters of legions from other countries. After a series of lightning-fast raids, these resistance forces were completely eliminated. Kim Jae-hoon instantly established his position as the preeminent figure in the region. District 1515 was also unified by the survivors of the Korean district, leaving the survivors of the other districts to linger here, becoming exploited low-class laborers. After the merger last night, District 1515 and 9 other districts were merged into District 152. This new district now has a population of 5.4 million. The majority of these are survivors from the American, Russian, and Chinese districts. The Korean survivors no longer hold a numerical advantage. In particular, the newly merged legions, upon hearing how the former District 1515 lords had exploited and abused their own survivors, became like a powder keg, ignited. The leaders of some of the largest legions even declared that they would swiftly exterminate all the Dhaka survivors in the district. The two sides engaged in a verbal battle all night long, even agreeing on a large-scale battle for the next day. The opening of the Dream Fractal forced the planned battle to be aborted. But the conflict did not cease. It was temporarily suppressed. Someday in the future, they would clash again, and who would prevail was bound to be the winner. At this moment, Kim Jae-hoon was walking along a small path, leading his elite squad. At that moment, he seemed to realize something and quickly shouted, "Stop!" The team stopped instantly, their metal boots scraping against the slippery ground with a harsh sound. Dozens of people turned, looking at the sinister-looking middle-aged man with puzzled expressions. A young man, his face slightly pale, asked, "Master Kim Jae-hoon, do you sense any danger ahead?" Kim Jae-hoon said nothing, only narrowing his eyes, as he gazed at the front of the team. There stood a group of bound and ragged survivors. These survivors looked utterly miserable, chained together like a herd of cattle, their bodies covered in blood and scars. They trembled like lambs to the slaughter, their eyes filled with despair. They came from various countries. Besides the largest groups of Chinese and Indians, there were also survivors from the Japanese. Kim Jae-hoon waved his hand, and casually said, "Send a pig out to scout the way." At this, the group of bound survivors erupted in a commotion. Not only were their bodies trembling violently, but their eyes also showed extreme fear. The Korean survivors, on the other hand, wore cruel smiles. "You're the one." A burly Korean man grinned grimly, as he grabbed one of the frail survivors. His name was Takeshitaro Kuro, clearly a survivor from the Japanese. The burly man roughly ripped the cloth from the man's mouth and kicked him in the back. "Go crawl over." Please." The Japanese survivor shook his head desperately, a look of near collapse in his eyes. Although true death is impossible within the dream fractals, the excruciating pain of physical damage is real, especially when death is imminent. The fear is particularly vivid. They had witnessed the horrific sight of other captives being torn apart by monsters several times before. Seeing this, the burly man from the Korean zone roared in rage, "Silba, it is your honor to sacrifice yourself for Lord Kim Jae-hoon." He lunged forward, grabbed the man's hair, and threatened him fiercely, "You lowly fellow. You dare to resist? Don't you want to see your family? Or do you want your wife to take the punishment for you?" At the word family, the survivor from the Japanese zone froze, his eyes filled with even greater fear. The main reason the captives here dared not resist was that their families were all held captive by Kim Jae-hoon within his territory. This was also Kim Jae-hoon's method of controlling the former 1515 district and consolidating his position. At this moment, a thin, middle-aged man among the Korean survivors licked his lips, a lustful look in his eyes. "I remember. This guy has a beautiful wife and daughter. His wife, in particular, has such a big ass. I drooled at her the last few times I looked at her. I'd be able to taste it when I get back this time." Hearing this, the Japanese survivor completely gave up struggling. He rushed forward almost without hesitation, saying as he ran, "I am willing to sacrifice myself for Master Kim Jae-hoon. Please don't attack my family." The mocking voices of the Koreans rang out from behind. The Japanese survivor was filled with humiliation and despair, but for the safety of his family, he could only put all this aside. Just as he stepped about 20 meters ahead, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. Then, purple-black tentacles emerged from the mist on both sides of the road at lightning speed. Swish! Swish! With a piercing sound, the Japanese survivor was securely bound from head to toe. Seeing this, the Korean survivor stopped laughing, their eyes filled with solemnity. A young man exclaimed, "It's a Mist Whiskers trap. Master Kim Jae-hoon is right. There's something fishy here." At the same time, a horde of grotesquely twisted nightmare monsters, with sharp claws and fangs, burst forth from the surrounding mist. Like a pack of demons, they pounced upon the Japanese survivor at top speed. Then, they slashed their sharp claws fiercely. Swish! Puff! Ah! The sound of flesh tearing, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams, was terrifying. The Japanese survivor's body was torn apart bit by bit, blood spurting into the surrounding mist. The other captured survivors were pale, each one paralyzed with fear. The Korean survivors, on the other hand, watched the scene with interest, amusement in their eyes. Only after the monsters had completely ripped their target apart did Kim Jae-hoon, one of the group, coldly say, "Go." The Japanese survivor had triggered the trap prematurely, eliminating the most deadly danger. The ensuing battle was naturally unpredictable. They rushed forward, pouncing on the remaining monsters like wolves and tigers. Although these Korean survivors were despicable, as an elite squad nurtured by Kim Jae-hoon using the resources of an entire district, they were still quite capable. Everyone here was at least level 60, and with over 100 of them, they were truly the top squad in District 152. Thanks to the formidable combat power of this elite squad, they quickly crushed the group of nightmare monsters and continued forward. Soon, they reached the end of the passage and emerged onto a platform. Please choose your trial method. At this moment, the The group of survivors led by Kim Jae-hoon also faced 3 different trial options. The young man, whose face was slightly pale, asked respectfully, "Master Kim Jae-hoon, are we continuing with the trial of wisdom this time?" Kim Jae-hoon shook his head slightly, a sneer playing on his lips. "No, this time I want to try the trial of strength. I want to see if, with over 100 7th level warriors under my command and my heroic strength, I can overcome this trial of strength. If I can, it would greatly accelerate my leveling." Hearing this, the young man's expression shifted slightly, and then he immediately flattered him. "Master Kim Jae-hoon is powerful, wise, and brave. He will definitely pass it easily. I feel that after passing this trial, we'd be close to the finish line. Those from other countries still want to surpass us. It's simply wishful thinking. Even Chao Xing from country H will be left far behind by us. This time, let them see. Look, even after the merge, we're still the strongest in Area 152. The others echoed, "That's right. Those guys may be powerful, but brute force alone isn't enough to conquer the dream fractals. Beyond strength, you need a sharp mind. In terms of wisdom, our Daka clan is the strongest. Plus, we're led by the foresight and accomplished Lord Kim Jae-hoon. This time, we definitely crush the survivors from other countries." Kim Jae-hoon smiled contentedly at the flattery. Ever since he achieved the top spot in Area 1515, he's been unrivaled among the survivors. After a long period of invincibility, his confidence soared as his strength grew. So, naturally, he set his sights on Chao Xing, the currently recognized #1 in the server. In his mind, Kim Jae-hoon always considered him his imaginary rival, hoping to surpass him. This dream fractal event gave him hope. The mechanics took into account the varying abilities of different players. Even without immense power, as long as you focus on your strengths, you can still be faster than others. Chapter 817. As for the Legion commanders from other regions after the merger last night, despite their outcry, Kim Jae-hoon paid them no heed. In his view, their voices were only temporary. It wouldn't be long before he could completely dominate all of District 152, just as he had suppressed the survivors from other countries in District 1515. Thus, his goal, from beginning to end, was singular. Kim Jae-hoon clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. "Chao Xing, this time, I will surpass you. Become the first survivor to reach the Dream Fractal." Not only in District 152, but the top masters from other regions were also secretly competing. Such as Angelina, the red-haired queen of District 141, Olma, the Iron Lion of District 82, and Tsar Astrov of District 120. These were the top lords from each region, having topped the leaderboards even during the Oracle War, making themselves readily apparent to the survivors. Even after the merge, they didn't engage in conflicts with survivors from other nations. Instead, they raced against time, striving to overcome various trials and find the right path. In their hearts, they all dreamed of surpassing Chao Xing. Even just once, and just then, a system announcement appeared before all lords in the Dream Fractal. "Survivors, please take note. Survivor lords from Area 1, Chao Xing has passed the first level of the Dream Fractal and found the Dream Exit. All survivor lords in Area 1 will receive 1 level *100 Dream Fragments as a reward and gain the blessing, Nightmare Hunter. Nightmare Hunter increases damage dealt by 20% when attacking nightmare monsters for 10 hours. At this moment, the chat channel fell silent again. Then, a series of messages, mingled with intense shock and resentment, poured out like a tide. "Racine Singer, damn it! Why is it Chao Xing again? This guy cleared the first level so quickly. Richard Blackwood, incredible. It hasn't even been 3 hours since the Dream Fractal opened, and he's already found the exit. He's a freak. Alexei Volkov, damn it! At this rate, doesn't that mean he only needs a dozen days to clear the entire Dream Fractal?" As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel fell silent again. Realizing this possibility, everyone involuntarily gasped. After all, this Dream Fractal event was open for a full 100 days. According to the system's pace, 1 level should take a day to explore. And yet, this person cleared the first level in just 3 hours, completely shattering everyone's expectations. At this point, another survivor said, "It's impossible to clear the level in just 10 days. There are too many routes and puzzles in the Dream Fractals. And the further you go, the more difficult it gets, and the more complex the routes become." He cleared the level in 3 hours for the first time. He was definitely lucky. That kind of luck can't last forever. Hearing this, the other survivors agreed and agreed. That's right. Even if it wasn't luck, he must have borrowed some powerful item or special ability. But these items and special abilities have long cooldowns, so he can't use them too often. Add 1 to the above. I previously obtained a crystal ball that can be used to ask a question by sacrificing a large amount of mithril. However, it has a cooldown of a full week, so it can't be used continuously. After hearing the Lord's analysis, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, some of the survivors froze in their places. Kim Jae-hoon of Area 152 had a gloomy expression. A surge of murderous intent erupted, and his fists clenched loudly. Damn it! He cleared the first level in just 3 hours. Chao Xing, how the hell did you do that? Kim Jae-hoon, with a look of resignation on his face, opened the world chat channel and saw the other Lord's analysis. This spark of hope rekindled his despair. That guy must be lucky. This pace can't continue. I still have a chance. With that, he spun around, glaring at the Lords in his group with red eyes. Send more pigs from the territory immediately. Send these pigs ahead to scout the way. Speed up the clearance at all costs. I must surpass this Chao Xing in this dream fractal. The bound survivors trembled again at this. After a pause, Kim Jae-hoon said solemnly, Do you understand? The Lord's expressions froze, then they solemnly replied, Understood. Master Kim Jae-hoon. On the dream path of Area 141, Angelina stared at the system prompt before her, a flicker of discontent in her deep eyes. 3 hours. How is that even possible? Chao Xing. Don't you want to give us any chance? Olma in Area 82 punched a boss-level nightmare servant away, angrily exclaiming, Damn it. We haven't even seen the end yet, and he's already cleared the level. Didn't you choose a single wrong branch? In Area 120's dream fractal, Astrov smiled bitterly and shook his head, as expected. It's still that Chao Xing from Country Age. At that moment, a trace of dejection crossed the faces of the top lords once again. They felt as if an insurmountable mountain weighed them down, feeling incredibly frustrated. After all, in the outside world, everything was based on strength. And Chao Xing, with so many legendary masters at his side, was simply an unbeatable nightmare to them. Now, finally, they had a chance to surpass him, only to have him clear the first level at lightning speed. He was simply despairingly powerful. However, they had already survived for nearly a year since arriving in this cruel world. The hellish environment tempered their will, and the powerful enemies forged their resilience. So, these top lords quickly regained their spirits. We've only just passed the first level. There are still 99 levels to go. We still have a chance. Don't give up. The system says the later levels will be even more difficult. Maybe he just got lucky this time, and happened to find the exit. We can surpass him. I bet he'd be stuck on the second level for a long time. The top lords from each region gritted their teeth, and sped up their exploration. However, less than 2 hours had passed. The survivor lords in other regions, the fastest progressing teams, were still a long way from the first level. At this moment, they heard another system notification. Survivors, please take note. Survivor Lord from Region 1, Chao Xing has passed the second level of the Dream Fractal and found the Dream Exit. All survivors in Region 1 will receive 2 levels *100 Dream Fragments as a reward and gain the blessing, Dream Walker. Dream Walker, while moving within the Dream Fractal, gain an additional 30% increase in movement speed and dodge chance, lasting 10 hours. At this moment, the survivors in each region were once again stunned. They had originally thought that Chao Xing's 3-hour completion of the first level was absurd. Many survivors speculated that he had either been lucky or had used some incredible item to quickly find the exit. However, luck has its limits. No one can be so lucky forever. Even those incredible items had a long cooldown period. So they assumed Chao Xing would be stuck on the second level for a long time. And now, he had cleared it in less than 2 hours. For a moment, these top lords were completely bewildered. Of course, many lords remained unconvinced. They gritted their teeth, exerted all their might against the nightmare monsters, and advanced at top speed. Finally, they found the correct route, bringing them one step closer to the finish line. At this moment, another system prompt appeared. Survivors, please take note. Survivor Lord from Area 1, Chao Xing has passed the third Dream Fractal and successfully found the Dream Exit. All Survivor Lords in Area 1 will receive 3 layers *100 Dream Fragments as a reward and gain the blessing, Dream Devourer's Healing. Dream Devourer's Healing. After killing a nightmare monster, devour its remaining dreams, restoring 20% of your maximum health and clearing 1 negative status for 7 hours. At this moment, the lords on the World Channel were completely stunned. After a brief silence, the chat channel exploded again. Nadia Elliott, crazy. This guy is absolutely insane. 3 levels combined in less than 6 hours. Minamino Masayoshi. Damn it, at this rate, he's clearing 7 or 8 levels a day, maybe even 10? Rahul. He's cleared 3 levels in a row. How can we even play? There's no need to fight. The survivors on the World Channel were completely stunned by the continuous world announcements. Other survivors were even more incredulous. Boom! Kim Jae-hoon killed a nightmare licker with a single volley. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the system announcement. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. 3 hours for the first level, 2 hours for the second, and even faster for the third level? He must have some special means. Or perhaps, he has some subjects with special abilities. Kim Jae-hoon spun around, looked at the Lord beside him, and roared, "Go, help me contact the survivors in Area 1 and get all the information on Chao Xing. I must know what he's doing." Elsewhere, Olma punched another nightmare monster away, cursing, "What the hell is this monster?" We're still lingering on the first floor, with no sign of the finish line, and he's already broken through 3 floors. How can we continue this fight? He slammed his fist into the ground, creating a dent in the dark blue ground. Olma's face darkened terribly. Even Angelina and Asterov looked dejected. If they only been ahead by 1 floor before, they might have had a chance of catching up. But now, the other party is already 3 floors ahead. And judging by this momentum, it's set to continue, leaving them no chance. Compared to the shock and helplessness of the survivors in other districts, the survivors in District 1 were in a frenzy. They discussed excitedly in the chat channel. Holy crap! Boss Chao Xing found the exit to the 3rd floor again. So fast. Yeah, I saw on the World Channel that survivors from other regions are frantically flooding the screen, questioning whether Boss Chao Xing cheated. Ha ha! No matter what they say, our Boss Chao Xing is just awesome. His strength is beyond imagination. The crowd chatted, all agreeing with this statement. After all, as survivors from the same region as Chao Xing, their feelings were profound. This person is someone who constantly creates miracles. A survivor named Wei Qiuyu exclaimed, "It's awesome. We haven't even done anything yet, and we've already earned 600 dream fragments. If this momentum continues, even if Boss Chao Xing clears all 100 floors by himself, we essentially earn 500,000 dream fragments without even doing anything." When the other lords heard the staggering figure of 500,000 dream fragments, their breath caught in their throat. After all, everyone knew exactly what so many dream fragments represented. They could exchange them for 2 hero hearts and 2 master power hearts in the shop. In other words, even if their luck was unlucky, after this event, every lord in Region 1 would gain at least 1 master level warrior, or even a hero level warrior. The entire Region 1 will experience a dramatic transformation in strength. At the thought of this, everyone's breath caught in their throat. Especially for the over 5 million otherworldly lords, who had just merged into Region 1 last night. It was like pie in the sky, a surreal feeling. Oh my god! Doesn't this mean we could gain a few more master level warriors just by lying around in our territory? We've actually stumbled upon something like this? Merging into the same region with this guy actually offers this benefit. This is too good to be true. Ha ha. We've finally benefited from this great man's influence. From today on, I'm Chao Xing's loyal fan. Chao Xing, I love you. The chat channel was instantly flooded with confessions and cheers, the atmosphere as lively as a holiday. After last night's trading and Chao Xing's connection to the 3rd dream fractal today, the alienation and wariness toward Chao Xing among the newly arrived survivors of Region 1 have largely dissipated, replaced by genuine admiration. Many have even become Chao Xing's loyal fans. Now, at least half of the survivors in District 1 acknowledge his leadership. For the commanders of the other districts, this is simply their dream. Previously, they had used all sorts of tactics, coercion, inducement, division, coercion, even outright murder, to silence those who opposed them. But they still couldn't win so many willing followers. And now, with just a few subtle moves, this man had accomplished something they hadn't even imagined. For a moment, these commanders felt a sense of defeat, and at the same time, they realized the gap between themselves and Chao Xing. The survivors of the original 4 districts, on the other hand, were cheering each other on. Brothers, even if we do nothing, we can still reap significant benefits thanks to Boss Chao Xing. But don't let him shoulder all the responsibility. The others chimed in. Yes, we must fight hard, slay more dream monsters, and improve our own strength. Everyone, don't bring shame to Boss Chao Xing. Charge! A deafening roar echoed throughout the dream fractal. For a moment, morale throughout Sector 1 soared to a crescendo. The survivors, buoyed by confidence, began a frantic push. Additionally, The three powerful statuses significantly increased their combat power and damage. The battle was a crushing success. Monsters that once required a heavy price to slay now fell one after another thanks to the team's coordinated efforts. A large number of nightmare monsters were slain, transforming into experience points and dream fragments that fell to the ground. Excited smiles spread across everyone's faces. Even on the other side, Chaoxing's 66 squads advanced at a steady pace. They advanced steadily along various branch lines, slaying any nightmare monsters they encountered along the way. The cadence of their footsteps echoed through the mist, the crisp clink of armor clashing. They encountered other large armies of survivors along the way, but upon recognizing them as Chaoxing's troops, they wisely departed, seeking another branch line. No one dared to compete for resources with this well-equipped and disciplined force. Of course, some with ulterior motives followed the team from a distance, seemingly intent on surviving the troops' combat methods and strength. They hid in the fog and discreetly activated the video recording function. Generally, Assam and the others ignored these ordinary survivors. But if they got too close, a few arrows would fly out from the army, instantly killing the nearest ones. The survivors' faces turned pale, and they began to retreat frantically, for they knew this was a warning. If they continue to follow without knowing what's good for them, they will be annihilated. Of course, many survivors in Area 1 chose not to waste time on the first level, but instead followed the path indicated by the map, heading deeper. Their goal was the second level of the dream. The monsters here were more numerous and more powerful, and even the drop rate of dream fragments was slightly higher. To achieve greater rewards, one must naturally assume greater risks. Chapter 818. Swish. As the dark purple mist surged, 7 figures emerged from the portal one after another and arrived on a wide platform. Chaoxing glanced around, his brows raised slightly. The environment on this 4th floor has become even more bizarre. Everyone, upon hearing this, surveyed their surroundings. After exploring 3 consecutive floors, they had discovered a pattern. That is, as they progressed deeper, the surrounding environment underwent a noticeable change. For example, on the 1st floor, the road lay above the dark purple clouds, allowing a view of the vast sky. On the 2nd floor, however, the road appeared within the clouds, completely enveloped by thick fog, making it impossible to see what lay within. On the 3rd floor, the road began to slope downward, as if leading to an abyss. It was as if they were sinking deeper and deeper into the body of some enormous creature. At this moment, the surface of the 4th floor had transformed into a dark red, fleshy structure, with an eerie springiness to the touch. Chaoxing shook his head, not wanting to delve further. Instead, he said, "Mu Shui, use the light mirror. Let's go deeper." Okay. The Aurora Knight nodded gently, and raised the mirror in his hand. The mirror surface shimmered softly in the dim light, gradually converging into a ball. Buzz! The familiar beam of light rose, and began to explore along the surrounding platforms, changing direction, as if searching for the right path. Finally, the beam trembled violently, and split into 40 rays of light. Of the 145 surrounding paths, 40 were selected and extended outward. Seeing this, Chaoxing whispered, "The first level has 43 correct routes, the second has 42, and the third has 41. That means there will be 1 fewer route per level. Based on this estimate, by level 45 and above, there will likely be only 1 route leading to the finish line. Later on, reaching the finish line will be infinitely more difficult. This dungeon still holds many secrets, and there may be clues Chaoxing hasn't found yet. For example, some monsters utter inexplicable lines upon death. The Eye of Sleep will open beneath your feet. Or shattered dreams will reunite in the north. Some strange symbols appear at the end of some paths. These clues are likely related to the correct path. If they can be deciphered, the efficiency of clearing the level will be greatly improved. But these have nothing to do with Chaoxing. Anyway, he had the light mirror. He could just follow its guidance and charge forward, and he'd be done. Thinking of this, Chaoxing let out a carefree smile and ordered, "Let's go." "Yes, Lord." Braun once again raised his massive shield and strode forward. His massive figure stood out against the mist, giving people a strong sense of security. Next, they encountered numerous waves of nightmare monsters and various traps along the way. Though they were easily defeated, Chaoxing also noticed something else. The nightmare monsters were increasing in level. From level 70 on the 1st floor, level 71 monsters had gradually appeared, and some boss monsters had even reached level 75. They're larger, and their dream armor is even tougher. Based on this prediction, there might even be level 100 monsters appearing later, even level 100 and above. That's legendary creatures, Chaoxing mused quietly. So, clearing all 100 dream fractals is incredibly difficult. Above level 50, I guess it's beyond the reach of ordinary survivors. Only those at the top of the heroic level can barely navigate it. But with their strength, they're probably only able to reach around level 60 or 70. Based on the calculation, it's practically impossible for survivors to pass the 100th level. He raised his head, his brows furrowed slightly. Because the system couldn't possibly design an impossible dungeon for players to challenge. At this moment, Chaoxing suddenly remembered the system's reminder that the Dream Fractal Dungeon would be open for a full 100 days. A relieved smile crossed his face. I see. The system takes into account the survivor's future strength gains. For the survivors, with the Dream Fractals, they can kill monsters en masse, gaining experience points and dream fragments to improve their dungeons. Their strength will soar daily, not to mention, within these 100 days, a large number of hero-level experts will undoubtedly emerge. With the added support of numbers, these top experts might even be able to reach the 70th or 80th floor. There's even a rare few survivors who get lucky and find useful relics from their relic boxes, potentially reaching legendary-level combat power at that time. By pooling the wisdom, strength, and immense power of the world's top survivors, it's truly possible to clear the 100th level of this Dream Fractal. However, the system probably didn't anticipate the appearance of a freak like Chaoxing. His immense power was enough to negate most of the threats within the Dream Fractal, and the presence of the light mirror eliminated all false paths for him. This near-cheating combination transformed a dungeon that should have taken over 1 billion survivors in the server for months into a speed run. Of course, Chaoxing only cleared the Dream Fractal in Zone 1. Survivors in other zones can still experience the joy of solving puzzles within, but they won't receive the first clear rewards. Shaking his head, Chaoxing didn't dwell on it, and continued his swift progress. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dancer slew Nightmare Monster LV71*65, gaining 23.68 million experience points, pay elite. Your territory member, Baiji slew Nightmare Monster LV71*12, gaining 4.37 million experience points, pay elite. Following several battle prompts, Chaoxing and his group passed through the thick fog and arrived at a strange area. Before them, a vast, twisted platform appeared again, covered in thick, dark purple blood vessels, which were constantly wriggling, as if some living being were moving within. These vessels all connected to a single point, a massive heart, like a tumor. It was the Nightmare Seed. This was the end of the 4th layer of the Dream Fractal. This time, it took them a total of 1 hour and 14 minutes from reaching the 4th level of the Dream Fractal to the final boss. This was several minutes faster than the previous 3 levels. Boom! Boom! The dull sound of a heartbeat continued, causing everyone's heartbeats to involuntarily follow its rhythm. Chaoxing acted decisively, raising his staff and mobilizing the surrounding icy elements. Over a dozen enhanced ice spikes instantly took shape. He whispered, "Go." Swish! Swish! Over a dozen massive ice spikes shot out, all striking the massive dark purple tumor. Puff! Puff! Following the sound of flesh being pierced through, the heart's health instantly dropped to 0. Like the other Nightmare Seeds, after its health was reduced to 0, it began to expand violently. After expanding to a certain limit, it exploded with a loud bang. Instantly, various internal organs and pieces of flesh scattered across the ground. Gurgle. Gurgle. With a creepy wriggling sound, a twisted and grotesque behemoth rose from the flesh. It opened its fang-filled maw and roared angrily at Chaoxing and the others. Hiss. Invisible sound waves spread out like waves, leaving everyone completely unmoved. Chaoxing's gaze fixed, and he quickly scanned the monster's attributes. Deformed Nightmare Matrix, 4th floor. Species, Nightmare Monster. Level 85. Potential, Domination. HP, 900 million/900 million, HP increased 10x due to Dream Environment. The Nightmare Matrix on the 1st floor has 500 million HP, but by the 4th floor, it soared to 900 million. I'm guessing the monster's health will get worse the further we go. He shook his head, then ordered, "Attack with all your might. Finish it as quickly as possible." Given the strength of Chaoxing and the others, as long as the enemy wasn't at the level of a demigod, the outcome would be the same. The combatants immediately obeyed the order and launched a furious attack. Wow! Marianina's sword energy tore through the air, striking the distorted matrix, dealing over 10 million in damage. Sarah's death dagger followed closely behind, slashing the distorted monster's flesh and blood. Her figure flickered like a ghost, each appearance accompanied by a dark flash of a blade, slicing through the wriggling blood vessels, and causing the monster to wail shrilly. Immediately afterwards, Chao Xing's chain of ice spikes and Lu Mushua's angelic combat skills erupted in quick succession. The muffled thud of the ice spikes piercing flesh blended with the crackling sound of the burning holy flames, and the monster's health began to plummet. Hiss! Hiss! The distorted mother body continuously emitted piercing screams and frantically waved its thick flesh tentacles, attempting to counterattack. But surrounded by a group of powerful warriors, its resistance seemed pale and powerless. The moment a tentacle rose, it was severed by Marlene's sword energy. Even its screaming attack was directly neutralized by the effects of faith and spike cardiac tonic. All these attacks had no effect at all. No one even needed to dodge the monster's attacks. They simply stood still and attacked. 900 million health points, in just 10 seconds, plummeted to just 500 million. At this rate, it would likely take less than 20 seconds to slay it, and this was because Chao Xing and the others had been using normal attacks to conserve their skills. Otherwise, with a full force burst, the monster wouldn't have lasted even 5 seconds. Puff! Puff! The muffled thuds of various attacks continued, and the monster's health plummeted. 400 million. 300 million. 200 million. In the blink of an eye, only the last few tens of millions remained. With a shadow bloom from Sarah, a shadow flower exploded on the body of the deformed mother. Bang! -526723772. The monster's health was completely depleted. Before dying, it seemed to regain a remnant of sanity. It turned its head, staring at Chao Xing with its terrifying, featureless face, and uttered a cryptic line. Awakening from a dream is not reality. Only by looking within can one find the truth. With these words, its massive body suddenly exploded, gushing out dark purple blood. It then quickly shriveled, decayed, and ultimately transformed into a pool of foul-smelling pus. The blood vessels throughout the platform withered and collapsed, as if drained of life. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, successfully killed the aberrant Nightmare Matrix, 4th floor, gaining experience points. 187 million, pale induction. Combatant gain experience points. 93.5 million. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with a thoughtful expression. He pondered the monster's final words. Awakening from a dream is not reality. Is this also related to the dream puzzle? Or is it related to the direction of the next floor's exit? Shaking his head, he quickly put the words out of his mind. After all, he didn't need to solve the puzzle. Thinking of this, Chao Xing waved his hand and collected all the dream fragments that had fallen from the platform into his backpack. Obtained, Dream Fragments *2249. Obtained, Dream Crystals *2. Seeing this number, a look of satisfaction crossed his face again. Not bad, not bad. Over 2,000 dream fragments dropped. Sure enough, as the monster's difficulty increases, the amount of loot dropped also increases. After a pause, he glanced at the other dark purple crystals in his backpack. In addition to these dream fragments, this time we also dropped 2 dream crystals. Adding the 3 dropped from the previous 3 levels, there are a total of 5 dream crystals in my backpack. While I have some time, let's take a look at this thing's attributes. Thinking of this, he flipped his right hand, and a dark purple crystal the size of a pebble appeared in his palm. It looked like a collection of dream fragments pieced together, its interior riddled with fine cracks, giving it a shattered beauty. Dream crystal, special material. Quality, unknown. Item description. A crystal formed from the condensation of vast amounts of dream power, imbued with a certain magical power. Item effect 1. When faced with a dream path choice, crush a dream crystal to eliminate one incorrect path. Item effect 2. Can be directly decomposed to yield 1,000 dream fragments. After reviewing the item's properties, Chao Xing nodded in understanding. I see. This thing can actually eliminate a wrong path. It's a very important resource in the dream fractal. With enough dream crystals, it can even achieve the same effect as the light mirror, keeping you on the right path and reaching the destination as quickly as possible. But obviously, this wasn't realistic. After all, so far, Chao Xing had only found this crystal from the final boss, the Distortion Matrix. And the drop rate was truly impressive. He had defeated 4 final bosses in a row, and only managed to get 5. In the Dream Fractal, there were no fewer than 50 branching routes on a single level. Trying to quickly find the exit by using a large number of dream crystals was impossible. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's worries subsided. He put the crystal back into his backpack and led everyone towards the portal. After a while, a familiar system prompt appeared. Attention survivors. Survivor lords from Area 1. Chao Xing has passed the 4th level of the Dream Fractal and successfully found the dream exit. All survivor lords in Area 1 will receive, for levels *100, dream fragments as a reward and gain the blessing, precognitive dreams. Precognitive dreams. Within the dream fractal, there is a 50% chance of foreseeing impending attacks or traps for 6 hours. Survivors around the world have become numb after seeing this message. By now, most lords have given up hope of catching up with Chao Xing. In their eyes, Chao Xing's current behavior is nothing short of a monster, cleared 4 levels in 8 hours. What a feat! You have to remember, aside from Chao Xing, the fastest survivor in the entire server is only Angelina from Area 141. As a hidden class player, Angelina possesses a powerful level 87 combat power, practically the highest level in their area. This immense strength has earned her unparalleled prestige, and her legion is filled with powerful warriors. The survivors in her area all consider Angelina the second best survivor in the server, second only to Chao Xing. So, this time, to clear the dream fractal as quickly as possible, Angelina teamed up with the captains of several other top legions. She also gathered the heroic warriors from their territories, forming a team of over 20 powerful heroes. She even specifically invited some who weren't particularly powerful, but whose IQs far surpassed those of ordinary people, or who possessed special abilities, to join her. All preparations were geared towards one goal, clearing the dream fractals as quickly as possible, and yet, she and her team had only just encountered the final boss of the first level. That pace wasn't slow, it was even quite rapid. If it weren't for Chao Xing, she would have been the first lord in the entire server to clear the dream fractals. But alas, that man was simply too perverted. It was like someone in a 100-meter race riding a rocket across the finish line, leaving no hope for the other survivors. He had already left her far behind. Angelina sighed, a man who defies common sense. She shook her head, her red hair swaying slightly, shaking off the frustrated thoughts in her mind. As the leader of a region, she understood the importance of morale. Even if the enemy's performance was hopelessly powerful, she couldn't show it, otherwise it would affect all the warriors she led. At this thought, a flicker of fighting spirit reignited in her emerald eyes. Angelina took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone listen." Chapter 819. At Angelina's command, the expressions of the over 100 warriors on the platform suddenly straightened, and they looked at the woman solemnly. She said slowly, "Although we're out of the running for the first regional clearance, we can't give up. If we become the second regional clearance in the entire server, we have surpassed over 99% of the survivors worldwide. Everyone will know that we are the strongest team, the strongest regional, besides Chao Xing. This is also a crucial honor for everyone. So from now on, we must fight our way through the dream fractals with even greater momentum and determination than before." After a pause, her voice deepened, and she asked, "Do you understand?" On the field, the heroes were all moved by her aura. Everyone shouted in unison, "Understood, Captain." Then, the fighting spirit of this elite force was rekindled. The heavily armored warriors in the front row raised their tower shields, forming an iron line of defense. The mages and archers in the middle row drew their weapons, and the healers in the back row began brandishing their staffs or planting totems. A perfect warrior-mage-priest formation was formed in an instant. At the same time, as the nightmare seed exploded, the final boss entrenched within it, the aberration matrix, burst forth. The battle was imminent. And so, time flew by, and another 12 hours passed. For those 10 or so hours, Chao Xing had generally maintained a pace of 1.5 or 2 hours, clearing the increasingly dangerous dream fractals. System announcements were constantly flooding the screen. But the same name popped up each time. So far, Chao Xing had fought his way through the 11th layer of the dream fractal and landed on the platform of the 12th. The group also stood in place, awaiting the Lord's next command. Chao Xing didn't continue to have Lu Muxue use the light mirror. Instead, he looked up and checked the time displayed on the system. Current time, 4:32. Chao Xing's expression was slightly surprised. "I can't believe it. Almost a day has already passed since I entered the dream fractal. It seems I can't continue exploring the dream fractal. I need to leave first." The reason for his departure wasn't to rest at their level, let alone fighting for a day. Even if they fought for 10 days and 10 nights straight, as long as it wasn't a life-or-death battle, they wouldn't feel any fatigue. There was another important reason for Chao Xing's departure. In a few hours, another event, the Golden Scrits treasure, would be opened. As a small event launched alongside the dream fractal, Chao Xing didn't want to miss it. But those Golden Scrits definitely wouldn't appear in the dream fractal. So if he wanted to participate, he'd have to give up exploring here. Thinking of this, Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear and said, "Everyone, Please report your team's dream fractal level and how many dream fragments you've harvested today. ZZZZ. After the familiar sound of electricity, the voices of the captains echoed. Assam was the first to respond. Lord, we are currently on the second dream fractal. We've harvested a total of 2,429 dream fragments today. Binglan's cold voice followed immediately. I'm also on the second level. I currently have a total of 1,794 dream fragments in my backpack. Lord Weir. After all the captains finished their reports, Chao Xing quickly tallied up the numbers in his mind. Currently, the 66 teams were primarily active on the second and third levels, with only a handful of experts reaching the fourth level. After all, Chao Xing's orders were to eliminate all monsters along the way and strive to obtain as many dream fragments as possible. So, naturally, these experts weren't focused on efficiency, but rather on maximizing their profits. After a day of hard work, all teams had obtained at least 1,000 dream fragments. The total number of fragments exceeded 100,000. After figuring out this number, Chao Xing couldn't help but smile. At this rate, the dream fragment would last for another 99 days. Although, the number of roads and monsters that appeared on each level of the map was limited. Once an entire layer is cleared of monsters, and all events are triggered, no more monsters will spawn. Add to that the over 1 million survivors from the entire region, and Chao Xing won't be able to completely reap all the rewards from the entire dream fractal. But conservatively, these 66 teams can still earn 5 to 6 million dream fragments. Add to that various clearance rewards and other rewards. By the time the event ends, Chao Xing's backpack will be filled with enough dream fragments to empty most of the store. Thinking of this, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, almost eager to reach the final day of the event so he could redeem all the rewards. Chao Xing took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He then continued, very good. Next, you will maintain your current pace and explore the dream. If you feel tired, rest here. Remember, our efficiency is sufficient. There's no need to fight relentlessly for getting food and sleep. Do you understand? The crowd responded, yes, Lord. After receiving Chao Xing's command, the warriors once again took action. Assam led the team forward. Xinong, wielding the avalanche spine, continuously unleashed terrifying bursts of blasts, clearing the way. Including the newly joined members of the territory, Twilight Swordmaster Karel and Blood Rose Talia, everyone rushed deeper into the dream fractal with all their might. After Chao Xing arranged the other teams, he looked at the people around him. After surveying them, his gaze fell on the beautiful female knight. Mushua, I'd be returning to the territory with Mare Nina to participate in another activity. Just follow our previous pace and lead the team to continue exploring the dream fractals. After a pause, he instructed, it's okay to move slowly. The most important thing is to ensure your safety, and that of your unborn child. Hearing this, a gentle look crossed Lu Mushua's face. I know, Ah Xing, you don't have to worry about me. Leave this to us. Standing by, Brown blew his mustache and said with a smile, rest assured, Lord. Until Brown is killed in action, no harm will come to the Lord's wife or the future young master. He spoke casually, but his eyes held a resolute look. Even Sarah, standing beside him, tightened her grip on her dagger, demonstrating her resolve. By now, many in the territory knew that Lu Mushua was pregnant. Thus, everyone prioritized the safety of the Lord's wife, even more so than their own lives. Chao Xing wasn't overly worried. After all, even if he and Male Nina left the team, there were still 3 legendary level warriors and 1 hero level warrior. Especially, there was a truly exceptional legendary shield guardian like Brown. Under the protection of the Shield of Origin, even a demigod level warrior wouldn't be able to harm anyone else. This was more than enough to protect Lu Mushua. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, then, you guys continue exploring. I'll be leaving with Male Nina. Yes, go ahead, Xing. At the same time, Chao Xing waved his hand and tucked the Valkyrie's remains into his necromancy bag. Then, he trotted to the edge of the platform. Below him lay an endless abyss, surrounded by swirling fog, as if jumping down would completely devour the dream. Under the gaze of the crowd behind him, Chao Xing leaped directly. Instantly, he plummeted into the boundless foggy abyss, like a kite with a broken string. Exiting the dream fractal was simple. Simply jump off the platform as he had done. You would be declared dead by the system and teleported back to the territory. However, if you wanted to re-enter, you would have to wait until the next day. Another crucial point. If a survivor died or fell on a certain level, they would start from that level the next time they entered, not from the first level. It was like recording a save point every time you passed a level, which was quite convenient. Whoosh! The whistling wind continued, and visibility decreased. Chao Xing could feel himself falling, the dark purple mist around him growing thicker. His vision gradually blurred, and his consciousness gradually withered. It was as if he were slowly falling into the body of a monster. As his consciousness gradually faded, his vision was completely swallowed by darkness. He felt as if he had truly entered a state of death. Endless emptiness and darkness swept over him, making his body feel cold. I don't know how long it took. When Chao Xing opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a bluestone floor. Before him stood a black structure, over 30 meters tall, like a stone pillar. The stone pillar's surface was covered with circles of blue energy lines, as if it contained a vast heat. It was the core structure of his territory, the energy tower. I'm back. Chao Xing took a deep breath of the cold air, clearing his mind. Then, he raised his head and gazed at the pitch-black night sky above. It was a little after 4 in the morning, the darkest hour before dawn. The sky was completely obscured by a black curtain, not even a hint of starlight visible. Having lived here for nearly a year, Chao Xing had almost grown accustomed to such a pitch-black sky. In just over an hour, the golden scrit activity will begin. Next, let's return to the Lord's castle to rest for a while, and make some preparations. With this thought, he waved his hand again, releasing Mare Nina from the dead bag. The Valkyrie's figure emerged from the territory, her dark gold armor gleaming with a faint, cold light, her eyes sharp as a knife. Master. She nodded slightly. Let's go, back to the castle. The two walked side by side, crossing the silent territory. On the streets along the way, soldiers on night patrol straightened their backs and saluted. Chao Xing said nothing, simply nodded. Then he led the Valkyrie back to the Lord's castle, silently awaiting the arrival of the new event. Time slipped by quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was 5:59 a.m. The first faint ray of dawn rose again from the horizon, illuminating the outline of the whirlwind snowfield. The doors of the residential buildings in the territory flung open, and the staff had already risen on time, preparing for the new day's work. Having lived in the territory for so long, they had already developed extremely precise biological clocks. Every morning at dawn, they woke on their own, needing no alarm clock or reminder. In the outer city, camps lit bonfires, and tens of thousands of workers emerged from their tents to begin their workday. Logging, mining, building walls, constructing foundations. Everything proceeded in perfect order. At this moment, the vast majority of survivors worldwide were within the dream fractal. They were immersed in the joy of solving puzzles, and the rewards of defeating waves of monsters, each one of them almost losing themselves in excitement. Remarkably, an hour after Chao Xing's team passed the 4th layer of the dream fractal, Angelina from Area 141 also successfully led her team to defeat the Aberration Matrix, becoming the second team in the entire server to do so. Although they had only cleared the first level, it gave the other survivors immense confidence. Over the next few hours, more and more teams cleared the first level. At this stage, aside from freaks like Chao Xing, the top players in each region were actually about the same strength. So, they all cleared the first level within 15 hours. Survivors from all regions around the world were buoyed by confidence, and one by one, they sped up their exploration. Many top teams even created dedicated forum threads to share their clearance experiences. Other survivors also shared their own tips. As the saying goes, there's strength in numbers. With the combined wisdom and contributions of over 1 billion survivors worldwide, they were surprised to discover that some puzzles were repeated. What a concept! This meant they could significantly speed up their clearance by copying answers, or even obtain more dream fragments. Just as survivors around the world were still immersed in the joy of solving puzzles, a system notification suddenly appeared. Attention all survivors. You have successfully passed day 64 of the unstable period. New event. The Golden Scrit's treasure has been unlocked. Event duration. 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Event rules. During the event, Golden Scrit carrying treasure will randomly spawn in the wild. After defeating a Scrit, a large amount of rewards will be released from its treasure bag. Attention! The Scrit that spawn in the wild are divided into 3 levels. Silver Scrit with silver fur and carrying a silver-trimmed bag. And the powerful Golden Scrit carrying a gold-rimmed pouch. There's also a very rare chance of the giant, crowned Rat King spawning, Gene Kara. Each Scrit has a different chance of spawning, and its power increases significantly. Tips: be careful not to get hit by the Rat King's diamond, or you feel a real blow. Silver Scrit respawn chance, 95%, drop rewards, purple or gold quality equipment, gold, potions, etc. Gold script respawn chance, 5%, drop rewards, gold or orange quality equipment, skill books, rare blueprints, etc. Rat King Jinkarat respawn chance, 0.01%, drop rewards, orange or legendary quality equipment, rare pet eggs, special titles, recruitment scrolls, etc. P.S. The rarer the item, the lower the drop rate. The final interpretation rests with the official weather forecast. Today's sunny weather in the snowstorm area, with lows between -58 degrees Celsius and -67 degrees Celsius. Suitable for outdoor activities and territory development. When the notification ended, survivors around the world were startled. Even those exploring the dream fractal stopped. The chat channel was buzzing with activity. Oh my god! The rewards for this event are outrageous. Not only can you drop epic gear, but there's even legendary gear. That's outrageous. There are even rare pet eggs and recruitment scrolls. This almost surpasses the rewards in the dream shop. Ever since Xiaoxing crafted his first legendary piece of gear yesterday, triggering a world announcement, many survivors have been posting about it. Many survivors even posted the attributes of legendary equipment they've seen, sparking outcries of astonishment. This also gave some survivors, who had previously been unaware of the power of legendary equipment, a clearer understanding. Compared to this level of equipment, those gold and purple items were practically cheap. Even epic quality equipment was a notch below legendary equipment. This led many survivors to consider possessing a legendary weapon their ultimate goal. This time, the event rewards included not only legendary equipment, but also pet eggs, rare titles, and more. This simply goes to show how generous the rewards for this new event were. Every survivor was thrilled. Some others, however, complained helplessly. This is a bit troubling. The Golden Script's treasure has been opened right now. What should we do? Yes. I'm currently exploring the Dream Fractals with all my territory's combatants. With another event starting right now, how can I get away? Does the system mean we should abandon the Dream Fractals challenge and return to participate in this treasure hunt first? Many survivors were at a loss, unsure of what to do. On the other hand, some experienced lords sneered. Are you stupid? Wouldn't it be better to leave the Dream Fractal exploration to your own subjects? They're living warriors, not mindless NPCs. It's true. As a lord, you don't need to do everything yourself. Cultivating deputies and capable commanders can help relieve a lot of pressure. Chapter 820. Some lords asked in the chat, don't you know how to split up your forces, exploring the Dream Fractals while also participating in the Golden Script's treasure hunt? If you don't even have the ability to fight on multiple fronts, what kind of lords are you? After hearing these lords' reminders, some of the survivors realized the truth. They all looked at their teammates, searching for someone they could entrust with important tasks. Other lords, however, remained scowling. That being said, even if we delegate the Dream Fractal combat missions to our subordinate lords, there still aren't many high-end combatants left in the territory. Can they still participate in this new event? Yes. With the opening of the Dream Fractal, we've already brought in most of the territory's combat power. Those left outside are just ordinary soldiers below level 50. According to the system description, these Skrit aren't just small-time soldiers. They seem very powerful. Without sufficient elite troops, they'd be difficult to deal with. Besides, dying outside means real death. The cost is too high. We need to consider this carefully. Not all lords are like Xiaoxing. Any powerful individual sent out from their territory is a formidable force. Most lords' current combat power and resources are only enough to sustain them in one event. Just as they were scowling, one of the survivors suddenly sighed. Fuck. I really envy the guys in the first zone. They have Xiaoxing speedrunning the Dream Fractals ahead of them, so they can just lie down and get the rewards. Now they can free up more people to participate in the new activities. Upon hearing this, the survivors from other regions also realized this and echoed their sentiments. Yeah, the brothers in Region 1 are having a blast. Is this what it feels like to have the protection of a top boss? I'm so envious. Damn it. Why didn't they merge me into Region 1? For a moment, countless lords were filled with envy and jealousy towards the survivors of Region 1, and those survivors in Region 1 were also feeling incredibly fortunate. They chatted in their small groups. Luckily, we're all in the top 10 regions. We're so lucky. Yes, with him at the forefront, we've benefited so much. Brothers, don't let this opportunity created by Boss Xiaoxing go to waste. Let's seize the moment, and try to grab the rewards from both events. Go, go, go! Instantly, the survivor lord sprang into action again. In the territory, Xiaoxing looked at the long list of system notifications, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I thought this was just a small event, but it turns out legendary gear can even drop. This reward is beyond my imagination. Although he knew that the chances of obtaining legendary gear in this event were probably even lower than finding a needle in a haystack. After all, the spawn rates announced by the system showed that the Rat King Jinkara's appearance rate was only 1 in 10,000. Furthermore, this monster must be extremely powerful, making it extremely difficult to kill. Furthermore, even if you successfully defeat a Rat King, the equipment or items it drops are random. You might kill 100 Rat Kings and still not even get a single legendary piece of gear. Therefore, the system's announcement of the rewards this time was probably just a gimmick to attract more lords to the event. Thinking of this, Chaoxing didn't worry too much about whether he could obtain legendary equipment, but instead opened the map to check it out. However, the map looked unremarkable. It didn't have the locations of wild monsters marked, as it did during the previous Claw of Yorma event. Chaoxing pondered, not only is there no daily spawn count for this event, there aren't any hints on the map. Even the locations of the Scrid need to be explored by ourselves. In other words, everything depends entirely on skill and a bit of luck. After all, while the survivor's strength has improved and their movement speed has increased significantly, finding the randomly spawned Scrid in the vast snowfields is still somewhat difficult. Under such a completely random situation, it's possible to search for a whole day and not even find a single silver Scrid. Not to mention the even lower spawn rates of gold Scrid and Rat King Jinkara. Of course, if you're incredibly lucky and Rat King Jinkara spawns directly near your territory, then forget about it. This is practically a system-given reward. However, I could attempt a large-scale search. With my current speed, it would only take a few minutes to fly across the entire snowstorm. As long as we send out enough search teams, we could even find a large number of Scrid in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Chaoxing's lips curled up into a smile. Looks like it's time to mobilize my other air force, the Griffin Legion. These griffins were originally the flying mounts of the Knights of the Silver Hand, and even the Nightmare Archers would ride them for high-altitude combat. However, due to the recent Dream Fractal Air ban, all flight capabilities have been disabled. The sheer size of these Gale Griffins has become a burden. So, Chaoxing sent them all back to his territory. Now is the time to put them to good use. With their high maneuverability and sharp eyesight, these Gale Griffins can quickly explore every corner of the Gale snowfield. Besides the Griffin Legion, Chaoxing still has a large number of unused recruitment scrolls for other flying units. It was the Bloodwing Riders he had redeemed in the previous Blood expansion. During the last Blood expansion, I practically emptied the marriage shop of items. I redeemed a total of 16,000 recruitment scrolls, and put them in my backpack. Of those, 10,000 were for Corrupted Blood Savages, 5,000 for Cursed Blood Mages, and 1,000 for Bloodwing Riders. However, due to the population limit and food consumption, I haven't been able to recruit them yet. Now that my Lord's Castle has reached level 18, I have nearly 10,000 surplus people. I can try to summon those Bloodwing Riders. Thinking of this, Chaoxing looked at the Valkyrie, who was silently waiting nearby and said, "Come on, follow me out first." "Yes, master." Marinina bowed slightly, then, with firm steps, followed Chaoxing out of the Lord's Castle. When the two arrived at the central square of the territory, Chaoxing casually waved his hand, and pulled out 1,000 blood-colored scrolls from his backpack. The scrolls were covered in dark red blood veins, gleaming eerily in the morning light. A system prompt appeared. Consume recruitment scroll *1000 to summon an elite creature. Bloodwing Flying Cavalry, level 5? Note: each Bloodwing Flying Cavalry will occupy 3 population, 2 for the knight, 1 for the mount. Chaoxing said with some surprise, "Huh? A class with a built-in mount seems quite impressive." For him, knights with riding mastery like these were relatively easy to recruit. He could quickly recruit a large number of knights by simply visiting the nearby kingdoms. But equipping them with flying mounts en masse would be more difficult. As the previous experience with taming griffins showed, any flying creature is unruly and extremely difficult to tame. Now, like Assam, these Bloodwing Flying Cavalry had joined the territory with their own mounts, saving him a considerable amount of trouble. And with the added bonus of Chaoxing's eternal power, they could quickly deploy on the battlefield and demonstrate considerable combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, he nodded with satisfaction and clicked confirm. The next moment, the 1,000 recruitment scrolls in his hand vanished, transforming into a bloody mist that rose into the sky before vanishing. For the first 2 seconds, nothing seemed to happen, and the surroundings were perfectly peaceful. Then, in the 3rd second, Chaoxing suddenly heard a series of dense, piercing sounds overhead. Swish. Swish. It was as if a vast number of flying creatures were flapping their wings high in the sky. Also, waves of a strong bloody smell lingered. Especially after taking the demon dog scent potion, his sense of smell became even more acute. The rich bloody odor seemed to be mingled with a hint of ancient decay. Soon after, Chao Xing saw a group of vampire knights riding giant bats emerge from the blood mist and rapidly approach the territory at an extremely terrifying speed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Like streaks of blood-red lightning streaking across the sky, the scene was truly stunning. As they drew closer, Chao Xing could clearly see the appearance of these blood-winged knights. Their mounts were a flock of giant bats with wingspans exceeding 5 meters, their bodies pitch black, their bodies gleaming only with a faint blood-red glow at the edges of their wing membranes. The knight above them wore scarlet armor, his face pale yet handsome, and a sinister, blood-red bow wielded on his back. Seeing this, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with surprise again. Oh? A group of archers? That's not bad. He had originally expected to summon melee knights, like the Silver Hand Knights, or Frostwolf Knights, wielding spears or swords. But what appeared instead were a group of ranged knights wielding bows and arrows. And it had to be said that knights wielding bows and arrows or other ranged weapons could maximize the advantages of flying mounts. After all, in the air, their combat range expanded from a single plane to 3 dimensions, increasing their mobility immeasurably. Using ranged attacks at this point would be a nightmare for the enemy. Crash! With a steady thud, the blood-winged knights maneuvered their mounts to alight in the open space before the castle. As if rehearsed, their movements were perfectly synchronized. The giant bats, meanwhile, folded their vast wings and crouched silently on the ground. The knights scanned their surroundings with cold eyes, their gazes filled with scrutiny and vigilance. When their gazes fell on Chao Xing, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces. I never expected. The lord we pledge allegiance to this time would be a human. The leading knight muttered softly, his voice tinged with obvious resistance. The other knights' faces, too, showed a touch of discomfort. It was clear they were reluctant to pledge allegiance to a human lord. Chao Xing wasn't surprised either. After summoning these knights and seeing their race, he had already prepared himself. After all, in the history of this continent, humans and vampires seem to have had some issues. According to Bing Lan's earlier account, this was recorded in the story of Tianshu's Sacred Mountain. At that time, the Blood Clan, the Nara clan, and other ancient clans formed a united army to attack the human race, nearly conquering the human empire. Later, with the awakening of the being bearing the 12 divine rings, it slew and crippled their clan leaders. Deeply weakened, these ancient clans gradually retreated into seclusion. From then on, humanity established its dominant position in the Western continent. It can be said that humans and Blood Clan have a long-standing feud. Now, asking them to pledge allegiance to a human lord is indeed somewhat difficult to accept. Chao Xing didn't elaborate, but simply said, I understand your thoughts and the past grudges between humans and Blood Clan. But? His voice suddenly rose, his eyes becoming extremely serious. This isn't the Western continent of thousands of years ago, but my territory, Chao Xing. Here, whether human or vampire, all are treated equally. I hope you forget your past grudges. After all, you were already dead the moment you entered the summoning space. You can stand here now, because you've abandoned your past, and gained a chance to live again, essentially starting over. If anyone at this moment disagrees with my human identity, or has any other objections. He paused. A cold, piercing gaze swept across the faces of each knight, the pressure of a legendary warrior bearing down like a mountain. Finding Chao Xing's gaze, the blood-winged knights felt as if they had suddenly plummeted into an icy cavern, a fierce chill permeating their entire bodies. The chill even surpassed the chill they had experienced at death, seeming to penetrate their very bones. An invisible pressure froze the 1,000 knights and their mounts in place, daring not to breathe. You have to remember that Chao Xing was, after all, a legendary warrior. And he held a hidden class, Permafrost Monarch. The invisible aura he emanated alone was more than these 5th-level blood-winged knights could withstand. He then continued, if anyone has any objections, or wishes to withdraw, please raise them now. We talk later. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Do you understand? Below, thousands of blood-winged knights trembled, frozen in place by the terrifying aura emanating from Chao Xing. They all lowered their heads, and the entire square fell into an eerie silence. After a moment's silence, the leading knight commander gradually raised his head, as if making a difficult decision. He stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and placed his right hand on his chest. He spoke, Mighty Lord, you possess great power and a prosperous domain. Your demonstrated strength proves you worthy of our unwavering support. the Blood Wings, the 17th Squadron of the Blood Clan, pledge allegiance to you." At the same time, the other knights also knelt on one knee, bowing their proud heads to Cao Xing. "Respected human lord, we pledge our allegiance to you." Thousands of Blood Clan knights swore the oath simultaneously, their voices unified as one. Even the giant bats behind them bowed their bodies, whimpering in submission. Cao Xing watched this scene and nodded in satisfaction. As expected, becoming stronger would save him countless troubles. Even these Bloodwing Knights were subdued by his own strength. Next, he checked the attributes of a random Bloodwing Knight. Bloodwing Knight, Della. Race, Bloodline. Level 45, Level 5. Potential, Elite. HP, 10242257/10242257, Pale Tree Blessing. Attack, 4482 to 4578, Leadership. Armor, 823 to 918. Skill 1, Advanced Riding Mastery, same stats as before. Skill 2, Blood Shadow Arrow, the Bloodwing Knight draws his bow, concentrating his blood power to fire a powerful, penetrating arrow. The first target struck deals, attack asterisk 178%, physical damage and inflicts bleeding. If the target is already bleeding, deal an additional 50% damage. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Skill 3, Night Dive, Bloodwing Knight steers a giant bat and dives at high speed, dealing 214% physical damage and applying 3 stacks of bleed to enemies in its path. Killing the target during the dive immediately refreshes the cooldown. Cooldown, 35 seconds. Talent, Bloodthirst, Bloodwing Knight applies 1 stack of bleed with each attack. Afterwards, attack speed increases by 30%. Note, a well-trained vampire knight serves as an efficient aerial unit, but requires a daily blood diet. Bloodwing Bat. Race, Vampire. Level 42, Level 5. Potential, Normal. HP, 641825/641825, Pale Tree Blessing. Attack damage, 2895 to 2968, Leadership. Armor, 594 to 619. Skill 1, Ultrasonic Shock, the Bloodwing Bat emits high-frequency sound waves, dealing ATK asterisk 178% magic damage to surrounding enemies and stunning them for 1 to 3 seconds. Cooldown, 50 seconds. Skill 2, Bloodthirsty Assault, the Bloodwing Bat locks onto a target and pounces at breakneck speed, dealing ATK asterisk 248% physical damage and applying 5 stacks of bleeding. Effect. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Talent, Night Creature, Bloodwing Bats gain a 30% dodge rate and a 20% movement speed bonus when moving at night or in shadows. Note, a perfect night mount, combined with a Bloodwing Knight, can deliver a combined power greater than 2. After reviewing the stats of the Knight and the Bat, Cao Xing's eyes flickered with satisfaction. Compared to Hassan's initial stats and skills upon being summoned, these Bloodwing Knights were clearly much more powerful. After all, they were considered one of the vampire's advanced units. Chapter 821. Throughout the long history of the Blood Clan, the Bloodwing Knights have achieved countless glorious victories, a force feared by their enemies. Even the points required to redeem this unit in the marriage shop were several times higher than those of ordinary corrupted blood savages. Furthermore, a crucial point is that these Bloodwing Knights possess immense potential. This far surpasses the potential of ordinary Ascalon warriors and Boar warriors. In the territory, this unit's potential is second only to the Dragon Blood fighters. Cao Xing thought to himself, if resources are sufficient, I could focus on training these Bloodwing Knights. If I can raise them all to the rank of leader, chief, or even commander in the future, they will become a sharp sword in my wield, a highly efficient killing squad, clearing all obstacles for me. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously curled up his lips, as if he could already envision this legion's invincibility on the battlefields of the future. Currently, the prerequisite is that these Bloodwing Knights will be 100% loyal to him, which will take some time to cultivate. So Cao Xing said, time will prove that your choice today is a wise one. According to the rules, all new members joining the territory will enjoy our exclusive blessings. However, since many powerful individuals with blessing abilities have been dispatched by me on other missions, you will receive a few simple blessings from me. When he finished speaking, the group of vampire knights looked at each other, their faces filled with bewilderment. She seemed confused about the blessing he was talking about. Cao Xing didn't explain further, simply taking out Nesh's blessing ring and releasing a circle of light. Although each use of this blessing ring consumed 10 divine power points, equivalent to 1 divine power fragment, but compared to his current wealth, 1 or 2 divine power fragments were insignificant. When the blessed circle, over 100 meters in diameter, appeared, Chaoxing continued, "All right, everyone, enter now, and take your mounts with you." Hearing this, the 1,000 vampire knights remained somewhat confused and wary. But led by the knight leader, they all stepped into the circle of light and formed an orderly formation. Next, Chaoxing casually cast several status skills on them. Such items as Frost Shield, Ice Healing, Ice Armor, etc. He then pulled out items like the Mole Man Overseer's Whip, Warhorn, and Invigorating Drum from his backpack and used them all. After the first status skill had been applied to the Bloodwing Knights, a look of bewilderment appeared on their faces. And when the subsequent series of skills were applied, significantly enhancing their strength, all the knights, including their bat mounts, froze in place. The giant bats flapped their wings nervously, emitting a low humming sound. An unprecedented shock washed over them. They turned their heads with difficulty and looked at their lord, whose gaze was as if he were looking at a god. The knight commander muttered, "Incredible. There's actually such a miraculous power. This is power beyond the reach of the gods, an ability even our blood ancestors' leader can't even begin to emulate." The other knights also swallowed their saliva. This boost was simply too terrifying. Chaoxing's ice healing now regenerates over 100,000 HP per second, and the Bloodwing Knight's health is about to reach over 1,000,000. In other words, it only takes 10 seconds to restore their HP to full. Furthermore, this is permanent, effectively granting these 1,000 knights and their bats immortality. Then, a series of loyalty increase notifications rang out. Because you bestowed powerful power upon them, the loyalty of territory member, Gucci, has been significantly increased. Current loyalty, 76. Because you bestowed upon them. After this wave of blessings, the loyalty of all Bloodwing Knights, along with their mounts, has risen to over 75. Chaoxing nodded slightly, then gave the order directly. "The blessing has been completed. Now I will give you a new mission. Everyone." At this, the bewildered look in the eyes of thousands of Bloodwing Knights vanished. Instinctively, they straightened their bodies, their armor clanging in unison. A fiery fighting spirit burned in their eyes. Their increased power made them eager to serve this amazing human lord. Chaoxing continued, "Next, I will give each of you a small communication device. Your mission is to search for a strange creature within a 500-kilometer radius of the territory. They are members of the Skrit clan. They resemble rats, but have human bodies and carry a bag on their backs. If you see any Skrit anywhere, contact me immediately. In addition, I will also dispatch a group of griffins to assist you." With that, he waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A burst of air-piercing sounds echoed, as hundreds of giant griffins, each with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, soared from the territory's buffer zone and circled in midair. Their dark feathers shone dazzlingly in the morning light, and their sharp avian eyes scanned the Bloodwing Knights below. These griffins possessed at least the combat power of a 6th rank, and with a wealth of blessings, their aura far surpassed that of the Bloodwing Knights. Every flap of their wings unleashed a powerful blast, forcing the Bloodwing Knights to retreat involuntarily, their pale faces beneath their helmets betraying awe. The Bloodwing bats beside them were utterly terrified, trembling as if they had encountered their nemesis. These normally ferocious creatures now huddled together, whimpering in fear. Only with a gentle wave of Chaoxing's hand did the griffins receive their aura. "Do you all understand your mission now?" The leading knight took a deep breath, suppressed his shock, and shouted, "We obey the Lord's orders. The Bloodwing Knights will complete the mission." The other knights knelt in unison, their response resounding like thunder, "We will fight to the death to complete the mission." Followed by another notification of increased loyalty. "Because of your demonstrated strength, the loyalty of territory member, Lillard, has been increased. Current loyalty, 82. Because of you." After Chaoxing first bestowed immense power upon this group of knights with his blessing, and then summoned the Griffin Legion to demonstrate its might to intimidate them. Through this combination of kindness and force, the loyalty of these vampire knights rose to over 80. It must be said that after serving as lord for so long, Chaoxing had mastered these tactics to perfection. He nodded again with satisfaction and ordered, "Very well, now for action." "Yes, lord." Then, the knights all rolled over and leaped directly onto the backs of the Bloodwing bats. Their movements were as swift and agile as flowing water, and the sight of thousands of knights simultaneously mounting their horses was a magnificent spectacle. Whoa! With a sharp whistle, thousands of Bloodwing bats soared into the sky. Their broad, fleshy wings flapped, creating powerful air currents that swirled the dust from the ground and quickly broke through the protective range of the stasis magic shield. In an instant, the blood-red army, along with over 100 griffins, vanished into the distant horizon. Qiaoxing stood alone in the square, gradually withdrawing his gaze. He mused to himself, next, I just have to wait for good news from these knights. As soon as they find the script's location, I can act immediately and arrive as quickly as possible. Before that, I can go back and rest for a while. Just as he was about to return to the Lord's castle, he suddenly saw a beam of light illuminate within the third ring of his territory. The beam of light was a dreamy dark purple, accompanied by the sound of bubbles bursting. Pop! Although the sound was faint, it was remarkably clear to Qiaoxing's ears. Clearly, the dream library's opening hours had ended, and the slumbering being within had awakened. Qiaoxing pondered, the last person to enter my dream was Isabel, the sage of the holy light from my territory. Calculating the time, today happens to be the day she wakes up. I just wonder what Isabel brought back from her dream. At this thought, a flicker of anticipation flashed in his eyes, and he hurried towards the third ring road area. In the morning mist ahead, an ancient and majestic building stood quietly. Dressed in a palette of red, blue, and black, it exuded a dreamlike beauty. It was the legendary structure of the territory, the Dream Library. At the library's entrance stood a slender figure. She wore a pure white, holy robe, her delicate chin slightly raised, as if absorbing the long-lost sunlight. The morning light shone on her flawless profile. She exuded a tranquil, sacred aura. Any creature witnessing this scene would pause and marvel at the woman's stunning beauty. This beautiful figure was Isabel. She seemed lost in thought, unaware of Qiaoxing's arrival. Until Qiaoxing reached her and whispered, Isabel, awake? She didn't respond, remaining still. Qiaoxing's brow furrowed slightly, wondering, did she not hear me, or is she still lost in a dream? Just as he was about to reach out and touch her, Isabel suddenly opened her eyes. However, the glint in her eyes reassured Qiaoxing. The purity and holiness of those eyes had vanished, now filled with an eerie purple glow, and darkness seemed to flow deep within them. Qiaoxing seemed to realize something, and tentatively asked, are you Isabel in her dark witch form? Hearing the voice, Isabel slowly turned her head, her deep eyes fixed on Qiaoxing. After a moment, a seductive smile played at the corner of her mouth, and she uttered a low, pleasant voice. Hee hee. My dear lord, we meet again. Clearly, Qiaoxing's suspicions were correct. Isabel's dark personality had awakened. After the initial surprise, Qiaoxing had calmed down. He didn't feel much resistance towards Isabel in her dark witch form. In his view, both the Holy Light Sage and the Dark Witch were part of Isabel's personality. And Isabel was a member of his domain. In other words, even the Dark Witch belonged to him. We meet again. I thought you were completely suppressed by your Holy Light personality, never to return. Hearing this, Isabel in her Dark Witch form sneered. Huh? That hypocritical woman, is she trying to suppress me too? If she hadn't offered me a condition under the pretext of helping you, I wouldn't have been able to sleep peacefully. Qiaoxing frowned slightly. Condition? Since Isabel had inherited the Light Mage's palace alone, Qiaoxing hadn't participated, so he didn't know what they went through there. All he knew was that Isabel perfectly inherited the legacy, not only greatly increasing her strength, but also bringing with her the blood suppression formula. During the Blood Rebellion, this Holy Light Priestess demonstrated crucial combat prowess. She even helped turn the tide in the first battle. The blood suppression formula that followed also had a significant effect. The Dark Witch nodded slightly and replied, she told me to voluntarily dissipate my soul power, leaving only a trace of consciousness within my mind. She also promised that after she helped you through this crisis, she would allow me to strengthen my soul power again and allow me to recover. At this point, Isabel's beautiful expression suddenly turned furious. This despicable woman, she deceived me. She clearly promised to release me immediately, but then she kept suppressing me with the power of holy light. If it weren't for the dream where, by chance, I absorbed a large amount of soul power, I might never have woken up. As she spoke, dark energy began to surge violently around her, and a dangerous aura gradually emanated. Purple magic swirled around her, and fine cracks began to appear on the stone slabs beneath her feet. Seeing this, Qiaoxing frowned again. Although he had long known that the Holy Light Priest possessed a dual personality, he could also see that Isabel had always rejected the existence of this dark personality. As a holy and upright Holy Light Priestess, she naturally did not want such evil forces to exist within her. Previously, she had been unable to deal with the dark demon personality, so she had only managed to maintain a coexistence. Now, seeing the opportunity, Isabel clearly wanted to completely eliminate the dark personality, even if it meant breaking her original promise. This was why she hadn't told him about this. Qiaoxing asked gravely, what about Isabel? Where is she now? Hearing this question, The dark witch's lips curled dangerously. Hee hee. This untrustworthy woman certainly didn't expect retribution to come so swiftly. In her dream, her consciousness suffered severe damage, giving me an opportunity. Then I absorbed a vast amount of soul power in one fell swoop, possessed this body, and imprisoned her consciousness within its depths. After a pause, she chuckled and said, just like she did to me back then. Chao Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke again, can you release her? I guarantee, in the name of the Lord, that you will live in peace from now on, sharing control of this body. As previously stated, he was unaware of the agreement between Isabel and the Dark Witch. But this woman had indeed made outstanding contributions during the Blood Rebellion and to the subsequent development of the territory. As a lord, Chao Xing naturally couldn't abandon her. Release her? Hearing this question, the Dark Witch seemed incredibly excited, and the dark energy around her began to surge like a boiling tide. Her holy robes transformed into a pitch-black shadow dress, her long brown hair turned a strange purple-black, and her topaz-like eyes completely transformed into deep purple vortices. Then why didn't you ask her to release me when I was imprisoned? I only agreed to her request to help the territory overcome the crisis. Why did you stand by and watch, or were you simply biased towards her? Is it because you've been with this woman longer? Why? She grew increasingly agitated, unleashing the unwavering pressure of a high-level legend. A terrifying dark magical power instantly spread, and all creatures within a radius of dozens of kilometers froze in place, trembling in fear. Chao Xing, observing her expression, knew that simple persuasion was no longer acceptable. Seriously, this matter did indeed involve him. Furthermore, this kind of conflict, where both sides are equally vulnerable, was indeed difficult to handle. After a fierce mental struggle, Chao Xing's brow furrowed. After a moment, he suddenly sighed. Ah. In that case, I have no choice but to use that method on you. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast chill erupted from Chao Xing. Boom! It swept out like a polar storm, instantly freezing the boiling dark energy into shimmering ice crystals. In this dark region, Chao Xing was like a monarch emerging from the polar regions, emanating a majestic and cold aura, countering the dark aura released by the Dark Witch. Sensing Chao Xing's imposing aura, the Dark Witch's eyes flickered with disbelief. She bit her lower lip and asked, what do you want to do? Chao Xing didn't say anything, but stepped forward, parting the vast turbulent energy stream and approaching the Dark Witch. You're going to attack me for that woman. The Dark Witch seemed to realize something, and a complex expression of anger, grievance, and unwillingness appeared on her face. As she watched Chao Xing approach, her eyes gradually moistened, as if tears were welling up in them. If her loyalty hadn't already reached the level of diehard loyalty, it would have declined by now. But even so, she stood her ground stubbornly, her voice trembling. Damn it. For what? Is my loyalty to you insignificant? Am I destined to be a victim forever? You're so biased. There was even a hint of sobbing in her voice, like a little girl who had been wronged. The hand holding the staff trembled wildly, but the loyalty burned deep in her soul, preventing her from attacking her lord. Chao Xing didn't say anything, but instead extended his large hand and embraced her. Then, before the Dark Witch could react, he lowered his head and kissed her. The moment their lips met, the Dark Witch's expression suddenly changed dramatically. From initial anger, to confusion, to disbelief and trance. Chapter 822. The moment their lips met, the anger on the Dark Witch's face dissipated, gradually turning into a trance. Even the violent energy emanating from her body gradually subsided with this kiss. She desperately wanted to break free from Chao Xing's grasp, but his powerful arms only tightened their grip. The passionate kiss made the Dark Witch's legs weaken, and her body lost all strength. She could only allow him to take as much as he wanted, feeling the domineering aura between his lips and teeth. Chao Xing didn't know how to handle this difficult situation, but he knew how to soothe an angry woman. So far, this method seemed to be working reasonably well. After a few minutes, Chao Xing gradually released her. Looking at her flushed cheeks and slightly swollen lips, he asked, "Are you feeling better now?" The Dark Witch's breathing was rapid, her head lowered, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. Don't think I forgive you just like that. I won't let her out." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with helplessness. If that's the case, then I can only. Before he finished his words, he leaned down, slipped his right hand around her slender waist, and then, through her legs, lifted her up like a princess. Put me down," the Dark Witch exclaimed, instinctively hugging his neck, her long purple-black hair cascading down. She glared at Chao Xing in embarrassment, but the previous fierceness in her purple eyes had vanished, replaced by an unconcealable panic and shyness. Chao Xing looked down at her, a gentle smile on his lips. Since words won't work, then I prove with my actions that you and she are equally important to me. With that, he embraced the beautiful woman in his arms and strode towards the castle. The dark witch in his arms tensed, her face a flicker of confusion. With her strength, she could easily break free from Chao Xing's grasp, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. More importantly, she harbored a small sense of anticipation. And so, while the dark witch was struggling, Chao Xing had already led her into the castle. Boom! As the gate closed, the light within the castle suddenly dimmed. Chao Xing led her down a long corridor, finally stopping before a carved door. He gently kicked the door open and carefully placed her on the soft bed. As soon as the dark witch touched the bed, she instinctively shrank back, her long purple-black hair scattering across the snow-white sheets, accentuating her fair skin. Chao Xing leaned over, one hand resting on her side, his gaze blazing. The dark witch's red lips parted, and she slowly spoke, You left me. Before she could finish her words, her lips were blocked again. Outside the window, the morning light quietly streamed down, casting a hazy glow over their figures. Outside the castle, a gentle breeze rustled the shadows of the trees, as if even the world itself had softened. 2 hours later, the dark witch raised her swan-like neck, let out a long sigh, and sank limply into Chao Xing's arms. Her skin was faintly flushed, her purplish-black hair spread messily across the bed, and her chest rose and fell slightly, clearly still recovering from the intense heat of the moment. A moment later, Chao Xing looked at the enchanting woman nestled in his arms, his fingertips gently combing her hair. He whispered, It's just as I told you. At the time, I didn't know the terms of your agreement. Besides, a series of events later occurred, so I didn't ask any further questions. The dark witch listened silently. In this state, she was finally able to absorb the Lord's words. Chao Xing continued, As a clergyman, Isabel has a natural hostility towards you. Plus, she may not want you to come out and disturb her, so she chooses to keep you sealed. So, if possible, I hope you can release her from your consciousness. Consider it a favor. His tone was sincere, his eyes gentle yet firm. The dark witch raised her eyelids slightly, and glared at him resentfully. Humph. For this woman, you're willing to lower yourself and beg me. You really prefer her. Chao Xing chuckled and gently patted her perky, but causing her to shudder. Who said that? I simply consider her a member of my domain, and I treat everyone fairly. Even if you're in danger, I definitely help. The dark witch bit her lip, a flicker of resentment in her eyes, but ultimately snorted softly. All right then. I agree to this just this once. But, her fingertips gently traced circles on Chao Xing's chest, her tone laced with cunning. Promise me to be able to come out whenever I want. And, when you're being intimate with her, you have to release my consciousness. So I can participate. Her voice trailed off, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Clearly, even she found this request a bit odd. Chao Xing was slightly taken aback, then chuckled and nodded. Okay, no problem. After hearing his promise, a hint of satisfaction crossed the dark witch's face. She glanced at him once more, then slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, her purplish-black hair quickly faded, returning to a soft golden hue. The dark, cold aura surrounding her vanished, radiating a sacred warmth. Lord! Isabel's eyes snapped open, panic etched in her topaz-like pupils. She instinctively grasped Chao Xing's arm, eagerly saying, That woman took advantage of my weakness and severe injury to possess my body. Chao Xing gently stroked her smooth back, soothing her, Don't worry, Isabel, it's all right now. She won't force you down again. At these words, Isabel's tense body gradually relaxed. Only then did she take in her surroundings. She was nestled in Chao Xing's arms, her clothes disheveled, their skin pressed against each other, a perfect intimacy. Her face flushed instantly, even the tips of her ears were tinged with crimson. She lowered her head and whispered, Were you just doing that with her? Chao Xing nodded calmly, his fingers gently stroking her shoulder. Yes, and I promised her that you two will coexist from now on. Basically, you be the leader during the day, and she be active at night. Hearing this condition, Isabel quickly raised her head, a flicker of resistance in her eyes. My lord, this dark personality is too dangerous. We cannot tolerate her. If possible, we should seal her away completely as soon as possible, or even kill her outright. At this point, she seemed to remember something. I remember that the weapon Eternal Night Whisper, God Slayer in Mr. Zhao's hands can be used to deal with these soul-based creatures. Or ask him to help. However, before she could finish her words, her pupils suddenly constricted. A hint of purple suddenly surged within her golden pupils. The dark demon personality had evidently heard Isabel's offer, and, suddenly provoked, she tried to forcibly reclaim control. Chao Xing frowned, then immediately reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder, shaking his head. Isabel, I understand your concerns. But she's also a part of you. Forcibly erasing her would likely damage your soul as well. It could even lead to disastrous consequences. After a pause, he continued, and your dark demon personality is equally loyal to me. I cannot let anyone who follows me down. Trust me, I will take care of this. When he finished, Isabel's tense body visibly relaxed, and even the dark demon personality within her gradually calmed down. The holy light priest took a deep breath, as if making a difficult decision, and slowly said, I understand, Lord. Then do as you say. I take charge during the day, and control of the body will be handed over to her at night. Although she was still reluctant, the Lord's order was absolute, and Isabel would not resist. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Okay, this is the Isabel I know. Then he embraced the holy light sage, feeling the warmth of reunion. Isabel lay on his broad chest, and began to recount her dream. On the day I was born, a golden light descended from the sky. After that, I rejoined the church. Chao Xing listened intently, occasionally smoothing her messy hair. After about 10 minutes, she finally finished recounting her long dream journey. Chao Xing nodded thoughtfully, saying, I see. I didn't expect that in dreams. Another personality would enter with you and grow together. So, it seems she protected you in times of crisis, right? Isabel nodded gently. Although she didn't want to admit it, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Chao Xing didn't dwell on the topic any further, but changed the subject. So, what did you bring back from the dream this time? At this question, Isabel's expression became somewhat subtle. She took a deep breath and said slowly, let her tell the story. As she finished speaking, the golden hue in her pupils gradually faded, quickly replaced by a deep purple black. Isabel, in her dark witch form, reappeared. She stretched lazily, then extended her arm, gently resting it on Chao Xing's shoulder. Ha. This woman truly listens to you, Lord. To even agree to such a request is beyond my expectations. Then from now on, this body will be under my control at night. She appeared delighted, like a little girl allowed to play freely by her parents. At this moment, the dark witch seemed to realize something and quickly added, but don't worry. I will definitely not do anything to harm this body, nor will I cause any damage to our territory. Chao Xing smiled helplessly. I see. If I were worried about you, would I have made that request to Isabel? Hearing this, the dark witch's eyes lit up with emotion. She said coquettishly, I knew the Lord was the best to me. As she spoke, she deliberately shifted her body, her smooth skin constantly brushing against Chao Xing's. Chao Xing glanced at her helplessly and continued, Now, tell me what you brought back from your dream. After hearing this, the dark witch gradually withdrew her alluring gaze, and her restless legs gradually calmed down. She pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. In that dream, it seemed the church was at its most powerful, with members spread across the globe. This woman, born with a natural affinity for the holy light, even caused a celestial phenomenon at birth. Not long after, she was noticed by the church's clergy, joined their faction, and from then on, they dedicated every possible resource to her cultivation. During that time, the church's influence was immense, and countless clergymen performed seemingly righteous deeds across the continent. Exorcism, eradication of evil, and bestowal of blessings. All aimed at gaining more ordinary people's faith in the church. At this point, a look of deep disgust crossed her eyes. These hypocritical clergymen, to recruit more followers for the church, would do anything they could to gain them. Those demons and evil spirits were almost all deliberately released by them, wreaking havoc in those mortal villages and towns. Then they took action, creating the impression among these ordinary people that the church was benefiting the world. They even deliberately cultivate extremely evil demonic beasts and monsters, releasing them into the mortal world, allowing them to develop their own power and wreak havoc. Even the king's army is powerless against them, and several nations have even been controlled by these evil creatures. When public resentment reaches a certain level, they send out the so-called sons of God from the church to travel the continent and subdue these monsters. And they cleanse these monsters of their sins before the eyes of the world, bringing them under the wing of the church. That's how the classic story, the Son of God's demon-slaying chronicle that later circulated across the continent, came about. How disgusting. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with surprise. Although he knew the church was by no means a completely righteous force, and that it undoubtedly had a dark side, if it were truly so great and righteous, they wouldn't have chosen to hide during the invasion, but would have fought the enemy to the bitter end. Isn't it because the enemy's strength is so formidable that they feel they are no match for them, so they want to escape? However, Chao-Shing hadn't expected them to resort to such tactics to expand their power. They resort to underhanded tactics against ordinary people. They're truly unscrupulous. Of course, it can't be said that the entire Vatican is filled with hypocrites. There are certainly some righteous individuals who truly want to contribute to the world and bring salvation to ordinary people. For example, Isabel. Otherwise, the Vatican wouldn't have existed for so long and grown to such a powerful position. Overall, it's a force equally contradictory. Chao-Shing pondered for a moment, then said nothing more, letting the Dark Witch continue. She parted her rosy lips and spoke slowly. Although these guys are hypocritical and disgusting, I have to admit, they're quite capable. During that time, they nearly wiped out all the dark creatures on the western continent. The ones left were monsters domesticated by the church itself. Even I could only hide deep within Isabel's consciousness, fearing they would notice me. At this moment, the Dark Witch's lips curled up, and a smug look flashed in her eyes. But who says light can always overcome darkness? I've always heard that deep within the Vatican's library, sealed forbidden tomes contain methods to counter the holy light. So, using Isabel's identity, I entered the Vatican and began to browse through various forbidden tomes. Finally, I found a relevant record on an ancient parchment. At this point, the Dark Witch's eyes lit up with excitement. Legend has it that if one can find the legendary Heart of Night and perform a specific ritual, one can transform one's body into a pure dark body. Not only will one no longer be targeted by the holy light, but one can even significantly enhance the power of darkness. Even when one's power is greater than theirs, one can even suppress them. So, for the next few decades, I searched for this legendary treasure. After my tireless efforts, I finally found it in an ancient ruin. After a series of secret plans, spending nearly 20 years, I finally successfully completed the ritual and transformed my body into the powerful dark body. Now, even the demigod-level oracle sage can't suppress my attributes. As soon as she finished speaking, a surge of pure dark energy suddenly surged from her. That energy wasn't evil or violent, but rather held a certain sacred quality. Chao-Shing stared in surprise at the demonic woman in his arms, seemingly unable to believe she had undergone such an astonishing transformation in a dream. This also made him wonder, just how powerful was this Dark Witch now? With a hint of curiosity, Chao-Shing suddenly called up her attribute panel. A long list of attributes immediately appeared before his eyes. Dark Witch, Isabel Mine. Race, unknown. Level, 148, 57%. Potential, domination. Divine power, 105/580, restores 5 points naturally daily. HP, 725 million/725 million, Pale Tree plus Dark Sacrament. Attack power, 158-2316-168-2346, Leadership plus Dark Sacrament. Armor, 217920-225,263, Ice Armor. Attributes, Strength 152566, Agility 112529, Spirit 212563, Constitution 132721. Skills, Legendary Dark Mastery, Shadow Ball, Touch of Darkness, Corruption, Shadow Nova. 13 basic to advanced dark spells in total. Commander level skill, Dark Devouring World Fall. A 500-meter radius of absolute darkness centered on the caster is extinguished, and magical elements are silenced. Deals, Spirit * 445% plus Attack * 246%, dark damage to all creatures within the area every second, reducing the enemy's dark resistance by 5%. Stacks up to 10 times. Skill duration, 10 seconds, cooldown, 15 hours. Chapter 823. Dominant Domain, Dark Dominant Domain. Within this domain, all allies' dark resistance increases by 30%, while enemy units' dark resistance decreases by 30%. Also, all attacks inflict dark corrosion. Effect, reduces enemy abnormal resistance by 5%, stackable up to 10 times. Hero skills, none. Legendary skill 1, Micro Black Hole Collapse. Consumes 15 divine power to create a micro black hole, unleashing a terrifying suction force that continuously draws in all enemies within a 5,000-meter radius. Creatures below the Dark Witch's level are unable to escape the black hole's grip, and it deals ATK * 352% true damage per second. The micro black hole lasts for 5 seconds, after which it collapses, dealing ATK * 1124% true damage to enemies in the center, 500 meters around the black hole. Cooldown, 24 hours. Legendary Skill 2, Sea of Darkness, consumes 30 divine power to create a vast sea of darkness with a radius of 5,000 meters. All enemies enveloped by the Sea of Darkness have their movement speed reduced by 30% to 50% and receive dark damage from the Dark Witch, Spirit * 585% plus attack * 247% per second. The Dark Witch gains Dark Domination, reduces skill cooldown by 30% and increases lifesteal by 20%. If an enemy dies within the area, it will be transformed into a Shadow Servant. The servant inherits 80% of the enemy's stats and dies completely after 120 seconds. Skill duration, 20 seconds, cooldown, 48 hours. Talent, Dark Body, increases health by 30%, attack damage by 30%, and light resistance by 100%. At the start of combat, if an enemy uses a light skill, suppress it, reducing their stats by 10% to 50% based on the level difference. Additional effect, your shadow skills have a 15% chance to trigger dual cast. Satisfaction, 65. Loyalty, 100. Die Hard. After reading the Dark Witch's stats, Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This panel is outrageous. It actually has 2 dark legendary skills right off the bat, and the effects are terrifying. The former, Micro Black Hole, Collapse, is essentially a more powerful version of Ancient Weapon, Primal Cube. Not only is its range greater, but its suction is even more terrifying. Those below Isabel's level simply can't escape. Add to that the true damage per second, and it's like a divine skill that combines sustained crowd control, monster concentration, and explosive power, and the latter, Sea of Darkness, is even more impressive. A 5,000-meter radius is equivalent to a diameter of 10,000 meters, or 10 kilometers. Such a wide range is already incredible, and within the sea, it continuously weakens and damages enemies. It's arguably the highest damaging, widest ranged group attack skill Chao Xing has ever seen, below the demigod level. Of course, the cost of this skill is also quite terrifying, requiring a full 30 divine power points. That's 3 times that of a normal legendary skill. But this expenditure was completely affordable for Chao Xing. Excellent. The legendary Dark Witch is now on par with the Holy Light Sage Isabel, even at the same level, in terms of combat power. Furthermore, she possesses a truly incredible talent, Dark Body. This talent significantly increases her health and attack power, and also increases her ability to counteract Holy Light. It's like going from being suppressed by Holy Light to being its nemesis. Chao Xing's lips curled up slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Originally, allowing Isabel to enter his dream, this time was a chance for her. Now it seems like she's become the creation of a dark personality. This Dark Witch is truly capable. I have to say, in her Dark Witch form, Isabel is truly a perfect warrior. Desperate to become stronger, she's bold and prudent, lurking in dreams for decades, searching for a way to restrain the Holy Light. More importantly, she's unwaveringly loyal to him, unwavering in her will. The stronger she becomes, the happier Chao Xing will naturally be. So, whether this opportunity comes to Isabel or the Dark Witch, it's essentially the same. And there's another key point. Isabel now peacefully coexists with the Dark Witch, freely switching between forms. Her strength has reached a whole new level. What a concept! On the battlefield, she alone is equivalent to the combat power of 2 legendary mages, and it's not just a simple 1 + 1 is equal to 2, it's a qualitative change. For example, in some large-scale battlefields, Isabel, as a Holy Light Sage, has exhausted all her skills and her health has been depleted. At this point, she can easily transform into her Dark Witch form. The enemy will then face a fully powered, even more terrifying Dark Mage. The mere thought of that scene is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Mine, your dark sacred body has truly transformed your strength. From now on, you will be one of our territory's most powerful secret weapons. After receiving the Lord's praise, the Dark Witch's eyes gleamed with pleasure. It's my honor to receive your approval, Lord. As she spoke, she deliberately stared at Chao Xing with her dark purple eyes, her long legs rubbing against his thighs. Feeling the subtle touch of his legs, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. Gazing at the alluring expression of the woman in his arms, he felt a surge of urges again. Just as he was about to press her down again, he suddenly heard a distinct electric current. Zizi, zizi, followed by a deep, rapid voice. Lord, I am Bloodwing Knight Jeffrey. I found the sack-carrying rat man you mentioned in the woods about 30 kilometers from our territory. However, This Ratman has also been spotted by other lords from other worlds, and they appear to be forming a formation to encircle and destroy this monster. Please make the decision. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes glared. He quickly replied, I understand. You observe from the air first. I be right over. Yes, Lord. With that, Chao Xing hung up. He then turned to the woman in his arms and said, Moyin, I have something important to do right now. Leave control of your body to Fuyin. Wait until night before you come out. Hearing this, a resentful look crossed the dark witch's eyes, and a hint of reluctance lingered as she looked at Chao Xing. But she still nodded obediently. I understand. With that, the vast dark aura around her gradually faded, replaced by a warm golden holy light. Her long, purplish-black hair returned to a smooth golden hue, and the sinister purple glow in her eyes returned to a clear amber. Isabel, regaining control of her body, slowly opened her eyes. She exhaled softly and said, Lord, I will go with you. Although she had been lost in her consciousness, she could clearly hear the conversation outside. So she knew what Chao Xing was going to do next. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Okay, call Marlene. The three of us will go together. With that, he and Isabel rose from the bed and quickly dressed. A minute later, three figures gathered in the center of the territory. It was Chao Xing, Isabel, and Marlene. Each of these three figures possessed terrifying combat power. Chao Xing was a legendary ice mage, and even held a hidden class, Permafrost Lord, adding the ability to transform into great demon form. His combat power was astonishing. Not to mention Isabel, who can freely switch between her light sage and dark witch forms, unleashing unimaginable combat power. And the finale, Male Nina, is even more terrifying. Even with Valkyrie's wrath activated, she's already reached the legendary level of invincibility. If she activates her second form, she leaped to demigod level. It can be said that the three of them combined are enough to rival all the top forces of the Western continent. Of course, this is before those gods appear. If they were to emerge now, it would be a different story. Thinking of this, Chao Xing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Let's go. The two women nodded slightly. The next moment, three distinct energy waves erupted from them. A vast frosty blue chill, pure golden holy light, and the blood-red aura of Marlene. Followed by a flash of light, the three figures vanished from their positions, leaving only a few remnants of energy. About 20 seconds later, the three figures soared 10,000 meters into the air, their respective energy barriers shrouding them. They were now traveling at speeds exceeding several thousand kilometers per hour, covering over 1,000 meters in a single second. The whistling air currents were easily blocked by the divine shields they emanated, not even the hem of their clothing fluttering. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed dozens of kilometers. From a distance, they could already see the snow-covered forest the Bloodwing Knight had mentioned, and a small black dot hovering high in the sky. It was none other than one of the Bloodwing Knights in the territory. The next moment, Chao Xing suddenly accelerated. Before the Bloodwing Knight could react, he appeared directly before him, the gust of wind shattering the surrounding clouds. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind swept through, causing the giant bat's body to sway violently in the air. The Bloodwing Knight struggled to maintain the Bloodwing bat's balance, its broad wings flapping violently in the gusts. And when he finally managed to stabilize himself, the next moment, seeing Chao Xing suddenly appear, his eyes flashed with horror. Lord! Lord! There was a noticeable tremor in his voice, as if he was in disbelief. After all, the speed Chao Xing and the other two had just displayed was truly incredible, practically teleporting. In his previous life, this Bloodwing Knight, as an elite soldier of the vampires, had witnessed the legendary warriors of the clan in action. However, even at their full power, those legendary warriors were no match for this human lord. In his heart, he once again had a clear understanding of his lord's strength. Chao Xing nodded slightly and said, Jeffrey, the script you discovered is in this forest, right? The Bloodwing Knight quickly regained his composure upon hearing the question. He replied respectfully, Yes. Yes, esteemed lord. In that direction. Following his direction, Chao Xing gazed towards the snow-covered forest, through the dense canopy. He could faintly see a region deep within the forest shimmering with a myriad of magical lights. Recalling what the Bloodwing Knight had said, a group of otherworldly lords had already discovered the script. Those lights must have been the noise of their battle. Chao Xing announced bluntly, Let's go and take a look. Of course, he wasn't planning to rob these otherworldly lords' monsters. Instead, he wanted to see what made these system-spawn monsters special. For example, the script's attack patterns, the items it dropped, and so on. Thinking of this, Chao Xing flashed, and with Isabel and Marlenina, he sped forward. Shield guard. Keep using your taunts. Hold aggro. Where's the Frost Mage? Cast Frost Nova quickly to slow this script's attacks. Nurse. Nurse. Our shield guard can't hold on any longer. Heal him. A warrior in silver armor attacked, shouting commands at the top of his lungs. The other members, under his command, barely managed to maintain their formation, but it seemed they were already struggling. This small group of survivors numbered nearly 20. Among them were 3 lords, and the rest were warriors from their respective territories, with varying strengths. 6 of them were level 7 warriors, above level 60, while the rest were level 5 warriors, below level 50. And before them stood a gigantic ratman, 2 meters tall. Its body was covered in silver fur, its wiry muscles clearly visible beneath its fur. It was slightly hunched, its dark green eyes flashing with a dangerous light. On its back was a bulging bag, seemingly filled with various looted treasures. At this moment, the giant ratman was wielding a massive harpoon, piercing the charging melee classes one by one. Puff. Puff. Decrease 119245, piercing damage. Decrease 152672, vast attack. Decrease 135,637. A series of piercing sounds rang out as several melee assassins were directly pierced by the giant harpoons in its wield, their health plummeting. Not only that, the giant ratman's attack was extremely violent, capable of launching 6 or 7 consecutive strikes per second. Even the 2 tower, shield-wielding warriors at the forefront were driven back by the stabs. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing continued, and the health of the 2 tower shield-wielding warriors continued to plummet. The healers in the rear were already scrambling, desperately using their healing skills. Lord! Lord, we can't hold on any longer! A shield warrior cried out in despair. As a tier 7, chieftain-level shield warrior, his HP was nearly 2 million, and with 5,000 armor, he was a formidable barrier. Enemy of the same level struggled to penetrate his defenses. However, their opponent was a tier 8, chieftain-level silver scrit, whose attack power was absurdly high. In the crowd, the silver-armored chieftain's face sank. Damn it! How could this scrit be so powerful? A tier 8, chieftain-level creature? Our team is no match for it. As the warrior's HP neared its limit, a sense of imminent doom enveloped the entire crowd. As previously mentioned, this was not a fractal of dreams. If he dies, he's truly dead. At this critical moment, another Frost Mage in the crowd gritted his teeth, as if making a decision. Damn it! I have no choice but to use this forbidden skill. Then, a vast chill erupted from him. Everyone clearly saw his health plummet from 500,000 to less than 50,000. Not only that, his maximum health was permanently reduced by 10%. With a wave of his staff, he shouted, Frost Soul Sacrifice, Ice Coffin. Wow! A ball of frigid frost energy descended upon the giant scrit. The biting chill instantly spread, quickly forming a thick layer of ice on its silver-haired body. As the chill spread, the scrit's movements slowed and stiffened. Finally, it was completely frozen in place. Seeing this, the team members realized that this was an opportunity their teammates had created for them at a huge cost. The silver-armored warrior roared, Everyone, attack with all your might. Assassins, charge forward. Warriors, prepare to kill. The next moment, the squad of nearly 20 began a frenzied attack. Dense numbers of damage floated up. This silver scrit, a tier 8 boss creature, possessed a full 15 million HP thanks to its innate abilities. That was almost as high as a commander-level creature of the same rank. This group of survivors, however, didn't have a single tier 8 unit, but they had the advantage of sheer numbers. Furthermore, those lords, having survived in this world for so long, had some hidden weapons up their sleeves. Under their concentrated firepower, the silver scrit's HP began to plummet. 9 million. 8 million. 7 million. In just a few seconds, the scrit's HP had dropped below 5 million. It must be said that the forbidden skill used by that 7th level Frost Mage at a price was truly powerful. It was surprisingly able to freeze the scrit leader for so long, despite surpassing his level. However, even the most powerful control skills have their limits. Cracks began to appear in the thick layer of ice on the silver scrit's body, and the pair of dark green eyes on its head spun, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from its frozen state. The Frost Mage's face paled. Hurry! It's breaking free! Hearing this, the other team members sped up their attacks again. The silver-armored warrior shouted, Don't panic. It only has a little over 4 million HP. Even if it breaks free, it's already at the end of its strength. Just focus on the HP of the shield fighter, and you can take it down. Everyone, keep up the good work. Another female lord wielding a staff warned, Captain, Pay attention to its innate skill, Scurry. When this monster's HP drops below 30%, it will enter a berserk state, dramatically increasing its movement speed, armor, and attack power. Chapter 824. A female lord warned, when this monster's health drops below 30%, it will enter a berserk state, dramatically increasing its movement speed, armor, and attack power. The team member's expression suddenly grew solemn upon hearing this. At the same time, the moment the silver script broke free from its eyes, a violent aura erupted from it. The hair on its body began to grow rapidly, standing up like steel needles. The muscles in its limbs swelled like air, and its claws grew even sharper. A feral and dangerous aura permeated its entire body. Squeak! Squeak! A sharp cry rang out. The script's green eyes swept over the crowd, sending a chill through the survivors' hearts. The silver-armored warrior suppressed his fear and commanded in a deep voice, "Everyone, get ready. Shield warriors, switch to defensive stances and prepare to withstand the impact. Mages, watch your position. Healers, save your healing for its outburst." Everyone stood in full alert, bracing themselves for the silver script's furious onslaught. However, the script's green eyes darted around, as if realizing something. Then, it suddenly turned and bolted away. Like a flash of silver lightning, it darted towards the crowd, slicing the shield warrior, blocking its path back into the air. The instantaneous burst of speed far exceeded everyone's imagination. By the time they realized what was happening, the script had already broken free from the encirclement. Seeing this, the silver-armored warrior's face changed drastically. "Damn it! This thing's trying to escape! Stop it!" The others also realized this and rushed to attack. Swish! 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 Swish, swish, swish! A variety of arrows and magical attacks rained down, all landing on the silver script, but only leaving a faint mark on its thick fur. In addition, some weak damage numbers, only a few thousand, appeared. In its scurry state, the script's armor and movement speed were greatly increased, making it impossible to capture it in a short period of time. It even turned its head and gave the crowd a mocking smile. Squeak! Squeak! Seeing the scene, the team's anger was further aroused. They chased after it like crazy. After all, this silver script was their prey, which they had worked so hard to capture. Now that its prey had escaped right in front of them, taunting them, it was unbearable for anyone. However, no matter how hard they sped, they couldn't catch up with the silver script. They could only watch helplessly as its figure receded. Finally, it slipped into a forest and vanished from their sight. Seeing its prey escape, everyone stopped in their tracks in frustration. Damn it! Just a few million HP away, and it escaped. An assassin angrily kicked a stone at his feet. Another surviving lord shook his head, giving a helpless smile. This event is too difficult, isn't it? Not only is the monster so powerful, but it's running away at low HP. It's simply unreasonable. Yeah. The female mage nearby echoed, I estimate. We need a team of at least 50 to fully defeat it. We're still a little short of our strength. In the crowd, the silver-armored warrior, though still resigned to defeat, quickly adjusted his mindset. It's okay, brothers. Although we failed this time, at least we've learned this monster's combat mechanics through this battle. When we get back, everyone should study the battle video and analyze the script's attack rhythm and the prelude to its abilities. Next time, we definitely defeat it. The mood among the group brightened slightly upon hearing this. A young lord raised his hand and shouted, "That's right, we learned from this battle. We call for more men when we get back. Not only will we defeat the silver script, but even the gold script." The team regained their confidence, then resolutely turned and headed out of the forest. At this moment, deep within this dense, snow-covered forest, a silver ratman, over 2 meters tall and carrying a large sack, panted heavily as he made his way through the forest. It glanced back, and after confirming the humans hadn't caught up, a sly glint flashed in its dark green eyes. Squeak! The script proudly flicked its tail, idly rubbing its wound against a nearby tree trunk, and continued on its way. The next second, however, it stopped dead in its tracks. 3 figures suddenly appeared before it. Leading them was a black-haired man, who was gazing at it with amusement. Behind him, a holy figure and a murderous figure stood on either side. A suffocating pressure emanated from these 3. The script's pupils suddenly constricted, and all the hair on its body stood on end, for it sensed the imminent threat of death from these 3, as if they could easily slay it with a flick of a finger. Squeak! The script cried out in terror. Then it turned and took strong strides forward, as if intending to try its old trick to escape. But at that moment, it suddenly realized something was amiss. The forest had been sealed off by a thick wall of ice, completely blocking its path. Even in the sky hovered a dense mass of giant ice cones. If it dared to move, its body would be pierced like a hornet's nest. The Skrit suddenly realized it had no escape. Its cunning eyes darted around a few times before it stopped, seemingly giving up on its escape. It turned, bent its legs slightly, and knelt on the spot with its front paws touching the ground. Squeak! The Skrit knelt on the ground, its front paws clasped together, repeatedly kowtowed, mimicking a human begging for mercy. It even carefully placed the sack on its back on the ground and pushed forward with its paws, as if hoping to gain a glimmer of hope. Seeing this, Chao Xing raised an eyebrow and said with interest, "This guy actually beg for mercy? Are system-generated monsters so human-like?" With a curious look on his face, he examined the Silver Skrit's attributes. Its dashboard was similar to that of a typical Tier 8 boss, except that its health was significantly higher than other boss-level creatures due to its innate talent. Aside, Isabel whispered, "Lord, should we let it go?" Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "It's just a moving monster, after all. Let's kill it." "Yes." The moment he gave the order, Mernina drew her bloodthirster. Clang! A streak of blood-red sword energy slashed through at breakneck speed. Before the Skrit could react, a line of blood appeared on its body. Then, its body slowly began to split in two. Then, an exaggerated damage number appeared. -12832563. Squeak! With a short, painful scream, this Tier 8 boss monster was instantly slain with a single strike. Your territory member, Mernina, successfully killed the active monster, Silver Skrit LV80, gaining 17.2 million experience points, Pale Attraction. Combatant gaining 8.6 million experience points. Successfully killed Silver Skrit. Trigger the hidden achievement, Ratcatcher Captain. Ratcatcher Captain, during the event period, kill a total of 10 Skrit, any level, to receive the achievement rewards, 1 Silver Skrit treasure bag, 1 silver treasure chest, and 500 reputation points. Kill a total of 100 Skrit to receive the achievement rewards, 1 gold Skrit treasure bag, 1 gold treasure chest, and 2,000 reputation points. Kill a total of 1,000 Skrit to receive the achievement rewards, Ratcatcher Captain, title, 1 Moonlight treasure chest, and 20,000 reputation points. Current progress, 1/1000. Seeing this series of system notifications, Chao Xing smiled. I didn't expect there would be a hidden achievement just for killing all those Skrits. And you only need to kill 10 to receive the first stage reward. It seems like a system benefit for us survivors. After all, although this achievement is hidden, it can be triggered by almost any survivor who kills a Skrit. Of course, killing 10 Skrit is a very difficult task. As the survivors' battle just now showed, without a team of hero-level warriors or enough master-level warriors, defeating the Skrit is incredibly difficult. Not to mention the higher level and more powerful Golden Skrit. The event lasts for a month, and even for Legion commanders, completing the first stage achievement rewards is the best they can do. Some top-tier warriors, such as Wei Jinny and Angelina, might have a chance to try and complete the second stage rewards. As for the third stage, killing 1,000 Skrit. Aside from Chao Xing, it's unlikely anyone else could complete it. Take your time. Even with my strength, taking down 1,000 Skrit is a massive undertaking. Thinking of this, Chao Xing turned his gaze forward again, to the spot where the Silver Skrit had died. The Skrit's corpse had vanished in a flash of white light, leaving only a bulging sack in its place. Seeing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up, and he walked over quickly. He bent down and picked up the sack. Obtained. Silver Skrit's treasure bag *10? Is this the treasure bag I got as an achievement reward? Chao Xing shook it in his hand, noticing how heavy it felt. It seemed to be filled with all sorts of rare items. Isabel and Marinette also came over curiously, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lord, are there any goodies inside? Isabel asked softly. Chao Xing smiled and said, We don't know yet. Let me pour it out and see. With that, he untied the sack's drawstring and dumped the contents out. Clatter. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with all sorts of loot. There were 2 or 3 weapons gleaming coldly, gold coins scattered across the floor, and dozens of bottles of shimmering potions. And nearby, there were even some glittering gems. Seeing this bountiful harvest, everyone's expressions of surprise and delight were immediately revealed. Even Chao Xing became a little excited. With a wave of his hand, he gathered up all the items on the ground. Obtained, Rune Sword, gold. Obtained, Rose Buckler, purple. Obtained, Life Strangler, purple. Obtained, Gold Coins *1562. Obtained, Cold Blood Elixir, gold, *18. Obtained, Elemental Resistance Flask, purple, *32. Obtained, Strong Stimulus Potion, purple, *45. Obtained, Amethyst, purple, *15. Obtained, Iron Armor Plate, purple, *42. Obtained, Fighter Pendant, purple, *1. As a series of system notifications appeared, a smile appeared on Chaoxing's face. Although most of these items and equipment were only gold or purple quality, they weren't anything rare for him. But the feeling of getting a bunch of loot all at once was still quite pleasant. Even Isabel, who was standing next to him, showed delight. It's truly a treasure hunt. Just killing a single silver scrit yields so much loot. That's quite a profit indeed, Chaoxing exclaimed. This loot is incredibly valuable. Those 3 pieces of equipment alone could fetch millions of crowns. The additional 1,000 or so gold coins are worth hundreds of thousands of crowns. It's worth noting that these gold coins aren't ancient gold coins, and can't be exchanged for ancient treasure chests. They're just ordinary gold coins. Add to that the dozens of elixirs and gems, and the value is at least 10 million crowns. In other words, the guaranteed profit from killing a silver scrit is 20 million crowns. If the team just killed it, the loot in its bag would have definitely made those lords a fortune, and as the event progresses, other lords will slay these scrit and discover the rich rewards they drop. By then, word would spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. More and more lords, having heard the news, would join the scrit hunt. However, high rewards also come with high risks. For less powerful teams, surviving the monster's ferocious onslaught, let alone killing it, would be a problem. Chaoxing shook his head and sighed. Let's take a look at the stats of the loot that just dropped. There was no need to examine the 3 pieces of equipment. They were all of average rarity and gold stats. For the survivors, these pieces of equipment would offer significant improvements, but for Chaoxing, they were just ordinary items. Of course, the secret potions and gems that dropped later were worth checking out. Thinking of this, Chaoxing quickly pulled 3 bottles of potions of varying colors from his backpack and checked their properties. Cold-blooded secret potion gold. Quality, rare. Potion effect. Upon consumption, calms the user and suppresses negative emotions. When attacked, reduces pain by 40%. Effect lasts 5 minutes, cooldown, 20 minutes. Side effect. After the effect wears off, a slight dizziness will occur, and pain will be doubled for 1 hour. Elemental Resistance Potion, purple. Quality, rare. Potion effect. Increases resistance to ice, lightning, earth, and wind by 20%. Additionally, when receiving damage from the corresponding element, there is a 5% chance to restore 0.1% of the player's health. Effect lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown, 40 minutes. Strong Revitalization Potion, purple. Quality, rare. Potion effect. Upon consumption, instantly restores 30% of the player's mana and increases mana regeneration speed by 50%. Effect lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown, 15 minutes. After reading the properties of these 3 bottles of secret medicine, Chaoxing's eyes lit up. Huh? These secret elixirs seem quite effective. Each one can be taken immediately. Combined with eternal power, they've given me a significant boost. The first, cold-blooded secret elixir, can suppress negative emotions and reduce pain. It's a true miracle drug in combat. After all, these powerful warriors possess extraordinary strength, but that doesn't mean they won't feel pain in battle. Especially those with special abilities, like Hilda's Crimson Poison and Plague Priest Fana's Plague Spells. Their attacks were unbearably painful. Though everyone didn't show it on the surface during the battle, they were actually enduring it. With this potion, the pain was significantly reduced, allowing for greater focus and unleashing even greater strength. The following Elemental Resistance Flask and Strong Stimulus Potion were equally useful. The former increases resistance to 4 elements, while the latter accelerates mana regeneration, making them both very practical battle supplies. Thinking of this, Chaoxing immediately took out 3 bottles of each of the 3 potions, giving 1 each to Isabel and Mernina. He also kept 1 for himself. Use it, he said casually. Yes, Lord/Master. The 2 women responded in unison. Then, the 3 of them drank all 3 potions together. Instantly, they felt a stream of refreshing energy coursing through their bodies. Their brains grew calmer, their senses sharper, and even their thoughts became as clear and penetrating as if washed by a spring. Successfully administered the cold-blooded secret elixir, gold, reducing pain by 40%, for 5 minutes. This state has become permanent due to the innate eternal power. Note, this state can be exited and deactivated at any time. Successfully administered. Following the system prompt, all three of them felt this miraculous power permanently enshrined within them. Huh? Isabel exhaled softly, a calm glint gleaming in her topaz-like pupils. Every time she took this potion, amplified by the eternal power, it was a wondrous experience. Even Marinella, standing beside them, stared at the man before them with a strange gaze. Chao Xing closed his eyes, savoring this wondrous power. The effect is better than expected, and it significantly increased my strength. He opened his eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. Looks like I have to collect more of these potions for this event. It would be best if I could get a few thousand bottles, and distribute them to everyone in the territory. Just as they had finished off the first scrit, another communication noise filled their ears. Zizi zizi. A moment later, a steady voice rang out. My lord, I am Bloodwing Knight Floyd. I am currently over a large river 60 kilometers from the territory. Here is a ratman with white fur walking on the ice. It's probably the scrit you mentioned. So far, it hasn't been spotted by anyone else. Please give your orders. Hearing this, Chao Xing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Chapter 825. Chao Xing sighed inwardly. Sure enough, there's strength in numbers. With over 1,000 Bloodwing riders searching, these scrit have nowhere to hide. Thinking of this, he quickly replied, I understand. Please wait where you are. I'll be right there. Yes, lord. After hanging up, Chao Xing looked at the two figures beside him and said, Let's go to the next location. The two women nodded slightly. The next moment, the three figures flashed again, disappearing directly into the snow-covered forest. As they traveled, many powerful lord teams discovered the scrit. Of course, the vast majority were silver scrit. Excitedly, they rushed forward, but were quickly caught off guard by the scrit's formidable fighting power. Many teams suffered casualties in the first encounter. However, the survivors who had managed to survive were no pushovers. They quickly adjusted. They reorganized into various boss fighting formations, steadily chipping away at the scrit's health. When the monster's health dropped below 30%, the scrit once again entered their scurry state and began a frantic escape. Most teams failed at this point. Only a handful, having preset traps or possessing powerful crowd control abilities, were able to ultimately defeat these cunning and difficult creatures. When they picked up the treasure bag dropped by the silver scrit, they were stunned by the sheer amount of rewards inside. The entire team erupted in celebration. Many survivors posted these rewards on the forums, causing a sensation. First floor. Awesome. 2 pieces of gold equipment dropped, plus so many secret potions and gems. You guys are rich. Second floor. Yeah, those 1,000+ gold coins alone are worth hundreds of thousands of crowns. I could buy a few top-notch slave girls in the city. Third floor. Hey guys, I need your guidance and strategies. Fourth floor. What's that? Our team just killed one and got a gold trinket, worth much more than these. Fifth floor. This event is great. Killing just one scrit is enough to make us a killing. Just as Chao Xing had predicted, more and more survivors spotted scrit roaming nearby. And after killing them, they received far greater rewards than expected. This attracted even more survivors to join the rat hunting frenzy. Many even gave up exploring the Dream Fractal and focused solely on searching for scrit within their territory. Suddenly, the active figures of these survivors appeared in the wildernesses, forests, and canyons of countless countries across the western continent. They formed hunting parties of all sizes, and like sharks scenting blood, they frantically pursued these moving treasures. Swish! A flash of blood-red sword light flashed. A gentle breeze blew across the frozen lake. And in front, a 2-meter-tall, silver-haired rat man suddenly froze. Its right leg, poised to flee, dangled in midair. It slowly lowered its head, gazing at the bloody streak at its waist. Then, it suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, and its upper body fell directly to the ground. Strangely, its lower body remained on the ice. Marlenina's sword strike once again dismembered the creature. Squeak! With a scream, the silver scrit's corpse fell to the ice, vanishing in a flash of white light. Your territory member, Marlenina successfully killed the active monster, Silver Scrit LV80, gaining experience points. 17.2 million, Pale Attraction. Combatant gain experience points. 8.6 million. Hidden achievement, Rat Catcher progress updated. Current progress, 2 out of 1,000. After the prompt ended, Chao Xing quickly stepped forward and picked up the sack from the ground. Gained, Silver Scrit's treasure bag *1. Then, he expertly emptied the contents. Clatter. The sight of scattered loot all over the ground was dazzling. Chao Xing waved his hand, and tucked all the loot into his backpack. Obtained, stone hammer gold. Obtained, Broken ring gold. Obtained, crystal shield, purple. Obtained, gold coins asterisk 1302. Obtained, windstealer elixir, gold, asterisk 16. Obtained, thorn honeydew, gold, asterisk 18. Obtained, potent invigoration potion, purple, asterisk 32. Obtained. When this series of system prompts ended, Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. 2 pieces of gold equipment, and 2 new gold potions dropped this time. The loot in this bag is even more valuable than the last one. With a look of delight, he examined the properties of the 2 new elixirs. When stealing elixir gold. Quality, rare. Effect, after taking, one enters a state of lightness, moving without making footsteps, and without triggering pressure traps or the sound of falling leaves. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 120 minutes. Description, a secret potion crafted from wind elemental debris and white batwing powder. The drinker will experience the sound of wind passing by their ears. Thorny honeydew, gold. Quality, rare. Potion effect, upon consumption, instantly restores 20% of the user's health, but loses 10% of it over the next 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Note, this potion can be used in conjunction with other healing skills and secret potions. Description, sweet honeydew hides a deadly thorn. The drinker will first experience a refreshing sweetness, followed by a heart-wrenching, searing pain. Rangers often say, to gain life, you must first embrace death. After reviewing the properties of the 2 potions, Chaoxing nodded again with satisfaction. Very good. This Windstealer's attraction is also a status-enhancing elixir. While its effects haven't had much effect on me, it can be enhanced by eternal power. For him, as long as it was a status-enhancing elixir without side effects, he could just drink it once and be done with it. After all, he could turn off the effect when he didn't need it, and simply turn it back on when he needed it. Quite convenient. Chaoxing then proceeded to give a bottle each to Marinella and Isabel. After the secret potion had entered his system, a notification appeared indicating that eternal power had taken effect. Chaoxing patted his wrist and casually said, "Let's go to the next location." The next moment, the 3 figures vanished from their original position. From then on, Chaoxing continued his current pace. Whenever the Bloodwing Knight's sighting of a Skrit reached his eardrum, he would rush over immediately. Then he would eliminate the target in seconds. With the blanket search of 1,000 highly mobile Bloodwing Knights, new discoveries were made almost every hour. The Knight's reports continued to echo in his ears. "My lord, a silver Skrit was spotted near coordinates, approximately 70 kilometers from our territory. My lord, I discovered traces of Skaven deep within this mountain range. My lord." After a long day, Chaoxing had killed 6 more silver Skrits, successfully harvesting 6 treasure bags. This time, however, he didn't empty the bags. Instead, he planned to wait until a sufficient number accumulated before opening them all at once. Like opening a can. That scene must have been spectacular. Time flew by, and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The sky had already darkened. Because of this world's extreme low temperatures, the sun always set early. The world was about to be shrouded in darkness and cold. Chaoxing, flying 10,000 meters in the sky with Marinella and Isabel, silently awaited the Knight's report. For them, the actual fighting didn't take long. The main thing was finding the Skrit, which took a considerable amount of time. Although he had 1,000 knights conducting a blanket search, scattered across the vast snowstorm and even wider areas, these 1,000 men seemed insignificant. While waiting, Chaoxing glanced at his backpack's treasures. Silver Skrit's treasure bags asterisk 11. Not bad, 11 treasure bags already. Including the 2 silver Skrit killed this morning, that's 13 total, averaging 1 per hour. Chaoxing calculated to himself. Based on that calculation, this event will last 30 days. Even with my efficiency, it would be difficult to kill 1,000 Skrit before the event ends and complete the Rat Catcher Captain achievement. Thinking of this, his brows furrowed slightly, as if he was dissatisfied with the pace. But on second thought, Chaoxing felt relieved. After all, killing 1 Skrit per hour was already an absurd rate. Of the other survivors, over 90% of the teams had toiled all day without encountering a single silver Skrit. Of the remaining 10% who did encounter Skrit, the cunning creatures mostly escaped. Only a few lucky ones, after learning from their failures and developing a series of strategies, finally succeeded in killing the Skrit and obtaining their treasure bags. Chaoxing quickly adjusted his mindset. Even if he couldn't complete it, he wouldn't force it. After all, it was just a small achievement and wouldn't affect the overall progress. Moreover, after nightfall, his search efficiency would be significantly improved. As nocturnal creatures, the blood-winged bat's innate abilities would activate after nightfall, significantly enhancing their mobility and vision. As he pondered this, a unique communication rang out. "Lord, I am Bloodwing Knight Garlon. I have discovered a unique ratman at coordinates. Its fur is golden, and it carries a bag with gold trim." Hearing this, Chao-Shing perked up. Golden fur, a bag with gold trim. All these characteristics indicate that this knight has discovered a golden scrit, which has a 5% chance of spawning. Great. I've been searching all day, and all I've found are silver scrit. I thought the system's 5% spawn rate was fake, and now I've finally encountered a golden scrit. Chao-Shing's eyes lit up with excitement. He suppressed his excitement and quickly replied, "Knight Garlon, wait where you are until we arrive. Remember to keep a close eye on that scrit. Don't let it escape." The Bloodwing Knight, upon hearing this, replied solemnly, "Bloodwing will carry out your will, venerable lord." With that, both parties hung up the line. Chao-Shing wasted no time, disappearing from the scene with the two legendary warriors at his side. Whoosh! Whoosh! The night sky was filled with a howling cold wind, its biting chill mingled with tiny ice crystals. The three figures continued their breakneck pace, advancing at a breakneck speed of several thousand meters per second. Since their target this time was the even rarer golden scrit, they couldn't help but pick up the pace. Soon, the three arrived at a deep, ancient valley. Here, too, was a thick blanket of snow, shimmering with a faint blue light under the moonlight. Surrounded by mountains, only the moonlight from overhead shone down, illuminating the valley with a hazy, dreamlike hue. Atop a high peak not far away, a blood-red figure crouched behind a massive rock. His gaze fixed intently on the depths of the valley, his breathing carefully restrained. Next to the knight, a massive black shadow hovered silently. It was the territory's Bloodwing Bat Mount. Chao-Shing and the others appeared silently beside the knight. Enhanced by the secret elixir of stealing wind, their footsteps on the snow and fallen leaves made no sound. It was only when three shadows appeared above him that the knight snapped back to his senses. He whirled around, startled by the sudden appearance of three people. The knight instinctively grasped his bow and arrow, drawing the string as quickly as possible, his muscles tensed to the utmost. However, when he saw the newcomer's face, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's the Lord." I was terrified. I thought someone could sneak up on me. The knight wiped the sweat from his forehead and gazed at the man in awe. Clearly, the technique Chao-Shing had just displayed was completely beyond his comprehension. After all, the Lord was a mage, not a professional assassin. To be so close, so silently, without him even noticing. In other words, if Chao-Shing had attacked him just now, he would have been dead. Chao-Shing waved his hand, and casually said, "Garlon, where is the scrit?" The Bloodwing Knight gradually regained his composure, and, after gathering his composure, said, "It's in the cave in the valley below." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Below, in the snow-covered valley, a burly golden-haired rat man, carrying a gold-rimmed bag on his back, lurked stealthily at the cave entrance. It stood half a meter taller than the silver scrit, its muscular body gleaming metallically in the moonlight. A pair of dark green eyes scanned the surroundings warily, its sharp claws digging into the snow as if trying to bury something. "It's a gold scrit indeed." Chao-Shing's heart pounded, and as he gazed at the bag on its back, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Speaking of which, he hadn't carefully examined the stats of these scrit, and didn't know what skills they possessed. With a hint of curiosity, he clicked on the monster's attribute panel. Golden scrit, active monster. Race, scrit. Level 90. Potential, commander. Health, 25 million/25 million. Attack, 45,923 to 47,823. Armor, 7,800 to 7,800. Skill 1. Heroic Melee Mastery. Skill 2. Coin Bomb. Pull a handful of coins from a sack and throw them at the enemy. The coins explode upon landing, dealing ATK * 382% mixed damage to enemies within range. Note, after using Coin Bomb, the golden scrit will squeak in pain and enter its miser state. Armor increased by 30%, attack increased by 30%. Skill 3. Rat Roll. Contracts into a golden ball of fur, rolling at high speed to crash into enemies. Targets hit are knocked back and stunned for 1 second. While rolling, the golden scrit is immune to all crowd control abilities, but will be stunned for 2 seconds if it hits a wall or obstacle. Note, squeak. So dizzy. Skill 4. Rat's Fortune. When taking critical damage, there's a 30% chance to trigger Lucky Dodge. A layer of golden barrier instantly covers the body, negating the attack. Note: upon successful negation, one item from the treasure bag will be dropped. Skill 5. Rat King Summon. Blow a golden whistle to summon 3 silver Scrit minions to assist the golden Scrit in attacking for 130 seconds. Note: each minion kill grants the golden Scrit a stack of Angry, increasing its attack damage by 10% and reducing its armor by 5%. Commander level skill. Golden Glitter. Burning golden light bursts from the body, blinding all enemies facing it. The player is blinded for 3 seconds. During this time, the golden Scrit will steal 1 item from the survivor's backpack random. After the blinded state ends, all enemies will be damaged by a gold bomb attack. Talent. Flee. When health drops below 30%, it immediately enters the flee state, increasing attack damage by 30%, armor by 30%, and movement speed by 50% until out of danger. After reviewing the golden Scrit's 6 skills, plus its powerful talent, Xiaoxing narrowed his eyes again. It must be said that this creature's skill set is both powerful and practical. It combines group attacks, crowd control, summons, and more. Most importantly, this golden Scrit's escape ability is incredible. When the fleet talent is activated, this monster's strength will be greatly enhanced. With the current strength of the survivors, it would probably take an army of at least 1,000 men to defeat it. Furthermore, the team must have at least 5 hero-level warriors, otherwise the enemy will still escape. However, to Xiaoxing, this Scrit's skills were nothing. He casually raised his staff and unleashed 10 enhanced cone of ice spells in quick succession. Ding! You have successfully cast 10 spells. Passive skill. Frozen Fury has been triggered, doubling the damage of your next skill. Chapter 826. When the passive skill Ice Crystal Fury is triggered, Xiaoxing's next spell's damage will be doubled. Immediately afterwards, he condensed 3 ice balls, each as big as his head. Each ice ball exuded an intense chill, as if freezing the very air. It was the ice-breaking blade enhanced by Ice Crystal Fury. His current limit was to condense 10 ice cone spells simultaneously, and hold them suspended. This way, he could combine them with other skills to unleash a burst of damage. However, this had a drawback. Controlling the ice cone spell's suspension consumed a significant amount of his mental energy. The longer this took, the greater the mental energy drain. After casting these spells, Xiaoxing pointed his staff. Go! Instantly, 10 ice cones, each as thick as an adult's arm, and 3 ice balls the size of basketballs, shot out at terrifying speed. Swish! Swish! The sound of icicles piercing the air echoed throughout the empty valley. The golden Scrit below was also extremely alert. The instant it heard the sound, it instinctively arched its body, as if forming some kind of reflex, attempting to burrow into a nearby cave. But it was clear that no matter how fast it was, it could not outperform the spellcasting speed of a legendary mage. Bang! Bang! Puff! Puff! After 3 consecutive explosions and piercing sounds, all the attacks accurately struck the golden Scrit's body. The massive ice cones pierced bloody holes in its golden fur. The ice ball from the ice blade exploded directly on its back. Decrease 442-4252. Decrease 532-5927. Decrease 472-4413. Decrease 729-3524. Decrease 725-2401. After a dense display of damage numbers, the golden Scrit's 25 million health points were instantly depleted. The total damage inflicted by this wave of outbursts was 53 million. This meant the golden Scrit still owed him 28 million in damage. However, strangely, despite Xiaoxing's massive attack, the Scrit didn't die immediately. Everyone was surprised to discover that the golden Scrit was covered in a golden shield, protecting it from the fatal attack. Then, a golden light flashed from the Scrit's body, and a shimmering dagger fell from the pouch on its back. Xiaoxing whispered, "Is this triggering the rat's mobilization skill?" Squeak! The golden Scrit below suddenly let out a shrill scream. The golden shield on its body shattered rapidly, and then it launched itself into a frenzy of flight. At this moment, it truly demonstrated what it meant to flee for its life, not even bothering to pick up the treasures that had fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Xiaoxing remained silent. Isabel, standing nearby, swung her staff, and a spear condensed from golden holy light shot out. Swish! The spear streaked across the night sky, accurately piercing the golden Scrit's chest. Puff! Minus 523-4215. This time, it failed to trigger rat power, and its last remaining health points were completely emptied. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, killed the active monster. Golden Scrit LVL 90, experience points gained, 34.2 million. Combatants gained experience points, 17.1 million. Achievement progress increased. Current progress 14/1000. After the prompt ended, the Skrit's corpse vanished in a flash of white light. On the ground, a bulging bag with golden markings appeared. Xiaoxing said happily, finally, my first golden bag. The contents should be more valuable than the silver Skrit's treasure bag, right? With anticipation in his eyes, the three figures flashed and quickly arrived below. Xiaoxing walked over and picked up the bag. Obtained, gold Skrit's treasure bag *1. He couldn't wait to untie the bag and pour out all the contents. Clatter. Instantly, a dazzling display of golden and orange light intertwined, revealing a dazzling array of new items never before seen. Since this was a gold Skrit's treasure bag, the items inside were at least of gold quality. There were even a few epic quality treasures mixed in. Xiaoxing couldn't help but curse. As expected of a gold Skrit with a 5% spawn rate, the loot rewards are truly generous. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Then, with a sweep of his hand, he gathered up all the loot on the ground. Obtained, Raven Cloak, orange. Obtained, Royal Poleaxe, gold. Obtained, Skill Book, Death Swamp Trap, orange. Obtained, Gold Skrit's Enhancement Stone, gold, *5. Obtained, Gold Coins *3529. Obtained, Berserker's Lucid Nightmare Elixir, orange, *8. Obtained, Thorn Honeydew, gold, *35. Compared to the silver Skrit's treasure bag, the variety of items inside wasn't very diverse. But the quality of the items was far superior. Excellent! An epic quality secret medicine and an epic piece of equipment dropped. No. 2 pieces of epic equipment. At this moment, Isabel picked up the fallen dagger and respectfully approached him. Lord, please take a look. Xiaoxing nodded, then took the dagger. Obtained, Serpent's Kiss, orange. This golden Skrit had dropped 4 epic quality loot in total, a truly impressive haul. You know, unless there are special circumstances, the value of any piece of epic equipment is several, even dozens, times greater than that of gold equipment. In other words, the loot in this bag is definitely worth over 100 million crowns. If any other survivor obtained this bag, they would be truly rich overnight. Xiaoxing thought to himself, now that I have time, I might as well take a look at the stats of these loot. He first took out the cloak and dagger, then examined them. After a moment, Xiaoxing withdrew his gaze. Not bad. Both pieces of equipment are level 70 epic, and their stats are comparable to typical epic weapons. The Serpent's Kiss dagger is particularly interesting. Its epic perk, Serpent's Kiss, injects a neurotoxin into the enemy upon attack, dealing true damage. The other piece, Crow's Cloak, has an extremely high dodge rate, and its epic perk, Crow's Wings, further increases dodge rate and movement speed. Both pieces of epic equipment have excellent stats. Xiaoxing pondered for a moment, mentally considering who to assign. This dagger could be given to Healy. It's a good idea for her to use up her level 50 gold weapon. As for the Raven Cloak, after careful consideration, he decided to give it to a melee class like Bing Lan or Xiao. After deciding who to assign these 2 pieces of equipment to, Xiaoxing continued to examine his other finds. Next, there was the skill book, Death Swamp Trap. This skill preemptively creates a large-scale death swamp in a specific area, trapping enemies who enter it. Not only does it significantly reduce their movement speed, but it also inflicts various negative effects. Its stats are quite powerful. Unfortunately, this skill book is for the Snow Hunter, and no one in Xiaoxing's territory has any use for it. Let's wait and see if I can get a skill book for another class in the market. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing put the skill book back into his backpack. Next, he needed to examine the bottle of epic quality secret medicine. The next moment, he flipped his right hand. Out of thin air, a potion shone crimson, a dark purple powder flowing within it. The potion slowly circulated within the bottle, wriggling as if alive, occasionally producing strange bubbles. Berserker's Lucid Nightmare, orange. Quality, epic. Potion effect. Upon consumption, the user will quickly fall asleep and enter a nightmare state. In this nightmare, your consciousness will be distorted, and everything you see will be tangentially related to reality, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. However, during this time, you will gain a 20% to 50% increase in strength and a pain paralysis effect. Effect duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 300 minutes. Note, dream or reality. Can you really tell the difference? After reading the potion's properties, Xiaoxing's pupils trembled slightly. Wow, is this potion's effect that outrageous? It directly increases strength by 50%, and it's painless. It's a god-level elixir for those melee warriors. You know, even the legendary elixir developed by Francesca, the Draw of Power, can only increase strength by a maximum of 50%. And this epic elixir can actually do that. It's truly beyond imagination. But the side effects are a bit terrifying. It actually throws you directly into a nightmare dream, and you can't tell friend from foe. It's far inferior to the Draw of Power elixir. To put it bluntly, this thing is essentially a hallucinogenic potion. After drinking this elixir, everything you see might be completely distorted from reality. You might see a hideous monster charging at you, but in reality, that monster might be someone close to you. Or you might see someone you know well, but that person turns out to be your enemy. In a dream, you can't distinguish between the two and attack whatever you see. Therefore, if you want to use this secret potion, it's best to ensure there are no friendly units nearby. Chaoxing held the bottle of secret potion in his hand, examining it carefully. The liquid shimmered eerily in the moonlight, as if imbued with an evil and violent power. Lord, this potion looks dangerous, Isabel said gravely. Her holy light instincts made her uneasy about this potion, which was filled with negative energy. Chaoxing nodded. It's indeed dangerous, but the maximum 50% increase in strength is an irresistible temptation for melee classes. We find a suitable opportunity to test its effects once we return to the territory. Isabel nodded slightly, saying no more. Chaoxing also put the dangerous potion back into his backpack. He had basically finished examining the spoils from the golden scrits bag this time. There was only one item left to examine. They were several fist-sized stones. The stones were covered in golden lines, and seemed to hold a special power within. When Chaoxing's staff approached the stones, they vibrated slightly. Out of curiosity, he glanced at the stats. Golden Scrits Enhancement Stone Gold. Quality, Rare. Item Effect. Submit this to the territory's artisans for forging. When combined with a weapon or equipment, it increases the equipment's usability by 5, and its base stats by 20%. Note: a maximum of 10 enhancement stones can be used on a single piece of equipment. Note 2: enhancement stones do not occupy a gem socket on equipment. Note 3: this item is automatically bound upon pickup, and can only be used on friendly units' equipment. It cannot be traded. Holy crap! Chaoxing exclaimed in shock. He had originally thought these stones, like gems, would at most grant special equipment enhancements. It turns out this thing actually boosts equipment levels and attributes, and it can be used up to 10 times. Clearly, the preciousness of this enhancement stone goes without saying. As Chaoxing's level increased, many of his equipment and weapons were only at level 70, barely keeping up. But now, with this enhancement stone, he could directly upgrade his equipment to level 120. Not only that, but base stats can be increased by up to 200%. That's a massive improvement, Chaoxing exclaimed. So, this enhancement stone is the biggest reward after killing a golden scrit. Obviously, if other survivors knew that killing a golden scrit could yield something like this, it would definitely trigger a rat hunting frenzy. Many survivors would form teams, begin searching for these golden scrit, and devise a series of targeted tactics. Unfortunately, this enhancement stone can't be traded. Otherwise, I could collect them en masse on the market. Thinking of this, Chaoxing shook his head with some regret. But he quickly put that regret behind him. After all, with his current rat hunting efficiency, he could conservatively kill 2 or 3 golden scrit a day. In a month, the enhancement stones that dropped would be more than enough. Chaoxing shook his head, looked at the 2 women beside him, and ordered, "Let's go. Let's continue and kill more scrit. And then enhance everyone's equipment." Yes, the 2 women responded in unison. Then, from nightfall until midnight, Chaoxing led Isabel and Marinella on a scramble, killing the scrit. Just as he predicted. At night, the Bloodwing Knights spotted scrit more frequently. Compared to the daytime maximum of 1 per hour, they could now spot 2 or even 3. Sometimes, when Chaoxing couldn't handle the situation alone, he would dispatch Isabel and Marinella to separate operations. After 6 hours of effort, they had killed a total of 16 scrit. Among them were 15 silver scrits and 1 gold scrit. This number even exceeded the entire day's harvest. At this moment, looking at the dozens of unopened treasure bags in his backpack, Chaoxing couldn't help but smile excitedly, and these treasure bags weren't all he had reaped today. You have to know that most of Chaoxing's troops were still exploring the dream fractals, obtaining more dream fragments for him. After a full day of fighting, Lu Muxua had already led the team from the 11th floor all the way to the 23rd floor. At this rate, in another week, they could reach the 99th floor. In comparison, the survivors in other zones, Even the fastest Zone 141 had only just cleared the second floor. This shows the difference. More importantly, with the two activities running simultaneously, they could slay more monsters and continuously gain experience points. Throughout the day, many recently legendary characters, such as Marnina and Assam, had leveled up. Chaoxing pondered, it seems that once these two events are over, my territory's overall strength will surge again. At the very least, many of us legendaries will be able to reach the maximum level of 150. By then, everyone will have met the requirements for breaking through to demigod. At this thought, a tinge of anticipation welled up in his heart, and he couldn't wait for the day the event ended. Of course, imagination is wonderful, but Chaoxing also had to consider some practical matters. This great treasure event will last for a month. To maximize the benefits, we need to fight continuously. However, those Bloodwing Knights aren't made of iron. They need rest too. Legendary warriors like Chaoxing were in a better position. This low-intensity battle could easily last a month or two. But those Bloodwing Knights, at only level 5, simply couldn't withstand such a prolonged battle. Thinking of this, he pressed the communication device to his ear and ordered, "All Bloodwing Knights, listen. Next, you will be divided into 4 groups, taking turns resting. Each person must ensure at least 6 hours of sleep per day. Knight Captain Della will be in charge of the specific personnel." A moment's silence passed over the communication channel, followed by the Bloodwing Knight's uniform response. "Yes, Lord." With these words, the 1,000-man knights immediately sprang into action. In the night, the fleshy wings on the backs of the giant bats folded slightly, and the knights on their backs listened intently to their captain's voice. Knight Captain Della assigned the personnel. He quickly divided the 1,000-man squad into 4 teams over the communication channel. Then, in order of priority, the first team, totaling 250 people, would return to the territory to rest. At dawn, around 6 in the morning, the first team would continue the exploration, while the second team would return to the territory to rest, and so on. Although this would slightly reduce the efficiency of the search, it was necessary to maintain combat effectiveness over the long term. After arranging the Bloodwing Knights, Chaoxing looked at Isabel and Marinella beside him. The Valkyrie, sword in hand, remained standing, waiting with a solemn expression. Beside her, Isabel's lips curled into a seductive smile, fiddling with a ball of dark energy in her hand. It's worth noting that her holy light sage consciousness had already entered a dormant state. As agreed, the night was given to the Dark Witch personality. She noticed Chaoxing's gaze, and a dangerous smile curled her lips. "Why? Lord, are you more interested in me tonight?" Chaoxing glanced at her, and shook his head. "From now on, we also adopt a rotation system. Each person will fight for 16 hours, and the rest of the time, they return to the territory to rest." At that moment, the Dark Witch, her dark purple hair flowing in the wind and her aura thick with darkness, smiled softly. She shook her head and said, "Lord, I don't need to rest. When I'm not active, I'm in a deep sleep, full of energy. Leave the tonight's battle to me, okay?" Chapter 827. Chaoxing pondered for a moment, then looked at the Dark Witch's excited expression and nodded. "Okay, thank you for your help. Marlene and I will go back and rest. We meet you at dawn." The Dark Witch licked her lips, a seductive glint in her eyes. "Leave it to me, my lord." Under the night, Chaoxing, accompanied by the Valkyrie Marlene, swiftly rushed toward the horizon. The Dark Witch, meanwhile, floated in the night sky, quietly waiting. Her long hair danced gently in the night breeze, and her purple eyes flashed with a dangerous light. A moment later, the Dark Witch heard the knight's report, and a glint of excitement flashed in her eyes. She licked her lips, and with a flash, she transformed into a streak of black lightning and rushed forward at high speed. After reaching her target, the Dark Witch landed in front of the silver skrit. Under the moonlight, the massive monster glowed silvery white, radiating the powerful aura of an 8-tier leader, but at this moment, its gaze toward the figure before it was filled with fear. "Squeak!" the skrit cried threateningly. The Dark Witch remained unmoved. She gracefully raised her staff, and a vast surge of dark energy erupted. Especially at night, this dark energy was even more violent, like countless shadowy tentacles attacking from all directions. Faced with such terrifying pressure, the silver skrit was powerless to resist. Facing this critical moment, the skrit launched its legs and bolted away, seemingly hoping to save its life. However, before it had gone far, a faint voice rang out. "Hee. Little one, where are you escaping to?" The Dark Witch let out a low, yet malicious laugh, making the silver skrit feel as if it were being stared at by a demon, its entire body filled with endless fear. The next moment, a vast expanse of dark energy erupted, engulfing it like a tidal wave. This dark energy contained an extremely corrosive force. The silver scrit's smooth, shiny fur began to dissolve rapidly upon contact, as if encountering concentrated sulfuric acid. Even flesh and bones began to shed. Squeak! Squeak! Amidst the scrit's heartbreaking screams, it quickly disintegrated into a ball of pitch-black ash, vanishing from the spot. Your faction member, Isabel. Magic sound. Killed event monster, silver scrit. Achievement progress updated. After dispatching her prey, Isabel sauntered forward, her dark purple skirt trailing on the ground. She gracefully picked up the treasure bag from the ground, a glint of satisfaction in her eyes, as if the slaughter had brought her immense pleasure. Although the dark witch appeared lazy, charming, and quite obedient in front of Chao Xing, she was ultimately a bloodthirsty and dangerous being. Now, with the Lord's permission, she could finally unleash her true nature and fully enjoy the thrill of the hunt. Elsewhere, after 2 or 3 minutes of travel, Chao Xing and Marlene returned to the territory. He did not head to the Lord's castle, but went directly to the Mage's Tower. Entering a random meditation room, Chao Xing sat cross-legged and quickly entered a meditative state. The next day, a familiar system prompt appeared. Chao Xing opened his eyes and exited his meditative state. It had to be said that the meditation effects of the advanced Mage Tower were excellent, even more energizing than a full night's sleep. He stretched his muscles and whispered, "I've almost rested enough. Time to leave now." Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly stood up and pushed open the Mage Tower's door. At the same moment, a Valkyrie with flowing red hair and dark golden armor was already waiting at the entrance. She stood tall and majestic, looking heroic, her red hair blazing like flames in the morning light. Seeing the Lord emerge, she parted her red lips and uttered an ethereal voice, "Master?" Chao Xing nodded slightly and said, "Let's go, Marlene, let's reunite with Isabel." "Yes," the Valkyrie replied respectfully. With that, the two figures vanished from the spot. And not long after they left, a legion of Bloodwing Knights also controlled the giant bats beneath their feet, flapping their wings and leaving their territory. For the next period of time, Chao Xing maintained this state. During the day, he led Marinella and Isabel on expeditions, hunting scrit. At night, he returned to his territory to rest. Even the combatants currently in the Dream Fractal were following Chao Xing's instructions, steadily advancing. As the levels advanced, the monsters they encountered grew stronger. Correspondingly, the experience points gained from their victories increased. In a flash, 3 days passed. One day, in the vast snowy plains, a 2-meter-tall silver scrit, covered in silver fur, was stealthily moving through the snow. It paused periodically, its ears pricked up in alertness, its nose twitching. The scrit seemed to sense something, constantly observing its surroundings, but it could find no trace of the enemy, because it had no idea the danger would come from above. Swish! Swish! 10 enhanced cones of ice descended from the sky at breakneck speed, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Puff! Puff! The cones pierced the scrit's vital points with pinpoint accuracy, piercing its head, back, and chest instantly. The scrit didn't even have time to scream as its 15 million health points were instantly depleted. Boom! The massive body collapsed to the ground, sending up a cloud of snow. The kill notification appeared. Ding! Successfully killed the event monster. Silver Scrit LV80, level 8 boss level creature, experience points gained, 14.7 million. Combatant experience points gained, 7.35 million. Hidden achievement, Ratcatcher progress updated, current progress, 115/1000. Chao Xing descended swiftly from midair, his frost-white robes fluttering gently in the chill wind. A satisfied smile played on his lips as he watched the monster's corpse gradually dissolve into a speck of light and disappear. Good efficiency. Over the past 4 days of fighting, they had killed over 100 scrit. Of these, there were 107 silver scrit and 8 gold scrit. This number wasn't small, it was actually quite exaggerated. According to incomplete statistics, the survivor who had killed the most scrit had only managed to kill 5. And all of them were silver scrit. Not a single gold scrit was taken down. This demonstrates just how astonishing Chao Xing's hunting efficiency is. At this moment, a beam of white light rose from him. Your level has increased. Current level, 135. Attribute increases from this level increase. Strength plus 1052, Agility plus 1182, Spirit plus 1382, Constitution plus 1052, Divine Power limit plus 10. Not bad, level 135. Chao Xing looked at his character panel, his lips curled up slightly. 5 days of fighting have not only earned me a large number of treasure bags, but also a significant amount of experience points. Add to that the other combatants' efforts in defeating those nightmare monsters in the Dream Fractal, and my leveling speed has been soaring. At this rate, I'm likely to reach the maximum level of 150 within a month or two. Thinking of this, Chaoxing felt a surge of anticipation. And it wasn't just him whose level had been rising during this period. The levels of the other members of the territory were also soaring. Lu Muxue, the top Aurora Knight, and Lei Fa Zeverin have officially reached the maximum level of 150. Francesca, Isabel, and other legendaries who reached the breakthrough stage earlier have also reached level 140 and above. Sarah, Binglan, Braun, and others are generally between level 130 and 140. At this rate, his territory will soon have a maximum level legendary. Chaoxing thought with satisfaction. Not bad, Muxue and Zeverin are ready to break through to demigod. Isabel and Francesca are also close. Excluding the guy Zevelin, everyone else is at the preparatory level for demigodhood. But he only had one pure divine fire in his backpack. And this divine fire was crucial to his next plan. According to Luoshi, breaking through to demigodhood now could be dangerous without finding the fire thief. Lu Muxue was pregnant, so Chaoxing couldn't afford to put her at risk. It's almost there. Just bear with it. In a few days, it will be time to implement our plan. He took a deep breath, suppressing his restlessness. With a flash, he landed in the snow below and picked up the bag the Skrit had dropped. Obtained, Silver Skrit's treasure bag *1. After the battle here ended, just as Chaoxing was about to head to the next location, the Bloodwing Knight's report reached him again. However, the knight's voice was clearly filled with haste and excitement. Lord! Important news! I've discovered a unique ratman in the snowy plains near a human city. It wears a crown on its head and clutches a gleaming diamond manuscript. It stands over 3 meters tall. The aura of this ratman is extremely powerful. It's likely to possess legendary strength. As the knight quickly reported what he had seen, Chaoxing's pupils suddenly constricted. Based on his description, this ratman is very likely the one he's been searching for these past few days. Rat King with a 1 in 10,000 chance of reappearing. Jean Kara. I can't believe it. 5 days into the event, I finally encountered a Rat King. Chaoxing said with a look of emotion. Recently, many survivors on the forum have spotted the Rat King. But so far, no survivor has successfully killed a Rat King. With their strength, it's simply impossible to deal with a being of this level. Legendary level combat power is like an insurmountable barrier to them. Though greedy, the survivors haven't yet considered suicide. So, they can only record the Rat King from a distance and post it on the forum to show off. Chaoxing had considered using the survivors' videos to locate the Rat King and then eliminate him directly. However, these Rat Kings are extremely cautious. They never stay in one place for too long and possess strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities. If they sense anything amiss, they will flee at top speed, escaping. This time, the Rat King spotted by the Bloodwing Knight had clearly just appeared. This meant this would be Chaoxing's best chance to hunt the Rat King. Thinking of this, he quickly ordered, "You've done well. Now conceal your presence. Keep your distance as far as possible, so the Rat King doesn't notice you. I rush over as quickly as possible." The knight's firm response came over the communicator. "Yes, Lord." Chaoxing took a deep breath, looked at the two women beside him, and said, "Let's go. It's time for us to strike again. Move quickly this time. Don't let this Rat King get away." Isabel, having returned to her Holy Light sage form, nodded gently. "The Holy Light will obey your orders, Lord." Marlene had already drawn her bloodthirster blade, ready for battle. Then, the three figures flashed and vanished from the scene. 2 minutes later, across a vast snowy plain, approximately 600 kilometers from Chaoxing's territory, a chill wind howled. In the distance, a towering city stood, its walls tens of meters high, gleaming with a cold, hard metallic hue, shielding its inhabitants from the heavy snow and wind. This was the city of Gusta in the Blissband Wilds, with a permanent population of over 300,000. The city's residents continued their peaceful lives. Vendors hawked their wares in the streets, children chased and played in the square, and patrolling guards marched in measured steps along the cobblestone streets. Everything was normal. And dozens of kilometers outside the city, on the snowy plains, a towering ratman, wielding a gleaming diamond pickaxe and draped in a magnificent golden cloak, moved slowly. Its outfit looked incredibly valuable, making one want to rob it. Most importantly, the ratman was carrying a massive bag on its back, over a meter high. The bag was bulging, making a clanking sound as it moved, clearly filled with valuables. At that moment, the Ratman's dark green gaze darted toward the distant human town, a bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes, as if filled with a thirst for human wealth. However, even after confirming that there were no threatening creatures nearby, the Ratman remained extremely alert. It kept turning its head, scanning its surroundings. However, it failed to notice that 10,000 meters above its head, a giant bat with a 5-meter wingspan was silently hovering in the air. A knight in blood-red armor sat on the bat's back, his gaze fixed on the Rat King. Besides this knight, another group was also keeping their eyes on the Rat King. It was a small group of survivors. They were currently hiding in the dense forest several kilometers away. A group of well-equipped survivors, perched on the treetops, observed the Rat King's movements from afar with binoculars. In the crowd, a man with an oriental appearance whispered, "Old Chun, do you see it clearly?" Ahead, another man in his early 30s turned and whispered, "Yes, Captain. It's a Rat King." Hearing this, the entire group erupted in excitement. Many were so excited that they nearly fell from the trees. The leader immediately gestured for silence and said in a deep voice, "Calm down, everyone. Why are you so excited? Even if we find the Rat King, we can't defeat it. It's a legendary creature. Unless we gather a legion of tens of thousands and call in hundreds of hero-level warriors, there's even a slight chance of victory. Furthermore, the team must have a tank capable of withstanding the Rat King's attacks, otherwise no matter how many come, they'd be wiped out." Though the survivors couldn't defeat the Rat King, they were constantly analyzing the monster's attributes and skill mechanics. Now, with the increasing number of hero-level survivor lords, they're no longer completely hopeless. Even legendary creatures, they still want to try their hand at it. Of course, this comes at a huge cost. Many top teams only have this idea. Actually putting it into practice requires immense courage. The same thing happened to this team at this moment. After the otherworldly lord explained the stakes, the others fell silent, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them. "Captain, what do we do now?" a young girl in the team asked. The captain gripped his bow, his brow furrowed, as if contemplating something. Then, as if making a decision, he raised his head and said, "Tell Boss Chao Xing about the Rat King. He's the only one in this area who can handle creatures of this level." The other team members' eyes lit up. The man holding the telescope clapped his hands and said, "That's a great idea. I fully agree. I agree too. Boss Chao Xing has given us so much help, yet we've never given him anything in return. Indeed, if he's happy, he might even offer us something." The survivors of the Blissband Wilds also belonged to the original 4 regions, now known as Region 1. After several major expansions and other events, Chao Xing's prestige in this region had already reached its peak, so they were incredibly supportive of their leader's idea. After receiving the team members' unanimous agreement, the leader nodded. Just as he opened the private chat interface, preparing to contact Chao Xing, something unexpected happened. Over a dozen kilometers away, the Rat King, as if sensing something, suddenly stopped. It pricked up its ears and glanced around warily, finally locking onto a certain direction. Its dark green pupils instantly turned blood red, and every strand of golden hair on its body stood on end. Boom! The next second, it burst out at astonishing speed. Like a flash of golden lightning, it left a blurry afterimage on the snow, and wherever it passed, the violent wind blasts blew up into walls several meters high. "Leader, the Rat King has made his move." A team member shouted in terror, his voice distorted. "It seems to be charging towards us." Chapter 828. "Captain, the Rat King seems to be charging towards us." A team member shouted in terror. "What?" Everyone looked up, their eyes fixed on the horizon. They saw a streak of golden lightning approaching at a terrifying speed of over 1,000 meters per second. An intense sense of oppression washed over them, like a tidal wave, making everyone breathless, and their legs tremble uncontrollably. This is impossible." The captain stared blankly ahead, muttering, "How could the Rat King initiate an attack?" It was obvious that with their strength, if they encountered the Rat King head-on, they would be wiped out instantly. The eyes of the survivors showed confusion, bewilderment, and fear. A Rat King attacking them was unheard of. However, now was no time to ponder the reason, because the Rat King was less than 5 kilometers away. At this rate, in a few seconds, they would come face to face with this terrifying creature. A wave of despair welled up in everyone's hearts. At this crucial moment, a resounding explosion echoed from the sky. Boom! The snow within a radius of dozens of kilometers shook with a resounding roar. The next moment, 3 golden bolts of lightning tore through the clouds and descended from the sky, piercing the Rat King's path with the precision of a divine spear of judgment. Amidst the blinding golden light, 3 tall figures slowly emerged. Squeak! The Rat King let out a terrified cry, its sharp claws plowing 3 deep furrows into the ground, abruptly halting its charge. Its golden fur exploded, and the Rat King sensed a deadly threat from these 3 figures. At the same time, the group of adventurers also clearly recognized the arrivals. Leading them was none other than Chao Xing, clad in a frosty white robe and holding a staff of astrology. To his left was Marlene, wielding the bloodthirsty sword, and to his right was Isabel, bathed in holy light. The aura of these 3 instantly enveloped the entire snowy plain, stagnating even the howling cold wind. Their expressions shifted from initial despair and fear to bewilderment at the sight of reinforcements, and then, upon confirming their identities, to ecstasy. It's Boss Chao Xing. Holy crap! He's here to save us! And his legends, so powerful. What a stunning way to make an appearance! The despair on the survivors' faces instantly gave way to ecstasy, completely forgetting the Rat King's threat. To them, Chao Xing was a savior. As long as he appeared, no crisis was a threat. Chao Xing also heard the cheers of the survivors behind him. He didn't say anything, but gave them a slight nod. This simple gesture brought joy to the survivors, and they were once again in a frenzy of celebration. As Chao Xing continued to look at the Rat King before him, the atmosphere suddenly tensed. At this moment, the once aggressive Rat King was hunched over and retreating. Its dark green eyes darted, the diamond pick in its hand trembled slightly, and its thick tail was tucked tightly between its hind legs. This posture didn't indicate preparation for battle, but rather readiness to flee at any moment. Chao Xing made no other move. In his opinion, the Rat King had no chance of escape. Before the battle began, he could even take a moment to check his opponent's attributes. When his gaze fell on the Rat King, a stat panel appeared. Rat King, Gene Kara, active monster. Race, Scrit. Level 100, legendary. Potential, domination. HP, 300 million/300 million. Attack, 892,182 to 938,252. Armor, 45,000 to 45,000. Weapon, diamond pickaxe. Attacks ignore 50% of enemy armor and have a 30% chance to break the enemy's defensive stance. Skills, legendary melee mastery, gold bomb, rolling rat, rat's fortune, Rat King summon. Commander level skill, golden glitter. Domination level domain, Rat King domain, increases all Scrit stats by 30% and increases their dodge chance by 30% within this domain. Heroic skill, none. Legendary skill, golden rat plague. When the Rat King is severely damaged, he angrily shakes his cape behind him, releasing a swarm of Scrit. Countless golden Scrit phantoms charge at the enemy, each dealing Rat King's attack asterisk 45% damage. The golden rat plague lasts 5 seconds. After it ends, the Rat King collapses to the ground, weakened, defense reduced by 50%, lasts 5 seconds. Talent, shuffle. After examining the Rat King's stats, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly, with this stat sheet, it's no weakling even among legendary heroes. With nearly 1 million attack points, combined with the armor-piercing effect of its diamond pickaxe, a single strike could easily overwhelm a Tier 7 survivor lord. Even a maxed-out level 100 shield guard could barely withstand the Rat King's attacks. But this weapon also has a bonus, a 30% chance to disrupt the enemy's defensive stance. This means that just a few attacks are enough to break through the shield guard's defenses. This is especially true with the final legendary skill, Golden Rat Plague. Once activated, the Rat King summons tens of thousands of golden rats. If this skill cannot be interrupted, the entire team will likely be annihilated. For those who survive, this is a terrifying creature that is simply invincible. To overcome this monster at a higher level, there is only one way. Use your numbers to continuously unleash powerful control skills to disrupt its attack frequency. Then, deploy several powerful shield guards to restrict the Rat King's movements, thus offering a chance of victory. Just as Chao Xing observed the Rat King's dashboard, the monster's eyes stopped rolling, as if it had already chosen its escape route. Then, the muscles in its legs suddenly tensed, and the crown on its head shone with a dazzling golden light. Squeak! With a sharp hiss, the Rat King transformed into a streak of golden lightning and sprinted furiously into the depths of the snowfield. It was so fast that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. Seeing this, the survivors' pupils shrank, and they hurriedly shouted, "Master Chao Xing, that Rat King is trying to escape." Chao Xing naturally saw the Rat King's intention, but he didn't rush in pursuit. Instead, he crouched down slightly, gently pressing his slender fingers against the snow, whispering, "Freeze." Crack! From his palm, a soul-freezing chill erupted, spreading forward along the frozen ground. Crackle. Crackle. The shimmering frost spread like a living thing, freezing the snow on the ground to solid ice wherever it passed. In a split second, a 4 to 5 kilometer long icy track, covering half the snowfield, emerged. It was Chao Xing's signature skill, 1,000 miles of ice. The Rat King, sprinting furiously, suddenly stumbled, discovering with horror that its legs were rapidly freezing. The frost spread rapidly along its heels, dropping its movement speed by 50%. Squeak! Before it could recover from its shock, a holy chant suddenly echoed from the sky. Sinner! Trapped in the cage of holy light. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, like a sacred cage, trapping it in place. Squeak! Squeak! The Rat King struggled frantically, its golden hair standing on end. He swung his diamond pickaxe, madly hammering at the beam. However, even at hero level, Isabelle's skill could temporarily restrain a legendary warrior. Now, she had not only reached legendary, but also reached level 148. Even with the Rat King's attacks, which carried the diamond pickaxe's 50% armor penetration bonus, it wasn't so easy to break through. And the moment the Rat King was trapped, Chao Xing and the others launched a torrent of attacks: enhanced cone of ice, ice blades, ice tornado, holy ember shield, holy light baptism, spear of light. Clatter. Ice and holy light intertwined into a web of destruction, the blinding brilliance forcing the survivors to close their eyes. Furthermore, a blood-red figure appeared before the Rat King as if teleporting. The next moment, Marlene unleashed her explosive skill. Lotus Sword Dance. Swish. 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 Marlene was like a blooming blood-red lotus, each appearance leaving deep scars on the Rat King's body visible to the bone. Flowers of blood instantly soared. -5823521. -9092524. -11023527. -4822451. -4172652. -12052954. -7782934. Squeak. Squeak. The damage numbers scrolled wildly across the screen, and the Rat King's shrill screams were drowned out by the explosions. In a single blow, the Rat King's health points had sapped by hundreds of millions. The survivors in the treetops were stunned. All they could see was countless spells capable of instantly killing them, completely engulfing the area. The Rat King's health, over 300 million, was plummeting at a visible rate. This is too much. After one encounter, it felt like the Rat King was nearly dead. Can you handle this? Oh my fuck! Is this the true power of the server's number one? So impressive. Dozens of people stood in astonishment from the treetops. Only by witnessing it up close could one truly appreciate the terrifying combat power of Chao Xing's group of legendary warriors. It was a completely crushing force, leaving ordinary legends powerless in their wake. Only then did they truly grasp the strength of this server's number one. At the same time, the second after Chao Xing and his men's outburst ended, the Rat King's health was reduced to just 150 million. That meant that in 2 seconds, the three of them had dealt a combined 200 million damage. During this period, they had continuously leveled up, benefiting from the additions of several secret potions. In particular, the secret potion Alien Essence had increased their already formidable damage by another 30%. A legendary of the same level could be taken down in 20 seconds. At the same time, after enduring a relentless barrage, the Rat King had finally breached Isabelle's holy light prison. It staggered in the snow, its once brilliant golden fur now dull, and its body was covered in patches of frostbite and burns from the holy light. The Rat King's dark green eyes swirled wildly. It knew the three men before it were too formidable, leaving it with no chance of escape. So, shortly after escaping, the Rat King ripped the cloak from its back and began shaking it frantically. Swish. Thousands of golden rat phantoms tumbled from the cloak, instantly transforming into solid form upon landing. Each rat emanated a dangerous energy surge, its sharp fangs and claws flashing with a cold light. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Squeak. Squeak. The cries rose and fell like waves. In the blink of an eye, the snowy plain was covered by tens of thousands of golden rats. They emitted a piercing squeak, devouring even the ice and snow in their path. This was the Rat King's legendary ability, the Golden Rat Plague. If overwhelmed by this terrifying swarm of rats, even Chao Xing and his companions would suffer heavy losses, but it was clear that Chao Xing wouldn't give it this chance. With a gentle wave of his staff, he mobilized the icy elements within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Suddenly, fragments of shattered meteorites appeared in the sky, each imbued with a powerful seal and icy aura, followed by Chao Xing's icy voice. Frost Crystal Prison. Ice Burial. Then, all the meteorite fragments descended upon the golden figure at the center of the snowfield. Bang! 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 The fragments struck one after another, each time stiffening the Rat King's body and drastically reducing its speed. When the last fragment fell, a massive ice crystal meteorite had formed. The Rat King was frozen directly in the center of the meteorite. The Rat King's struggles abruptly ceased. The phantoms of the golden rats also vanished. The ensuing battle was naturally unpredictable. Under the concentrated fire of the three men, the Rat King's health once again plummeted. As the last vestiges of life were taken away, the ice crystal meteorite formed by the Frost Crystal Prison shattered. The powerful Rat King collapsed to the ground, dissipating into countless golden points of light in the wind and snow. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Successfully killed event monster, Rat King Jinkara level 100, legendary creature, gaining 81 million experience points. Combatant gaining experience points, 40.5 million. Hidden achievement, Rat Catcher progress updated, current progress, 116/1000. Ding! Survivor Chao Xing, please note that you are the first lord in the server to kill the Rat King. You will receive the first kill reward, Rat King's Diamond Pickaxe, legendary, *1, and 10,000 reputation points. Do you want to make a server-wide announcement? When the notification sounded, Chao Xing was slightly startled. Huh? There's a first kill reward for this? When he saw the first kill reward, his pupils suddenly constricted. Holy crap! A direct reward of legendary equipment. Is that really that outrageous? Rat King's Diamond Pickaxe. The name clearly reveals its origin. I had thought it was a weapon exclusive to this type of monster event, but I hadn't expected it to be a trophy or reward. Chao Xing eagerly opened his backpack and saw a crystal-clear diamond pickaxe lying quietly in his inventory. He quickly checked the stats. Rat King's Diamond Pickaxe, legendary. Equipment type, special. Equipment level, level 100. Weapon attack damage, 50,000 to 50,000. Additional effects. 1. Supreme Armor Break. When attacking, ignores 50% of the target's defense and has a 30% chance to break the enemy's defense. Additional effects. 2. Golden Rat Luck. When using a diamond pickaxe to attack an enemy with a storage item, there is a 5% chance that the enemy will drop 1 to 3 random items. Additional effects. 3. Mineral Sense. While holding this diamond pickaxe, you will automatically sense nearby rare mineral veins. Legendary effect. Rat God's Blessing. When activated, the diamond pickaxe is blessed with the power of the Rat God, becoming indestructible. For a limited time, it can ignore armor and dig through any terrain, obstacles, barriers, etc. without triggering defense mechanisms. The blessing lasts 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 hours. Note, Rat God's Blessing. Ignores defensive barriers below the demigod level. Will lose its effect against god-level barriers. Equipment description. A diamond pickaxe with magical powers, said to summon the power of the Rat God to dig up any area you desire. Isn't this a tribute? A bit exaggerated? Chao Xing muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the final legendary special effect. It can actually ignore armor and dig through any terrain without triggering defenses. Most importantly, this Rat God's Blessing should also be blessed by the eternal power. Then, won't I be able to go wherever I want? Any underground palace, any secret realm, I dig through them all. At the thought, his breathing quickened. Clearly, for all treasure hunters, this diamond pickaxe is a truly legendary artifact. If these effects were publicized, it would surely drive treasure hunters across half the continent into a frenzy. This thing will definitely be of great use in the future, Chao Xing exclaimed, then solemnly put it back into his backpack, calming his excitement. As for the final system prompt, should we issue a server-wide announcement? He pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the group of stunned survivors behind him. After witnessing the entire battle, news would inevitably arrive. In that case, Chao Xing clicked confirm without hesitation. At the same time, a shocking announcement appeared on the system interface for all survivors. Attention all survivors. Lord Chao Xing from Area 1 has successfully slain Rat King Jinkala, becoming the first lord in the entire server to do so. This achievement will be recorded in the New Human Chronicles, and will receive a special, mysterious reward. This announcement is hereby made to honor his bravery. Instantly, the chat channels across all servers were abuzz with activity again. Oh my god! It's Chao Xing again. He's actually the first to kill the Rat King. Incredible. I'm already struggling to kill a silver scrit, and I have to worry about this rat counter-killing me, while others have already started killing the Rat King. Yeah, he's incredible. I really want to go to Area 1 and hang out with Chao Xing. I'm curious about the mysterious reward the system mentioned. This server-wide announcement sparked another round of excited discussion among survivors across all servers. Chapter 829. In the woods, the survivors who had witnessed the entire battle stood there in stunned silence. After the initial shock, they gradually recovered, each one trembling with excitement. Brothers, did we just witness history? Of course we did. Boss Chao Xing is truly the best in the server, effortlessly securing another first kill. Brothers, I just recorded the battle, and will post it on the forum soon, so the survivors in other regions can see Boss Chao Xing's prowess. Everyone unanimously agreed with the decision. After all, the decision to make a server-wide announcement showed that he had no intention of hiding the details of the battle. So, a video post was uploaded to the survivors forum, quickly racking up over 10 million views. All the survivors who saw the video were amazed at Chao Xing's immense combat prowess. And at this moment, after Chao Xing made the server-wide announcement, countless survivors frantically messaged him. In the private chat channel, unread messages instantly reached 999999. Friends, like Ji Xinhua and Yao Yiming also sent congratulatory messages. Chao Xing smiled and casually replied to them. Then he closed the chat channel and returned his gaze to the spot where the Rat King had died. There lay an ornate bag radiating golden light, tied with a dark red ribbon. The faint aura of treasures within could be sensed. According to the system, there's a chance the Rat King's treasure bag will drop legendary equipment. I wonder if this time my luck will burst forth and I obtain another legendary item. Chao Xing took a deep breath, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. Then, he strode towards the treasure bag and snatched it up. Obtained. Rat King Jinkara's treasure bag *1. However, after picking up the bag, Chao Xing's gaze fell on the snow below. Hadn't noticed before, he now realized that where the Rat King had died, there lay an ancient stone. The stone, with its ancient limestone color and irregular, polyhedral appearance, bore the mark of a rat, resembling a runestone he had previously obtained. Could it be that thing? Expectantly, he bent down and picked up the stone. Obtained, 12 Sacred Beasts runestone rat. When the notification sounded, Chao Xing's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed inwardly, "Holy crap! It's a rat runestone!" Ha ha! He was incredibly excited. After so many days, he had finally obtained his second 12 Sacred Beasts runestone. As you can see from the Ox runestone I obtained earlier, these runes are very powerful. I couldn't wait to check the stats. 12 Sacred Beast runes rat. Quality, unknown. Item effect. 1. Imbuing a creature with rat bloodline with this rune increases its dodge rate by an additional 35% and grants the immobilize ability. Immobilize. Locks onto a single enemy, consuming the power of the rat talisman, immobilizing them for 1 to 3 seconds. This effect can be used on creatures above your own level. Note, this effect can be used once every 12 hours. Item effect. 2. Gather all 12 Sacred Beast runes and purify them to travel to the realm of eternal life and be resurrected. After reading the stats of the rat talisman, Chao Xing's eyes once again lit up with surprise. Wow! This talisman's power is pretty outrageous. Compared to the bull talisman's pure power bonus, the rat talisman significantly enhances survivability. Not only does it increase dodge chance, it also freezes the enemy in place, effectively adding another powerful control method. Furthermore, the effect of this immobilize is incredibly powerful, even working on creatures above its own level. In other words, a legend can control a demigod, and a demigod can immobilize a god. In a crucial moment, this thing could even be a powerful weapon for a comeback. Of course, the prerequisite is finding a creature with rat bloodline to fuse with. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, and realized that there weren't any such creatures in his territory. He could only wait, and see if he could find a suitable target. With this thought, he put the rat talisman back into his backpack. With his other hand, he grabbed the Rat King's treasure bag. Chao Xing's fingers were already on the bag's drawstring, ready to untie it and pour out the treasures within. Behind him, the group of survivors, witnessing this scene, collectively held their breath. They craned their necks, their eyes wide, afraid to miss a single detail. The air across the snowy plain seemed to stand still at that moment. But Chao Xing's fingers had barely touched the knot when they suddenly stopped. Amidst the stunned gazes, he casually tucked the treasure bag into his backpack. Then he turned to Isabel and Marinette and said, Let's open it after we get back. For now, let's head to the next location. During the battle, he had received a report from another Bloodwing Knight. They had discovered traces of another silver scrit. To prevent these cunning creatures from escaping, they had to deal with them quickly. Go! The three figures flashed, instantly transforming into three afterimages, vanishing into the vast snowy plain. The survivors, seeing this, expressed regret, but they didn't say much. After all, it was Chao Xing who had killed the Rat King. He could activate it wherever he pleased, and no one else had the right to comment. After leaving the snowy plain, Chao Xing quickly led the two women to the next location. Then they resumed the battle at the same pace. Time flew by, and it was late at night. Chao Xing returned to the territory with Mernina. After a day of fighting, they had slain another 37 scrit. Among them, 33 silver scrit, 3 gold scrit, and 1 Rat King Jinkara. At this moment, he stood on the city wall of his territory. Looking at the over 100 unopened bags in his backpack, a strong sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. Great! Wait another 20 days, after the Scrit's treasure event ends, and then we can open them all at once. Then, opening hundreds of bags at once will surely be a spectacular sight. After a pause, Chao Xing looked back at the single, magnificently designed bag in his backpack. But before that, let's open the Rat King's treasure bag I obtained today. Thinking of this, Chao Xing excitedly pulled out the Rat King's treasure bag. As he touched the bag's opening, his fingers trembled slightly. This is my first Rat King's treasure bag. I hope I get something good. With excitement on his face, Chao Xing untied the bag and poured out all its contents. Instantly, bursts of dazzling orange light erupted, and a dazzling array of loot piled up on the ground. Among them, Chao Xing saw a staff radiating intense holy light, a heart resembling red crystal, and several bottles of secret medicine of extraordinary quality. With a wave of his hand, he stowed all of these items into his backpack. Obtained, brilliant staff, orange. Obtained, alien general's ring, orange. Obtained, barbarian mask, orange. Obtained, Rat King Jinkara's strengthening stone, orange, *11. Obtained, dragon heart, orange, *1. Obtained, steel bone potion, orange, *17. Obtained, holy healing elixir, orange, *6. Obtained. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the Rat King's treasure bag, the quality of the treasures inside is beyond imagination. Not a single item is below epic quality. And there's even an extremely rare dragon heart in here. During the Oracle battle, Chao Xing had spent 2 million points to redeem a dragon heart. This item grants other creatures a 20% stat boost. Creatures with dragon bloodline receive an additional 10% stat boost. It was after fusing with the giant dragon heart that Binglan successfully achieved the breakthrough to Mutation Overlord. After so many days, he unexpectedly obtained another one. Chao Xing gazed at the enormous, ruby-like heart in his backpack and whispered, "Currently, the only creatures in the territory suitable for fusing this heart are Binglan's mount, Seraphis, and my new pet, the demon dragon Bing Bing. However, in terms of potential and combat power, Seraphis is a step behind Bing Bing. Besides, Bing Bing has already reached level 100 and only needs one relic to reach legendary. So let's give this dragon heart to Bing Bing." After deciding who would own the dragon heart, Chao Xing continued to check the stats of the other 3 epic items. A moment later, a smile crossed his face. Surprisingly, all of this epic equipment is level 100. The base stats are much stronger than level 70 equipment. Among them, the Glorious Radiant Staff is the most valuable, and has the most powerful effect. Not only does it have a base attack power exceeding 10,000, it also increases the power of light spells by 30%. The epic special effect, Radiant Body, transforms the staff's holder into a body of light elemental power, making them immune to most physical damage and significantly increasing their movement speed. However, this special effect has a fatal flaw. While transformed into the light elemental body, one cannot attack. Nevertheless, this is still a very powerful staff. Chao Xing whispered, "You can give this staff to Isabel tomorrow morning. Although the holy book she holds is legendary, she doesn't yet have a suitable weapon. This will further enhance her combat effectiveness." At this point, he silently put the staff back into his backpack. As for the other 2 pieces of epic equipment, they are a ring and a mask. The Alien General Ring comes with a good bonus to strength and constitution, and also has a special effect, Alien Recruitment. Alien Recruitment, when commanding non-human units, grant all units a 10% attribute bonus. The following Barbarian Mask grants a certain amount of strength and agility bonuses, and also has a nice special effect, Savage Combo. Savage Combo, when attacking the same enemy consecutively, increase the power of the next attack by 5%, stacking up to 10 times. Overall, these 3 pieces of epic equipment are excellent, with powerful attributes. Chaoxing put them all into his backpack, intending to distribute them later. Next, it's the 11 enhancement stones. He flipped his right hand, and a fist-sized crimson stone appeared in his palm. The enhancement stone that exploded from the golden script was gold quality, and the Rat King's enhancement stone was orange quality. I wonder if this higher-level enhancement stone will have special effects. He glanced at the attributes with anticipation. Rat King Jinkara's enhancement stone, orange. Quality, epic. Item effect. Submit this to a craftsman in your territory and forge it with a weapon or equipment to increase the equipment's usability by 10 and its base stats by 40%. Also, when enhanced, there's a small chance that it will grant the equipment or weapon effects such as Rat King's Power and Gold Blessing. Note, a maximum of 10 enhancement stones, of any quality, can be used on the same piece of equipment. I see. Chaoxing nodded in realization. Compared to the Golden Scrix enhancement stone, this Rat King enhancement stone has double the effect. In other words, it can increase the equipment's level by up to 100 and increase its base stats by 400%. After arriving at this number, a look of shock crossed his eyes once again. After all, this was a significant increase, equivalent to at least tens of thousands of base attack points, and several thousand points of attribute boost. However, it's important to note that this type of enhancement stone only increases base attributes. In other words, weapons like a Psalm Sword of the Lady of the Lake, which gain additional attack power from daily monster slaying, cannot be increased. Otherwise, this Frostwolf Knight's attack power would have surpassed 10 million in a short period of time. But even so, the preciousness and power of this enhancement stone could not be denied. Later, when I acquire some powerful semi-artifacts, or even artifacts, these enhancement stones will be of great use. Chaoxing thought to himself, then put the stones into his backpack. After inspecting the enhancement stones, the next step was to examine the 2 secret medicines. He removed a gray and a gold bottle of secret medicine from his backpack. Each bottle exuded a powerful aura. Steel Bone Elixir, orange. Quality, epic. Effect, upon consumption, temporarily hardens the body's bones, granting 50% damage resistance, such as non-magical blunt attacks, piercing attacks, and slashing attacks. Effect duration, 8 minutes. Cooldown, 100 minutes. Side effect, after the effect wears off, joint stiffness will occur for 1 hour. Holy Healing Elixir, orange. Quality, epic. Effect, upon consumption, instantly restores 20% to 50% of the body's health without any side effects. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Note, this potion cannot be used with other recovery potions. This Steel Bone Elixir may seem unremarkable, but since it's an epic quality elixir, it should have its effects. As for the properties of the Holy Healing Elixir, they're quite simple and straightforward. It directly restores health by a percentage, and there are no side effects. This effect is almost comparable to the legendary Elixir Life Source Essence. Chaoxing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he analyzed. For him, this elixir that can restore health by a percentage is what he most urgently needs. After all, now that they've reached legendary status, their health points are often in the billions. Especially Brown. With all his abilities fully activated, this massive guy's health can reach 4.5 billion. Although he can restore hundreds of thousands of health points per second thanks to eternal power, it's still a drop in the bucket compared to his billions of health. With this elixir that restores health by a percentage, things are different. Even restoring just the lowest 20% can instantly restore 900 million health points, enough to withstand the attacks of those demigods for a while. Combined with Isabel's healing, Brown could even withstand the attacks of multiple demigods without dying, and as long as he could hold on, everything else would be easy. Thinking of this, Chaoxing's face flickered with a smile once again. After putting the 2 potions back into his backpack, he had now reviewed all the rewards from this Rat King's treasure bag. Although no legendary equipment or items were found, it was still a considerable harvest. After all, the system had stated that the drop rate for legendary equipment was extremely low. Even with his high luck, it was unlikely that he would find it all at once. Moreover, today he had already obtained a legendary weapon, the Rat King's Diamond Pickaxe, with incredible power, plus a powerful rat talisman. Chao was already quite satisfied. He patted his backpack and returned to the Mage Tower, continuing his meditation. The night passed quickly. The next day, as dawn broke, Chaoxing emerged from his meditation. He slowly opened his eyes, his deep pupils a frosty white, as if imbued with a vast chill. After a night of restful breathing, the surging magic within him had gradually subsided. Time to depart. He stood up, adjusting his frost soul robe. Then he left the mage tower and, with Marinina, began a day of battle. The following days were much the same. Combatants throughout the territory were fighting with all their might, following the Lord's orders. The main force was fully engaged in exploring the dream fractals, dealing with nightmare monsters. The Bloodwing Knights roamed several maps near the snowstorm, continuously expanding their search area in search of the Skrit. Even the territory's staff were working tirelessly. They were either mining resources in the mines or upgrading important structures like the territory's walls, lord castles, and power stations. Other staff members were carefully tending to the territory's crops. In the outer city, construction teams toiled day and night, and the giant city became more complete at a visible pace. Tall towers rose from the ground, wide streets were paved, and exquisite sculptures were placed in the central square. The craftsmen led by Chao Yi worked tirelessly, striving for perfection in every detail. 25 days passed in a flash. Today is day 94 of the unstable period. It is also the final day of the Golden Skrit's Treasure event. 59 days remain until the end of another event, Dream Fractal. Chapter 830. For the past month, many survivors have abandoned their quests for the Explore the Dream and returned to their territories with their main forces to participate in the Golden Skrit's Treasure event. They either commanded their own troops or joined forces with other lords, forming legions to explore the nearby snowfields. After a month of practical training, coupled with numerous strategy guides and videos on the forum, everyone gained experience in dealing with these monsters and developed various targeted tactics. They exploited the Skrit's tendency to flee when frightened, setting traps along essential routes, making their capture easier. Some exploited the Skrit's thirst for treasure by placing large quantities of gold coins and precious gems in dangerous locations to lure the Skrit closer, trapping them and trapping them. Some even went so far as to cultivate large cat-like pets with a keen sense of smell specifically for dealing with these monsters. Through these various methods, many survivors successfully hunted and killed some Skrit. Although most of them are silver Skrit, even so, the treasure bags on their backs have a 100% chance of dropping at least one piece of gold-quality equipment. Add to that the points redeemed at the Dream Shop. Most lords have recently upgraded to at least 1 or 2 pieces of gold equipment. Add to that other valuables like secret potions, gems, skill books, and other precious supplies. This month has been a transformative one for all the survivors. They excitedly discussed this in the chat channel. This month has been such a bonanza. I never thought I'd be able to wear a full set of gold gear one day. Those natives look at me like a naked beauty, with envy and desire. Yes, not only have their own equipment been completely upgraded, but the equipment of those core combatants has also been upgraded to a higher level. It's like a little cow taking a flight. It's incredible. What's all this? Did you know that everyone in District 1 already has a piece of orange gear? That's outrageous. The person above, are you out of your mind? Everyone has a piece of orange gear. Who else, besides the leaders of large legions, can have this level of gear these days? That's a bit exaggerated, but everyone's improved tremendously this month, especially the brothers in District 1, thanks solely to Boss Chao Xing getting 500,000 dream fragments. They used these fragments to exchange for a large number of hero hearts and master level power hearts. Now, every lord in this district has reached the master level, and 20% of lords are hero level. At this number, the entire world channel fell into a brief silence. After all, what does it mean for everyone in an entire district to reach the master level? After the merger, the total number of online users in District 1 has exceeded 5.5 million. This is equivalent to 5.5 million master level warriors, and 20% of them are hero level warriors, which means a full 1.1 million heroes. You have to understand that even a powerful kingdom, like the Grey Mist Kingdom or the Cunard Kingdom, would only have a combined total of around 1,000 heroes across its entire territory. And now, there are 1.1 million heroes in Region 1. It's easy to imagine how terrifying this force is, something even legendary warriors can't ignore. The Ice Crystal King has also been keeping a close eye on these otherworldly lords lately. In the palace, he constantly received urgent reports from border patrols about heroic lords assaulting the defenses. On several occasions, these otherworldly lords formed into master-level armies numbering over 10,000 and charged recklessly near the main city of Everfrost. They kept shouting strange phrases like "Catch that rat," and "The treasure is mine." Each of them was like a madman, and their power was so immense that the city's residents were forced to hide in their rooms, afraid to come out. Thankfully, despite their somewhat maddening behavior, These otherworldly lords hadn't clashed with the natives. But if this continued, their power would only grow stronger, potentially impacting the entire kingdom's power structure. King Bingjing had no choice but to contact Cao Xing. After all, he knew that Cao Xing held a crucial position among these otherworldly lords. Cao Xing, upon hearing his concerns, chuckled and reassured him, "Your Majesty, rest assured. These otherworldly lords pose no threat to your position. On the contrary, as long as you refrain from forcing them and provide them with adequate protection, they will become the kingdom's strongest defense." Hearing this, the old king felt slightly relieved. However, from that day on, he had to reassess the status of these otherworldly lords and how to interact with them in the future. Of course, aside from Region 1, the number of hero-level experts in the other regions was relatively small. The 8 regions, with the largest number, currently only had around 20,000 to 30,000. Master-level experts accounted for 30% of the regional lords. While not as impressive as Region 1, it was still quite impressive. The strength of otherworldly lords worldwide was steadily increasing. Everyone was immersed in the joy of their explosive growth, discussing future development plans. However, they didn't know that their current improvement was merely the calm before the storm. In the near future, they would be caught up in an even greater storm. Of course, that was all a story for later. Meanwhile, Cao Xing was atop a snowy mountain, tracking the trail of a silver skrit. Using his powerful mental perception, he soon spotted a white figure hiding beneath a massive silver fir tree. Then, he swung his staff again. 7 or 8 enhanced ice spikes shot out in succession. Swish! Swish! With several piercing sounds, the silver skrit hadn't even caught sight of its attacker before its health was reduced to 0. Instantly killed. Successfully killed event monster. Silver skrit LV80, tier 8 boss creature. Experience gained. 14.2 million, pale attraction. Combatant experience gained. 7.1 million. Ding! You have successfully killed 1000 skrit. Hidden achievement. Ratcatcher Captain completed. Congratulations on achieving achievement rewards. Ratcatcher Captain title, 1 Bright Moon chest, 20,000 reputation points added. Seeing this notification, Cao Xing smiled with satisfaction. Great, about as I calculated. Completed on the last day of the event. This achievement is quite difficult to complete, but the rewards are not generous. Only the title is a bit special. The Bright Moon treasure chest at the back might be valuable to other survivors, but for someone like Cao Xing, who had opened dozens of Bright Moon treasure chests, it seemed unremarkable. Even the system probably hadn't anticipated that anyone could actually accomplish this, so the rewards were modest. However, the achievement reward was secondary, and Cao Xing didn't care. After all, over the past month, he had already slain over 1,000 skrits and obtained a vast number of treasure bags. These included 942 silver skrits, 55 gold skrits, and 3 Rat King Jinkara. In other words, he still had nearly 1,000 bags in his backpack that hadn't been opened. Once he opened all of these treasure bags, he would be able to obtain a nearly enormous amount of resources. So, this achievement was merely a side benefit for him. So, Cao Xing casually checked the attributes of the title. Ratcatcher Captain Orange. Quality, Epic. Type, Title. Title attributes, increases attack damage by 15%, increases dodge chance by 30%. Additional effect, Rat Slayer, when activated, increases damage against rodents by 50% and grants immunity to all damage effects, including status effects, inflicted by rodents, including god-level creatures. Lasting, 60 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours. Note, Captain, you've truly achieved this. Those who once mocked your obsession with rat catching should now reconsider who the prey is. At this moment, Cao Xing's gaze narrowed. At first glance, this title attribute seemed unremarkable and insignificant. After all, the special effects only worked against rodents. However, when he read the following introduction, his pupils suddenly shrank. Immune to all effects caused by rodents, including abnormal status effects, even immune to divine-level attacks. Isn't this effect a bit too exaggerated? Cao Xing couldn't help but gasp. What kind of concept is this? You know, with the blessing of eternal power, these persistent effects are permanent. In other words, once Cao Xing activates the Rat Killer special effect, he's effectively invincible against this species. No matter what divine arts they unleash, no matter how devastating their attacks, they can't harm him. Even the most difficult abnormal status effects, like plagues and curses, are completely immune. Outrageous. Cao Xing shook his head slightly, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. No matter what, this title is still very powerful. It might be of great use in the future, Thinking of this, he nodded in satisfaction, unconsciously glancing at the gleaming wreck catcher captain title above his head. After admiring it for a moment, he walked toward the snowy field ahead, and picked up the treasure bag dropped by the silver scrit. Then, Chao Xing turned and looked at the two graceful figures beside him. At that moment, Isabel, having reached the maximum level of 150, wielded the staff of radiant light, and stood gracefully on the snowy ground, a holy aura shrouding her. Beside her, Marinera, after this period of battle, had also reached level 125. She stood beside him, holding the Bloodthirster blade, her dark gold armor spotless. Both women possess formidable combat prowess. A clash would have a 50-50 chance of success. Isabel's holy light magic had become incredibly proficient. With the added support of the Tome of Light, her combat prowess was unparalleled for mages of her level. Although Marinina was 25 levels behind her, her Wrath of the Valkyrie more than made up for the difference, and her combat experience was even more remarkable. Of course, if Marinina had simply activated her second form, there would have been no suspense. After all, the gap between a demigod and a legend was as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Queen, I'm going to take Marinina back to the territory to handle matters. Chao Xing said to Isabel, the next step in the fight against the Skrit is entirely in your hands. The Holy Light Sage nodded slightly. Yes, my lord. I will ensure that no prey is left behind. Chao Xing nodded. Then, taking Marinina with him, he vanished in a fleeting shadow. A few minutes later, Chao Xing's figure pierced through the stasis magic shield, and landed directly on the central square of the territory. There, a beautiful and elegant figure was already waiting. She held a simple organ, her silver blue hair swaying gently in the breeze, and her beautiful face exuded a mature charm. It was Luo Shi from Chuahai Fort. When she spotted Chao Xing, the experienced woman slowly stepped forward. She surveyed him with a deep gaze, a glint in her eyes. She exclaimed admiringly, Lord Chao Xing, it's been a while since we last met, and you've become even stronger. The extent of your magical power is so immense that even I am ashamed of myself. You truly deserve to be the one who can put an end to the blood rebellion. Chao Xing chuckled and shook his head. Ms. Luo Shi, you're too kind. This is just an ordinary improvement. How have you been living in my territory lately? The woman's face also showed a gentle smile. Lord Chao Xing's territory is prosperous and stable. It's a very nice and ideal place to live. I'm very happy here. Also, Gwyneth is quite good. Not only is she incredibly talented, but she also has a strong character. After this month of study, she has made rapid progress in music. It won't be long before she successfully becomes a heavenly music heiress. At this point, Luo Shi's lips curled slightly, seeming genuinely satisfied with the apprentice Chao Xing had found for her. But the next moment, Luo Shi's expression grew serious again. She asked solemnly, Lord Chao Xing, I've come to you because it's the planned date you mentioned. So when do we begin executing the plan? Hearing this, Chao Xing paused for a moment and said, Ms. Luo Shi, I'm available anytime, and the combatants outside can be mobilized immediately. Most importantly, how are your preparations going? The peak legendary warrior took a deep breath, his slender fingers gently brushing the strings. I've brought myself to peak condition, my divinity fully activated. Now, I can break through to demigodhood at any moment. Hearing this, Chao Xing smiled again. That's great, Ms. Luo Shi. As long as your preparations are complete, we can begin tomorrow. Luo Shi wasn't as excited as she intended, but rather asked with some concern, Lord Chao Xing, while I know you're exceptionally powerful, I've also gotten to know the strength of your territory over the past month. But I must remind you that Fire Thief is no ordinary demigod. And, according to my intelligence, you have other enemies. Will tomorrow's plan really go smoothly? Chao Xing was silent for a moment. To be honest, he wasn't completely confident. After all, based on various incidents, and the accounts of those demigods whose divine fire had been stolen, the Fire Thief's combat power was undoubtedly extremely formidable. He even had to prepare for the worst-case scenario and treat him as a deity. Such a powerful enemy made the entire plan fraught with uncertainty. After all, Chao Xing had never faced a deity before. However, if he didn't deal with this guy, he would always be overshadowed by him. Anyone in Chao Xing's territory who attempted to achieve the demigod stage would be targeted by this mysterious being. In other words, unless Chao Xing never achieved the demigod stage in his lifetime, he would have to face this person sooner or later. It would be better to take the initiative and seize the initiative. As for the other enemies Luo Shi mentioned, Chao Xing naturally knew who they were. After such a long period of silence, those forces hidden in the shadows must be about to burst into flames. In that case, Let's resolve this all at once. Although this is dangerous, even dauntingly risky, but as long as it succeeds, it will bring a long period of peace. Thinking of this, he said firmly, Ms. Rosie, I can't guarantee the success of tomorrow's plan. But I can promise that, regardless of success or failure, I will ensure your safety. And a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. This time, I have more than one backup plan. Luoxi looked at Chao Xing's resolute gaze, and her previously tense expression couldn't help but shift. She saw a strong sense of confidence and determination in his eyes. It was a quality cultivated through countless trials and triumphs, a quality that made one want to trust him. The charming woman sighed softly. Since that's the case, I won't hesitate any longer. She bowed gracefully. From now on, I will fully cooperate with you to ensure the success of your plan. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, Ms. Luoxi, please return. He slowed his tone. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow will determine the future of the entire Western continent. Luoxi nodded slightly, then turned and left, clutching the organ. Her long silver-blue hair shone softly in the setting sun. As Luoxi left, the smile on Chao Xing's face faded. He stood there, lost in thought, his brows furrowed unconsciously. Beside him, Marina seemed to notice his worry. She stepped forward and solemnly declared, Master, I will always stand by your side. I swear on my life that I will never let anyone harm you or our domain. Marianina's voice was filled with determination, her dark golden eyes burning with a fiery fire. Chao Xing raised his head, meeting her earnest gaze. His frown gradually relaxed, and a warmth welled up in his heart. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the half of the Valkyrie's face beneath her mask. It was cold to the touch, her skin smooth as cream, a stark contrast to the golden mask. Marinina lowered her head, feeling her master's touch. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a blush crept into her face. Just as the two of them were immersed in this tender moment, the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the silence. Chapter 831. A man with long, shoulder-length hair and a melancholic demeanor trotted over. Lord. The voice reached them even before they arrived. Following the sound, the two men saw a familiar figure. It was the painter Edward, who had been appointed by Chao Xing as the chief engineer for the construction of the giant city in recent months. It was clear that the intense work of these months had made the painter noticeably thinner. However, he also looked more energetic, his face more angular, and his melancholic eyes, characteristic of an artist, sparkled with excitement. When he arrived, Chao Xing gathered himself and said, Edward, what can I do for you? The young man paused, breathlessly, and excitedly reported, Lord, I have important progress to report. After several months of construction, our giant city is nearly complete. The only thing left is the roof of the city hall. Mr. Chao said it will be officially completed tomorrow. He pointed toward the distant outer city, his voice trembling with excitement. Hearing this, Chao Xing's heart skipped a beat. He was just about to execute his plan tomorrow, and the giant city was also going to be completed tomorrow? What a coincidence. However, he didn't let on. Since he caught up, he might as well go with the flow. Take me there. Yes, my lord. Edward quickly turned and trotted towards the outer ring of the territory. They passed through residential and industrial areas, and finally reached the buffer zone. As they climbed the granite steps onto the 10-meter-high heroic-level city wall, a magnificent scene suddenly appeared before them. In the afterglow of the setting sun, a vast and bustling city loomed before their eyes. The city was dotted with buildings of varying styles, clearly divided into designated areas according to their functions. Gothic wizard towers, Baroque town halls, simple, practical industrial plants, and so on. The city's streets crisscrossed like a meticulously arranged chessboard. The main thoroughfare was 20 meters wide enough for 6 carriages to pass side by side. On both sides of the street, a variety of beautifully decorated shops awaited merchants. Magic streetlights had been installed, ready to illuminate with magical light at nightfall. Outside, a frosty white wall, over 20 meters high, completely encircled the massive city, which stretched 7 kilometers in diameter. Standing on the wall were numerous Nero's cannons of astonishing muzzle diameter, as well as frost trebuchets emitting a fiercely cold aura, destroyer crossbows, and other tools of war. Atop it, massive war golems patrolled and served as guards. Along the inner walls, towering arrow towers stood at regular intervals. The entire city's defenses exuded an aura of impenetrability, evoking a single thought: living in this city must be very safe. In the northwest corner of the city, a man-made river, approximately 3 or 4 meters wide, flowed from the inner city to the outer reaches. On either side of the river lay vast agricultural fields, where the newly planted crops could already be seen sprouting between the neatly arranged rows of fields. Moving further into the city, iconic buildings rose majestically. They were the seven-colored spires of the Mage Guild, the furnace-like structure of the Blacksmith Guild, and the glass-domed hall of the Apothecary Guild. These were the headquarters of the three major guilds. In 4 key locations across the city, for massive teleportation platforms shimmered with spatial fluctuations. Although only the workers now occupied the city, one could already imagine the bustling bustle of life in the future. The streets would be packed with merchants from far and wide, the taverns would echo with the hearty laughter of adventurers, and the markets would display rare treasures from around the world. Chao Xing took a deep breath, the wind from the city walls carrying the scent of the new city to his face. Finally, my great city is about to be completed, he whispered to himself, his voice filled with unconcealed excitement. Let's take this opportunity to spread the word. Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear and switched to the team channel. Everyone listen up. The giant city will be officially completed tomorrow. All combatants, after tonight's battle, will return to the territory and await instructions. There was a moment of silence on the communication channel. Then Elise's resounding cheers filled the air. Great! Our territory's giant city is finally built. Excellent! Captain Elisa will have even more room to play. The others responded in unison. Braun's gruff voice echoed, Aha! It's finally finished. Braun can enjoy a drink in a larger tavern. Assam said solemnly, Under the Lord's protection, this city will undoubtedly become a sacred city, a holy place for all knights to flock to. The Blood Spider Queen lazily said, Finally, we can go back. I've been dealing with these disgusting monsters for the past month. Seeing them makes me want to throw up. Chao Xing listened to his subordinates' reactions, his lips curling slightly, but he quickly regained his serious expression. Everyone, don't let your guard down. This return isn't for you to relax, but to immediately recuperate and prepare for battle. Tomorrow might be a tough battle, so be fully prepared. At Chao Xing's stern tone, the channel fell into another brief silence. A moment later, Sarah's voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of a blade slicing through the air. Any enemy who comes will fall to the blade of death. The Blood Spider Queen licked her lips. TSK. A bunch of fools. Just in time for them to have a taste of my Crimson Abyss poison. The others also grasped their weapons, and the sound of weapons clashing filled the channel. Undeterred by the potential for a powerful enemy, the men were filled with fighting spirit. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Everyone, explore for a few more hours. Remember to return to the territory by midnight. Yes, Lord. After hanging up the call, the core fighters, each leading their own team, uncontrollably quickened their pace. Assam, hoisting his holy sword high, led the charge forward. Alyssa's arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, while the druid continuously cast moonfire and starfire spells, bombarding the fog. Everyone was eager to end today's battle and return to their proud territory. After arranging the territory's fighters, Chao Xing switched to the Spark Legion chat channel. Then he sent a direct message, Everyone, I'm Chao Xing. When his name appeared, the Legion's chat channel, previously teeming with a few chat messages, suddenly became abuzz. Hundreds of messages flashed across the screen in an instant. Ji Xinhua, good afternoon, Captain. He Jifeng, Captain, how have you been lately? Du Qing, Boss Chao Xing, thanks to you, we've secured over 500,000 dream fragments for free, and 2 hero-level creatures have been born in my territory. Thank you so much. Chun Wentao, Captain, are there any new instructions? We guarantee 100% cooperation. Looking at the messages flooding the Legion screen, and the expressions of concern and greetings, a smile crept across his face. He had founded the Spark Legion, and several of its deputy captains were also his men. In other words, the entire Legion was essentially his trusted confidant. Chao Xing smiled as he sent the message, then continued, This time, I'm not asking you to do anything. I have another announcement to make. Everyone immediately stopped talking upon seeing this message, silently listening to the leader's next words. As many of you probably know, I started building the giant city several months ago. Now, the day of completion has finally arrived. Now, I invite you all to come to my territory tomorrow to participate in the completion ceremony. At the same time, a number of shops will be available for rental. A limited number are available, and it's on a first-come, first-served basis. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Legion channel erupted in excitement. Holy crap! The giant city has already been built? Isn't that too fast? Yes. It's incredibly fast. I remember it was only less than 3 months since I lent it to Boss Chao Xing. What kind of godlike speed is that? Amazing. They actually managed to build a massive city. I heard the resources consumed were astronomical. Boss Chao-Shing, I'd be there tomorrow. Brothers, this is a historic moment. I suggest everyone try to get there if you have time. The survivors building a city is an unprecedented event in the entire Western continent. Even just witnessing this scene with your own eyes was enough to make one's blood boil. At this point, one of the more reasonable members reminded, don't forget what Boss Chao-Shing said. We open up some shops for lease. Those with the financial or management skills should consider it. That's right. This is the first massive city built by the survivors of Blue Star in this world. Its commercial value is immeasurable. Captain Chao-Shing's army of legendary warriors alone is enough to attract the natives of this world. Captain Chao-Shing, can we please post this news on the forum so others can know? Hearing this question, Chao-Shing replied readily, of course. Not only can you post it on the forum, but you can also livestream it tomorrow so even more people can witness this moment. The channel erupted in cheers again. Awesome. Long live Boss Chao-Shing. Ha ha ha. I can already imagine the forums going wild. The survivors once again engaged in a heated discussion, everyone excited for tomorrow's event. The Legion channel was flooded with chatter. Some were already discussing what to wear to the ceremony, while others were planning angles and scripts for the live stream. At this moment, Chao-Shing solemnly added, of course, there's something I need to remind you of. Brothers who come to my territory tomorrow to participate in the completion ceremony may encounter danger. Be prepared. Hearing this, the Legion channel was stunned. The survivors asked in bewilderment, what? A ceremony like that could put us in danger? What's going on, Master Chao-Shing? Are there other forces preventing you from building the city? Who is that blind fellow who dares to stop the captain? Brothers, take him down. That's right. As soon as the captain gives the order, we fight these guys. Looking at their excitement, Chao-Shing shook his head and said solemnly, it's not that anyone is stopping me from building the city. It's that at tomorrow's completion ceremony, a legendary warrior on my side will achieve demigod status. I'm sure you all know the influence that demigod holds on the continent. Her breakthrough is enough to impact the landscape of many kingdoms and attract the attention of many powerful beings. When that happens, be prepared. Chao-Shing stopped talking, having already made the stakes clear to them. The Spark Legion survivors weren't fools. They could imagine what might happen next. The previous major battles had made everyone aware of Chao-Shing's immense strength and the many enemies he still possessed. Anyone who dared to target Chao-Shing was likely at least legendary. Such an enemy could easily destroy a city and annihilate an army of 1,000,000. If these guys knew someone in Chao-Shing's territory was about to achieve a demigod breakthrough, they would absolutely come to destroy it at all costs, perhaps even uniting to launch an attack. For a moment, the expressions of the Spark Legion survivors grew solemn. The only sound in the chat room was the sound of heavy breathing, as everyone realized the gravity of the situation. However, even more shocking than the potential danger was the news that someone on Chao-Shing's side was about to achieve a demigod breakthrough, and that this top-secret information had been directly released. Captain Chao-Shing, you actually told us such important information. Won't it affect you? Ji Xinhua asked worriedly in the chat room. Yes. Why don't you try to achieve a demigod breakthrough at another time? Another member immediately echoed, his tone filled with concern. Boss Chao-Shing, tell me what you need us to do. I fully cooperate. Captain, I mobilize all combat personnel tomorrow. No matter who the enemy is, I fight them to the bitter end. A gruff voice boomed across the chat, brimming with determination. Chao-Shing watched the news constantly refresh on the channel, a flicker of relief in his eyes. However, since he dared to publicly announce it, he must have his own reasons. Don't worry, everyone. I'm well prepared. Of course, the enemy is too strong, and I can't guarantee foolproof results, so I remind you again. Tomorrow's ceremony will be both a grand occasion and a crisis. The survivors of the Spark Legion erupted in enthusiastic response upon hearing this. I believe in Boss Chao-Shing. You've never let us down. I'd be there tomorrow. That's right. Just follow the captain. Tomorrow is the day to witness history. No matter what monsters and demons there are, I will fight alongside Master Chao-Shing. Brothers, charge. Instantly, the fighting spirit of most of the lords of the Spark Legion was ignited. They quickly recalled all combatants and retrieved the finest equipment from the warehouses. Various potions were distributed to the soldiers. Every territory was on high alert, and the air was filled with tension and excitement. At the same time, several Spark Legion survivors, with Chao-Shing's permission, posted a message on the World Forum. The post was titled, Witness History. Blue Planet, humanity's first megacity, is nearly completed. This eye-catching title shone brightly on the forum's front page. It contained some of Xiaoxing's chat logs, as well as some photos of the megacity taken by some survivors during this period. However, they didn't include the final message, and the relevant information was only circulated among a few small groups. Even so, this post quickly took the forum by storm. The number of replies skyrocketed, reaching hundreds per second. To Indie Floor, the megacity is complete? Isn't everyone busy exploring the dream fractals and capturing those scrit? How did he even have the energy to build such a massive project? Third floor, oh my goodness! Just looking at the pictures, you can imagine how massive this megacity must be, almost as large as some major cities. Fourth floor, as expected of the server's top tier, this one's a big deal. Fifth floor, awesome. This simple reply on the fifth floor expressed the shock of countless people, quickly garnering tens of thousands of likes. Comments poured in like crazy. Some questioned the authenticity, some sought verification, and most expressed awe and admiration. They were filled with boundless curiosity about this massive city. Some inquired about the resources required to build it, others inquired about its defenses. Many tagged Xiaoxing, asking if they could attend the completion ceremony tomorrow. Some even expressed willingness to pay a hefty fee just to witness the first massive city on Blue Planet. For a moment, the eyes of over 1 billion survivors worldwide were fixed on this near-completed megacity. The number of views on that post also skyrocketed tonight. After announcing the news to the survivors of the Spark Legion, Xiaoxing closed the Legion chat channel. Then, he activated his communication device and contacted several indigenous people he knew, including the Ice Crystal King, the Grey Mist King, and the Orchid Queen. Hilton of the Black Lion Merchant Guild, Jace of the Woodpecker Merchant Guild, and even Leonard of the Great Axe Mercenaries all accepted his personal invitation. After all, these people were considered his allies and partners. Such an important matter naturally required notification. Upon hearing the news that Xiaoxing Megacity was nearing completion, their reactions mirrored those of the survivors. After their initial surprise, they all pledged to attend the completion ceremony in person. They also promised to bring the most precious gifts and ensure the event would not be overshadowed. When they heard that a legendary figure would break through to the demigod stage at the completion ceremony tomorrow, they were stunned to their core. The Ice Crystal King's aura suddenly erupted, shaking the entire Eternal Frost City. The usually calm old king's eyes widened, his right hand trembling slightly. The Grey Mist King, enveloped by a surge of grey mist, ascended directly to the throne, shrouding the entire city in a thick haze. Queen Yulan rose from her chair, a solemn expression appearing on her dignified and stern face. Everyone's expressions instantly grew serious. They all realized that tomorrow's ceremony was extremely important, potentially a major event that could change the landscape of the continent. After Xiaoxing hung up the last call, he let out a soft sigh. Almost everyone has been notified. Chapter 832. Almost everyone has been notified. Xiaoxing whispered, there are a few scattered forces, and some relatively special entities left, but there's no need to notify them. The special entities he was referring to were, naturally, the undead army of Duke Palatine, and the elusive Wareen, the Dragon of Fate. Xiaoxing knew that with such fanfare, and the invitation of so many to the Grand City's completion ceremony, word would spread quickly. Even those hiding in the shadows would learn of this. Especially since they knew someone was about to break through to the demigod realm, this would attract even more ancient entities. This would further confuse the situation. Of course, his plan wasn't brilliant. Anyone could see at a glance that it was a fishing expedition. He was deliberately placing bait to lure them in. Perhaps the enemy wouldn't fall for it, and would remain inactive. However, it would be more to my liking if you didn't take action. Once she safely breaks through to the demigod realm, that's when I settle accounts with these guys. At this thought, a chill flashed in Xiaoxing's eyes. He stood atop the city wall, overlooking the massive city, as it made final preparations. The breeze rustled his robes. Before the plan officially begins, I need to prepare one last thing. There's still time now. Go find those guys. The next moment, Xiaoxing's figure flashed and vanished. As he made his final preparations, the legendary warriors were in unprecedented shock. The Ice Crystal King sat on his throne, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrests. He said in a deep voice, a breakthrough to the demigod realm on the same day the massive city is completed? And he even told all his allies directly. Lord Xiaoxing, what are you thinking? The old king frowned, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, as if lost in thought. He found himself increasingly unable to understand this young human lord. But after a moment, the old king's frown softened. He chuckled and shook his head. Forget it, there's no need to dwell on it. Since this is Lord Chaoxing's plan, he must have his reasons. As his ally, I simply need to cooperate. And, although this man's actions are always unexpected, they always achieve astonishing results. It seems tomorrow is the day of the decisive battle. With these words, the old king gradually rose from his throne, his cloudy eyes regaining clarity. Elsewhere, King Grey Mist, fiddling with a rosary, paced back and forth across the palace on his short legs, his eyes filled with unconcealed excitement and worry. Lord Chaoxing. He's truly mad. If we don't manage this situation properly, it will be a disaster, and even our alliance system will suffer a severe blow. He paused, staring out the window at the gradually darkening sky, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. But the dwarf king suddenly grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. Lord Chaoxing never does anything without confidence, and this time will be no exception. Since he's going crazy, I join him. Thinking of this, he waved his hand, his wide sleeves whipping up a gust of wind. Go wake the old king and join me in Lord Chaoxing's completion ceremony tomorrow. I promised to give him a great gift that day, and now's the time to fulfill that promise. A sly glint flickered in his eyes. A servant beside him respectfully replied, Yes, your majesty. Not only the Ice Crystal King and the Grey Mist King, but also Queen Yulan and War King Cunard, both in Lingland's main city, took action. They issued orders, placing the entire kingdom on emergency combat readiness. The number of soldiers stationed at the border increased dramatically, alerts were heightened in major cities, and the main city's defenses were at full throttle. The power structure of half the western continent was roiling under the weight of Chaoxing's news. Even further away, in the distant territory of the North Wind Kingdom, within an ancient fortress perpetually shrouded in snow and wind, an emergency meeting was underway at Silver Fortress. The legendary warriors of the 5 kingdoms of the entire North Wind Alliance gathered here once again. But today, there was another figure present. This figure was draped in a pitch-black robe, and a faint aura of death lingered around him. It was the legendary Black Magician of the Kingdom of Ostia. He sat at the end of the table, remaining remarkably quiet. Everyone. The Silver Lion King's gruff voice echoed throughout the hall. I believe you've all heard. That otherworldly Lord, Chaoxing, will hold a grand city completion ceremony tomorrow, inviting all the powerful. Also, he's loudly announced that a legend will achieve demigodhood on the very day of the ceremony. What are your thoughts on this? After he finished speaking, the group of legends below fell silent for a moment. King Yiming sneered, Heh. Such a crude trick, it's obvious it's a trap. He deliberately leaked the news. Wasn't he just trying to lure us in? In my opinion, his claim of someone reaching demigod status is fake news. He continued with a sneer, how long has it been since this otherworldly lord reached legendary status? Less than half a year. Do you believe someone could complete the transformation from legendary to demigod in such a short time? Obviously, this news is being spread to incite us. If we don't fall for it, and just sit back, what can he do to us? His suggestion slightly stirred the expressions of the legendary masters, but none of them expressed their opinions. The elder from the Shinmu Kingdom slowly shook his head. Yiming, are you sure? If this isn't fake news, but someone truly is about to break through to the demigod level, then the 4 Kingdoms Alliance will once again produce a demigod-level powerhouse. And according to our previous intelligence, a demigod already emerged from the 4 kingdoms during the Blood Rebellion. If we also take into account the Ice Crystal King's semi-divine artifact, the battle strength between us and them will have already reached a point of difference. He paused, then said solemnly, By then, even if we had a powerful demigod like Mother of the North Wind, we wouldn't be able to contend with the 4 kingdoms. When the Shinmu elder finished speaking, silence fell again. Because what he said was true, the 4 kingdoms now possessed a strength comparable to theirs. If there were one more demigod, the fighting force would instantly tilt, and the entire north would be in turmoil. A moment later, the burly man from the kingdom of Viklo sighed, Alas! If Kai hadn't been so impulsive, we wouldn't have been in such a passive position. It's neither advance nor retreat. We don't know what to do. Everyone felt the same way. Queen Kassa, observing their gloomy expressions, stretched lazily, and pursed her red lips. Why don't we ask our allies' opinion? Aren't they also going to deal with that otherworldly lord? Everyone turned their gaze to the black-robed mage sitting at the end of the table. Feeling the gazes of a dozen pairs of eyes, the dark mage slowly raised his head, revealing a face, perhaps in his 40s, pale as a sheet of paper. He opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of blackened teeth, a gruesome grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Since you've asked for my opinion, I convey the thoughts of the powerful individuals behind me. At this, the others pricked up their ears, listening intently. What they're saying is, regardless of whether the intelligence is true or false, they take action tomorrow. After months of dormancy, those individuals have accumulated enough strength. Right now, in terms of demigod power, we're already capable of crushing the four kingdoms. At this remark, the pupils of the legendary warriors present suddenly shrank, and expressions of shock crossed their faces. According to current intelligence, the combat power of the four kingdoms is at least equivalent to 2 demigods. Add to that the otherworldly lord, who had previously slain Kai, and could also be considered a demigod. There were 3 demigods here. And yet, the other side claimed that their demigod power was even greater than theirs. This truly exceeded their expectations. However, everyone present was a ruler of a nation, each a shrewd and calculating individual, and they couldn't easily believe this person's one-sided statement. Until now, they had only heard of the mysterious master behind the Black Mage, but had never personally seen him. The Black Mage seemed to understand their thoughts and smiled sinisterly. I know you don't believe me, but I can prove it to you. He then spread his bony palm, and 4 flames of varying colors appeared in his palm. Among them were a pink flame representing desire, a deep purple flame representing nightmares, and an overlapping flame representing echoes, and a flame that wriggled like a living thing, constantly changing colors. The pupils of all the legendary masters present shrank at this sight, for within these 4 flames, they sensed the pressure of a demigod. 4 demigods! King Viklo exclaimed, leaping from his chair. The others' expressions changed drastically, their breathing becoming rapid. The Black Mage's lips curled up strangely, as if he delighted in seeing these high-ranking kings lose their composure. The old man from Shinmu was the first to regain his composure. He spoke in a deep voice, being able to condense the divine fire phantom. This level of control over divine power is simply beyond the reach of ordinary demigods. If I'm not mistaken, these demigods should be from the netherworld? At the mention of the unique location, the expressions of the legendary warriors present once again grew subtle. After all, the powerful warriors of this world had all heard of this mysterious place. According to legend, it was a cage used by the true gods to imprison those who had erred. In other words, behind this Black Mage stood 4 former gods. At this thought, the legends present couldn't help but feel a deep sense of shock. The gods seemed too distant to them, even to be creatures of another level. Even gods stripped of their godhood possessed power beyond their imagination, beings they could only admire. Now, this Black Mage actually had 4 gods behind him. Although they didn't know how those gods had escaped from the abyss, these legendary warriors were still filled with immense awe. King Yiming smiled ingratiatingly. So that's how it is. The power behind this distinguished guest from the kingdom of Ostia is truly astonishing. If they attack simultaneously, then defeating the 4 kingdoms alliance would be a piece of cake. Compared to his previous coldness towards the Black Mage, King Yiming's attitude at this moment had undergone a complete reversal. The others nodded in agreement, and the Silver Lion King even declared on the spot that they would join forces tomorrow to destroy the 4 kingdoms alliance. In their view, with these 4 demigods present, the battle was a sure thing. However, the Black Magician slowly shook his head and said, I know you all want a quick victory, to swiftly eliminate that otherworldly lord. But they asked me to tell you, this otherworldly lord is no ordinary person. He has grown to such heights in just over a year, repeatedly accomplishing astonishing feats. He even ended the blood rebellion at his hands. He undoubtedly holds a staggering secret. Historically, such individuals have always been the most difficult to kill. And he dared to proactively announce his demigod breakthrough. He must have considered our strength. Perhaps he's hiding some powerful trump card waiting for us. So just in case, when the battle begins tomorrow, everyone needs to assemble all of your legendary forces, including your own armies, and prepare to act together tomorrow. Also, I need you to free the Mother of the North Wind from her seal and join us on the battlefield. Our goal is to destroy the otherworldly lord's territory in one fell swoop and annihilate the 4 kingdoms alliance. Hearing this, the legendary warriors on the field looked at each other with varying expressions. Queen Kassa frowned slightly and said slowly, transporting the army there is somewhat difficult. My Void Gate can only transport tens of thousands of people at a time. Transporting the armies of several major kingdoms would be prohibitively expensive. Furthermore, Mother of the North Wind is completely out of control. Unleashing the seal rashly could harm our own people. The Black Mage chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry about that. My presence behind the scenes will assist you in controlling Mother of the North Wind. Also, Mother of the North Wind has recently regained consciousness and is able to communicate briefly. Hearing this, the Silver Lion King exclaimed in surprise, What? Mother of the North Wind is awake? Is that true? Of course it is, he said meaningfully, and this is all thanks to another force. So, if we tell Mother of the North Wind that we will prepare to fight that otherworldly lord tomorrow to avenge her husband and son, I'm sure she cooperate. As the dark mage finished his words, surprise flickered in the eyes of the legendary powers. According to what they said, this was truly fantastic news. After all, while the out-of-control Mother of the North Wind is powerful, she doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, making her a double-edged sword. But if it were the Mother of the North Wind in her normal form, she would be the most formidable weapon of war. After all, this being possesses the greatest destructive power below that of a god. With her participation, the odds of victory in this war would be even higher. Since that's the case, then everyone, return and prepare. The Silver Lion King waved his hand, his powerful voice echoing through the conference hall. Tomorrow is the day of the decisive battle. We will surely crush Chaoxing's territory, annihilate the four kingdoms, and establish our dominance over the entire north. On the field, a host of legendary warriors rose to their feet, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Some gripped their weapons tightly, others began urgently mobilizing their troops. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire Silver Brilliance fortress. And so, all major factions in the north entered a state of emergency combat readiness. This news affected not only the indigenous people, but also the survivors, who were now mobilizing. The lords of the Spark Legion were mobilizing their forces and converging on Chaoxing's territory. The other survivors excitedly opened the forum and followed the Spark Legion's live broadcast channel. After all, the Spark Legion survivors had already announced that they would broadcast the event live at the start of tomorrow's ceremony. At this moment, the live broadcast has not yet started, but the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded hundreds of thousands and is still growing. A flood of comments flashed across the black screen, and the survivors chatted furiously. They were all looking forward to tomorrow's city building. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. A system notification appeared. Attention all survivors. Event, Golden Scrit's Treasure, remaining time, 0 days, 5 hours, 59 minutes. When the event ends, all Scrit will disappear from the continent. Please seize this last moment. When the notification ended, the survivor lords exploring the wilderness paused for a moment. Then, they all sped up their movements. Bragging in the darkness, they led their legions through the snowy plains at a rapid pace, hoping to encounter one more Scrit before the event ended. Of course, some survivors simply gave up. Brothers, the event is almost over, it's time to retreat. Yeah, it's already dark. Those rats get really cunning at night, and we can't catch them. Let's not waste time. Let's get away. Anyway, I've killed several Scrit and gotten a lot of gear. I've earned enough. Go home and get some rest tonight. Watch the live stream tomorrow. The survivors packed up their belongings. Torches lit up across the snowy plains outside the city, like winding dragons of fire, moving towards their respective territories. At 11:55 p.m., there were only 5 minutes left until the event ended. Chaoxing's figure passed through the stasis shield and landed on the inner city wall. Now, he gazed at the outer city. The magical streetlights on the streets were all lit, including the lights in the buildings. The pale blue glow shone against the warm yellow light from the windows. The whole city looks brightly lit and full of life. Chapter 833. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, everything is ready. Tomorrow, this will be the crucial point that will determine the fate of the entire western continent. His gaze pierced the night, as if he had already seen the flames of war about to ignite at dawn. At the same time, when the time reached 12:00 a.m., the system prompt reappeared. Attention all survivors. Event, the Golden Scrit's Treasure has officially ended. At this moment, the vortex portal in the center of Chaoxing's territory lit up with bursts of light. Buzz, buzz. As the teleportation wave emerged, powerful figures, leading their respective legions, emerged from the vortex. Tram, tram. Heavy footsteps echoed. Winter, the Frost Wolf, clad in mystical ice armor, marched forward with powerful strides. The chill emanating from his body froze the ground into frost. On its back, clad in a full set of tyrant battle gear, exuding a powerful aura. Immediately afterwards, Rennies, wielding the Elegy of Age's longbow and cloaked in a cloak, stepped out of the portal. Her piercing eyes scoured the surroundings like a hawk, their gaze alone sending a stinging thud through the air. Hiss, hiss. The sound of crawling insects echoed. The Blood Spider Queen, striding on her 8 slender legs, slowly emerged from the crowd, followed by an entire army of formidable blood spiders. The spiders' compound eyes gleamed crimson, their silk shimmering a menacing silver in the moonlight. Yang! The roar of a giant dragon resounded through the night sky. A legendary dragon with a wingspan exceeding 300 meters soared 1,000 meters in the air. Every flap of its wings stirred up a fierce wind, its mighty might plaguing an area hundreds of miles in all. On the back of this legendary dragon stood a glacial beauty, clad in white as snow, her expression impassive. Additionally, Shield Brown, Assassin Sarah, Rifa Zavarin, and other legendary powerhouses appeared one after another. With each appearance, the atmosphere in this area grew more oppressive. Behind them, thousands of Ascalonian soldiers formed neatly into formation, their armor clashing with a resounding metallic sound. Over 200 dragon blood warriors wielded spears, a faint dragon aura lingering around them. The Star Kingdom swordsmen collectively sheathed their long swords in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. They stood tall and straight, like pine trees, their gazes resolute as steel. They had experienced a whole month of battle in their dreams, and each of them exuded a powerful aura of murder. At this moment, all of them gathered together, creating a suffocating sense of oppression, making even the air around them grow heavy. Although the number of combatants here barely exceeded 3,000, Chao Xing believed they could easily defeat an army of 3 million. After all, this was an elite force cultivated with Chao Xing's vast resources, forged through blood and fire. At the same time, a burst of air-piercing sounds could be heard overhead. Clatter. Clatter. The Bloodwing Knights also ceased their search mission after the event, and returned to their territory. When they saw the powerful warriors below, they immediately subdued their auras, and found an open space to form their formation. Even the Bloodwing bats folded their wings, and lay quietly on the ground. You're kidding. Of the over 3,000 people below, not a single one was below level 70. Furthermore, the Bloodwing Knights had only received 2 simple blessings from Chao Xing, while they had received the full blessings of everyone. The difference in strength was enormous. A single Ascalonian warrior could wipe out half the Bloodwing Knights. 2 or 3 ordinary soldiers could wipe them out completely. It was only at this moment that the Bloodwing Knights realized the true strength of the entire territory. What they had witnessed was only the tip of the iceberg. And just then, another wave of energy emerged from the vortex portal. Buzz. Then, giant steel feet stepped out, gradually manifesting hundreds of massive war golems. These golems ranged in height from 5 to 10 meters, each radiating destructive power, the energy cores within their chests operating at full power. Behind these golems, a massive army of 500 to 600 robots followed. These mechanical warriors wielded chainsaws in their left hands, and rifle-like barrels in their right hands. Each one could unleash terrifying destructive power on the battlefield. Commanding this vast army of steel was a little girl, approximately 5 or 6 years old. She stood atop the shoulders of a demonic elephant, her white dress a stark contrast against the cold steel. It was Tong Chu-Chu. With a wave of her hand, the mechanical army immediately formed into a neat formation, displaying astonishing discipline. With this, the entire territory's combatants were present. At the same time, Chao Xing looked around. He was perceptive enough to sense a shadowy aura near the territory. These auras were very discreet, remaining confined to the deep mountains or woods dozens of kilometers from the territory, not daring to approach too closely. A smile played on Chao Xing's lips. These guys are quite quick. It seems some of them can't wait any longer. He paid no attention, though a chill flickered in his eyes. The next moment, Chao Xing's figure flashed, and he arrived at the center of the square. On the field, this group of powerful warriors simultaneously raised their heads, their gazes fixed on their lord with fervent intentness. Greetings, lord. All the warriors bowed simultaneously. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your hard work during the past month of fighting. The development of the territory is inseparable from your dedication. I am so proud of you." Hearing this, many of the warriors below had their eyes reddened. They gripped their weapons tightly, shouting, "It's our honor to fight for our territory. We will sacrifice everything for our territory and follow our lord until death." The enthusiastic cheers rose and fell, seemingly reaching the heavens. Chao Xing raised his hand, calming the excited warriors. "As you can see, after our tireless efforts and struggle, we will finally have a city of our own. Tomorrow will mark the official completion of the giant city." The warriors' eyes gleamed with anticipation. However, Chao Xing changed the subject. "But there are those hiding in the shadows who don't want to see our territory rise, nor do they want us to have an easy life. At tomorrow's celebration, these individuals will undoubtedly come to obstruct and even destroy the territory we painstakingly built. Everyone, what do you say we should do?" In the square, the soldiers' eyes once again crimsoned, their faces etched with rage. They roared, thundering, Fight to the bitter end! Fight to the bitter end! Fight to the bitter end! The frenzied shouts resounded through the air once more, a terrifying battle spirit sweeping across dozens of kilometers. All the birds and beasts cowered under this terrifying aura, trembling with fear. Even some spies lurking near the snowy plains were now pale with fear. They gazed at this human territory in shock, a hint of fear gradually emerging in their eyes. Chao Xing nodded slightly, his voice resounding, "That's right. Since they won't let us have it easy, we fight them to the bitter end. This time, we terrify, subdue, and defeat the enemy once and for all. Let us, together, with our weapons in hand, fight our way out." As he raised his arms and shouted, thousands of soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" 3 consecutive shouts of killing rang out, like sharp swords piercing the darkness. The fighting spirit soared to the sky, even the clouds were dispersed by the momentum. Near the snowfield, armies composed of the lords of the Spark Legion were converging towards Chao Xing's territory. After hearing the roar that echoed across dozens of kilometers, they seemed to be infected by some kind of emotion. Their eyes flashed red, and they couldn't help but quicken their pace. The entire snowy plain felt the oppressive feeling of impending storm in the territory. Chao Xing looked at the people, their fighting spirits soaring, and nodded again with satisfaction. "Very good. Everyone, go back tonight to rest and recharge your batteries for tomorrow's battle." "Yes, Lord." Thousands of warriors retreated like a tide, returning to their respective quarters. Left behind were the captains of the various legions and the legendary warriors. They all came to Chao Xing's side, respectfully handing him a backpack. Assam spoke first. "Lord, these are our recent finds from the dream fractals. Please review them." "Okay." With that, Chao Xing reached out and took all the backpacks. A system notification flashed across the screen. Obtained, Dream Fragments *149235. Obtained, Dream Crystals *4. Obtained, Silver Scrits Treasure Bag *7. Obtained, Dream Fragments *179321. Obtained, Dream Crystals *5. Obtained. When the notification ended, Chao Xing looked at the millions of dream fragments that had ballooned into his backpack, a look of delight in his eyes. He nodded. "Well done. This batch of resources will further enhance the strength of our territory. Now everyone, go back and rest. I call you back if anything else matters." Everyone glanced at each other and replied in unison, "Yes, Lord." Soon, the group of legendary warriors also left. Chao Xing was the only one left in the square. He glanced at his backpack and thought to himself, "After a month of activities, the resources I've accumulated have reached a formidable level. Now, let's count the resources and see if we can improve the strength of another wave of warriors." Chao Xing opened his backpack and combined all the treasure bags and dream fragments, finally coming up with a few numbers. Silver Scrits Treasure Bag *948. Gold Scrits Treasure Bag *54. Rak King Jinkara's Treasure Bag *2. Dream Fragment *7462013. Dream Crystal *1194. Great. Thousands of Scrits treasure bags can yield thousands of pieces of equipment, even with the worst luck. This equipment alone will significantly boost the strength of the warriors in my territory. And the remaining 7 million dream fragments will yield 2 legendary relic chests and 10 heroes' hearts. Perhaps tonight, my territory will even yield 1 or 2 more legendary warriors. Chao Xing took a deep breath, gradually calming his excitement. Next, let's open all the Rat King's treasure bags. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and removed all 948 silver script treasure bags, stacking them neatly on the open space before him. Then, with a thought, the openings of over 900 treasure bags were simultaneously untied. Instantly, bursts of purple and golden light emanated from them, illuminating the entire square as brightly as day. Buzz, buzz. When the light dissipated, Chao Xing was stunned by the scene before him. Thousands of pieces of equipment lay piled together on the ground, looking quite spectacular, and half of them were radiating golden light. In other words, there were at least 1,000 pieces of golden equipment here. Add to that various secret medicines, gems, and other items, and the ground was filled with a dazzling array of items. The shocking scene at this moment even surpassed the last time hundreds of jars were opened simultaneously. Even with Chao Xing's remarkable concentration, his breathing quickened. Holy crap, this is outrageous. I've never gotten so much equipment at once in my life. This is truly a system-sponsored event. This is awesome. He suppressed his excitement and, with a wave of his hand, gathered all the loot. System notifications flashed across the screen. Obtained, Silver Knight Sword, gold, asterisk 17. Obtained, Executioner Axe, gold, asterisk 32. Obtained, Silver Winged Serpent Staff, gold, asterisk 14. Obtained, Kilandra Warhammer, gold, asterisk 21. Obtained, Crystal Plate Armor, gold, asterisk 32. Obtained, Wandering Swordsman Light Armor, gold, asterisk 41. Obtained. After the first batch of weapons and equipment was finished, a vast amount of secret medicine followed. Obtained, Tear of the Deceiver, gold, asterisk 1923. Obtained, Giant Stamina Potion, gold, asterisk 1501. Obtained, Seer Serum, gold, asterisk 1495. Obtained, Regenerative Purgatory, gold, asterisk 1125. Obtained, Farron Decoction, gold, asterisk 482. Obtained. At that moment, Chaoxing marveled once again at the thousands of pieces of equipment, tens of thousands of bottles of secret medicine, and countless glittering gems that had suddenly appeared in his backpack. This is incredible. Even the golden weapons and equipment are in the dozens. Those secret medicines are even more terrifying, hundreds, even thousands. Who could possibly handle this? He excitedly counted the equipment and secret medicines, while quickly scanning the item's attributes. After a few minutes, he reviewed almost everything. Excellent. Most of these weapons and equipment are purple quality, with about a 40% chance of gold quality. The weapons revealed this time are mostly common weapons, and can be equipped immediately to the warriors. As for the armor, it can also be distributed to the Dragonblood fighters, Nightmare archers, and the Mage Corps according to class requirements. Chaoxing quickly figured out the distribution of the equipment and continued his analysis. As for the secret potions and gems, they can be sold in the potion shops and general stores in the giant city. I can set the prices slightly lower. After all, this city belongs to me. I don't have to pay rent or taxes, so I won't lose money. When the time comes, I replenish my inventory with this batch of powerful, affordable secret potions, and then I stock up with a batch of the legendary magic attraction secret potions. By then, there's bound to be a frenzy. He imagined excitedly, even imagining the long lines lining the entrances to the secret potion shops in the giant city of the future. Patting his backpack with satisfaction, Chaoxing continued to look at the rest of his loot. Next, we opened those 50+ golden script bags. Chaoxing's eyes gleamed with excitement. These bags are the real prize. They hold a lot of epic treasures. With anticipation, he waved his hand and lined up the 52 golden script treasure bags. The golden markings adorning the edges of the bags gleamed under the light of the territory. Open! With a soft utterance, all the bags burst into brilliant light. Pillars of golden and orange light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire square like daylight. When the light faded, the ground once again became awash with equipment, secret potions, gems, and more. Furthermore, the items and equipment presented this time were noticeably higher quality, each exuding a rich aura of treasure. The sheer volume of golden and epic quality treasures piled together was visually stunning. Chaoxing, with a smile on his face, took a step forward and stored all the treasures in his backpack. Obtained, Shadow Ripper Spear, orange, asterisk 2. Obtained, Blade Shadow, orange, asterisk 1. Obtained, Dragon Pine Longbow, orange, asterisk 3. Obtained, Wild Beast Bone Hammer, orange, asterisk 1. Obtained, Demon Wolf Cloak, orange, asterisk 1. Obtained, Demon Guard Robe, orange, asterisk 1. Obtained, Behemoth War Boots, orange, asterisk 1. Obtained, Sticky Ring, orange. Obtained, Magic Swordsman Necklace, orange. Obtained. At this moment, Chaoxing couldn't help but exclaim once again, "That's incredible. This is the first time in my life I've obtained so much epic equipment." If the other survivors saw this, they'd probably be mad with jealousy. As mentioned before, most survivors currently use gold equipment, and only a few can afford epic equipment. Even Chaoxing had never seen so many epic items at once, let alone the other lords. Suppressing his excitement, he did a quick count. A total of 159 items were dropped from the treasure bags of these 54 golden scripts. Of these, 85 were epic quality items, and 74 were gold quality. Clearly, the value of these over 100 pieces of equipment alone was inestimable. However, that wasn't all. Chaoxing continued to examine. Obtained, Golden Scripts Reinforcement Stone, gold, asterisk 571. Obtained, Shadowbound Poison, orange, asterisk 102. Obtained, Beastmaster's Blood Brew, orange, asterisk 117. Obtained, Corruption Resistance Gel, orange, *49. Obtained, Explosive Acid Bottle, orange, *74. Obtained, Blood Boiling Reverse Potion, orange, *52. Obtained, Demon Spirit Brew, orange, *74. Obtained. As system notifications flashed across the screen, the number of reinforcing stones and secret potions in his backpack began to grow rapidly. Chapter 834. Chao Xing counted again. From these 54 bags, a total of 3,124 potions were opened. Of these, there were around 800 epic quality potions, and the rest were gold quality potions. Of course, these weren't all buff enhancing potions. There were also many potions that could inflict damage on enemies, such as Shadowbound Poison and Explosive Acid Bottle. If all these potions were dumped into the potion shop, there would be another rush. Great. I sort them out later when I have time. I sell the potions that aren't useful to me in the shop. This will replenish my stock of high-end potions. But compared to the potions, those hundreds of enhancement stones are more important to me. That's over 500. Add to the ones I obtained earlier, and I can now enhance my equipment without any worries. Thinking of this, Chao Xing took a deep breath. Next, there are the last 2 Rat King bags. Rat Kings have a 1 in 10,000 chance of respawning. I've killed 3 of them, so they should yield quite a few goodies. He removed 2 bags from his backpack. Under the moonlight, the 2 Rat King treasure bags bulged with treasure. Just looking at them, one could imagine the treasures they held. Chao Xing lifted 1 bag in each hand, lifted them into the air, and then untied the drawstrings. Immediately, a large amount of treasures fell from the 2 bags. Clatter. Clatter. Pillars of orange light erupted, shooting hundreds of meters into the air. A series of clanging sounds echoed, causing people to stare intently at the ground. When the light dissipated, several pieces of equipment emitting orange light appeared on the ground, along with dozens of fist-sized stones and dozens of bottles of secret medicine of various colors. Among this pile of treasures, Chao Xing saw 2 items that particularly caught his eye. They were 2 emerald green hearts, emanating a vast aura of life. Next to them, a pair of frosty white pants exuded a strong chill. A look of confusion crossed his eyes. I recognize those 2 hearts. They're the jade elephant heart I opened earlier. But why do the color and aura of that bottom look so familiar? With a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, Chao Xing picked up all the loot on the ground. Obtained, Archlich's Icebone Leggings, legendary. Obtained, Soul Slayer Codex, orange, *1. Obtained, Sheriff's Armor, orange, *1. Obtained, Brave Pendant, orange, *1. Obtained, Sacrifice Crown, orange, *1. Obtained, Rat King Jinkara's Strengthening Stone, orange, *24. Obtained, Jade Elephant Heart, orange, *2. Obtained, Patrice's Elixir, orange, *15. Obtained, Bug Eye Potion, orange, *13. Obtained. Holy crap! It's actually the Archlich set. Chao Xing couldn't help but exclaim. The next moment, a look of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Great, great! The system really didn't lie to me. It said there was a chance of legendary gear dropping in the bag, and it actually did. And it's another piece of my legendary set. So cool, ha ha. He couldn't help but burst out laughing, excitedly pulling out the bottoms, then eagerly checked their stats. Archlich's Icebone Leggings, legendary. Quality, legendary. Equipment level, level 70 and above. Armor, 1582 to 1698. Additional effects 1. Increases spirit by 1000, agility by 500, and constitution by 500. Additional effects 2. Icebone Enhancement, reduces all ice damage received by 40%, with a 20% chance of complete immunity. Additional effects 3. Frost Echo, legendary effect. Every second, the wearer briefly condenses frost runes beneath their feet. Lasts 3 seconds. If a friendly unit steps on the rune, it grants a shield equal to 5% of the caster's maximum health. This includes the caster itself. If an enemy unit steps on the rune, it triggers Frost Blast, dealing 5% of the caster's maximum health, true damage to enemies in a small area and slowing them. Note, this item is part of the Archlich set 2 of 3. It can be combined with the Archlich's for a Soul Robe and Archlich's for a Soul Boots to create a set effect. Complete all 3 pieces of the set to activate the set effect, Archlich's Wrath. Item description: my bones are forged from millennia of ice, and my footsteps are the arrival of winter. This bottoms. Chao Xing muttered to himself, These stats are quite extraordinary. Compared to the Frost Soul robe, which boosts my DPS to another level, these leggings significantly enhance my survivability. As long as you utilize these special effects and move flexibly, you can become completely invincible. Imagine Chao Xing wearing the Icebone leggings. Every second, a rune appears where he stands. Stepping on a rune grants him a shield equal to 5% of his health. While this shield doesn't stack, there's no cooldown. He can easily step on another rune after his shield is depleted to create another shield. With this repetitive pattern, as long as the enemy's DPS doesn't exceed 5% of Chao Xing's maximum health, his health bar won't be even down. Even against melee enemies, the nemesis of mages, this leg gear can be quite helpful. An enemy had just approached Chao Xing, hoping to neutralize him in close combat. Unexpectedly, he stepped on a rune, triggering the Frost Explosion effect. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to pursue, he triggered another Frost Explosion. Just thinking about that scene makes my scalp tingle. TSK. The effects of this equipment are disgusting. But I like it. Chao Xing immediately prepared to put it on. Soulbind equipment, Archlich's Icebone leggings legendary? Yes. Ding. Binding successful. Tidal Star Reaper upgraded, luck increased by 10. Then, he immediately equipped the leggings. A chill penetrated his bones, like 2 blocks of polar ice completely enveloping his legs. Hiss. Chao Xing shuddered, his legs instantly covered in a layer of shimmering frost. But he quickly adjusted. The vast ice-attributed magic within his body was mobilized, rapidly absorbing and transforming the chill from the leggings. In the blink of an eye, the biting chill vanished, replaced by a refreshing comfort. When the Icebone leggings were successfully bound, Chao Xing's aura intensified again. He now wore the Great Lich's Frost Soul robe and Great Lich's Icebone leggings, the Ice Dragon crown on his head, and the ancient winter boots on his feet. In his right hand, he grasped the astrology staff, and in his left, he held the Starfall Codex. With the blessing of 3 legendary pieces of equipment, he was constantly surrounded by starlight and icy power, exuding the aura of a powerful warrior. The sheer opulence of this outfit would make anyone envious. Not bad, you're becoming more and more like a great mage. Chao Xing admired it narcissistically for a moment, then began to examine his other gains. In addition to the legendary Icebone leggings, the 2 Rat King's treasure bags also contained 5 pieces of epic equipment. Chao Xing took a quick look and found that the base level of the equipment was all level 100, with decent stats. He quickly reviewed the equipment of the territory's core warriors, and quickly decided who would receive it. This Soul Slayer Codex increases spell damage by 25%, and has a chance to directly inflict significant true damage to the enemy. Give it to the territory's mage, Alan. The sheriff's armor at the back is a light armor piece that increases agility and strength. Give it to Xiao or Mr. Qiong. As for the brave pendant and the sacrificer's crown, give them to Boji and Baifu Blackheart, respectively. After deciding who would receive the equipment, next, it's time for the dozens of Rat King enhancement stones. Including the 11 in my backpack, there are 35 in total. Together, they can raise the levels of 3 pieces of equipment by 100, increasing their stats by 400%. But these enhancement stones are limited in quantity. Good steel needs to be used wisely. Later, I see how they perform, and use them to enhance legendary equipment or even semi-artifacts. After making his decision, he put all the enhancement stones into his backpack. There was no need to examine the other spoils. Chao Xing planned to review the secret potions later, and sort them by stats, prioritizing those that could provide immediate upgrades to the elite troops about to join the battle. As for the rest, he would drop them off at the new city's pharmacy. Now, it's time to digest another resource, dream fragments. Chao Xing's gaze narrowed slightly, as he looked at the millions of fragments in his backpack. Undoubtedly, exchanging these dream fragments for relic chests and hearts of power would yield the greatest returns. They could immediately boost the territory's combat power. So, he opened the dream shop. Do you want to spend 3 million dream fragments to exchange for 2 random legendary relic chests? Do you want to spend 2 million dream fragments to exchange for 10 hero hearts? Do you want to spend 2.4 million dream fragments to exchange for 48 master level hearts of power? Yes. Exchange successful. Dream fragments reduced by 7, 400,000. At this point, all the over 7 million dream fragments I accumulated over the past month had been used up. His backpack also contained 2 new black legendary relic boxes, along with 10 hero hearts and dozens of master power hearts. Although he still had some precious blueprints left to redeem in the dream shop, with the battle imminent tomorrow, He naturally needed to use up everything he could to upgrade his inventory. Next, let's open these two relic boxes together and see if we can find the corresponding legendary relics. Chao Xing waved his hand, and two pitch-black boxes landed on the open ground before him with a clang. Open them. He clicked on them. At the same time, the two pitch-black boxes slowly opened, emanating a vast and ancient aura. In the left box, Chao Xing saw a ferocious, pitch-black claw, its surface etched with crimson patterns. A faint, beastly roar could be heard. To the right, a pair of transparent wings, seemingly carved from ice, appeared. The pair of wings appeared only half a meter in size, yet they exuded a terrifying dragon's might. The crystal-clear membranes were covered in ancient patterns. What are these? Chao Xing, puzzled, tucked the two strange relics into his backpack. Obtained, relic claws of the wild god. Obtained, relic wings of calamity. These two relics, those names sound impressive. Let me see which class's relics they belong to. With an eager look, Chao Xing quickly checked the stats. Relic, claws of the wild god. Quality, unknown. Item effect 1. These claws, imbued with the lingering power of the ancient wild god, allow beings with the power of wild beasts to break through to the legendary realm. Item effect 2. Directly absorbs the divine power contained within, replenishing 150 points of divine power. However, upon depletion of divine power, the relic will disappear. Relic, wings of calamity. Quality, unknown. Item effect 1. Before its death, a legendary dragon detached its wings and infused them with all its divine power, condensing them into a pair of indestructible wings. This condenses these wings, allowing dragon creatures to reach the legendary realm. Note, if an ice-attributed dragon creature uses this relic to reach the legendary realm, it has a higher chance of activating a legendary special ability. Item effect 2. Directly absorbs the divine power contained within, replenishing 150 points of divine power. However, the relic will disappear upon depletion of divine power. At this moment, Chao Xing's pupils narrowed, and he exclaimed in shock, "Wow! Both relics are high-level relics that increase divine power by 150 points. After opening so many relics so far, he gained some experience. Relics were categorized into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels based on their effects and the amount of divine power they increased. First, relics that replenished 100 divine power upon absorption were essentially the most common relics, or low-level. Among them, some could increase 120 or 130 divine power, which he classified as intermediate. In addition, he occasionally opened relics that increased divine power by 150. In other words, both of Chao Xing's artifacts were high-level relics. Wow, this is some incredible luck. Of course, this doesn't mean that higher-level relics will improve a breakthrough's attributes. What matters most is the breakthrough's own strength and foundation. Higher-level relics simply have a higher chance of activating special abilities. Chao Xing analyzed to himself that Wing of Calamity was transformed from a powerful ice dragon, allowing dragon creatures to break through to the legendary realm. Currently, there are only 2 dragons in my territory. Seraphis has already successfully broken through to the legendary realm. In other words, there's only one choice for this relic. That's the demon dragon Bing Bing. As the last pet to join the territory, Bing Bing possesses immense potential. After Chao Xing's meticulous training, it quickly soared to the maximum level of 100, and its potential has reached the dominant level. In other words, Bing Bing now meets all the requirements for a legendary breakthrough. It's just right. This little fellow is still in his growth phase, and I just opened my bag and obtained 2 more jade elephant hearts. Together with the remaining 1, that makes a total of 3. According to the item's description, this jade elephant heart contains extremely pure life force, capable of accelerating the growth of plants and animals by 200 years. This will allow Bing Bing to grow even faster. Yes, you heard correctly. Although this little creature has reached the maximum level of 100, its combat power overwhelming its peers, it's still just a young dragon in its growth period. There's no way around it. Dragons have an extremely long lifespan. At its normal growth rate, it will take at least several hundred years to reach adulthood. So Chao Xing whistled softly. Whoa! Then, a sound of air breaking came from the west side of the territory. Whoosh, whoosh! A young dragon with a wingspan exceeding 6 meters, its entire body covered in frosty, transparent scales, streaked through the sky. It maintained its graceful flight, leaving a trail of shimmering ice crystals in the air. It looked breathtakingly beautiful. The beautiful young dragon swiftly flew to its master's side and folded its wings. It lowered its head, gently rubbing the back of Xiaoxing's hand with its cool dragon scales, and looked at its master with a gaze filled with affection and anticipation. Xiaoxing smiled, then patted Bingbing's head. Little Bingbing, you've been doing well lately. Next, are you ready to enter a new stage? Bingbing tilted her head, a puzzled glint in her icy blue dragon eyes, her long tail gently swaying behind her. Taking advantage of its adorable appearance, Xiaoxing couldn't help but touch its dragon horn again. Then, he pulled 3 crystals radiating an emerald luster from his backpack. Warm life energy flowed within them. Meanwhile, Bingbing's eyes lit up with longing, sensing the vast vitality contained within these 3 crystals. It let out a coquettish low moan, nuzzling Xiaoxing's palm with its head, as if anticipating a feeding from its master. Little one. Xiaoxing smiled, and without letting it wait too long, he tossed 3 jade elephant hearts into the air. Little Bingbing leaped nimbly, opening its dragon maw and precisely swallowing the 3 heart-shaped crystals. For the first few seconds, the entire square was silent, seemingly unchanged. Bingbing glanced down at herself in confusion, then looked back at her master with a questioning look. Just then, boom, boom, a strong heartbeat suddenly erupted from Bingbing's body, echoing through the square like a drum. A dazzling emerald green light began to seep from the gaps between its scales, and its entire body was enveloped in a cocoon of life energy. Bingbing's body began to tremble violently. A few seconds later, it suddenly raised its head, and let out a resounding dragon roar. Ing! The next moment, the green cocoon of light shattered, and a vast breath of life dissipated. Bingbing began frantically absorbing the vast energy contained within the heart of the jade elephant. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by a series of low dragon roars, Bingbing's body began to transform at a visible speed. The muscles in its limbs gradually bulged, its horns grew thicker and sharper, and its tail sprouted sharp icy spikes. Its size also expanded rapidly. 10 meters. 15 meters. 20 meters. In the blink of an eye, the young dragon had grown into a behemoth over 20 meters tall. The intense chill emanating from its body caused the temperature within the stasis magic shield to plummet by more than 10 degrees. The shield's surface was suddenly coated with a thick layer of ice crystals, emitting a crackling sound of freezing. Then, a torrent of dragon power erupted, instantly sweeping across a radius of dozens of kilometers. Boom! Chapter 835. Bingbing's transformation also caught the attention of Seraphis, another legendary dragon in the territory. Like an ancient creature awakening from the polar glaciers, its dark blue vertical pupils fixed their gaze on the transforming dragon. At this moment, the 2 dragons' mighty power clashed fiercely in the air, causing the entire territory to tremble. However, Seraphis's unleashing of dragon power seemed to accelerate Bingbing's absorption and growth. The speed of its transformation suddenly increased, and frosty white, transparent scales quickly covered its body. Finally, Bingbing's growth ceased when its wingspan reached 35 meters. It had completely absorbed the life energy contained in the 3 jade elephant hearts. A system prompt appeared. Your pet, Bingbing, has successfully absorbed 3 jade elephant hearts and has achieved accelerated growth. This growth period, 450 years. Ding! Congratulations to your pet. Bingbing has successfully completed its growth period and entered adulthood. This breakthrough gains attribute growth, health increased by 50%, attack damage increased by 30%. Gained special ability, Dragon Thousand Forms. Dragon Thousand Forms. Able to freely change size between 1 meter and 35 meters. Maximum size depends on current maximum size. Seeing this series of prompts, Xiaoxing couldn't help but curl his lips. Great, great, as expected of a dragon creature, it's even increased by 50% and its maximum health by 30%. You have to remember, before absorbing these 3 jade elephant hearts, Bingbing already possessed a full 60 million health points and 140,000 attack points, including the Pale Tree's blessing and master level control. Now, after another transformation, its health has soared past 90 million, and its attack power has reached a staggering 170,000. You have to remember that even the former Valkyrie, Marlenina, at level 100, had attributes not as powerful as this demon dragon. This alone reveals Bingbing's incredible potential. And I have 2 dragon hearts in my backpack, which will allow Bingbing and Seraphis to advance further and become mutant overlords. Then, their potential will soar even higher, becoming true overlords of the sky. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing couldn't help but feel a surge of relief and anticipation. As for the last new ability he activated, it also made his eyes light up. Can you change size freely? That's great. In normal times, Xiao Bingbing can transform into a baby dragon and play with Xiao Chu Chu, Elisa, and the others. In battle, she can return to her full towering form. That scene must be quite impactful. He could even imagine the shocking sight of the enemy watching a tiny baby dragon transform into a mighty overlord of the skies during battle. At the same time, the demonic dragon Bing Bing in the sky, after completing its transformation, slowly folded its wings, which had once covered the sky. At this moment, its entire body was covered in crystal-clear eye scales, and the dragon horns on its head glowed with a cold light, as if they could pierce the heavens. Most astonishing was its tail. Evenly distributed ice cones grew on both sides, swaying slightly with its movements. A strange rune swirled within her dark blue vertical pupils, giving her a look of majesty and dominance. However, when Bing Bing saw her master waiting on the ground, a childlike innocence returned to her eyes. Ing! The demonic dragon shrank rapidly, transforming from a 35-meter behemoth into a 1-meter-tall dragon in the blink of an eye, resembling a delicate ice sculpture. It quickly landed beside its master, whimpering coquettishly, its awe-inspiring majesty completely lost. Xiaoxing reached out and gently stroked Bing Bing's head, a look of relief in his eyes. Little Bing Bing has grown up. Next, I take you to the next level. Then, he flipped his right hand, and a heart appeared in his hand again. This heart, however, was red and still beating powerfully. Its surface was covered in fine dragon scale patterns, as if it contained the essence of an ancient dragon. Bing Bing's dark blue pupils suddenly contracted, and her dragon body trembled unconsciously. Because, within this heart, it sensed an unprecedented longing. The little creature couldn't help but raise its head, gently rubbing at Xiaoxing's robe with its dragon claws, seemingly impatient. Xiaoxing smiled. Don't worry, this is for you. With that, he once again held the heart out to Bing Bing. However, the little dragon didn't eagerly devour the heart. Instead, it nuzzled its head against his thigh affectionately, as if expressing gratitude. Then, it opened its icy mouth and swallowed the dragon heart whole. Just 2 seconds later, Bing Bing's body began to tremble again. This transformation seemed even more violent than before. Boom! A burst of energy, utterly explosive, exploded within Bing Bing's body, instantly raising all its scales to a standing position, a blinding red light emanating from the cracks. Bing Bing's size expanded again, almost uncontrollably. In just a few seconds, it reached its original limit, its massive frame with a 35-meter wingspan trembling painfully. Roar! Roar! Bing Bing continued to let out low, painful growls. Is it the same as when Binglan absorbed the dragon heart? During this process, the user will experience extremely intense pain. Xiaoxing looked at Bing Bing's ferocious expression, a hint of worry in his eyes. However, this was its transformation, and even he could not help. Bing Bing was now striving to absorb the powerful force contained in the dragon heart, and its body underwent another transformation. Blood-colored lines began to appear beneath its once crystalline scales, its horns grew thicker, and a second pair of small wing membranes even grew at the end of its tail vertebrae. The overwhelming dragon's might swept over it for the second time. The entire territory, even the distant Spark Legion base, began to tremble under this overwhelming pressure. However, Bing Bing's absorption speed was swift this time. In less than 30 seconds, she completely suppressed the violent energy. Then, her size began to expand again. From 35 meters, she rapidly increased to 40, then 45. Finally, she broke through to 50 meters. In the sky, a behemoth, its body as clear as ice crystal, spread its wings that obscured the sky, emitting a terrifying and overwhelming pressure. A system prompt appeared. Your pet, Bing Bing, has successfully absorbed the dragon heart and transformed into a mutant overlord-level creature. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 30%. Xiaoxing smiled again. Excellent. Successfully achieved the breakthrough to mutant overlord. This level is already the limit of the limit. Next, if it breaks through to legendary, it will instantly become a leader among legendaries. Thinking of this, he was about to summon Bing Bing down from the air, allowing her to undergo her third breakthrough tonight. And the most important one, at this moment, his gaze fell on another relic. He pondered, according to the system, this relic, Claw of the Wild Beast, can allow creatures with the power of the beast to break through to legendary. The concept of beast power is a bit vague, meaning its scope of application should be very wide. After all, pets like the woolly mammoth Dabai, the snowy storm bear Volibear, and the frost moose Xiaolin are all beasts. In other words, these pets, like Bing Bing, could also transform into legendary creatures tonight. At this moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared in Xiaoxing's mind. If it's simply about mastering the power of wild beasts, then druid should count, right? After all, Andrew can transform not only into bear form, but also into behemoth form. This ancient beast seems more suited to the power of this bone claw. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. So, Chao Xing pressed the communicator to his ear and said, "Andrew, come to the center of the territory to meet me." The druid's calm voice soon came through the communicator. "Nature heeds your call." A few minutes later, the druid, dressed in a white cotton coat and walking like a giant bear, trotted over to Chao Xing. "Lord, please command." He bowed slightly, his deep voice carrying a natural rhythm. Chao Xing nodded slightly, then directly pulled the bone claw imbued with powerful ferocity from his backpack. "Andrew, take a look at this." The druid reached out his heavy hand and took the bone claw. His rough fingers gently stroked the surface, narrowing his eyes as he examined it carefully. A solemn look crossed his previously calm features. This bone claw seems to contain a monstrous ferocity. Its owner must have been a predator at the top of the food chain in ancient times. Chao Xing asked, "Do you think you can absorb the power contained in this bone claw?" Hearing this, Andrew understood the Lord's meaning. He was preparing to absorb the power of this bone claw and use it to achieve a breakthrough to legendary status. He took a deep breath, a look of determination etched across his rugged face. "I give it a try." Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, then wait for me to call Bing Bing down, and then we can break through together." Andrew placed his right hand on his chest in a salute. "Nature obeys your command." With that, he stepped aside and waited quietly. At the same time, Chao Xing made a subtle move. Bing Bing in the sky immediately recognized his master's command and let out a joyful dragon roar. Then, its body shrank rapidly to 2 meters, its wings folded into an elegant arc, and it landed steadily beside Chao Xing. After 2 consecutive breakthroughs tonight, the dragon had already felt the thrill of a surge in power. It seemed extremely happy, circling Chao Xing continuously. However, when Chao Xing unsheathed the pair of crystal-clear wings of calamity, radiating a powerful dragon's might, his gaze was riveted not only by Xiao Bing Bing, but also by Andrew. "Woo!" A low whimper echoed, and Xiao Bing Bing once again gazed longingly at her master with pitiful eyes. Chao Xing smiled. "Don't worry, you achieve a breakthrough." He then pulled 2 legendary hearts from his backpack. He handed one to Andrew and held the other in his hand, ready to help Bing Bing absorb it. Speaking of which, after the decisive battle of the Blood Rebellion, he had accumulated nearly 10 legendary hearts in his backpack. But after allowing the powerful warriors in the territory to achieve breakthroughs one after another, they had now been used up. After these 2 were used up, only the last one remained in the backpack. In other words, Andrew and Bing Bing only had 1 chance to fail. If both creatures failed, only one of them would have a second chance at a breakthrough. Of course, this was a worst-case scenario. After all, both Andrew and Bing Bing possessed astonishing potential. One was at the Overlord level, the other a mutated Overlord. Add to that Chao Xing's recent success in binding legendary equipment, and his luck had skyrocketed. The probability of failure was quite small. So, he waved his hand and said, "All right, let's begin the breakthrough." "Yes, Lord." Andrew responded first, then gently crushed the heart of power in his hand. Crack! At the same time, Chao Xing approached Bing Bing and crushed a heart of power as well. Pure power flowed from his hand, landing entirely on Bing Bing's crystal-clear body, where it was rapidly absorbed. Then, the aura of the man and the dragon began to rise steadily. After reaching a certain threshold, the power contained within the legendary heart was completely absorbed. Then came the second, most crucial step, absorbing the divine power contained within the relic. As Andrew gently lifted the broken bone claw, an ancient and ferocious aura emanated from it. Chao Xing also placed the pair of transparent dragon wings on Bing Bing's back. They simultaneously released their internal powers, drawing upon the divine power contained within the relic, and then absorbing it once more. The next moment, boom! A primal and violent force erupted from Andrew. His body underwent a startling transformation. One moment, it transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant bear, its fur standing on end like steel needles. Then, it transformed into a winged owl, its wings gleaming with star-like light. It transformed into a behemoth, over 10 meters tall, its sharp claws tearing through the ground with ease. Elsewhere, the demon dragon Bing Bing roared in agony. Roar! Roar! Swish! 2 bloody scars suddenly appeared on its back, and a pair of brand new dragon wings began to grow rapidly. Mysterious symbols swirled across the crystal-clear wing membranes, resembling runes from ancient dragon language. In the blink of an eye, the vast dragon wings were fully grown. These new wings were even wider and thicker than before. If the wings before were made of individual ice ridges, now they were constructed from pure millennial black ice. Whoosh! Each flap brought a bone-chilling chill. The auras of the two creatures continued to rise, their bodies undergoing astonishing changes. When this aura accumulated to a critical point, it seemed to break through some limit. Boom! Two completely different energy storms surged into the sky. This time, the vastness and intensity of the aura far surpassed the demon dragon Bing Bing's two previous breakthroughs. The ground within a radius of dozens of kilometers was shaking violently. The snow on the distant peaks began to roll down, triggering a massive avalanche. Cracks appeared on the frozen lake, as if the entire earth was trembling under the pressure of this force. Sensing these two violent auras, many powerful individuals in the territory were awakened from their slumbers and left their homes. They arrived at the center of the territory and gazed in amazement at the two creatures undergoing breakthroughs. Brown stroked his smooth head and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that Mr. Andrew? Gods be damned, it looks terrifying now." Alyssa, on the other side, exclaimed, "That dragon is Xiao Bing Bing. Wow, how did it suddenly grow so big? It's mighty, but not cute at all." The little girl pouted, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Under the gaze of the crowd, the breakthrough process lasted a full 10 minutes. The breakthroughs of these two creatures were like a long simmering torrent, finally breaking through a dam. As the last trace of divine power was absorbed, their auras officially reached another level. The two powerful creatures simultaneously took a deep breath, raised their heads, and unleashed a deafening roar towards the sky. Roar! Moan! Across the snowy plains, the sky for hundreds of kilometers suddenly shifted dramatically. The thick clouds ripped apart. The magical beasts in the jungle trembled at the roars, crawling on the ground, afraid to move. Some vengeful spirits hiding underground were shattered by the sound waves, their souls shattered and emitting shrill screams. Even some spies sent by the Northwind Alliance to gather information turned pale, and their legs weakened under the pressure of this aura. They stared in the direction of the territory with horror, their voices trembling. Such a terrifying aura. Another person in this otherworldly lord's territory has reached legendary. And two of them this time. Thinking of this, the spies suppressed their fear and frantically pulled out their communication tools. We must get this message back as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the distant Northwind Kingdom, on a snow-covered plain, it was late at night, and the cold wind blew like sharp ice knives. Hundreds of thousands of fully armed soldiers formed a square formation, awaiting the king's orders, their dense military flags fluttering in the chill wind. Frost had formed on their armor, and their breath formed into a stream of white mist, like swirling clouds. Furthermore, in each of the four directions of this plain, east, south, west, and north, stood a massive portal 100 meters high. The portals continuously emitted a stream of light, transporting the elite troops of the various kingdoms. In addition to the vast number of royal soldiers, there were also heavily armored iron knights, tribal warriors riding snow mammoths. And at the forefront stood the heavily armored shield guards, followed by lancers wielding 3-meter-long spears, and behind them a vast army of archers. Most importantly, their flying armies also filled the skies. A swarm of wyverns, covering the sky, let out a shrill cry. Thousands of griffin knights circled the sky, and graceful horned eagles carried sentinels across the battlefield. At the forefront of the battlefield, a variety of large-scale war tools were deployed. Tens of thousands of siege crossbows had been set up, magicians were charging their magical catapults, and soldiers were adjusting the attack angles of their artillery. From war golems modeled after war golems to indestructible death chariots, and a variety of large-scale tools. And so on and so forth, an endless variety of war equipment emerged. This was the foundation of the 5 kingdoms of the Northwind Alliance, now almost all on display across this icy plain. They would give their all for the decisive battle with the 4 kingdoms tomorrow. Chapter 836. The Northwind Alliance is determined to throw all its weight behind the 4 kingdoms in a decisive battle. The commanders-in-chief of each legion stood on a high platform, continuously mobilizing for war. For the glory of the Northwind Alliance. For the unification of the entire North. Let us fight together until victory. Fight! 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 Every soldier gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes burning with fighting spirit and determination. They didn't know why the Northwind Alliance had gone to war with the 4 Kingdoms Alliance, nor did they know the sacrifices this war would bring. But they could only be loyal to their country, and to the weapons in their hands. High in the sky, 5 powerful figures guarded a suspended magical platform. A woman in a red robe stood proudly. Queen Cassa held her staff, continuously channeling spatial power to maintain the stable operation of the 4 teleportation arrays. Her face had turned extremely pale, and the spatial crystal at the top of her staff had already begun to show tiny cracks. It was clear that even Queen Kassa, a legendary powerhouse, could not withstand such a massive spatial energy drain. If it weren't for the assistance of other legendary powerhouses nearby, maintaining the divine power output, the teleportation array would have collapsed long ago. Of course, another group of legendary powerhouses from the Northwind Alliance were also busy. They were flying at high speed around the edge of a vast circle with a diameter of 10 kilometers. With each step, they scattered large quantities of space crystals, enhanced mithril ingots, and other extremely precious materials onto the ground. From their movements, it seemed as if they were constructing some kind of large-scale spatial array. The fallen materials were quickly absorbed by the magic circle, emitting bursts of faint blue light. A complex and mysterious rune pattern gradually took shape on the ground, and the surrounding space began to distort and fluctuate strangely. At the same time, King Yiming, standing beside Queen Kassa, frowned. He asked in a low voice, "Kassa, are you sure about this plan? To construct this array, we've almost exhausted half the kingdom's accumulated space crystals, and several other kingdoms have also paid a hefty price. If it doesn't work, not only will we lose everything, but we won't be able to teleport our troops there. Then we'd be in trouble." Queen Kassa glanced at him helplessly, saying, "I've only read about this ancient space array in books, but I've never actually used it. But if we want to teleport so many people at once, this is the only way. Do you think a legendary mage like me could teleport such an army across tens of thousands of kilometers to the Ice Crystal Kingdom?" She glanced at King Yiming with resentment, a flicker of fatigue in her eyes. King Yiming was silent for a moment, but finally nodded and said no more. At this point, they could only trust Queen Kassa. At this moment, an urgent message came through the communication device at King Yiming's ear. After hearing it, his expression changed slightly. King Yiming quickly said, "Everyone, we must act quickly. According to the intelligence sent by the scouts, 2 more legendary powerhouses have emerged from the territory of that otherworldly lord." Upon hearing this, the faces of the legendaries on the field suddenly changed drastically. 2 more legends have appeared? How is this possible? An old legend exclaimed in disbelief. "Damn it! And at this very moment, is this a warning to us?" They exchanged glances, uneasiness in their eyes. The Silver Lion King said solemnly, "It's fine. Unless a demigod appears, the impact on the battle will be minimal." He glanced at King Yiming standing beside him. "Yiming, tell those people to keep their eyes on the otherworldly lord's territory. If any demigod activity appears, notify us immediately. Then we charge forward and begin the decisive battle." He slowly drew the golden lion-headed sword from his waist and pointed it in the direction of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. "Everyone! Even though Kai is dead, the glory of the Northwind Alliance remains. When the Silver Lion roars, the enemy will once again remember the fear of the Northwind army. Like the unending cold wind, our will is as strong as that wind. This battle must be won." His words resonated in everyone's heart like a drumbeat. Since Kai's death, the Silver Lion King had become the voice of the entire Northwind Alliance. A group of legendary warriors were moved by his words. They gazed towards the Ice Crystal Kingdom, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Chao Xing stood in the center of his territory, excitedly watching the system prompts that had just flashed by. "Your territory member, Andrew, has successfully reached legendary status. His class druid has been upgraded to Wild Fury Druid, and his level cap has been raised to 150. This breakthrough increases his basic stats by 1000%, his attack range by 200%, and his territory's prosperity by 500. Due to his significant power increase, his special ability, Savage Frenzy, legendary passive, has been activated. Andrew's divine power function has been enabled. Your pet, Bing Bing, has successfully reached legendary status. His class Frost Dragon has been upgraded to Scourge Dragon, and his level cap has been raised to 150. This breakthrough increases his basic stats by 1000%, his attack range by 200%, and his territory's prosperity by 500. Due to his significant power increase, his bloodline abilities, Scourge Avatar, legendary passive, Scourge, Eternal Winter's Embrace, legendary active, have been activated. Bing Bing's divine power function has been enabled." Great! Andrew and Bing Bing both successfully broke through in one go, and both also successfully awakened their legendary skills. And Bing Bing actually awakened 2 legendary skills at once. Chao Xing felt a surge of joy, his lips curling up unconsciously. Sure enough, the investment and training in Bing Bing was worth it. This Arctic Dragon gave me quite a surprise after reaching legendary. With anticipation, he glanced at their newly activated abilities. Wild Frenzy, passive. Level, Legendary. Skill effect. When Andrew transforms into beast form, his transformation time is extended by 300%. After entering the transformed form, attack power increases by 1% every second, stacking up to 150%. Also, after killing an enemy in melee combat, the player instantly recovers 0.5% of their health and briefly enters a fury state, increasing their attack speed and critical strike chance by 50%. Note: the bonus attack power disappears after switching to another form or undoing the transformation. After watching Andrew's skill, Chao Xing was stunned. Wow, so outrageous. Not only does it increase attack power by 150%, but it also restores health based on a percentage after killing an enemy. This Andrew is directly transformed into a behemoth, charging into the army and slaughtering them indiscriminately. Who else can stop it? Clearly, this passive skill has boosted this druid's combat power to an incredible degree. After all, what does a 150% attack power increase for a legendary powerhouse mean? That's equivalent to at least 1.5 million attack points. Combined with the terrifying power of behemoth form, it's a complete battlefield slayer. Kill any god or Buddha who stands in your way. Too perverted. Although Chao Xing sighed, he could barely suppress the smile on his face. Then, he brought up Bing Bing's dashboard and checked her newly acquired legendary skills. 2 at that. Catastrophe Incarnation, passive. Level, Legendary. Skill effect. When Bing Bing's health reaches 0, she will immediately be revived once to full health and officially enter Catastrophe Dragon form. In Catastrophe Dragon form, attack damage and attack units are increased by 100%. All attacks will randomly trigger 3 types of catastrophe effects: Arctic Storm, Earth Collapse, and Super Blizzard. Range increases with level. In Catastrophe Dragon form, Eternal Winter's Embrace. Level, Legendary. Power cost, 30. Skill effect. Unleashes a 10 km diameter Doomsday snowstorm, which follows the movement of the Scourge Dragon. Duration, 30 to 100 seconds. Once in this form, 1 point of mana is consumed each second. Note: I am the beginning of the end, the shadow that obscures the sun, the knell of destruction. My purpose is for this moment. Witness your death and despair, mortals. Eternal Winter's Embrace. Level, Legendary. Mana cost, 30. Skill effect. Unleashes a Doomsday snowstorm with a diameter of 10 kilometers. This snowstorm will follow the movement of the Scourge Dragon. Units caught in the snowstorm will take attack power asterisk 245%. Ice damage 3 times per second and receive stacks of Frost Mark, reducing attack/move speed by 5% per stack, up to 10 stacks. If the target reaches 10 stacks, it will be instantly frozen for 3 to 5 seconds. Upon thawing, it triggers an ice explosion, dealing ATK asterisk 450% area damage. A frost trail is left behind on the ground where the storm passes, lasting 60 minutes. Units caught within it will be slowed by 50% and suffer continuous frostbite. Ice storm travel range, 30 to 300 kilometers. After 30 kilometers, each kilometer travel consumes an additional 1 mana point. Maximum skill duration, 20 to 60 seconds. After 20 seconds, each additional second sustained consumes an additional 1 mana point. Skill cooldown, 48 hours. Note: the storm has arrived. All is silent. This is the will of the Scourge. Anyone who enters Eternal Winter will have their flesh turned to frost, their soul frozen. This is the eternal sleep I grant you. After witnessing the 2 legendary skills of the demonic dragon Bing Bing, Chao Xing was completely stunned and speechless. Its transformation and increased strength seemed to have far exceeded his imagination. In fact, it was far beyond the reach of even ordinary legendaries. No wonder even Bing Bing's mother said this little dragon's potential far surpassed hers. Now it seems true. Chao Xing took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and continued his analysis. These 2 skills have elevated Bing Bing's survivability and destructive power to a new level. Catastrophic Incarnation allows it to be revived once at full health. Counting Holy Light Redemption, that means it can be revived twice. Furthermore, after this little creature is revived, its destructive power and defense will be greatly enhanced, and all attacks will trigger the catastrophic effect. Although Chao Xing didn't know the specific performance of this natural scourge effect, he suspected it wouldn't be bad. As for the second active skill, it's even more terrifying. Not only does its attack range reach an astonishing 10 kilometers, but it also moves with Bing Bing's movements. This is the true embodiment of the natural scourge. He could even imagine the scene. On the tranquil battlefield, a devastating, Arctic storm suddenly erupted. And above this storm, the natural scourge dragon, Bing Bing spread its icy wings, obscuring the sky. The storm roared and raged at its will. Every flap of its wings intensified the storm, and every dive caused glaciers to crack the earth. If the enemy can't interrupt it, then relying solely on this skill, regardless of the cost, it could even wipe out an entire region's worth of life. This destructive power is even comparable to that of a demigod skill. So powerful. No wonder this skill, displaying its most destructive power, requires so much divine power. Chaoxing explained in admiration, then brought up the new attribute panels for the two legendary creatures. Name, Andrew. Race, Druid. Occupation, Wild Fury Druid. Level 100, Legendary Creature. Potential, Domination. Divine Power, 0/100, naturally regenerates 1 mana point per day. Detailed attributes, click to view. Chaoxing's pet, Bing Bing. Race, Dragon. Creature type, Scourge Dragon. Level 100, Legendary Creature. Potential, Mutated Domination. Divine Power, 0/100, regenerates 1 mana point per day. Detailed attributes, click to view. After reviewing Andrew and Bing Bing's attributes, Chaoxing nodded again with satisfaction. As he predicted, the two creatures' attributes were already among the best among legendaries upon their breakthrough. More importantly, their breakthrough would bring significant improvements to the territory. Andrew's spirit had now reached 190,000, and after using Life Blossom, he was recovering nearly 200,000 HP per second. In other words, with Chaoxing's eyes healing and a series of potions, the warriors throughout the territory were now recovering over 600,000 HP per second. You can imagine how terrifying this statistic was. Andrew also had another status skill, Thorns. This skill grants a damage reflection aura, reflecting a fixed amount of damage, 10,241 plus Andrew's agility *0.5. This translates to over 100,000 damage reflected from every melee attack. This meant that even enemies below level 5, with less than 500,000 HP, would be easily killed by a few attacks. The enemy will surely despair when faced with this army, not only invincible but also capable of rebounding massive damage upon its attacks. Chaoxing couldn't help but smile at the thought of the battlefield. As for the demonic dragon Bing Bing, it's even more impressive. After reaching legendary status, its destructive power has reached a terrifying level. However, Chaoxing was even more concerned about its commander-level skill, Endless Ice Abyss Flower. This skill allows for cross-level control of enemies. In other words, now a legendary level Bing Bing, this skill could freeze a demigod. Thinking of this, Chaoxing nodded again with satisfaction. Great. Another way to deal with demigods. With my current territory's strength, as long as Brown can hold on, taking on 2 or 3 demigods at once will be a piece of cake. If Marina enters her second form, she can easily defeat 4 or 5. Add to that the old king's holy sword of the kingdom. Chaoxing's eyes grew cold. As long as no gods arrive tomorrow, I kill as many demigods as I can. At that moment, a surge of confidence surged within him. Even on the other side, Elisa and the others gazed in shock at the towering figure in the sky. The little girl gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow! Bing Bing's gotten so big! Like an iceberg." At this moment, the demon dragon Bing Bing's wingspan had officially reached 150 meters. While not as massive as Seraphus's 300-meter wingspan, its appearance was even more magnificent and imposing. The crystalline dragon's horns shone like an ice crown, and its body was covered in thick scales, resembling blocks of millennial black ice. Its slender tail was flanked by rows of sharp ice spikes, each tip condensing a scourge core. Every swing left a trail of frost in the air. And with each flap of its wings, the temperature of the entire territory dropped several degrees, as if the world's fire had been extinguished by the dragon's arrival. At the same time, Chaoxing smiled and raised his hand. "Bing Bing, come down." After receiving its master's command, the scourge dragon let out a long roar, and its massive body suddenly glowed with an icy blue light. Elisa's eyes widened, watching in shock as Bing Bing's size rapidly shrank. From a behemoth that obscured the sky, it shrank in the blink of an eye to a tiny dragon, just over a meter long. This scene was completely beyond the young girl's imagination. When Bing Bing flew obediently to Chaoxing's side, Elisa could no longer contain her excitement and rushed over impatiently. She opened her arms and immediately embraced the adorable little ice dragon. "Wait!" Chaoxing suddenly warned. Bing Bing's coldness hasn't dissipated yet. Before she finished her words, Elisa had already pulled Bing Bing into her arms. Crack! Crack! A shimmering sound echoed, and the little girl was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, her face still radiating excitement. Seeing this, everyone's faces shifted to strange expressions, some unable to resist a laugh. Xiaoxing said helplessly, "I told you to wait." The miniature Bing Bing tilted her head and blinked innocently at her icy eyes. "Little Bing Bing," thought Elisa. "Een." The little dragon nodded gently, immediately carrying out its master's command. It opened its small mouth and inhaled sharply. Whoosh! The next moment, the frost on Elisa's body dissipated at a visible speed. "Achoo!" The little girl sneezed immediately, then said with a look of resentment, "Ugh! Little Bing Bing, how could you freeze me?" Chapter 837. Bing Bing flapped her wings, still tilting her head, looking at her with a harmless expression. Elisa's eyes lit up again. "Wow! Little Bing Bing is so adorable. Come hold her." She reached out again and lifted little Bing Bing into her arms. Little Bing Bing flapped her wings, resisting, repeatedly sending Elisa flying. With her current legendary dragon power, a single flap of her wings could send Elisa flying for thousands of meters. And yet, the little girl kept coming over, insisting on holding the young dragon. Watching the playful banter between the dragon and the human, everyone smiled gently. At this moment, Andrew stepped forward and said devoutly, "Thank you, Lord, for allowing me to successfully awaken the power of the wilderness. Now, I am also a legendary druid." Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. "As one of my earliest followers, this is what you deserve, Mr. Andrew. Now, go back and rest for a while. Tomorrow morning, I will recast life bloom and thorns on the warriors." Andrew bowed his head and placed a hand on his chest. "As you command, kind lord." With that, he left. Elisa and Bing Bing quickly left to play elsewhere. Soon, Xiaoxing was the only one left. He glanced at his backpack and whispered, "Next, I must digest those hero hearts and master power hearts to enhance the strength of the others." Currently, he had 10 hero hearts and over 50 master power hearts in his backpack. After some deliberation, he quickly selected the individuals who would break through. Then, Xiaoxing pressed the communication device to his ear and summoned all the key members of his territory who hadn't yet reached the hero or master realm. In half an hour, all the power hearts were digested. And Xiaoxing's territory now had 8 more heroes and 43 master-level warriors. Among these hero-level warriors were Wild Boar Warrior Raphael, Centaurs Cantel and Canar, and Nightmare Archer Mona. In addition, there were several female Dragon Blood warriors, Alice, Janice, and others. Basically, the vast majority of the core combat force had already broken through to the hero realm. As for the newly promoted masters, there were so many that there was no need to list them one by one. A few minutes later, Xiaoxing walked alone along the cobblestone path of his territory, patting his backpack with satisfaction. Yes, the rewards from the Scrit event and the Dream Fractal event have been largely consumed. As expected, the territory's combat effectiveness has significantly increased again. He paused, then glanced at another item in his backpack, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Next, we need to determine the next person to reach demigodhood. After this period of accumulation, Xiaoxing's divine power fragments reserves have exceeded 300. This is more than enough for one person to reach demigodhood and activate their divinity. However, who should reach demigodhood first requires careful consideration. Currently, there are 3 legendary powers in my territory who have reached the maximum level: Lu Mushua, Isabel, and Zweilen. Zweilen is out of the question. While he's been performing well recently, I'm not ready to cultivate him as a confidant. In other words, the candidate for the demigod breakthrough must be between Isabel and Lu Mushua. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing frowned slightly, lost in thought once again. After all, each of these two would bring a powerful boost to the territory after reaching demigod status. The most ideal candidate at this point is naturally Lu Mushua. Her powerful status skills, if successfully ignited by the divine fire, would grant everyone in the territory unimaginable combat power, ushering in a qualitative transformation. However, her demigod breakthrough also has 2 drawbacks. First, due to her survivor status, she cannot advance to higher potential, making the success rate of the breakthrough low. Failure to achieve this level will not only result in a 20-level penalty, but also a minimum 7-day weakening effect. The second drawback is that, as a support class, Lu Mushua's actual combat power is not very strong. Even if she enters Seraph Archangel form, she can only contend with overlords of the same rank. In other words, even if she ignites the divine fire, she can only defeat a demigod at best. Add to that the fact that she's pregnant. So whether or not to allow her to break through remains to be seen. As for Isabel, her success rate is much higher than Lu Mushua's due to her overlord-level potential. Furthermore, as she's a native of this world, and with the aid of the Holy Scripture of Light, once she becomes a demigod, her combat power will be even greater than Lu Mushua's, and she easily be able to defeat two at once. If combined with her Holy Light banishment, she could become an absolute master on the battlefield. However, her status skills aren't powerful, and their impact on other members of the territory isn't noticeable. In general, these two breakthroughs each have their strengths and weaknesses. After a moment's reflection, a hint of determination dawned in Xiaoxing's eyes. He gradually pressed the communication device at his ear. Time flew by, and several hours passed. The night had already passed. The next day, as the dawn light shone from the horizon, illuminating the entire snowy plain, the territory, silent all night, sprang into action as if it had been activated. City dweller Chao Yi quickly commanded, "Hurry, hurry! Everyone, get moving! Today, we all head to the outer city to prepare for the reception. Add 500 staff members to the cafeteria and prepare today's meals. Welcome team, change clothes, and begin rehearsals." As he issued his orders, thousands of staff members quickly emerged from their quarters and rushed to their respective posts at top speed. Soon, enticing aromas wafted from the cafeteria, a blend of the smoky aroma of toasted bread and the rich odor of stewed meat. Groups of polar men pushed large war machines from the inner city to the outer city walls. Everyone knew that today was the completion ceremony for the giant city, and many important guests would be arriving. As territory staff, they were responsible for ensuring all logistical support. Even on the other side, the combatants were already geared up. They quickly donned their armor and formed up in the square. Everyone looked up, their eyes fixed on the man in front of them with enthusiastic enthusiasm. He was clad in a frosty white robe, crowned with an ice crystal crown, and exuded a cold and majestic aura. He was their lord. Xiaoxing didn't say much. After all, he had already explained everything he needed to last night. The warriors were now filled with fighting spirit, their eyes blazing with fire. So, Xiaoxing quickly distributed the equipment and secret medicines he had acquired the previous night, according to their respective classes. Then he unleashed the Ring of Blessing, strengthening everyone once again. Then he vanished from the spot. No one knew where he had gone, and the combatants on the battlefield didn't ask. Under the command of the various legion commanders, everyone quickly formed up. They passed through the gates of the inner city and arrived at the vast outer city. And then, according to their respective classes, they headed to various locations within the great city. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Attention all survivors. You have successfully survived the 95th day of the unstable period. Event, Dream Fractal ends in 58 days. Today's weather, sunny, light breeze, low, minus 57 degrees Celsius to minus 61 degrees Celsius, suitable for outdoor activities and territory development. When the notification ended, survivors around the world awoke. They rubbed their sleepy eyes and eagerly opened their chat channels. It's dawn, brothers. Today is a day full of hope. Is anyone on Dream Fractal 11? Looking for a team? Take me. I'm a level 81 Snow Hunter with a level 70 Epic Longbow. Great damage. Withering Lost Longbow Orange. Level 74 Aurora Knight looking for a team. The shield is a level 70 Epic Buckler. It's powerful for attack, defense, and healing. You deserve this all-around teammate. Royal Knight Shield, Orange. Have you been to the Greedy Caverns? Although the Golden Script Treasure event has ended, another major event, Dream Fractals, is still open. During this period, everyone has reaped significant benefits from these two events. Especially those survivors who participated in the Script Treasure and acquired powerful equipment are eager to enter the Dream Fractals and show off their skills. The screen is constantly flooded with information about team formations, interspersed with messages showing off their top-tier equipment. Of course, besides the dungeon event, there's another event that has captured the attention of many survivors. Most survivors know that the server's #1 giant city will hold a grand completion ceremony today. Survivors in Area 1 are speaking out in the chat channel. Brothers of the Spark Legion, when will the livestream start? Hurry! Why is the screen still black? I've been sitting in the livestream room all night. Hurry! Hurry! I'm King Hurry! Meanwhile, after a night of travel, the survivors of the Spark Legion had arrived at the foot of the towering city. Everyone looked up, gazing at the towering frost walls before them. They seemed to be constructed entirely of millennial black ice, imbued with a sense of heaviness, gleaming in the morning light. However, just as they tried to approach the city gate, they were blocked by a pale blue energy shield. For now, they could only remain where they were. Someone tried to touch the shield, but was immediately pushed back by a strange force. This power was incredibly special. When your finger got within a certain distance, it was as if you entered a zone of time lag, your movement slowing down. With curiosity on their faces, they repeatedly touched this magical energy shield. Other survivors, seeing the message in the chat channel, replied, "We like to too, but there's an energy shield surrounding Boss Chaoxing's massive city, keeping us out." Yeah, I took a look, and the shield's durability is a bit outrageous, a full 1 billion. Not only that, this shield has more than just 1 billion durability. It seems to have a special power within it that's slowing us down. Hearing this, the survivors in Area 1 were stunned. Holy crap! A shield with 1 billion durability? Is that outrageous? That's insane! With that much durability, even if I just stood there, it would take me ages to fight. As expected of Boss Chaoxing's territory, its defense is unmatched. This also proves that Boss Chaoxing's territory is very safe. I really want to live in Boss Chaoxing's city, and in his heart. The guy upstairs stopped getting worked up here. Just as everyone was discussing heatedly, the pale blue shield suddenly rippled like water, then silently dissipated. The survivors of the Spark Legion were in an uproar. Oh my god, stop chatting. Look over there. The shield's gone. Everyone turned their heads, their faces beaming with joy. Ha ha. It's really gone. Does this mean we can go in? No, the city wall is still closed. At this moment, one of the survivors seemed to notice something. He pointed upwards, exclaiming, "Look there." The survivors all looked up. Atop the wall, a figure clad in a regal black dress, with a noble and elegant demeanor, had appeared. She stood dignified, her hands folded before her, her posture like a royal figure in a classical oil painting. Her brown hair gleamed in the morning light, and her stunningly beautiful face made all the survivors hold their breath. This stunning woman was none other than Victoria, the former queen of the Renoir kingdom. Remarkably, she had officially reached the heroic realm last night. At this moment, Victoria gazed down at the crowd from above, a subtly heroic aura emanating from her. She spoke nothing, scanning the crowd below with her all-seeing eyes. Under her gaze, the survivors of the Spark Legion gradually quieted down. Then, Victoria's red lips parted, and a voice as sweet as a spring emanated, "Everyone." These two words alone made everyone perk up their ears, afraid to miss any word that followed. "The Lord has informed us that you are all guests invited by him to attend the completion ceremony. He asked me to inform you that the ceremony will begin promptly at noon. Before then, you may freely explore the city, but please abide by the rules of the territory." When she mentioned the word rules, her tone intensified slightly, and the faint sound of metal clashing could be heard from the city wall. "On behalf of the territory, I welcome you all." Victoria waved her sleeve gently, and the massive black gate below slowly rose. Rumble. With the sound of turning gears, the gate gradually rose into the air, and the vague sense of oppression gradually dissipated. It was then that everyone realized that the black gate before them seemed extraordinary. The black surface was covered with lines, gleaming like bronze in the sunlight. They even saw several giant toes at the end of the gate. The shape looked more like it was polished from the hooves of some giant beast. When the gate fully opened, revealing the spacious streets and neatly arranged buildings behind it, the survivors' attention was immediately drawn there. However, even though Victoria had already opened the gate, everyone on the scene hesitated, appearing somewhat reserved. At this moment, Yao Yiming knew it was time for him to step forward. Thump, thump, thump! A rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed as Yao Yiming, riding a snow-white Arctic strider, emerged from the crowd. This strider had been found in a bag during his recent participation in the Golden Scrits treasure event. Originally a pet egg, after a period of incubation, it had grown into a majestic mount. He took the lead, saying, "Brothers of the Spark Legion, let's all enter together. This is the Captain City, so please don't be shy." With a flick of the reins, he rode his strider through the city gates. Everyone glanced at each other, then grew excited. The Deputy Commander is right. This is the Commander City. Why should we be so polite? Ha ha. I go in first. The Commander must have prepared a lot of goodies. Damn. Wait for me. The survivors, along with their fighters, swarmed into this magical city. Over 90% of the Spark Legion survivors had come for the completion celebration. Not only that, they also brought with them most of the fighters in their territories. There were over 500 lords here, and including their fighters, the number reached 100,000. With their entry, the entire city seemed to come alive, instantly bustling with activity. As soon as the lords entered, they looked around curiously. Then, they discovered the densely packed arrow towers surrounding the city walls, and the various large war tools atop them. Not only that, even within the city, at regular intervals, there are various sentry towers, master-level arrow towers, and so on. Oh my god! So many arrow towers, and they all look very high level. I recognize that white defense tower. It looks like the Tower of True Sight, capable of revealing those hiding in the shadows. Oh my god! There are so many cannons and catapults on the city walls. The firepower is terrifying. Look over there. Those 3 30-meter tall towers. They're the legendary Blood Destroyer towers. My god! Their power is terrifying. At the mention of legendary towers, the Spark Legion survivors immediately looked in their direction. When they saw the Destroyer tower's damage exceeding 10 million, and its terrifying ability to summon legendary creatures, they were stunned speechless. A female lord's mouth dropped open as she murmured, "I knew this legendary tower would be terrifyingly powerful. But I never imagined it could be this outrageous." Yeah. Summoning legendary creatures. I can't even imagine it. I regret it so much. If I known, I would have redeemed this blueprint back in the Blood expansion. You're bragging. This tower costs 200 million merits to redeem, and there's only one available server-wide. How are you going to redeem it? Chapter 838. Just as the survivors were engaged in a heated discussion, heavy footsteps echoed from the street ahead. Boom, boom, boom. It felt as if some prehistoric behemoth was slowly approaching, causing even the ground to tremble slightly. As they looked in the direction of the sound, they saw a group of 10-meter-tall war golems, constructed entirely of dark blue metal, marching in unison. The energy cores in their chests glowed with a dazzling blue light, and they exuded a suffocating, terrifying aura. Especially after receiving various blessings, the combat power of these golems has far surpassed the limits of even heroes. Coming together now, they create an even more oppressive feeling. These are those golems from the ruins. Holy crap! There are so many of them. I heard the natives covet these golems. Even a broken one can fetch a fortune. There are so many complete golems here. How much are they worth? Oh my god! Is this the power of Boss Chao Xing? The survivors stared at the scene in amazement, their eyes filled with envy. At that moment, a survivor, about 30 years old, suddenly slapped his head and said, "Stop just admiring us. Have you forgotten? We're going to start a live stream." Hearing this, the others suddenly realized something. They quickly opened the forum and clicked on the live stream post. Only then did they realize the number of people watching the live stream had reached tens of millions. They were all frantically urging the screen to respond, the barrage of comments nearly drowning out the entire screen. What are you guys from the Spark Corps doing? Why haven't you started the live stream yet? Hurry up. The baby I've been waiting for is finally here. Sheba. Are these bastards trying to trick us? Damn it. Start the live stream now. If you don't start the live stream, I curse all of you to have your little pumpkin shortened by 3 centimeters. Looking at the angry comments, the survivors of the Spark Legion felt a bit embarrassed. Attracted by the mystical buildings and artifacts in Chao Xing's territory, they'd forgotten all about it. Everyone quickly turned on the live stream. Instantly, the entire interior of the massive city came into view. The next second, the live stream exploded with activity. Holy crap! The live stream is finally live. The Spark Legion brothers Kunkin is saved. Is this Boss Chao Xing City? It's magnificent. I'm so envious. The defenses are outrageous. When will the live stream feature allow you to tip? I give you 10,000 crowns and give you a panoramic view. A flood of comments erupted, ushering in a new wave of excitement. As the Spark Legion's lords began to turn their gazes toward the defense towers and golems, exclamations of surprise erupted once again. The number of viewers in the live stream began to soar. 50 million. 60 million. 70 million. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed 100 million, and then, these 100 million viewers followed the Spark Legion's lords as they wandered through the vast city. Besides these impressive defenses, the survivors discovered new surprises with every step they took. They expressed their delight in the Legion channel. I found a bounty bulletin board in the eastern part of the city. You can post quests, and even group formations. Brothers, I've discovered the main hall of our Spark Legion's headquarters. It's huge. It can hold tens of thousands of people for a meeting. There's a mercenary headquarters on 3rd Street in the Southwest District. They're manned by a group of powerful mercenaries. They can be hired for a sufficient amount of crowns. Everyone was thrilled by the growing number of surprising discoveries. At that moment, an excited shout suddenly rang out. Come to the commercial district. There's a large tavern here, And there are beautiful elves serving as waitresses. What? Beautiful elves? The entire live stream room erupted in excitement at this news. Hurry, hurry! Go to the tavern. I want to see the elves. Brothers of the Spark Legion, get over there right now. Don't make me kneel down and beg you. Elves. I've never seen a creature of this race before. A flood of comments erupted, and everyone urged the live stream to switch the camera angle as quickly as possible. After all, the elves were a rather mysterious race in this world. Before arriving in this world, the lords, influenced by various cultural works, knew that the elves were renowned for their beauty and elegance. They were immensely curious about this race, but due to historical circumstances in this world, few had ever actually seen one. And now, the appearance of such a rare species in a city belonging to a lord from another world truly shocked and intrigued everyone. At their urging, the lords of the Spark Legion complied and quickly ran to the tavern. The livestream's perspective switched. In that magnificent tavern, a group of elven girls with silver hair, pointed ears, and creamy skin were milling about, glasses of wine in hand. Upon seeing this scene, the livestream began to flood with comments again. Oh my god! It's really the elves. They're so beautiful. So beautiful. The novels really weren't lying to me. Every elven woman is a stunning beauty. Wife. I want to marry an elf. The guy above, stop dreaming. First, see if you're rich enough to treat them to a drink. The live stream was thrown into an unprecedented frenzy. And as the Spark Legion survivors continued to explore the city, they discovered even more amazing buildings, such as the Star Medicine Shop, which sold a vast array of secret medicines, even legendary ones displayed on the counter. And the Weapon Shop, which displayed thousands of pieces of equipment, all of which were rare, with even epic equipment available in bulk. Additionally, there were training grounds, arenas, magic academies, and other buildings. The live stream's popularity skyrocketed with the appearance of these amazing buildings. The number of online users quickly surpassed 300 million. Everyone marveled at the luxurious facilities and immense power of the Chaoxing territory. Especially when they saw the survivors of the Spark Legion buying up those precious secret medicines. Their eyes almost popped out with envy. Damn it! Leave some for us. Brothers of the Spark Legion, stop buying. You're almost emptying the shop. Anyone willing to buy for me? I pay 20% of the price as a commission. Please help me buy that crescent scimitar. I'm so envious of the survivors of the Spark Legion. Next time Boss Chaoxing is hiring, I'd be the first to sign up. And so, amid the wailing and exclamations of countless spectators, 2 hours flew by. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. And yet, the celebration had only just begun. At the same time, a magnificent convoy slowly approached from outside the city. More than a dozen carriages, laden with goods, rutted through the snow, gradually carving a path. On either side of the convoy stood dozens of guards with powerful auras, each possessing an aura at least at the 4th level. At the head of the convoy was a middle-aged man, with a hooked nose, dressed in ornate long clothes. It was Jess of the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce. It was worth noting that, due to his friendship with Chaoxing, he had brought significant business to the chamber. Now, Jess had officially been promoted from vice president to president of the Chamber of Commerce. However, he did not seem to be the most senior figure in the convoy. The guards all glanced, intentionally or unintentionally, at one of the carriages inlaid with ornate patterns, their eyes filled with awe. At this moment, the carriage's curtain gradually opened, revealing the pale face of a middle-aged man. Jace, are we there yet? The merchant, Jace, immediately responded respectfully, yes, Lord City Lord, this is Lord Chaoxing's territory. The pale-faced middle-aged man raised his head and surveyed the vast city. After a moment, admiration filled his eyes. As expected of that legendary lord. This prosperity surpasses even our own, malign city, which has been developing for decades. It's hard to believe this is a territory that's only been developed for a little over a year. Jace nodded in agreement. Yes. A few months ago, Lord Chaoxing announced the city's construction, and I assumed it would take at least a few years. I didn't expect him to be so fast. It won't be long before this city's prosperity surpasses that of Everfrost. Hearing this, Earl Winston's expression shifted slightly. The guards, too, looked puzzled. Everfrost, as the Ice Crystal Kingdom's main city, was also its most prosperous and powerful. Under normal circumstances, anyone who suggested that a lord from another world could surpass the main city's territory would be treated as a joke. But now, no one could refute it. For the facts were before them. Just as everyone was sighing with emotion, the convoy arrived at the gates of the giant city and gradually slowed down. because on either side of the gate stood 2 rows of Ascalonian warriors, towering and imposing. Clad in fine armor, with rune-shaped swords dangling from their waists, their mere presence evoked an invisible sense of oppression. Seeing the convoy approach, a younger-looking Ascalonian warrior quickly stepped forward. He rested his right hand on the hilt of his sword and asked calmly, "Sir, what brings you to our territory?" Jay stepped forward, beaming, "We are from the Woodpecker Merchant Guild of Malayan City. The man next to you is the city lord, Earl Winston. I heard the news of Lord Chaoxing's completion of the great city, and I've come to offer congratulations." He glanced at Earl Winston and pointed to the dozen or so wagons laden with goods. The wagons were covered in rich silk, revealing the precious materials and treasures within. The Ascalonian warrior's expression suddenly softened upon hearing this. He sheathed his weapon and bowed slightly. "So you are guests from Malayan City. The Lord has told us that the Woodpecker Guild and Malayan City are our friends. Please follow me. I take you to the reception hall." Jace hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you for leading the way, brother." Despite the warrior's polite attitude, Jace didn't dare overstep his bounds. For he knew that in the domain of this otherworldly lord, even a gatekeeper was too much for him to afford to offend. Led by the guard, the convoy slowly entered the city. As the gates opened, the bustling scene of the city unfolded before the Woodpecker Guild's members. They were equally astonished by the city's various powerful arrow towers and defensive installations. The convoy took in the sights, passing through the city's wide streets. With every step forward, the convoy let out exclamations of surprise. Their journey was truly an eye-opener. Clean, neatly knit streets, buildings adorned with flowers, and well-trained soldiers. Goblin airships flew back and forth in the sky, showering beautiful petals. Additionally, golems patrolled the city, and otherworldly lords wandered about. The entire city was now filled with a lively atmosphere of a celebration. Earl Winston sat in his carriage, a look of emotion etched in his sunken eyes. Although it's only just beginning, this city already shows signs of a prosperous future. In the near future, I'm sure the surrounding kingdoms will know about this amazing city. Merchant Jace murmured in agreement, "Yes. Lord Chaoxing is truly an incredible being." Their eyes swept over the mighty war golems, their eyes filled with awe. Even the guards kept glancing around. Everything before them somewhat defied their expectations. Amidst exclamations of amazement, they quickly crossed the central street and arrived at the city's second ring road. Ahead, a spacious square appeared. 2 massive statues flanked the square. They were of the guardian goddess and the god of forge, each appearing majestic and sacred in the sunlight. On either side of the square were rows of ornate chairs, likely intended as viewing areas for important guests. Already standing here were a large number of well-dressed and elegantly dressed staff. Among them were the resident Chow Yi and the painter Edward. When they saw the convoy approach, they quickly approached. After learning the identity of the caravan, the elder Chow Yi smiled and said, "Dear guests from Malayan City, we have received your gifts. Someone will register them shortly. The Lord is currently attending to some matters. Please proceed to the VIP lounge. He will be out shortly." Jace and Earl Winston nodded quickly. "No problem, sir. Please lead the way." Soon, everyone in the caravan, led by the staff, entered the VIP area in an orderly manner. A few minutes later, a loud announcement echoed throughout the city. From Malayan City, Earl Winston presents a gift: 100 million crowns, 1,000 rolls of silk cloth, and a quantity of premium animal hides. In Malayan City, the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce presents a gift: 10,000 gold coins, 500 bottles of high-level secret medicine, 5,000 pieces of mithril. When the announcement sounded, the survivors across the city stopped in their tracks, faces filled with shock. "Turtle, there's even a citywide announcement. What a generous gesture. Did you hear that? The one who just gave Chaoxing a gift is a count." "I heard that. The count was willing to travel all that distance to personally present a gift to Chaoxing. What a generous gesture. These natives are so generous. They're constantly giving out hundreds of millions of crowns, along with all sorts of precious materials. I'm so envious. I've never seen so much money in my life." The audience in the live stream engaged in a heated discussion. At this moment, the survivors of the Spark Legion also spoke up in the Legion channel. "Brothers, do you think we should prepare some gifts?" "Forget it, the captain said not to do such things. Besides, with our limited wealth, he wouldn't look down on us." "That makes sense." After some discussion, the survivors of the Spark Legion gave up the idea of giving gifts. At this moment, before they could recover from the broadcast, the second convoy slowly entered the giant city and headed for the central square. Dozens of carriages lined up neatly, their inky black bodies embroidered with majestic lion heads in golden thread. As the convoy moved, the heavy wheels rustled over the cobblestones, making a ripple sound that drew the attention of the crowd. A survivor suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God! I recognize that logo. This is the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 major chambers of commerce in the Western continent." Nearby, another young man exclaimed in disbelief, "The 3 major chambers of commerce? They're also here to give gifts? This display is too extravagant." Under the gazes of the crowd, the motorcade came to a steady stop in the center of the square. The door of the front carriage slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a regal black and gold robe stepped out. Though he tried his best to maintain a dignified expression, his paunchy belly and the unintentional hint of a mercenary air significantly diminished his image. He looked like a fat lion cloaked in a regal cloak. This man was none other than Hilton of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, the elderly Chowie also approached and led the caravan to the VIP area. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a citywide announcement came on. Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Hilton, on behalf of all chamber members, congratulations to Lord Chaoxing on the completion of his megacity. Special gifts: 100 million crowns, 10,000 pieces of mithril, and a Night Lionheart gem. The survivors of this city were once again speechless at the outrageous gifts. However, the same announcement would continue at intervals. Lord of Sagala City, Leafberry, congratulations to Lord Chaoxing on the completion of his megacity. Special gifts: 5,000 sets of fine steel armor, 30 large crossbow launchers, and 100,000 enchanted arrows. Lord of Lake Dwelluin City, Orincano, wishes Lord Chaoxing great military success. Special gifts: 2 epic swords, 10 Neros cannons, and 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Viscount of Redstone Town, Fitzwalker. The announcements continued one after another, each accompanied by a display of numerous treasures. Not only the Spark Legion survivors in the city, but also the hundreds of millions of viewers watching the live stream were completely enthused, with comments flooding across the screen like a torrential rain. Chapter 839. Damn! These guys are crazy. They're even giving away 10 Neros cannons? Isn't that the Ice Crystal Kingdom's secret weapon? They're giving away thousands of blue-quality armor sets? How much is that worth? Oh my God, are these people crazy? Did Boss Chaoxing save their lives? As the barrage of comments scrolled frantically, the scene on screen continued. Time flew by, and it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. More and more guests arrived at the central square, and the VIP seats on both sides gradually filled up. Strangely, however, these city lords, or distinguished viscounts and earls, now only dared to sit cautiously in the back. The front row remained empty, as if they were waiting for something, because they knew the real heavyweights hadn't arrived yet. The guests in the entire square were silent, and even the audience in the live broadcast room noticed something was amiss. At that moment, a frightening, violent aura emanated from the distant sky. This aura, as sharp as a giant axe, split the clouds apart, and a fiery rift appeared in the distant sky. Followed by this, a powerful voice echoed. "Ha ha ha! After rushing all the way, we finally made it to Lord Chaoxing's completion ceremony." The voice boomed like thunder, instantly echoing throughout the city. The survivors of the Spark Legion looked at each other in bewilderment. Who is this person? I don't know, but judging by this aura, they must be something extraordinary. Indeed, I'm now a hero-level warrior. Even facing this kind of pressure, my legs feel weak. Perhaps. Just as they were speculating, a majestic figure clad in black royal robes soared up from the giant city and hovered in midair. This figure was, of course, Victoria. As the former Queen of Renoir, she was adept at handling such situations. A dignified yet polite voice rang out. "Welcome, Captain of the Great Axe Mercenaries. Leonard, you are our first legendary guest today. Please rest in the central square for a moment. The celebration will officially begin shortly." Hearing this introduction, the survivor's eyes once again flashed with shock. Holy crap! This one is truly a legendary. I was wondering why he had such a terrifying sense of oppression. As expected of Master Chaoxing, you're so generous. Even such a powerful figure came here in person to present a gift. Yes, the first legend has appeared. How could the second be far behind? At the same time, Leonard heard Victoria's voice, and his gaze instantly locked onto the central square. Then, with a flash of his own, he flew swiftly towards the giant city. He chose not to enter through the main gate, but instead flew through the air, leaving a dark trail beneath the awed gazes of the crowd. Of course, this was also permitted by Chaoxing, as a special treat for these legends. After landing, Leonard found a seat near the edge of the front row. Clearly, even he wouldn't dare sit in the main seat. He then retrieved a fur backpack and handed it directly to the elderly Chow Yi. A moment later, the announcement sounded again. Leonard, leader of the Great Axe mercenary group, the legendary powerhouse, presents a gift, a legendary dried heart. When the announcement ended, the entire square fell silent for a moment, then erupted in passionate cheers. The survivors exclaimed, "Holy crap! A legendary dried heart! Did I hear that correctly? Outrageous! Dryads, while valuable for hunting, are incredibly rare. It's rare to even encounter a master-level dryad, let alone a legendary one. Creatures like these are at least thousands of years old. As expected of a legendary master, his every move is truly remarkable." Including the merchants Jace and Hilton, who were sitting in the VIP seats, all gazed in awe at the burly middle-aged man. In reality, their status naturally eluded them to sitting with this powerful figure. But now, thanks to Chao Xing, they were able to come into close contact with a master of this caliber. And just as everyone expected, when the first legendary arrived, the others followed. Boom! A vast aura emanated from the distance, rapidly approaching. Moreover, this time, two auras descended simultaneously. These two auras were equally as majestic as the ocean, opening and closing with great force, even thicker and more concentrated than Leonard's. Before anyone could guess the identity of the other party, a resounding and solemn voice resounded through the heavens. King Cunard, accompanied by the kingdom's chief general, has brought congratulatory gifts to Lord Chao Xing. When the other party introduced himself, the survivors couldn't help but exclaim in amazement again. The king has come personally to present gifts? My goodness, this is such a huge honor. Brothers, the captain is truly impressive. Indeed, to have so many legendary powerhouses here in person, all influential figures from various factions, truly worthy of being our captain. They gazed at the distant sky in shock, their eyes filled with awe and intense pride, for these powerful figures, whose stomping of their feet could normally shake the entire kingdom, were now all coming for the same individual. Not only did that individual hail from the same region as them, but he was also their leader. This filled the survivors with a sense of honor. At this moment, Victoria's majestic voice rang out again. "Welcome King Cunard and General Groot to the territory. Please take your seats in the VIP area. The Lord will be out shortly." "No problem." With those words, two powerful auras transformed into streams of light, streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the central square. King Cunard, draped in a dark golden robe, his face imposing yet approachable. And Chief General Groot, the bull, stood like a towering iron, his muscles wielding a suffocating pressure. They found two seats near Leonard, exchanged glances, and nodded slightly. Captain Great Axe and the Cunard War King were old acquaintances, so there was no need for formalities. Elsewhere, Chief Warlord Groot Savage stood up and handed the elderly Chow Yi a metal box inlaid with gemstones. The announcement then blared. The Cunard Kingdom presents a gift, legendary warcraft materials, a pair of Thunderwing giant eagle eyes. The moment the box opened, two eyeballs, like vortexes of lightning, levitated, releasing a terrifying electrical current. ZZZZ. The entire city's electrical system instantly activated, lighting up the streetlights and magic circles, and arcs of blue electricity formed a web across the sky. Everyone felt a tingling sensation spread throughout their bodies, their hair standing on end uncontrollably. This powerful vision alone revealed the extraordinary power of these Thunderwing giant eagle eyes. The immense power of thunder and lightning contained within them was heart-wrenching. In the distance, the legendary Thunder Mage, Severin, could not take his eyes away from these eyeballs the moment he laid eyes on them, his face filled with intense desire. One can only say, this is truly a gift from a king, a truly powerful treasure. The survivors had experienced so many shocking events today that they were nearly numb. However, before they could recover from this latest shock, in the distant sky, 4 or 5 bright lights quickly illuminated, accompanied by a tsunami-like pressure that swept over. Even before anyone arrived, majestic proclamations echoed. King of Ice Crystal, Elton, has come to congratulate you. Queen of the Orchid Kingdom, Shia Vildas, accompanied by the late King Soren Vildas, has come to witness the ceremony. Hee. I, Grey Mist, the greatest king of the Grey Mist Kingdom, have brought my right-hand man, Cyril Phantom Mist, to join in the fun. With each voice, the sky thickened with a breathtaking, legendary pressure. Where the King of Ice Crystal passed, faint cracks appeared around him, as if even space itself was being sliced apart. The Orchid Queen flew gracefully past, orchids blooming and falling around her. The Grey Mist King was completely shrouded in swirling grey mist, surrounded by what seemed like countless crows, their cawing echoing in every direction. Throughout the huge city, Hundreds of survivors and hundreds of thousands of residents were completely stunned. Even the comments in the live stream were frantically swirling. Am I dreaming? So many legends are here? That's outrageous. Those high-ranking kings actually came in person to present gifts. Is Boss Chaoxing's status that high? This is pure imperial treatment. If I could ever reach this level, I'd die without regrets. Yes. Boss Chaoxing has truly achieved what we've all dreamed of. In the live stream, many people expressed their envy. After all, who wouldn't want to stand at the pinnacle of the world, admired by thousands, seeing a lord from another world, hailing from their own, the center of attention and receiving homage from kings? It was impossible not to envy him. Countless people secretly captured the scene, capturing it forever. Even after centuries or millennia, they would never forget what they saw today. That figure at the pinnacle caused those who held the pinnacle of power on this continent to abandon their status and come to participate in the giant city's completion celebrations. Later historical records would refer to this day as the tribute from all nations. Victoria's voice sounded timely, a note of solemnity. Welcome the monarchs of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, the Orchid Kingdom, and the Grey Mist Kingdom, as well as all the legendary masters. Please move to the VIP area and take your seats. The celebration is about to begin. Aerial, 5 figures simultaneously burst forth with heart-pounding speed. In a matter of breaths, they covered tens of thousands of meters and swiftly landed in the center of the square. Everyone's eyes were fixed on these 5 majestic and powerful figures. For this celebration, they had specially donned their most formal attire. The Ice Crystal King, clad in armor carved from ice and wielding the kingdom's holy sword, looked like a king about to embark on a campaign. The Orchid Queen, wearing a long dress carved with orchids and a 1,000-year-old amethyst crown, exuded a majestic and powerful aura. The Grey Mist King, Grey, donned a loose gray gown, though his dwarf frame caused the hem of his gown to trail on the ground, making him look rather comical. But his piercing eyes were formidable. The other 2 legendaries also donned their respective armor and robes. The appearance of these 5 legends added a touch of solemnity to the atmosphere of the vast city. So far, the number of legendaries present in this square has reached 8. Not only the livestream audience, but also Hilton, Jace, and the others in the back row were astonished. They had never seen so many legends at once. Today's scene simply stretched their imaginations. Then, the 3 kings each presented an exquisite gift box. Then, they each found a seat in the front row. The familiar announcement sounded again. Grey Mist King presents a gift, 1 magic mist ribbon, 1 raven stone. Orchid Queen presents a gift, 3 legendary magical plants, Sky Star orchid seeds, and 10 philosopher's stones. Ice Crystal King presents a gift, a land contract for the snowstorm, permanent tax exemption within the kingdom, and the kingdom's latest weapon of war, 10 cyclone cannons. As each announcement, more shocking than the last, sounded, everyone was utterly stunned. Especially when hearing about the 3 gifts presented by the Ice Crystal King, a hint of bewilderment crossed everyone's eyes. The livestream's comments were also engaged in a heated discussion. That permanent tax exemption within the kingdom is easy to understand. Boss Chaoxing won't have to pay taxes on anything he does in the Ice Crystal Kingdom from now on. But can anyone tell me what the land contract for the Snowstorm Plains is? I don't know. Does it mean he's leasing the Snowstorm Plains to him? It sounds to me like the Ice Crystal King is giving the entire Snowstorm Plains to Boss Chaoxing. He'd be the owner of this area from now on. The person above, are you dreaming? What king would voluntarily cede territory, especially such a large area? Yes. This is a bit outrageous. Not only the hundreds of millions of survivors in the live stream, but also the indigenous people in the square were perplexed, looking at the majestic figure in confusion. At this point, the Ice Crystal King knew he needed to explain himself. He slowly stood up and spoke in a deep voice. Your guess is correct. I have already gifted the entire Snowstorm Plain to Lord Chaoxing. From now on, this area will become his autonomous territory. In the Snowstorm Plain, he has absolute sovereignty, including the power to legislate, levy taxes, and maintain military presence. The old king's voice was low, but it resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. At that moment, the entire audience fell into a brief silence. Then, the live stream's barrage of comments erupted like a tsunami. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Did I hear correctly? He's actually ceding territory. King Ice Crystal is so generous, giving such a vast area to a lord from another world. What's he thinking? Doesn't this mean that Boss Chaoxing could even establish himself as king in the snowstorm? When this possibility was raised, everyone's breath caught again. Only then did they realize the true magnitude of this gift. A lord from another world would establish himself as king in this world, possessing his own territory. In this area, he could set his own taxes, have the right to allocate land, and have absolute control. The benefits would be unimaginable. If this trend continues, he could even quickly develop a kingdom. The hundreds of millions of survivors in the live stream room all had looks of bewilderment and disbelief in their eyes. Everything that happened today repeatedly defied their expectations. At this point, a survivor remarked, "I think this is quite normal. After all, Boss Chaoxing's power has long surpassed that of an ordinary legend. Forget about declaring himself king. Even if he now controlled a kingdom, what would these kings dare to say?" Hearing this, the other survivors echoed, "Yes, the Ice Crystal King is trying to win over a lord with immense potential and a promising future. If it were me, I'd give him the entire country, not just ceding territory." That being said, this is incredibly enviable. For a moment, everyone engaged in a heated discussion based on this sensational news. In the square, the legendary warriors all had varying expressions as they faced the majestic figure in battle armor. The Grey Mist King stood directly on his chair. He extended his short hand, pointed at the old king, and said, "Elton, you old fox, you quietly pulled off such a grand move. How can we possibly handle this? Are we supposed to cede territory too?" Cured War King frowned and said, "Indeed, Elton, you've done something rather unkind this time. You've gone to great lengths to bind Lord Chaoxing to your Ice Crystal Kingdom." Queen Yuan said nothing, as if she had anticipated this. Faced with the crowd's doubts, the Ice Crystal King shook his head helplessly. "You all misunderstood. Giving Lord Chaoxing the snowstorm plane was a promise I made months ago. I'm simply taking this opportunity to announce it. Furthermore, with Lord Chaoxing's potential, his future achievements will surely extend far beyond a single country or city. My Ice Crystal Kingdom is not yet able to bind him." After hearing this, everyone nodded thoughtfully. They didn't dwell on the matter any further. Then, a host of legendary figures, including representatives from various factions, quietly sat in their chairs, silently awaiting the official start of the celebration. Since the arrival of the four kings, no new distinguished guests had arrived. The survivors of the Spark Legion, accompanied by the live stream audience, continued their wanderings through the city. Time ticked by, and soon it was 11:58 p.m. There were only 2 minutes left before the celebration officially began. However, aside from the various powerful figures offering their congratulatory gifts, no other movement took place. Not only did Chaoxing fail to appear, but none of the other legendary figures in this territory showed up either. As if everyone was waiting for something, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 840. The survivors of the Spark Legion were discussing quietly. "Brothers, what's going on? Why hasn't the captain come out yet?" "Yes, so many legends have arrived, and the captain hasn't even shown up. He's truly worthy of being our leader, and he's incredibly patient." At this point, a survivor cautiously said, "Do you think the captain has already taken his legendary warriors to engage those guys in a premature battle?" At this, everyone's expressions froze, their smiles fading. After all, this speculation wasn't groundless. After all, Chaoxing had already said on the Legion channel last night that today's celebration would likely attract some malicious individuals. Given Chaoxing's personality, he might have already taken his men on a proactive charge. As everyone was speculating, the clock struck 12 p.m. At the same time, the entire city seemed to be activated by some mysterious force. In the distance, a vast, legendary wave suddenly erupted. Everyone instinctively looked up, and saw the towering city wall at the heart of the vast city. Behind the wall lay a bustling area 2 kilometers in diameter, dotted with all sorts of wondrous buildings and plants. Everyone knew that this was Chaoxing's core territory. Then, a brilliant pillar of aurora shot tens of thousands of meters into the sky, as if heralding the beginning of the celebration. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, powerful auras rose from the inner city. Then, they heard the distinct sound of footsteps in midair. Thump! Thump! Everyone looked intently. Then, they saw a knight clad in a full set of dark red armor, riding a 7-meter-tall wolf covered in icy armor. He gripped his sword with both hands, holding it upright before him. His powerful and heroic aura overwhelmed even the legendaries on the field. The survivors of the Spark Legion exclaimed, "That's a legendary! I know him! He's a knight from Boss Chaoxing's territory. Oh my god, this knight has also reached legendary status." Before they could recover from their shock, another sharp cry pierced the sky. Cry! Everyone turned their gaze again. They saw a massive griffin gradually soaring into the air. On its back stood a female archer draped in a dark green robe, holding a wooden bow. The aura emanating from him alone sent piercing pain through the air, as if targeted by countless arrows. Another legend? And this time, an archer. The survivor exclaimed again. And just then, a resounding dragon roar suddenly erupted. Roar! The sound, like a roar from ancient times, instantly resounded across hundreds of kilometers. As everyone watched in shock, a dark blue dragon with a wingspan exceeding 300 meters slowly rose. Every flap of its wings, obscuring the sky, whipped up a violent blast of air. And atop this dragon's broad back stood a cold and unparalleled figure. Gripping the dawn sword in her hand, she stood like an ice sculpture. Pass, pass, pass! Legendary dragon! Fuck! At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the behemoth in the sky. In everyone's mind, dragons are associated with powerful, domineering, and invincible. The ultimate dream of many is to own a dragon as a mount or pet. And now, not only has a dragon appeared in Chaoxing's territory, but it's a legendary creature. A survivor murmured, "How handsome! If I could ever possess such a powerful mount, I'd die without regrets." You're dreaming! A legendary dragon mount. Not even kings are worthy. Can't you see their eyes nearly popping out? Everyone looked over. They saw a group of legendary warriors raise their heads, their eyes gleaming with intense desire. Another sharp-eyed survivor said, "Didn't you notice that woman atop the dragon's back? I feel like her aura is even more terrifying than that dragon's." Indeed. Another top legendary warrior. The appearance of Binglan and Seraphis had already ignited everyone's emotions. Immediately afterwards, the 5th, 6th, and 7th legendary figures appeared on the city wall. The legendary druid Andrew transformed into a 10-meter-tall bear, exuding an ancient and savage aura. Behind the blood spider queen, Hilda, followed an endless army of blood spiders, seemingly capable of overwhelming everything. The Valkyrie Marlenina held her sword horizontally, her eyes beneath her golden mask sending a shudder through the soul. In addition, there was Braum, the iceberg shield guardian, Sarah, the phantom assassin, and Lu Mushua, the Aurora Knight. 10 legends appeared simultaneously. The overwhelming aura caused the entire city to tremble slightly. In the live stream, hundreds of millions of survivors were completely stunned. Is this too much? 10 legends. Even the combined legends of the 4 kingdoms don't have as many. No wonder these kings came in person to present gifts. At this moment, everyone deeply grasped the terrifying depths of Chaoxing's territory. Even the legends themselves stood up, gazing solemnly at the sky ahead. For they all sensed the immense power of the legends within Chaoxing's territory. They were vastly more powerful than when they had fought alongside them against the Blood Legion a few months ago. There were even a few unfamiliar faces. In other words, his territory had produced a significant number of legends during this period. At this moment, a lord from another world suddenly realized something and asked in confusion, "Wait a minute, so many legends have appeared, where's Boss Chaoxing himself?" Everyone was stunned, then realized what was happening. So far, the real master hasn't appeared. Just then, everyone suddenly sensed a startling phenomenon in the distant sky. Buzz! A brilliant golden light illuminated an area of dozens of kilometers, as holy and solemn as the arrival of a divine kingdom. In the golden light, countless phantoms could be vaguely seen chanting hymns, their sacred aura compelling one to worship and submit. Off to the other side, another terrifying burst of energy erupted. Boom! Dazzling lightning ripped through the sky, and a blanket of purple lightning rained down like raindrops, illuminating the other half of the sky. 2 distinct elemental forces intersected and collided in the sky, emitting a soul-shaking pressure. From the center where holy light and thunder converged, a deafening dragon roar echoed. Roar! Though not as ancient and venerable as Seraphis's, this dragon roar was even more resonant and penetrating. Looking in the direction of the sound, they beheld a giant ice dragon with a wingspan exceeding 150 meters, breaking through the clouds. Each of its scales resembled a sculpture of the purest crystal. Illuminated by the holy light, it seemed coated in a golden glow. When its wings spread, they obscured the sky, and each flap unleashed a hurricane sweeping over 10 kilometers. Atop the dragon's broad back, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. Clad in frost-white robes and a crystal crown, his dark hair billowed in a storm of energy. Simply standing there, he seemed the center of heaven and earth. The Spark Legion survivors all recognized the figure and exclaimed in surprise. It's Boss Chaoxing. He's finally appeared. Holy crap! Riding a giant ice dragon, with 2 legendary mages leading the way, this entrance is truly impressive. As expected of the leader, he's so handsome. The crowd exclaimed in amazement. However, compared to the shock of the Spark Legion survivors, the shock felt by the kings was many times greater. for they could sense that the 4 figures in the sky, including the giant dragon, possessed legendary power. Including the 10 legends that had just appeared, the number of legendary warriors in Chaoxing's territory had reached a staggering 14. This outrageous number left every faction present breathless. Not only that, even areas dozens of kilometers from the giant city experienced intense energy fluctuations. It looked like the result of an aura gone awry. Clearly, those watching from the shadows were completely stunned by Chaoxing's display of immense strength. After all, the combined number of legendaries within the giant city now exceeded 20. What a terrifying number this was. It was clear that without the aid of the gods, the 5 kingdoms of the Northern Wind Alliance would be completely crushed. At the same time, under the gazes of countless eyes, a figure slowly descended from the sky. He rode the Scourge Dragon. To his left was the majestic and sacred Holy Light Sage, Isabel, clad in pure white robes. To his right was the legendary Thunder Mage, Severin, clad in dark purple robes and shrouded in the aura of lightning. Before this unparalleled might, it seemed as if even the heavens and earth yielded to him. The clouds parted, the sun focusing on him like a spotlight. Even the howling wind turned into a gentle breeze. When Chaoxing finally arrived in the square, the entire city's staff, soldiers, and legendary warriors saluted simultaneously. "Welcome, Lord." This shocking scene made the entire audience hold their breath, and the live stream's barrage of comments completely exploded. At the same time, Chaoxing stood on the back of the demon dragon Bing Bing, gradually subsiding the vast icy aura around him. His gaze, as deep as the abyss, swept over the guests in the square, and he nodded slightly in greeting. Then, he slowly began, "Thank you all for traveling thousands of miles to attend the completion celebration of my great city. This city's construction would not have been possible without your support and help." After saying this, Chaoxing bowed slightly. The guests immediately stood up and returned the greeting, including the legendary masters, who nodded solemnly. "You're kidding. They wouldn't dare let such a legendary figure bow to them." Chaoxing didn't waste any more words, simply declaring, "Now, let us witness together the completion of the final piece of this great city." With these words, he raised his staff and pointed at a building not far away. There stood a circular structure, tens of meters tall, and nearly 200 meters in diameter. The building was clad in red and gold, its walls carved with various magical patterns. There was the pale sacred tree of the territory, the figures of legendary masters, mammoths, violent bears, griffins, and so on. It looked solemn and sacred. However, the roof of this magnificent building was still vacant. At this moment, a massive figure, bare-chested and holding a shield, appeared at the edge of the building. He blew his mustache and said in a deep voice, "Watch this. This is how the power of the giant is used." Then, a dazzling green light erupted from the shield in his hand, and a vast aura of life instantly engulfed the entire crowd. Buzz! As everyone watched in astonishment, a massive giant, over 100 meters tall, emerged from the green light. This giant, bare-chested, his muscles as sharp as cast iron, his veins snaking beneath his skin like dragon-like veins. Then, he extended his 2 massive hands and grabbed a massive dome from the ground, hundreds of meters in diameter and weighing thousands of tons. It was the city's final building, the roof of City Hall. Once it was installed, the giant city would be officially complete. Ha! With Brahm's roar, the entire dome gradually lifted off the ground. Boom! After a powerful tremor, the massive giant lifted the dome high above his head. At that moment, everyone held their breath. They knew they were about to witness a scene etched into history. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, the giant dome slowly rose under Brahm's hand. Then, it landed precisely on top of City Hall. At that moment, the first giant city in human history built by the survivors of Blue Star was completely completed. All the magic circles in the city illuminated simultaneously, and a rainbow of light shot up into the sky. Countless ribbons of energy danced above the city, as if celebrating the birth of this legendary city. At the same time, Chaoxing heard a system prompt. "You have successfully built your first megacity. Please name it." Name. A thoughtful look flashed across Chaoxing's eyes. But after a brief moment, he made his decision. "My legion is called the Spark Legion. In that case, then let this city also be named Spark." Ding! Spark City named successfully. Territory prosperity increased by 1,000. Reputation increased by 100,000. Congratulations. As the first lord in the server to build a megacity, you have achieved the special achievement, Pioneering Lord. Achievement rewards. Population increased by 100,000. City Portal Scroll Crafting Blueprint *1. Lord Statue Crafting Blueprint *1. Demigod-level Drama-Man light cannon crafting blueprint *1. A series of system prompts appeared. Especially when Xiaoxing saw the last reward, Drama-Man light cannon construction blueprint, demigod level, his breath caught in his throat. Before he could even begin to wonder, the system prompts continued. Ding! For completing the quest, the King's Commission, you have received the quest reward, permanent rulership of the snowstorm area, and 500,000 reputation points increased. Server-wide announcement. Attention all survivors. Attention all survivors. Survivor Lord Xiaoxing from Area 1 has successfully established the first human city on Blue Star, Spark City. For completing a special quest, you have been awarded territory, Snowstorm Area. From now on, a 500-kilometer radius centered on Spark City will be permanently protected. All survivors must apply to enter Snowstorm Area. Trespassing without permission will be attacked by Lord Xiaoxing's armed forces. All survivors living in this area must first report to Spark City, otherwise, they have the right to expel you. Lord Xiaoxing owns all rights to the snowstorm region, including minerals, rivers, forests, and other resources. When the series of server-wide announcements concluded, not only the 300 million viewers in the live stream, but also the billions of survivors exploring around the world, all froze in their tracks. It wasn't until a few seconds after the announcement ended that they came to their senses. At the same time, the chat channels in all regions, including the World Channel, exploded. A flood of messages instantly poured out. Wesley Upton, oh my god. A 500-kilometer territory, and ownership of all the resources in this area. This is practically an independent kingdom. Yoshimura Yukawa, it's unimaginable. This is something a lord from another world could do. How is this any different from the power of a king? Krishna, damn it! Why aren't our Indian zone's powerful members receiving this kind of treatment? Jiang Huiyan, I'm applying to relocate to the snowstorm. I've had enough of these disgusting nobles, constantly asking me to pay taxes. I rather hand it over to Lord Xiaoxing. Chen Feng, great. I live in the nearby Brisbane wilds. I'm moving there. Not only on the World Channel, but also among the top survivors from each of the various zones. A long silence fell. Although they knew that the completion of the giant city today would have a significant impact for the server's #1, they hadn't expected it to be this outrageous. Everyone was still developing their territories, but even with the initial city construction underway, he already owned an independent territory 500 kilometers in diameter. In this area, he was the absolute ruler. Those top zone masters wouldn't even dare to imagine such a thing. Even then, after the announcement, the Spark Legion survivors, who were attending the celebration in the giant city, felt a surge of pride in their hearts. Haha. The captain has triggered another server-wide announcement, declaring his absolute sovereignty over the snowstorm to the world. Indeed, from now on, we can roam freely in this area. Even the king's army won't be able to stop us. Ha! Following the captain is the right path. Brothers, do you think this map will become the captain's private domain from now on? Do we need to pay him taxes for mining those minerals, hunting monsters, etc.? Probably not. After all, we're all family. That's right. Our captain isn't that kind of person. He might even give us some advantages. The survivors of the Spark Legion excitedly discussed it. Chapter 841. Meanwhile, Xiaoxing looked at the successive system notifications and the rewards in his backpack, his lips curling up again. Not bad. The rewards for building this city are even more generous than expected. Reputation points have skyrocketed by hundreds of thousands. The population has increased by 100,000, and there are even 3 blueprints. The names of these 3 blueprints clearly reveal their purpose. They will be of immense benefit to Xiaoxing's territory. He was eager to check them out. But, let's deal with the current situation first. We can check the rewards later. He closed the system panel, his expression calm. He gazed at the guests in the conference hall, and said in a deep voice, "As you can see, Spark City has officially been completed today. From now on, friends from all factions are welcome to come for trade and exchange. Spark City's doors are always open to you." In the square, a group of powerful figures and representatives of various factions looked solemn. King Ice Crystal was the first to respond, saying, "If Spark City needs help in the future, Everfrost City will fully assist." Queen Yuan nodded gracefully, saying, "The Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce will establish a branch in Spark City. We look forward to establishing long-term, stable trade relations with Spark City." King Grey Mist chuckled, "Brother Xiaoxing, you know my character. If you need anything, just ask. I will support you with all my heart and soul." King Cunard and Hilton of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce also expressed their support. Xiaoxing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the guests in the square. Thank you all for your support. With your help, Spark City will soon become a prosperous city. After a pause, Chao Xing's expression straightened. Next, let's move on to the next step of the celebration. As he finished speaking, the expressions of the legendary warriors in the arena froze, their faces turning serious. Even the melodious music in the giant city stopped. The survivors of the Spark Legion seemed to realize something, and they all stopped and held their breath. This sudden silence puzzled the hundreds of millions of people watching the livestream. Comments flooded the screen, asking what had happened. However, no one answered them. Everyone's attention was focused on the man. Chao Xing surveyed the room, his voice steady and powerful. I believe everyone has heard the news before joining the celebration. Today, a legendary warrior will officially break through to demigod status. We will all be here together to witness the birth of a demigod. With these words, the aura of the warriors in the entire square perked up. They had received advance notice the previous night, so they were mentally prepared. The hundreds of millions of survivors watching the live stream were in an uproar. Oh my god! Demigod? Did I hear that correctly? No. Didn't Boss Chao Xing just break through to legendary not long ago? He's about to start the demigod breakthrough now? Are you kidding me? Why would something as important as breaking through to demigod be announced so easily? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've read in some secret tome that breaking through to demigod is many times more difficult than reaching legendary. Even the strongest in this world would take hundreds, even thousands of years to even have a chance. That's right. This has to be fake. Survivors around the world expressed their opinions, some expressing disbelief, others questioning his grandstanding. After all, even for the survivors, achieving a demigod level was still too astonishing. Chao Xing said nothing more, simply waving his hand. Now, please welcome Senior Luoxi, the Heiress of Heavenly Music, a top legendary expert from Chuanhai Fort. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear, melodious zither note pierced the air. Clang! The melodious sound echoed, seemingly cleansing the soul. A figure clad in a moon-white robe, imbued with an otherworldly aura, appeared atop the towering walls of the inner city. Everyone's gaze was drawn there. When they caught sight of the figure, they were first struck by her breathtaking beauty, then captivated by the unique aura that lingered around her. The survivors exclaimed, "What a beautiful woman! What a special woman!" The guests in the square had varying reactions to the sight of this figure. Some were bewildered, some shocked, some puzzled. The Ice Crystal King stood up on the spot, a look of disbelief in his eyes. The one who broke through to the demigod level. Is Luoxi? How could it be her? Last night, Chao Xing had only told him that someone would reach the demigod level today, but he hadn't specified who it was. The Ice Crystal King had assumed it would be a powerful figure in his territory, but it turned out to be this old acquaintance. Thinking of the potential consequences of the upcoming breakthrough, a hint of worry crossed the old king's eyes. However, when he looked at the young man atop the dragon's back, his worries immediately dissipated. Others may not know, but the old king is well aware. As early as a month ago, demigod level fluctuations were reported in his territory. And yet, until now, he has remained silent. It's clear that he's preparing something big. If anyone with ill intentions dares to come at this moment, they definitely suffer a great loss. Thinking of this, King Bingjing no longer worried. Queen Yuan gazed at the figure on the city wall. Thinking back to the plan Chao Xing had discussed with Luoxi in the 100 Flowers Hall 2 months ago, she seemed to understand something. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, a bright curve appearing. At the same time, atop the city wall, Luoxi opened her red lips and said, "Everyone." Her voice was as sweet as a clear spring, lifting the spirits of all the powerful warriors present. Then, Luoxi placed her right hand on the ancient organ. Today, at Lord Chao Xing's invitation, I'm using the precious land of Spark City to achieve a breakthrough. Please listen to the song Fire of Nirvana and witness my entry into the demigod realm. As her fingertips fell, a ethereal and distant sound instantly spread throughout the city. Like the sound of a flowing spring, like the cry of a phoenix in the heavens. Everyone held their breath, listening intently to the sound that reached the depths of their souls. Even the hundreds of millions of survivors in the live stream gradually fell silent. As a legendary Heiress of Heavenly Music, her sound possessed a magical power, drawing people involuntarily into the exquisite musical notes. As Luoxi's performance gained momentum, a strange energy gathered in the air. Sizzle! Invisibly, there was a sound as if something were ignited. And then, from the figure performing, a mysterious and vast aura erupted. The intensity of this aura far surpassed the legendary, reaching another level entirely. When everyone focused their gaze, shock suddenly filled their eyes. They saw a multicolored flame slowly rise from behind Rosie. The flame emanated the purest divine power, as if every wisp could ignite the soul. The survivors of the Spark Legion murmured, "What? Is that flame? I don't know." Such powerful vibrations. This beautiful. Auntie, her strength is truly terrifying. So beautiful. This sister's playing is so beautiful, and her power is so formidable. I feel like I'm in love. Add me in. You're young and don't know how kind aunties are. You mistakenly treat a young girl as a treasure. Amidst their chatter, the divine fire soared above Rosie's head. The next moment, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, invisible energy waves erupted from the divine fire. This divine fire wave rapidly spread, encompassing the entire giant city in the blink of an eye. And it continued to extend outward. Within a short time, the entire snowstorm felt that miraculous power. 300 million people, no, 500 million, were glued to the live stream. Spark City fell utterly silent, as if the world's attention were focused on the graceful figure playing the zither quietly, her aura growing stronger. At that moment, dozens of kilometers away, a strange spatial fluctuation echoed. Followed by a crisp, cracking sound, the tranquil sky suddenly cracked. Through the pitch-black crack, one could see the chaotic and disordered spatial turbulence within. The next moment, a surge of overwhelming energy surged from the cracks, sweeping across like a tsunami. Like a dark cloud bearing down on a city, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Spark City. The city staff felt their shoulders suddenly sink, as if a massive boulder had fallen upon them, their faces instantly turning pale. The survivors in the city were still in a state of bewilderment. The next moment, they too felt a heavy pressure, their faces suddenly changing drastically. At this moment, a hoarse, piercing voice rang out. Hee hee. Someone from the Four Kingdoms has achieved a demigod breakthrough. How could such a grand occasion be without our Northwind Alliance? Everyone's gaze turned to the distant sky. From the cloud-shrouded spatial cracks, powerful figures emerged one after another. Clatter. Clatter. Each figure's appearance made the atmosphere even heavier. In an instant, the number of figures exceeded double digits. This scene filled everyone with a sense of foreboding. The survivors in the livestream room also engaged in a heated discussion. Northwind Alliance. That name sounds familiar? Wait a minute. I remember. A month or two ago, Boss Chao Xing and that Kai had a life-and-death battle. Then, a legend from the Northwind Alliance intervened, sparking a massive legendary war. I remember now. It's them. Weren't these guys completely defeated by Boss Chao Xing and then fled? Are they coming to Spark City now to cause trouble? At this thought, the atmosphere in the livestream room suddenly grew tense, and even the comments thinned out considerably. At the same time, another cold voice echoed from the Northwind Alliance. You're trying to secretly break through to the demigod realm without our knowledge. That won't work. Today, I've come to you with a great gift. Listening to the hostile voices in the sky, throughout Spark City, every powerful individual clenched their weapons, their eyes ablaze with fighting intent. The Northwind Alliance's appearance was entirely within their expectations, and everyone had made the necessary preparations. However, they made no move, instead gazing up at the figure perched atop the giant ice dragon in the sky. Chao Xing slowly raised his head, glanced at them indifferently, and casually said, "A bunch of defeated men. 2 months ago, I beat them like dead dogs, forcing them to flee with their tails between their legs. Since then, they've been hiding in their own dog holes, afraid to come out. Now you're rushing out to die together?" His voice was quiet, but it echoed clearly throughout the room. Upon hearing him publicly expose their weaknesses, the powerful figures of the Northwind Alliance's faces darkened. Waves of violent energy surged around them, as if ready to charge at any moment, reigniting the legendary battle. Chao Xing, this is a different time. We admit you're indeed powerful, but you lost because you're too young. The Silver Lion King raised his resolute face and declared, "This time, not only will all of you die, but even the Spark City you built will be razed to the ground." Chao Xing sneered, "Stop the bullshit. Call out the people behind you. I'm not putting on such a big show just to deal with you, the scumbags. Otherwise, with just a bunch of you worthless people, I can wipe them all out in 10 seconds. Arrogant! Haughty! Bold lunatic!" In the Northwind Alliance, angry shouts suddenly rose one after another, and all the legends erupted with surging momentum. To call these legends the pinnacle of mortal power, mere scum, and to even threaten to kill them in 10 seconds, was sheer lawlessness. However, Chao Xing glanced at them again, indifferently. Arrogant? Now, I show you what true arrogance looks like. Marinina, Kill them instantly. The moment the command was received, a red figure silently approached the group of powerful figures. The moment they saw that figure, the 11 legends of the Northwind Alliance felt a chill running through their bones. It was as if the mere presence of the other party instilled a sense of mortal danger in them. When did she come? This woman's aura is terrifying. Everyone be careful. Shinmu, restrain her. This group of legendary warriors were battle-hardened and possessed considerable combat experience. They responded in a split second. With that, the old man in the crowd, wielding a withered staff, thrust it into the air. Buzz! An invisible life force erupted, and countless thick vines sprouted from the void, sweeping towards Marinette. However, faced with the overwhelming vines, the woman with flying red hair remained unmoved. When the vines were within 3 meters of her, her right hand grasped the red hilt at her waist. The next moment, clang! A flash of blood-red blade light flashed. This blade flash was incredibly fast, instantly slicing through space. The vines that were sweeping forward also stopped instantly. At first, the legends of the Northwind Alliance were confused, seemingly unsure of what was happening. Even the hundreds of millions of survivors in the live stream were bewildered. For the woman had simply drawn her sword and made no other move. And then, in the next second, everyone could clearly see a fissure stretching over 10 kilometers in length and breadth, centered around the woman. It was as if the surrounding space, over a dozen kilometers in length, had been directly cleaved apart. The vines were instantly shredded. Not only that, but streaks of blood appeared on the bodies of the dozen or so legends of the Northwind Alliance. Only then did they realize. The moment the woman drew her sword, they had already been struck. How is this possible? A group of legendary warriors looked down at the bloodstains on their bodies, their eyes filled with disbelief. Some even showed the fear of death. A chill that penetrated their bones spread throughout their bodies. 3 of the legendary warriors stared at their wounds with wide eyes. Such a fast sword. Your Majesty. Help. Puff. Before they could finish their words, the sound of blood gushing out echoed. Then, terrifying damage figures appeared above their heads. -349135523. -3282305521. -349295791. -378231646. -300235337. -4542011572. 11 terrifying damage figures, exceeding 300 million appeared. The health of all the legends in the Northwind Alliance plummeted in an instant. In fact, 3 of them were instantly killed by this single strike. The bodies, severed in 2, fell from the sky. This strike was none other than Marinina's legendary skill, Divine Destruction 1 Cut. Divine Destruction 1 Cut consumes 10 points of divine power to deliver a swift strike to enemies within a 15-kilometer radius. Enemy hit has a 50% chance of triggering the dismemberment effect, dealing attack plus agility * 5,495% true damage. After breaking through to legendary, her base attack power was approaching 5 million, and her agility had also reached 430,000. Add to that the bonuses from various status skills, and a series of secret potions. This single strike easily dealt over 300 million true damage, with a chance of even reaching 400 million. And how much health does a legend have? Most range from 200 million to 400 million. Only a handful of high-level legendaries, or those possessing special treasures, could reach over 400 million. So, Marlene Nita's single strike had such a terrifying effect. And this wasn't even her strongest form. As the Chaoxing territory's greatest trump card and ultimate weapon, her power certainly wasn't limited to this. But even so, this single strike plunged the area hundreds of kilometers into absolute silence. Everyone stared at the scene in astonishment. Even the comments in the live stream quieted down. It wasn't until the bodies of the 3 legendary warriors fell from the sky that everyone suddenly woke up, their senses instantly returning. At that moment, the comments in the live stream exploded with excitement. Holy crap, am I crazy, or is this world crazy? What the hell did I see? That woman killed 3 legends in a single blow. That's outrageous. It's so outrageous I can't believe it. Oh my god. How powerful is this woman? A demigod? Master Chaoxing. Too strong. Hundreds of millions of survivors were in a state of utter despair.